I am 30 years old. Now, I'm standing on the beach. This beach with refreshing waves is constantly hitting fine silver waves, and the sun is baking the smell of the sea breeze on it. The scorching July sun made the entire beach hot. It's just time travel. Why did the gender change? Mary Vinicius stood on the shore, looking at the reflection in the water, and whispered in ecstasy. Mary Vinicius, whose real name is Ren Wanayu, was originally a middle-aged single social worker who was involved in the IT industry in Shanghai. After coming home from overtime work one night, he wanted to take a bath after a long absence. Well, fell asleep. Open your eyes, the wind is warm and the sun is beautiful, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Adults often collapse in an instant. Although Ren Wanayu knew that staying up late and working overtime every day was harmful to his health, the sudden death from overwork still caught him off guard. What's more, Ren Wanayu discovered that not only had she time traveled, but she had also traveled through time. The saddest thing was that she had time traveled into the body of a newly lost little girl. Inheriting her recent memory, she learned her name, Mary Vinicius, as a kidnapped girl who had just suffered a huge shipwreck on a slave ship. As for her previous life experience, his mind was blank and he knew nothing. It was simply the most unlucky start among all the time travel stories he had ever seen. Oh no, it should be called she now. Mary looked at herself and raised her forehead helplessly. He has a typical Western face, with blonde hair and blue eyes, but it seems that long-term malnutrition has caused his face to be sallow and thin. And because of the shipwreck, his clothes were in pieces, exposing his thin torso. Forget it, it doesn't matter if it's uncomfortable at the beginning. Mary looked at her reflection and muttered to herself, maybe I can live a more exciting life in this life. Mary chuckled and shook her head as memories of the past came to mind. If possible, gain a new life and live more freely than before. Death from overwork. This way of death seems too ridiculous. Now that I have been reborn, I think that even if I die in this life, I must die in a more glorious way. Thinking of this, Mary suddenly raised her head. Now that we have traveled through time, where is my golden finger? Mary looked up at the sky with her dead fish eyes and murmured in a low voice. A long silence. Dip, the chaotic good Navy system is activated. Damn, why did it take you so long to say it? I thought I was naked. It wasn't until she heard this electronic sound that Mary took a deep breath. The feeling of being silent for a long time just now was really scary. Although even without Goldfinger, Mary would not complain. After all, rebirth is already a huge opportunity, and it would seem a bit greedy to still criticize it. But whether there is a golden finger or not, the psychological gap between them is not as big as usual. Wait a minute, what did it just say? Mary realized something belatedly, and she immediately looked back at the system panel that slowly opened in front of her. Chaotic good naval system, unbound, I agree with all virtues and axioms, but are unwilling to be bound by laws and norms. Having his own set of moral standards, although it does not lead to evil, it is not necessarily exactly the same as the general public's moral standards. The host will become a navy to benefit the people. But at the same time, you need to play a villain with a completely different evil charm. Character information task panel, popular fear PT0, can be obtained by making people fear you, enemy fear PT0, can be obtained by making the enemy fear you, alliance fear PT0, can be obtained by making allies fear you, limited PT0, can be obtained through missions, PT exchange office, unlocked, limited PT exchange office, unlocked. Note, when the host is removed from the Navy in any way, including joining the Neo Navy, all bonuses brought by this system will be removed, and the system will be automatically destroyed. Once the bound system is destroyed, the host will be returned to its original body. Note, the original body of the host has died suddenly. Tied to the Navy? Mary was stunned. The explanation of this system was a bit overbearing, which made her a little unhappy. But since there is no direct binding, it can be regarded as giving Mary the right to choose. Let's put this matter aside for now. Moreover, the notes in this system are a bit tricky. To be sent back to a dead body is to make it clear that you are going to die. And it seems that I am really overworked to death. The system requirements are quite demanding and the scary villain Navy? For game currencies, 3 free and 1 paid, what a strong sense of déjà vu. What kind of domestic money-making second games? No, but that's not the point. Navy, Neo Navy. So am I traveling into the world of One Piece? I carefully recalled the relevant settings in One Piece. Mary was an otaku in her previous life, but she paid far less attention to the long-running migrant manga than to the new series of the season, so she could barely remember a little bit of settings like Shishibukai and Yonko. But it doesn't matter. In the world of fandom, having a little bit of information foundation will definitely make things go much smoother for you. Traveling into the world of fandom, if you think about it, it's actually quite satisfying. After thinking briefly, Mary clicked on the character profile. Name, Mary Vinicius. Gender, female. Physical status, juvenile. Locked, weak, negative. Organ failure, negative. Dehydrated, negative. Hungry, negative. Twins, locked. Note, twins, soul and body are not from the same source. You can consume 2 devil fruits in this state. Physical fitness 3 standard value of adult male physical fitness 10, skill cooking level B, the level that can become a canteen chef. Fruit ability none, props none. This, how should I put it, horrible seems to be a fairly acceptable evaluation. Apart from cooking, he seems to be good at nothing else. And this body failure buff, why does my body still look like it's dying after I travel through time? Shouldn't this kind of thing be cleared along with time travel? But after a few silent curses, Mary also noticed that there is no end to the road. Just like all systems will give you some sweetness first, the chaotic good Navy system in front of you also has a newbie gift package hidden in a small corner. Mary almost didn't notice it. The items in the novice gift pack can be said to be better than nothing, or quite luxurious, depending on the situation. Newbie gift pack exclusive matching randomly obtain 2 devil fruit abilities, clear the body's negative buffs, open the PT exchange office, randomly obtain a white product in the PT exchange office, and bind this system. It's a white product. The PT exchange office is not open now, and Mary doesn't know what it is. But 2 devil fruits, even random ones, are very attractive to Mary. After all, he urgently needs to gain combat power. Anyone who has watched One Piece knows that devil fruit is the fastest way to increase combat power when combat power is low. Even for self-preservation, in this dangerous place, Mary needs these 2 abilities. Just don't have to go to the sea to try your luck to get the fruits. Of course, the most important thing is to clear the body's negative buff. Mary has not forgotten the organ failure buff on her body. Without any systematic explanation, Mary knew that this thing would kill her. The binding system is nothing in comparison. Although after binding the system, there is probably no way out, but it is better than dying now. This is probably an equivalent exchange, the price of rebirth. If this rebirth was wasted because of organ failure, Mary might want to slap herself to death. Just now I was thinking about how heroic I was going to die. If she died for such a nonsensical reason again, then Mary would really have wasted this huge opportunity. After some tangled consideration, Mary decided to accept the gift package. Let's not talk about the future. The immediate crisis must be resolved first. Open the gift bag. A feeling of refreshment suddenly came over her, and Mary realized that her physical condition had become normal. In an instant, Mary closed the system panel and quickly started praying skillfully. God bless me and deliver the goods. As an otaku, Mary is also an experienced mobile game player. Whenever a card is drawn, it is common practice to exit the software quickly and then slowly reveal the secret. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Mary opened the character profile excitedly after praying. Fruit ability, Fate Fruit, Superman type. It can absorb the vitality of all things and store it in your own body for use. Current development direction none. Extract life force? Soul Fruit Plus? Looking at this familiar fruit ability, Mary remembered the fruit ability of Yonko Big Mom. There seems to be some similarity. One is the soul and the other is the life force. You will know the specific difference after you actually experience it in the future. Fruit of Desire, Superman type. Can arouse other people's desires. Current development direction none. Desire? Mary was a little confused. The strength of a devil fruit depends on the strength of the user. Especially the superhuman devil fruit. Basically, the bigger the user's imagination, the more powerful the ability. Don't you see, how strong is a fruit that turns its body into glutinous rice in Katakuri's hands? But for this ability to arouse desire, Mary really can't think of a way to develop it right now. The definition of desire is too broad. After looking at the fruit's abilities, Mary then looked at the so-called white product. Props body remodeling base fluid, inferior, *1, it can slightly reshape the body's bones and slightly strengthen the physical fitness. It can be used up to 5 times on one body. Nice one. Just after reading it, Mary chose to take it out without hesitation. A tube of blue liquid suddenly appeared in his hand, along with an instruction manual. The service is really attentive. Looking at the falling note, Mary not only complained. Mary picked up the instruction manual and took a look at it. Insert. Mary was stunned for less than a second before she realized the fact that she was now a girl. Seriously? Mary was stunned for a moment. Resolutely ignoring the system's instructions, Mary fiddled with the tube of liquid left and right, pressing it against various parts of her body, trying to figure out how to use it. When she touched the tube to her waist, a sharp pain came from her waist. The tube suddenly inserted a needle into Mary's waist, and quickly injected all the reagents. Not only was it severe pain, but it was also sore and swollen. Finally, there is a strong tingling sensation all over the body. Unscrupulous system manufacturers, can you write more formal instructions next time? Sorry. That was the last thought that ran through Mary's mind before she passed out. About half an hour later, Mary jumped up from the beach with a jerk, shook off the needle inserted in her waist, and gasped for breath. The pain I felt just now, it was like walking through hell. However, severe pain also has corresponding rewards. For example, Mary feels that her body is very hot. Reshaping the bones of her body was like melting her entire body and reshaping it. Now her whole body felt soft and numb, and heat seemed to be rising between the bones and muscles. To put it simply, it's similar to the marrow cleansing in immortality novels. Mary's whole body was now covered in steam, like a water shadow that had activated a steam explosion, and her skin was red. But the good thing is that there is the sea on one side, and you can immediately use the seawater to cool down. Otherwise, if this dizzying high temperature was maintained, Mary could not be sure whether her brain would be burned out. Thinking of this, I couldn't wait to run into the sea and splash around. Mary felt weak in her body. Oh yes, I seem to be a devil fruit user now. After realizing it, Mary immediately rolled and crawled back to the beach. She only dared to clean herself carefully in the seawater that was up to her calves. At the same time, Mary also clicked on the character information to view. Now, her physical fitness has risen to 8. Although it is not as good as a normal adult male, it is a qualitative leap compared to the previous 3. At least she doesn't have the same feeling of exhaustion that she felt when she first traveled through time. In addition, she also noticed that a red dot appeared on the task panel. Going on a mission? Mary knows this all too well. Click to view with ease. Main mission, Black Omened. Task description: please kill the pirate group and join the Navy within 2 hours. Task reward: Stage 1 item Heart of Blood Slaughter belongs to the set Dark Justice. Stage 2 item Pitch Black Justice. Limited to PT 50. Punishment for mission failure: system destruction. Join the Navy in 2 hours? Where can I find the Navy in this wilderness? Mary looked at the task in confusion, feeling that it was trying to make things difficult for her. However, the reality immediately told her fate is always so unpredictable. Mary, who was still soaking in the water, almost immediately saw a broken pirate ship floating slowly on the sea at the end of her field of vision. All the pirates were desperately trying to get to the island. Behind the pirate ship, a warship also appeared looming. Mary seemed to hear a silent taunt from the system. What did you say? There is no doubt that joining the Navy and showing sufficient strength is necessary. Although I don't know the current timeline, the Navy is recruiting talents at any time. As long as you show enough strength, it won't be a problem to at least become a trainee Navy. The quickest way to show your strength is to kill pirates. Think about the countermeasures first. First of all, fruit ability is the key. Even though he had been injected with the medicine, his physical fitness was only a pitiful 8. He couldn't even beat an average adult man, let alone a pirate who licked blood all day long. It is impossible to win in a head-on fight. If you want to defeat the pirates, you can only consider the fruit ability. What to do about the fruit of destiny and the fruit of desire? Mary suddenly thought of something. Absorb the vitality of all things? This sentence. Mary's eyes lit up and she immediately ran to the shore and grabbed a big tree. Test your thoughts. She placed her hand on the tree and activated her life fruit ability. At the same time, the big green tree quickly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Mary felt a refreshing sensation in her body. I see, the life fruit can absorb the vitality of plants. Can you use it for your own body? Thinking of this, Mary frowned and became determined. In order to verify her conjecture, she suddenly picked up the bark on the side and made a cut on her arm. A sharp pain came from the arm, and dark red blood slowly flowed out, a bit sticky, which was a sign of lack of water. However, just for a moment, an itching feeling came, the granule squirmed, and the wound healed in just a moment. And Mary also clearly felt that some energy in her body was missing. Is this life force? Thinking about that feeling, Mary clicked on her panel again. Fate fruit, Superman type. It can absorb the vitality of all things and store it in your own body for use. Current development direction: life absorption, can absorb a certain amount of vitality from all things, but will lose money. Super speed regeneration, can use excess vitality to sharply accelerate wound recovery. Battle continuation, after receiving fatal damage, if the wound is restored within half an hour, you can continue fighting? Mary was shocked. The description of this fruit's ability is simple and plain, but it's surprisingly powerful. Absorbing life force and using it for one's own use may be a basic skill, but in this battle continuation, isn't it just a bloodlock? As long as the wound can be healed, are you not afraid of getting hurt at all? Mary turned her head and looked at the lush vegetation on the island, her eyes glowing green. The Yasha pirates approached the coast in embarrassment. Damn it, why did you meet the White Hunter? As soon as they docked, a strong man with a scarred face jumped off the ship, followed closely by a large group of ragged pirates. Boss, when did such a monster come from the East China Sea? How can it turn into smoke? It's impossible to hit it. On one side, a thin-looking man asked the strong man with a frightened look on his face. That's White Hunter Smoker, a guy from the Navy headquarters. He's an invincible natural type. It's really unlucky to bump into him. I once heard a big red-nosed talk about devil fruits. Listen carefully, it is a monster. Don't think about fighting hard. The strong man spat out a mouthful of phlegm and quickly rushed into the forest. He is the leader of the Yaksha pirates, Yaksha Ficardo Romano, with a bounty of 7 million Baileys, and he can be considered a somewhat powerful pirate. But facing the White Hunter, he was almost powerless to fight back. Hiding in the forest, you might be able to use the complicated terrain to fight back. One of the 3 major illusions in life, I can fight back. Just as Ficardo was making his own little calculation, a petite figure suddenly emerged from the forest. Ficardo was so excited that he subconsciously cut the man's brain with a knife. Of course, this figure fell to the ground softly. Only then did Ficardo realize and looked at the corpse, which was a little blonde girl wearing a faded white dress. How come there are girls in this place? Ficardo looked at the corpse in confusion and muttered to himself. The skinny pirate on the side came up. He was Tintu Yiming, the vice-captain of the pirate group. I guess it's the little girl who caused the shipwreck. She probably thought we were rescuers. She's really pitiful. Smash the picture and say it with a strange expression. What's so pitiful? Brothers, our lives can't be saved now. If this little girl exposes us, we will all die at the hands of the White Hunter. Ficardo on the side didn't care about this at all, as if he just strangled an insect to death. What did you say? Didn't you hear what I said? Ficardo frowned and looked at Tintu, only to see him looking at the ground with a pale and horrified expression. Ficardo said even more dissatisfied, "Hey, Tintu, what are you doing?" Tintu didn't say a word, he just raised his hand tremblingly and pointed to the ground. Seeing this, Ficardo also looked confused. I saw the little blonde girl standing up slowly with her blonde hair rubbed with blood. Fuck! Ficardo was so frightened that he suddenly jumped up and flew out with a knife, directly decapitating the girl and sending her head flying far away. "Didn't I just hack you to death?" he said in shock. Enemy fear PT +6, enemy fear PT +4, enemy fear PT +9. To Mary, these sounds were like sounds of nature. At the same time, the severe pain of being decapitated was truly terrifying. The life force consumption caused by this injury was also staggering. He had just recovered from his injuries, and it felt as if a few tenths of his body had been ripped away. However, the number of PTS continues to increase, which means that I have scared these pirates. Then Mary's goal is half achieved. Even if she survives for a long time, Mary may not be able to survive until the Navy arrives. Moreover, if no one can be killed or even not damaged at all, then the Navy will undoubtedly look down upon him in terms of combat power. Since you want to join the Navy, it's better to show your worth and have a higher starting point. Therefore, first scare the pirates, then collect part of the PT, and then exchange them for items to see if it is possible to turn defeat into victory. This is also not a solution. After all, Mary's 2 fruit abilities cannot be converted into immediate combat power like the natural type, so this is the only solution. After Mary obtained the PT, she was directly beheaded. My head flew far away, but it didn't seem to affect my thinking at all. Maybe it's because of the twins? Holding back the pain, I immediately opened the PT exchange office. Seeing only 3 different exchange blocks, Mary opened the Enemy Fear PT exchange office in an instant. Severe pain does not affect your thinking. Currently, Mary has 54 Enemy Fear points white items, 50 PT green items, 500 PT orange items, 1000 PT red items, 5000 PT rainbow level updated regularly. 20 items are added to each price list regularly. There are still 10 hours until the next update. Seeing this price list, Mary decisively chose to filter out the white items. Sword Rain disposable card, beheading fruit, bad, experience card, fine iron cross, cast iron black coffin, ordinary lottery ticket. There is a dazzling array of items, most of which are useless. The Sword Rain one-time card may not necessarily kill these pirates. Cutting the fruits requires a certain level of physical fitness and swordsmanship, otherwise it is better than nothing. Those weapons, are you going to let the pirates use them to hit you? It seems that there are no items that can immediately improve combat effectiveness. The next refresh would take more than 10 hours. Even Mary, who had such a systemic problem, struggled for a moment, so she could only grit her teeth and simply exchange for ordinary lottery tickets and bet on her luck. Kaka cleared the PT, and there were only 4 PT left in an instant. Ordinary lottery tickets 80% thank you for your patronage, 16% white items, 3% green items, 0.8% orange items, 0.15% red items, 0.05% rainbow level. Mary's heart dropped when she saw this 80% thank you for your patronage. Do you dare to be darker? If it is equal to 50 PT, it is likely to be wasted? I can't read the description without buying it, otherwise Mary would rather just buy a Sword Rain, which at least can kill a few pirates and show that she is a little bit capable of fighting. If you thank me for your patronage, I will be really speechless. Mary complained endlessly, but it's a bit late to regret it now. I have no choice but to bite the bullet and use it. Everything on it was just a change in Mary's mind, and it only took less than 10 seconds. When Ficardo stepped forward to perform the autopsy, Mary's eyes flashed with orange light. Confused. Oh, God, I must have saved the world in my previous life. No, it should be a previous life. Mary looked at the prize in front of her with a dull expression. Facardo dragged the big knife and stepped forward to fiddle with Mary's head. Turning it over to the front, you can see Mary's pale face with her eyes closed tightly. It shouldn't be a corpse scam this time, Facardo said to himself. Before he finished speaking, Tintu's hysterical screams came from behind. This frightened Facardo so much that he almost threw his knife away. He turned around angrily and said, "What the hell are you? I can't speak." The headless corpse stood up slowly, and Tintu was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Many pirates in the pirate group noticed the situation here, and they were all shocked. The corpse didn't do anything, it just walked towards Facardo silently. The strange scene in front of him made Facardo forget to think for a moment, and just stared blankly at the corpse passing by him. The smell of blood rushed into Facardo's nostrils, bringing him back to his senses. He quickly turned around and backed away, looking at the corpse that slowly picked up the head with a gloomy expression. Those pale hands pressed his head on the broken surface of his neck. In an instant, the wound healed. Mary slowly opened her eyes. She patted her neck and twisted it, making a tooth-piercing creaking sound. What kind of monster are you? Facardo already regretted going to this island. If I had known there was such a monster on this island, I would have to drag him to the next island before landing even if he died of exhaustion and thirst. The little girl in front of me is not human at all, right? Mary did not answer his words, but looked at Facardo with cold eyes. Do you know, this hurts? Facardo's eyes narrowed, but before he could speak, a sharp pain suddenly came from his chest. He stiffened and looked at his chest in disbelief. A dark red bloody knife pierced his heart. The return of life and the shower of blood cannot be seen in the East China Sea. Now that you can see it, should you pay the ticket? Faster! On the bow of the Navy warship, Smoker urged again with a serious look on his face. It's the fastest, Chief Smoker, it can't be any faster. Behind the scenes, the soldiers were also complaining. Smoker did not continue to press, but silently made a calculation in his mind. This gang of pirates slaughtered 4 villages along the way. If they hadn't been blocked many times, their ship might still be able to continue sailing. Now they are parked on the island in front of them. I'm afraid they are planning to use geography to counterattack, but it's such a pity that none of the pirates in the East China Sea can hurt me. Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly. Taking a puff of his cigar, he saw that the distance was not far away, and he said to his back, Dashki, keep an eye on them and get to the shore as soon as possible. I'll go ashore first to clear the way. Yes, the slightly cute girl with blue hair and glasses said seriously. Smoker nodded and turned into a puff of white smoke and flew towards the island. After destroying the dilapidated pirate ship with a casual white fist and cutting off their escape route, Smoker planned to go ashore and arrest him. However, as the wreckage of the exploded ship exploded, a strong smell of blood could be heard. Smoker suddenly became serious and immediately broke through the dust to land. Smoker looked a little confused at the scene in front of him. There were messy pirate corpses everywhere, and the blood soaked the entire coast. They all died in extremely miserable ways, either decapitated, chopped in half, or broken into pieces. Not far away, a little girl was sitting on the body of Facardo, the target of his hunt this time, tossing someone's head in a bored manner. The little girl looked quite thin, her clothes were shabby, and her face was a little sickly pale, but a bright red gemstone necklace around her neck was quite conspicuous. Hey, here we come, it seems a little slow. The girl also noticed Smoker and stopped what she was doing. Smoker saw clearly that it was Facardo's head. At the same time, looking at the somewhat shocked Smoker, the ruby around her neck emitted a strange red light. The little girl who was originally looking a little awkward and pale suddenly fell silent, and then bloomed with a brilliant and harmless look. Smile, this made Smoker feel his bones tremble. Hi, I'm Mary, can I join the Navy? Mary boarded the warship, smelling of blood. Here, go change your clothes quickly, you're too dirty. Smoker tossed her a Navy uniform. Dashki, take her to your room. Yes. Dashki looked at Smoker with a stiff face and agreed with difficulty. The petite blonde girl in front of me is a real fierce god. Not long after the Navy warship docked, Smoker returned to the Navy with a little girl. At that time, Dashki didn't realize anything. Until the tragic scene of corpses strewn on the coast, several sailors who had never fought hard battles even vomited. However, the little girl in front of him not only had no feeling at all, she was even smiling. This had to make Dashki feel chilly in her heart. At first, she thought that this little girl was a survivor kidnapped by pirates, but now it seems, that's not the case. Mary took the military uniform thrown by Smoker and glanced at it. Think for a moment. Navy uniform x miscellaneous fish skin v. Mary threw it back to Smogner. The standard Navy uniform is really a bit ugly. Look at how beautiful Dashki's uniform is. Although Mary doesn't care much about her image, but it's better to be more handsome. Forget it, sir, I have my own uniform. Mary shrugged and said openly. Well, it's okay to be a little crazy, at least Smoker will be mentally prepared for his violent killing later on. But it seems that Smoker already has a certain psychological foundation. Smoker took a deep look at Mary, nodded, as if it didn't matter, and waved Mary to go to Dusky's room to change clothes. Seeing that Dashki had straightened her body and was ready to lead the way, Mary followed her naturally. Watching Mary disappear, Smoker blew out a smoke ring. Today's Navy lacks fresh blood. The strong men of the previous generation, such as Garp and Sengoku, have only been able to fight for a few years. The strong men of the previous generation, the three great generals, their navy alone was not enough to support the situation against the four emperors. The strong men of the previous generation and several candidates for generals did not yet have the strength of generals. As for the strong people in my area, including myself, Tina, and John Momomaru and others, they are pretty good, but they don't know how far they can grow. Looking at it this way, the navy still needs new blood. After all, most lieutenant generals have reached their end. If they want to replenish the gradually losing general-level combat power, they can only continue to recruit new people and discover talents. Although this Mary's methods were bloody and brutal, she was still against the pirates. There are also such hawkish generals in the navy, so Smoker is not exclusive about this. There is such a genius who can kill a pirate group alone at such a young age, and he takes the initiative to join the navy, and Smoker doesn't mind at all, even a little happy. Just as he was thinking about it, two beautiful figures walked out of the cabin and immediately attracted everyone's attention. One of them is Dashki, needless to say, but the other one can be said to be extremely eye-catching. On the dark military cap, the gold-rimmed red brim sparkled. A scarlet rose cap badge is particularly eye-catching. The same oppressive black military uniform material looks particularly tough. The dark red epaulets, crimson ribbons, and complicated craftsmanship fully reflect its beauty in this military uniform. There is a silver-gray sharp blade badge on the chest, which is handsome and casual, and there is a scarlet ribbon on the military trousers. The long military boots made a loud sound, the leather was shiny, and dazzling metal craftsmanship was displayed on these military boots, even the soles had withered flowers. The dark cloak looked extremely heavy, with a bloody "Justice" written on its back. This extremely oppressive and intimidating military uniform looked completely out of place on the young and tender body of Mary. Smoker looked at Mary walking towards him silently with solid and powerful steps, and he felt as if he was facing the oppression of a superior officer. This military uniform was prepared before she joined the army? This process is a bit too sophisticated. Wait a minute. Smoker was startled and broke free from this dazed state. Without enough time to look at Mary, he immediately looked at the people around him. As expected, most of the navy looked at Mary with fascination, and Dashki also looked at her blankly. "Is this your ability, Mary?" With a look in his eyes, Smoker asked Mary. Mary stopped and said non-committally, "Probably. Indeed, this is the effect caused by the power of the fruit of desire, inducing idolatry and lust in others. This can be regarded as a small experiment conducted by Mary on the fruits of her desire. But I say probably so because it is not only the effect of the desire fruit, but also the effect of this military uniform." Click on the character profile. Name: Mary Vinicius. Gender: female. Physical status: infant. Locked: twins. Locked. Note: twins, soul and body are not from the same source. You can consume 2 devil fruits in this state. Physical fitness 8, standard physical fitness value for adult males 10, skill: cooking level B, the level that can become a canteen chef. Return of life: blood shower, you can control your own blood. When your own blood leaves the body for more than half an hour, you cannot control it. The control priority is higher than the blood fruit. Fruit ability: fruit of life, fruit of desire, current development direction, lustful charm, can arouse other people's possessiveness and lust, and the side effect is that it will gradually change the appearance of the body. Idol worship, arouse the worshipper mentality of others. Props: rainbow level unique set, dark justice, heart of blood slaughter, the ruby necklace allows the owner to block the discomfort caused by killing and bloody scenes. Justice, military uniform, greatly improves one's deterrence ability and strengthens one's ability to influence others mentally. It will not be stained by dirt, water or fire, and will recover on its own after damage. Twilight saber, the sharpness and toughness are at the level of a famous sword. No wonder, this mission to join the navy is probably the main mission, and the reward of rainbow level items is pretty good. It didn't make her skyrocket, but it still fit her well, especially the bloody heart. Mary, who lives in a healthy environment, has an instinctive rejection of murder. She relies on this device to block the nausea caused by murder. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so calm when she saw Smoker. But this feeling is weird and bad, but very useful. Mary felt secretly in her heart, "I will recommend you to take a job in the headquarters. It just so happens that a lieutenant general of the headquarters is working in Donghai recently. You can wait for him in Rog Town and I will help you contact him." Smoker didn't think too much about the origin of this outfit. After all, every navy has its own secrets, and it is difficult to delve into its fruit capabilities. Although this appearance is a bit strange, but he, Smoker, is still not qualified to say this. Do more battles. Your strength is not bad. Well, I just happen to be training with these new recruits. If you encounter pirates, take more action. Although Smoker is quite irritable, he is still very good to his subordinates. Now that he had made up his mind to send Mary to the top, he would try his best to create opportunities for her. After all, he, Smoker, is the one he likes, and Smoker doesn't want her to waste time on this little piece of land in the East China Sea. Understood. Mary accepted happily. Smoker nodded and turned away from looking at her. Go back and have a good rest. You will have to fight several tough battles before returning to Rog Town. Just what I wanted. Mary raised her eyebrows, feeling a little excited. Dashki, I'm going to your room to rest. Mary smiled and said hello to Dusky, then rushed into the cabin. Hello. Dashki was stunned for a moment, and was about to say something when Smoker stopped him. Dassie Chi, I'm sorry to bother you. I didn't consider this situation when I came out this time. There are no extra rooms. You are the only female soldier on the ship, so I can only trouble you. Smoker said, a little embarrassed. To be honest, he also felt that it was a bit inappropriate to put a harmless girl like Dashki together with that killer star. Yes. Dashki looked struggling. Mary quickly ran back to the cabin. The main reason why she kills so hard is because she wants to clear up the PT. The more terrifying the killing, the more fear it brings to the enemy, and the more PT you get. Of course, this method of intimidation is actually a bit low-key, but there is no way, the strength does not allow it, and no matter how many thoughts you have in your mind, it will not help. But now, the PT that I have worked hard to get is to buy. This kind of shopping moment is the most exciting. Open the system and the number of PTS is displayed. The enemy fears PT 536, the ally fears PT 124, and the limit is PT 50. In other words, you can redeem 1 green item and 3 white items. Sitting on the big soft bed, Mary began to browse the products that could be redeemed at the exchange office. People are afraid of PT Exchange Office's Wisdom Color Haki Strengthening Element, Armed Color Haki Strengthening Element, Overlord Color Haki Strengthening Element, Breathing Method, Blood Damage, Life Return Lion Hair. Enemy Fear PT Exchange Office Sword Rain Experience Card, Dark Fruit Experience Card, Flowing Blade Like Fire, Sidian Zana, Body Reshaping Base Fluid, Philosopher's Stone, Bailey. Alliance Fear PT Exchange Office Moko Botmo, Sage Mode, Time Pause, Dark Fruit, Limited PT Exchange Office Kill Ash Bones, Death Eye, Fantasy Killer, Red Dragon Bloodline. After taking a general look, Mary also had a general understanding of the items that different PTS could redeem. Enemy Fear PTS can be exchanged for various skill experience cards and various props. Alliance Fear PTS are items that can be directly exchanged for skills or can bring skills. People's Fear PT can be exchanged for various physical enhancements. The most difficult to obtain limited PT is that it can be exchanged for the modification of body parts. In other words, do you need to make a development plan in the future so that you can brush the required PTS in a targeted manner? Of course, there is another development, which is to regard yourself as the embodiment of terror and brush PTS indiscriminately. For a Mary who used to live in modern society, this is still a bit difficult. But this is still a matter for the future, so there is no need to worry too much now. For now, let's see what we can exchange for. Open the enemy's Fear PT and screen out the green redeemable items. With a glance, Mary chose Body Reshaping Base Fluid, good, almost without hesitation. To be honest, she doesn't like green items very much. It is not as affordable as white items, and it does not want to be more powerful as it is used at higher levels. It can be used for temporary needs, but this is a bit wasteful for PT. But Body Reshaping Fluid is something special. It can transform the body's qualifications and increase Mary's upper limit of development. This thing can be said to be the most cost-effective among low-level items. After the exchange was completed, a tube of blue reagent appeared in Mary's hand. Instead of injecting it immediately, she put it back into the system. Things that are extracted from the system can be put back into the system for storage. Otherwise, what is the purpose of the inventory? The reason for not injecting immediately is also very simple. There is no place to take a bath to cool down. Even if she is no longer unhappy, she is still a young girl physically. She is running around in front of her colleagues with a steamy face and a flushed face. She is not so thick-skinned. Well, having said that, even if she were a boy, she might not be able to have such a big heart. After finishing this, Mary looked at the white items of the Alliance PT. These skills, white skills, are basically not powerful skills. Most of them are non-combat skills like cooking, singing, and painting. However, as an old otaku, Mary has quite a lot of experience in games like developing genres. She knows that some seemingly inconspicuous skills can sometimes be of great use. Therefore, she did not immediately close the exchange office to stock up on PTS, but thought about it carefully. After a long time, Mary determined that she must acquire 2 skills. Click Redeem. Obtained X level in performance and X level in speech. The life she has lived in modern society for so many years has determined that it is difficult for her to be extremely vicious, and the PT she can obtain in this way will be greatly reduced. With an X level in performance, her shortcoming of not being vicious enough has been made up for. As for the speech that was rated as X, she had her own plans. Although Mary can't leave the Navy now, she can't continue to be a dog for the Celestial Dragons in exchange for X-level speeches. Maybe she can use it in the future. Just save it first. After finishing the selection of Alliance PTS, she turned her eyes to the last one, directly transforming the body. This is much more expensive than acquiring skills and the like. It means more expensive. After all, limited PT is hard to get. She was thinking whether to change it directly, save it and not change it, or draw cards and try her luck. Smoke it. Mary's hands were itchy. She had never been the kind of person who could stand still, but she doesn't like most of the white body and blood. After all, things like separation of families, inferior vampires, etc. are of no use. Just throw it away in a lottery. If it is empty, it will be treated as if it were your destiny. White is considered fate. If it is white or above, it means you are very lucky. Each exchange office has corresponding lottery tickets. The 3 Fear PTS are interoperable, but the limited PTS are independent. After deciding to draw a lottery, Mary no longer hesitated and quickly bought the lottery tickets, then closed her eyes and prayed. Zheng, a green light came into view. Today's explosion rate is so high. Mary looked at the green light in front of her and sighed. Although it is only green, it is equivalent to a 10-fold increase in value. This wave of gambling is a profitable one. Empty loses blood, white loses nothing, green gains blood, and this is how it is when drawing cards. Evil Eye, you can use your physical strength to summon the demonic flames. Pretty simple explanation. It's a bit familiar. I remember this as Fei Ying's talent. Mastering the demonic flames also has some uses. The temperature of the devil's flame must be very high. Maybe it can be used to restrain those with natural fruit abilities. For example, when fighting Smoker, a knife with demonic flames might be able to hurt him. Choose accept. At this time, Mary felt a numbness on her forehead. Aha! Mary cursed secretly. Damn it, I forgot that this evil eye is the third eye. The members of the Three-Eyed Clan are happy to add one, and they may be able to talk to Bryn very well. Mary guessed with some malice in her heart. This feeling didn't last long. When the change was over, Mary opened the evil eye on her forehead. It's a strange feeling. The field of view of 3 eyes is completely different from that of 2 eyes. This still requires some adaptation time, but how will I explain it to Smoker later? Mary began to have a headache again about the aftermath. The Three-Eyed Tribe is a race on the Great Line. A talented Three-Eyed Tribe appears inexplicably in the East China Sea, which will inevitably attract a certain amount of attention, and may also attract CP attention. Although this possibility is unlikely, Mary, who currently does not have enough strength, does not want to get into so much trouble. I can only cover it with a military hat. I didn't think carefully at the beginning. I must learn a lesson next time. Mary pressed the brim of the military cap, found a mirror in Dusky's room, took care of it carefully, confirmed that outsiders could not see the evil eye, and remembered the approximate location of the military cap, and then felt relieved. Next, let's find a place to inject this potion. The body reshaping base fluid, good, can be used on the body 10 times. It will also improve a certain bone each time. It is estimated that the impact will be greater than the inferior version. After walking out of the room, Mary looked around and immediately flew forward and grabbed a Navy soldier. The Navy soldier was also startled and almost flew out with Mary. Damn, 8 points of physical fitness. Mary felt embarrassed. May I ask, where is the bathroom? There is still a place to wash the body on a warship. Otherwise, during long-term operations at sea, the odor of the body alone can detract from the morale of the military. Go along this road and turn left at the end, go down 1 level, and go towards the boiler room. There is a room with a door number hanging a towel. That's it. The soldier didn't care too much and pointed it out to Mary carelessly. Okay, thanks. After thanking her casually, Mary quickly ran to the bathroom. Crack. Opening, closing, and locking can be done in one go. If she faints again, I'm really sorry. Soldiers who are in a hurry to go to the toilet blame this dog system. So thought the unscrupulous Mary. Take off all clothing to prevent it from getting wet. Although the uniform of pitch black justice states that it will not be contaminated by moisture, Mary herself is still a little concerned about it. Mary looked at her body and sighed. Young, too young. The kind who want nothing, not even height. So much so that Mary was completely unable to move her body, even though he was a great magician in his previous life. An ordinary office worker who has been single for 30 years. Of course, the heart of blood slaughter may also have played a role. Mary shook her head, put aside these useless thoughts, seized the moment, and decisively injected the liquid into her arm. She was not so stupid this time, and she stabbed her waist again. A very familiar feeling of discomfort, but this time Mary couldn't pass out. This little pain. Mary was helpless. Come to think of it, anyone who has experienced the pain of having their brain cut open and being beheaded directly will turn a blind eye to such pain. But in just a few seconds, Mary began to doubt life. God, let me faint from the pain. Otherwise, I will be burned to death. The long and torturous time of reinvention passed. When the wonderful feeling of melting and forging in her body was completely over, Mary couldn't wait to take a shower and wash her body clean. It's white and tender again. He grabbed his forearm, and the tender flesh bounced back. Less than half a day ago, this was a sallow-looking, thin, malnourished kid. If you look at it now, you may not even recognize it as the same person. Mary looked at her reflection on the remaining water and complained in her heart. After getting dressed in a hurry, Mary opened the door gently, checked that no one was around, then fled away as fast as she could, and ran back to Dusky's room. The high temperature in the bathroom has not completely dissipated. If someone happened to hit her, it would be too troublesome for Mary to explain. Returning to the room and sitting down on the bed, Mary checked her panel properties again. Physical fitness, 15. It's so touching. Mary raised her forehead in emotion, finally better than normal people. Finally, instead of passively being beaten, he could fight back with a surge of blood. I was finally able to flop like a salted fish twice. Mary was touched. It's still not good to be beaten passively. You still have to exercise. Mary is a bit autistic. Why can't the system directly improve my physical fitness? You still have to exercise on your own. Look at other people's systems. Aren't basic panel attributes like physical fitness all given away? Gan. Complaints being complained, Mary seriously asked where the training room was, and then took the time to exercise. Although life return and blood shower are quite powerful, if you keep passively taking beatings with your physical skills, you will inevitably be underestimated. Not to mention that physical skills can crush ordinary people, but at least it is absolutely impossible to be crushed against miscellaneous soldiers. There are many naval soldiers in the training room. In addition to being on duty, most naval soldiers will choose to train or sleep to rest and recharge their batteries. Smoker often goes to the training room to train. In his words, he leads by example. His soldiers must always maintain a strong spirit, and for this reason, he has to take the lead in training. Although his Bosozu appearance was very unconvincing, after a few days of getting along with him, Mary still preferred Smoker's temperament. Although he is violent, he is surprisingly masculine. Although he is serious, his emotional intelligence is not particularly low. At least many sailors, including Dashki, are quite convinced of him. Occasionally, Mary would go to Smoker to spar, mainly because other people couldn't fight with her. Mary was crushed before the bleeding, and was crushed by Mary after the bleeding. After several beatings, Mary felt bored. There is no improvement. So it was still time to fight Smoker. Smoker did not use natural abilities, but only used physical skills to fight Mary. This gave Mary a deeper understanding of blood control. A month passed quietly. So far, Mary has lost all her games against Smoker. Moreover, Smoker has never used the ability of the smoke fruit, while Mary has even used the ability of the desire fruit. Pang! In the training ground, Smoker moved around with quick steps, nimbly avoiding all the bloody knives, and approached Mary with lightning speed, hitting Mary's abdomen with one blow and 10 hands. Cough! Mary was severely injured and flew backwards, blood spurting from her mouth. But Smoker didn't make any move, and still stepped back vigilantly. Many battles during this period have given Smoker a certain understanding of Mary. To put it simply, a very dangerous sandbag. Here we go again, this little girl is really durable. On the edge of the training field, some Navy soldiers who were also training looked at the battle here from time to time. Yeah, it's like she can't die. Many times I felt like she was going to be beaten to death, but then she came back to life in a few seconds. How tenacious is this guy's vitality? On the other side, a Navy man who once penetrated Mary's body was so frightened, and then was happily chopped up by Mary's bloody knife, complained like this. Can we fight again? Smoker? Mary gasped and said to Smoker. As long as you are willing, Smoker said helplessly. During this period, Smoker regretted coming to the training ground several times. Smoker has been obsessed with Mary since his first fight with her, almost from morning to night without stopping. At first, Smoker was worried about hitting Mary too hard and accidentally hurting Mary. Now Smoker is thinking about how to make Mary die more happily. Damn it, what's going on when your waist is broken and you can put it back together? Smoker once suspected that this guy was not human at all, and her physical strength is always so abundant. This kind of battle lasted for a month, and even he was a little bit too much. Mary still looked like she was enjoying it. Unlike the helpless mood in Smoker's heart, Mary could be said to be quite happy at this time. The rewards from fighting Smoker can be said to be quite large. In just 1 month, her physical fitness increased to 85 through high-intensity confrontation and regeneration, which was already higher than that of ordinary naval soldiers. The benefits brought by the transformation of the body's bones are quite obvious. Her 1 month of exercise has surpassed the years of hard work of ordinary people. Moreover, during the crazy suicidal confrontation, she also acquired two basic skills, namely swordsmanship and taijutsu, both of which are one of the basic skills and have high potential for future development. The main reason is that after Mary's research this month, she has roughly figured out the routine of the system exchange office. It will only help improve in most cases, but the prerequisite is that there is a foundation. For example, domineering can help improve, but it will not help open. After opening up the basic skills of swordsmanship and physical skills, your skills will improve much faster in the future. The biggest gain in this month is the development of fruit abilities. Mary can already absorb the vitality of animals through the fruit of life, and she can engage in crazy suicidal fights. The biggest contributor is the cook on the ship. Thank you to him for catching so many fish every day, otherwise Mary's vitality will definitely not be enough. Moreover, she can use the fruit of desire to react on herself, arouse her own desires such as murderous intent, and strengthen her fighting ability. Mary also discovered this thing by accident. Therefore, the development of devil fruit abilities depends entirely on imagination. Come on, keep going, Mary shouted excitedly. In just a few seconds, the injury that would have kept an average person unable to get out of bed for half a month had healed. Smoker held his forehead with a headache. At this moment, a Navy soldier broke into the training room. When he saw Smoker, he immediately stood up and saluted. Report to the colonel that a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Smoker raised his eyebrows slightly. Finally, I have a reason to get away. Good. Whoosh. Before Smoker finished speaking, a dark figure flashed past him. Smoker chewed his cigar. This guy. Mary couldn't control Smoker's current mood. She was already excited. In the past month, except for the bloody scene in the first duel with others, which made her gain a lot of allies, after everyone got used to it, he no longer had any allies. The pirates coming now, for Mary. For a moment, the ship fell into an eerie silence. This was the first time for Dusky to see Mary's cruel methods, and she was so frightened that she could not speak. And Gray, are you angry? Mary frowned slightly. Enemy fear PT. Not increased? Could it be said that it has been overdone? Mary's original intention was to harvest fear PT by creating a terrifying image or a bloody scene, but now it seems that something went wrong. Damn guy. While Mary was thinking about the reason, a low roar suddenly sounded in her ears. Mary's heart skipped a beat, and when she came to her senses, a silver-gray iron whip had already hit her eyes. Pang! Mary's head exploded. Mary! Dashki, who came back to her senses, screamed when she saw the scene in front of her. Her hand movements suddenly became fierce, stabbing and slashing rapidly. Gray's anger surged, and the iron whip in his hand enveloped the entire deck like a flying dragon, dancing out phantoms that are difficult to see clearly. Even though Dashki tried her best, she was still overwhelmed. I'm really sorry for you with this bounty. Gray and Dusky were fighting fiercely when they suddenly heard a creepy sound coming from behind. Varied. Before Gray could finish speaking, he felt a chill coming from the back of his neck. She subconsciously flew out of the way. The next moment, a trace of blood flashed in midair. The response has been good. Mary looked at Gray with a sullen face. Mary's body has a basic gift, twins. Her soul and body are separate, and the soul is not dependent on the body. Even if the brain is destroyed, consciousness remains. Consciousness maintains the system and the ability of the devil fruit. Even if you are headshot, the ability to continue the battle can still play a role. The superhuman devil fruit's ability disappears once the user loses consciousness. But every time she thought about the scene where she was shot in the head just now, Mary couldn't help but feel scared. Because no matter what, she didn't dare to bet that she could regenerate under any circumstances. What if she is unable to use her devil fruit abilities after being shot in the head? Then wouldn't she just die? Fortunately, although it was not what she wanted, at least she now knew that as long as the body did not evaporate instantly and the devil fruit ability carrier disappeared directly, no matter how terrible the injury was, it could be recovered with the power of the life fruit. But even so, Mary was now filled with anger. This was the first battle, and he suffered such a big loss. As a time traveler, Mary felt that she was completely humiliated. She looked terribly dark. There was no PT to grind, and you gave me a headshot. You are really capable. Gray didn't understand what Mary was talking about, but she felt the overwhelming murderous intent in Mary. However, she was not afraid at all. The steel whip in his hand hit the deck quickly, causing the pirate ship to explode everywhere and sawdust flying everywhere. Mary narrowed her eyes slightly and shouted to Dashki, who was moving around in the steel whip. Dasakai, tell those soldiers to retreat. Ask Smoker for help. Lines of blood flew up and turned into blood snakes to wrap around Gray. Damn it, how on earth was this bounty determined? Is this the strength that a million-level bounty pirate should have? The physical skills of Gray in front of her are definitely the second strongest that Mary has ever encountered. Among the people she has met so far, she is probably second only to Smoker, and not even close. Much higher than Mary and Dusky now. Clear. Dashki also understood in her heart, so she exited, quickly stepped onto the boat she came on, and quickly rushed towards the warship that was still slowly approaching in the distance. Watching the Navy's soldiers go away, Mary chuckled, turned around, and said with murderous intent on her face, "The next thing is one-on-one between the two of us." Mary's tone was solemn. Gray didn't reply, just threw the whip out of his hand. The blood in the air condensed into a blood prison and covered Mary, resisting Gray's bombardment, and then turned into swords and slashed at Gray from all angles. Gray's whip danced so tightly that it was difficult for the bloody blade to penetrate even an inch. This delicate balance was broken in the next moment. A black flame suddenly burned on Mary's body. She drew her saber, and the blade was also burning with dark flames. "Try high eyes flames," Mary murmured, leaning forward. The saber in his hand slashed continuously. Gray used the iron whip to block, but at the moment of handover, she flinched and jumped away. However, Mary stepped forward without mercy and charged towards Gray with her body covered in flames. Gray's scalp was numb and he kept jumping away to avoid Mary's attacks. This ability to regenerate, and this temperature of fire, what kind of devil fruit are you? Gray shouted as he ran away. Just a little bit of the flame caused a large chunk of her whip to instantly turn into molten iron. Once this temperature touched her body, she would probably be left with nothing but charred bones in the blink of an eye. This is the fruit that will send you to hell. Mary wouldn't explain it to her, and it wouldn't make sense. Just have sex with her, Gray wouldn't believe her anyway. After several exchanges, Gray stood on the mast and looked down at Mary. Mary also stopped what she was doing and looked at her coldly. "What? Stop fighting?" Mary raised her eyebrows and said. Gray looked at Mary, pulled his whip, and smiled slightly. "No, I'm just thinking that you don't seem to have much experience in life and death battles. Your ability to seize the opportunity is too poor." Gray didn't panic at this time and looked at Mary leisurely. Mary felt bad. When you feel something in your heart, you no longer think about other things. She made a prompt decision and cut off the mast with one knife, intending to kill Gray directly to prevent a long night of nightmares. At this moment, alarm bells started ringing in Mary's mind. Late. Gray tried his best, and the steel whip in his hand struck out at an unimaginable speed. But the target is not Mary, but pirate ship. Oops. Mary was shocked. The newly ignited flames burned the pirate ship completely, and the long battle just now caused huge damage to the hull structure. At this moment, there was a blow directed at the ship. Before Mary could even stop it, the steel whip smashed the main structure of the ship. Rumble. A deafening sound came and the pirate ship fell apart. The charred remains crumbled into powder, causing Mary to lose her footing and fall into the sea. Pyrobowan factors take effect in the blink of an eye. Mary's whole body immediately softened, and even the strength to activate the return of life disappeared. In the sea, devil fruit users cannot actively use the fruit's abilities, and their bodies will become weak. The flames of the demon world require physical strength to maintain, and Mary lost all her abilities the moment she fell into the sea. Without strength, it is impossible to activate life return and demonic fire. And the most important thing is, the life fruit ability cannot be activated. Unlike the fruit of desire, the fruit of destiny's ability is expressed in the same passive form, but essentially requires Mary to take the initiative to mobilize the vitality stored in her body. Falling into the sea is equivalent to sealing off her fruit ability to a large extent. The Death Star shone brightly. Mary looked at Gray falling from the sky. Her heart was shocked, but her body refused to obey her orders. Too little combat experience and too green to face these veterans at sea, Mary actually forgot such a huge weakness. Mary only realized that if she fell into the sea, she would be unable to use the power of the fruit of life. But she didn't realize at all that once she fell into the sea, the endless physical strength brought by the ability of the life fruit would also disappear, and neither the life return nor the devil's flame could be activated. With just such an oversight, she became meat on the eucalyptus board and could only watch helplessly as death approached. "Go to hell!" Gray roared and smashed the steel whip down. Mary's eyes were splitting as she stared at the rapidly enlarging steel whip in her field of vision. Time seemed to slow down extremely slowly, and death slowly came. "It's really embarrassing." "Smord!" Mary shouted with her last breath. In a flash, the situation reversed. "White fist!" A hoarse and thick voice sounded loudly, and the vast smoke was as fast as lightning, hitting Gray like a mountain. Gray's body suddenly flew dozens of meters upside down like a kite with a broken string. In a matter of seconds, Smoker's body flew over Mary like an arrow, flying in white smoke, flying away from the dust, approaching Gray who was flying backwards. "White man!" Smoker's arms turned into smoke, and then he turned the smoked arms into spiral columns of smoke and extended the smoke limbs to catch Gray in the air. Random Smoker pulled her close and hit Gray in the abdomen with one blow, causing her to vomit blood instantly. At last, White fist. The smoke expanded again, and Gray was thrown into the sea with one punch, unable to get up again. At this point, it was less than 5 seconds from Smoker's attack to Gray losing consciousness. All waves are over. Mary was a little confused looking at the neat and clean Smoker. White Hunter, is he so powerful? At the same time, Mary felt a pair of hands supporting herself and lifting herself up to the sea. Mary turned around and saw that it was Dusky who was diving into the water to fish her out. She dragged Mary to the Navy ship. As soon as she got out of the sea, Mary immediately started flopping and moved as far away from the sea as possible. At this time, Smoker also turned into a physical entity again and landed on the deck. Taking a deep breath from his cigar, he said, "Go get Gray out." Several sailors swam out to sea to fish for people. Mary was lying on her back on the boat, looking at the sky and breathing heavily. "Are you okay?" Smoker asked, looking at Mary. Mary gasped and said nothing. Smoker didn't care about this and said, "It's fine. Don't worry. This is your first battle on the sea, right?" Smoker tapped his hands and thought about his first battle. "That's pretty good. Your mistake is a common problem among most devil fruit users. Learn from it and don't make it again next time." Mary looked up to the sky and sighed. No road race. Smoker rolled his eyes, feeling as if he had done something unnecessary. After Mary sighed, she turned over and twisted her neck. "I'm going back to my room first." She scratched her head and said in a depressed mood. Smoker nodded and watched Mary go back. "Were you hit?" However, taking a hit isn't necessarily a bad thing. It now appears that her immortality and endless physical strength come from devil fruits. It is much better to discover the problem this time than to be discovered in the future when there is a life and death battle with no one to support. This is exactly what Smoker was thinking about. As a modern person, Mary cannot accept her own failure. After all, you have to be exhausted a few times. As an ordinary person in her previous life, she faced countless obstacles in her life, but she survived them all. One or two failures will not affect her. At most, it will make her feel that she is a little better than her predecessors who traveled from all walks of life. She reflected on her mistakes this time: misestimation of local combat capabilities, overconfidence in her own abilities, and lack of control over the timing of the battle. The most important thing is that he is too easily swayed by emotions, and when he gets angry, Gray leads him away. Being able to reflect means that Mary is not unable to accept this failure. What really made Mary feel bad was that the PT harvested this time was much less than she expected. "This seriously affected my plans." Due to Gray's outbreak, Mary asked Dusky to prevent the Navy from approaching, and almost all the Alliance's fear PTS were lost. And he went too far, causing the anger in Gray's heart to overwhelm the fear, which also cost him a lot of enemy fear PTS. This made her quite unhappy. However, she had gained something, and Mary still planned to exchange it for physical goods as soon as possible. The shortcomings exposed this time were too great, and she wanted to find ways to make up for them as much as possible. The first is the close combat capability. Mary planned to exchange for some physical or swordsmanship items so that she would not be unable to fight back when others approached her. "I originally wanted to collect PT for a while in exchange for a big one in one go, but now it seems that this is not feasible. Having maintained this level of combat power, whether there is an increase in PT capabilities in the Grand Line is a big question. In comparison, immediately think of ways to improve your real-time combat capabilities and keep snowballing. Even if the ability redeemed now has no effect in the future, the resources brought by PT with the help of the early advantage may be able to completely offset this part of the loss." After all, it was this time that made Mary sober up. Her mind has never turned away from the comic plot she saw in her previous life. She never realized that this was a world of life and death fights, not a world in the comics where no one could be killed no matter how hard she fought. Dashki's physical skills, which were not shown in the original work, are actually not weak at all, and Smoker, who suffered defeats again and again 2 years later, is still considered a top-notch strongman. This time Gray gave her a wake-up call. Returning to Dusky's room, sitting back on the bed, Mary clicked on the exchange desk and rummaged around. If the enemy PT exceeds 1,000, it can be exchanged for an orange item. The Alliance PT is not enough, only over 100. If that Gray wasn't so powerful, the Alliance PT should be able to gain a lot. It's a pity. Mary had a headache. Alliance PTS exchange skills, while local PTS exchange items. Speaking of which, Alliance PT is actually more important. After browsing for a moment, Mary redeemed an orange item. Kill with one strike? Murasame forged. Forging means forging the weapon's special technology into an existing weapon. The poison that kills with one strike is quite terrifying. There are too many tenacious monsters in the world of One Piece, and they can easily be overturned if they are consumed. If the poison that kills with one strike is powerful enough, the impact of the enemy's powerful vitality on the battle situation will be almost offset. After all, in the original world, Murasame was a weapon that could kill people with just a scratch. Next is the use of Alliance PTS, which will cause another headache this time. What can I exchange for 100 PT? They are just 2 daily skills. There is no improvement in combat power. As for the lottery, Mary will ask for stability now, and the uncertainty of taking it into a lottery is too great. Looking through it, Mary saw a special gadget. Alliance Task List. Unlock a task. After completing the task, you will receive 500 Alliance Fear Point. PS. It is possible to obtain a small amount of limited PT. Well, there's nothing to exchange for 100 PT, so just do a quest. Exchange. A red dot appeared on the task panel, and Mary checked it directly. Alliance Mission Swordsmanship Instruction. Upgrade swordsmanship skill level to D level. Improve your swordsmanship? Mary's eyes narrowed. Speaking of swordsmanship learning, it seems that they are going to persecute the cute little Dashki again. Learn swordsmanship from me? Dusky was stunned for a moment when he heard Mary's words. Mary nodded. Well, I'm not good at close combat. I'm too far behind Smoker to learn physical skills. After all, you know Smoker can't teach others. So I plan to learn swordsmanship from you, Mary said seriously. Hey, who doesn't know how to teach others? Most people don't know how to teach your life-threatening fighting style, okay? Smoker was exercising on the side, and when he heard Mary complaining about him, he retorted a little unhappily. Then you are a natural type, so your fighting is different from others, right? Didn't you learn it in the same way? Mary glanced at Smoker. Smoker raised his eyebrows but said nothing. Nonsense, his teacher is Zifa. Based on this comparison, Smog really doesn't know how to teach. Mary saw that Smoker was minding his own training and stopped pestering him. Instead, he picked up the 2 wooden swords beside the training ground and handed one to Dashki. Come on, Dusky, come and fight me. Mary became serious. Dashki could only be forced to pick up the sword and look at Mary. Okay. After sighing in confusion, Dashki could only take a breath, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. I'm on it. Snapped. The sound of wooden swords clashing constantly came from the training ground. Time flies so fast. 2 months passed before I knew it. During these 2 months, Mary began to do physical exercises when she woke up in the morning. Then I spent the whole morning with Dashki. After lunch, I went to fight with Smoker until dinner in the evening. After dinner, Mary began to exercise on her own again. This training method lasted for more than 2 months, and Mary also independently captured 4 pirate groups, killing 3 million level pirates and 1 10 million level pirate. It can be said that if Mary at this time went back to 2 months ago and faced Grey again, she would never be overturned again. Now that Mary has some combat experience, she will no longer make stupid mistakes. Current physical fitness 516, which has surpassed Dusky, but is still far behind Smoker. After being beaten for 2 months, Mary estimated that Dashki's physical fitness was around 400 and Smoker's physical fitness was around 1500. The improvement in physical fitness seems to be non-linear, and Mary needs more data to estimate. What is ironic is that since his physical fitness gradually surpassed that of Dashki, the improvement of his swordsmanship through sparring with Dashki became smaller and smaller, and was negligible. As a result, 2 months later, Mary's physical skills improved to D due to constant beatings, but her swordsmanship still remained at E level. Fortunately, multiple pirate groups were killed without incident, allowing Mary to gain a lot of fear from allies and enemies. When she had enough strength, Mary did not exchange for too many useless things, but chose to use them when necessary for any mission. Months of sailing finally came to an end. Smoker finished his military training and returned a few days ago. Now, Rogue Town is in sight. Mary had a rare day off today. She was sitting on the railing along the boat in a very good mood, watching the town of Rogue gradually appearing on the sea level in the distance. As the sun sets, the rose-colored sunlight spreads on the sea, shining like gold. Smoker smoked his signature cigar and walked behind Mary. Mary, when you arrive in Rogue Town, where do you plan to stay? Don't I need to live in Navy quarters? Smoker took off his cigar, came forward, stood beside Mary, held onto the railing and said, if you want to be a local bully with me in Rogue Town, of course I will arrange for you to live in the Navy dormitory. But you have not been in Rogue Town for a long time, and I have already contacted a lieutenant general of the headquarters. He will not be here for long. It will pass through Rogue Town and take you to Malinfando. In other words, I'm just staying here for a while? Indeed, and strictly speaking, you are not actually in the Navy. I have not entered you into the Navy sequence in Rogue Town. You have to wait until you go to the headquarters and join the recruit camp to officially join the Navy. Smoker looked at Mary. In just a few months of getting along, the two of them have become quite familiar with each other. For Smoker, Mary's character can be said to be ridiculously bad. Compared with her, Smoker can be said to be a pure person. She is extremely cruel and uses all possible methods against pirates. The pirates who die under her hands are lucky to have their bodies intact. Most of the pirates' bones were shattered into pieces, and their internal organs were flying all over the sky. But having said that, Mary is still very reliable. As a comrade in arms, Mary can almost perfectly interpret what it means to be brave and fearless of death. After all, she will not die in the first place. With such a person opening the way, the battle will be much easier, and the morale of the Navy will be greatly improved. And although Mary's aura was quite cold and bloody, and her dark clothes made her look extremely heavy, but she is very pretty. Yes, she is really beautiful. Smoker didn't feel much at first, but over the past few months Mary seemed to be getting a little prettier every day. The facial features don't seem to have changed much, but they have become very, very beautiful. She was wearing a dark military uniform and a sharp military cap. Sitting on the railing, two little feet wearing long military boots were hanging in the air, revealing a naturally white face, pale eyebrows, a straight nose, pale red lips, and beautiful golden twin ponytails. There seemed to be bottomless emotions in Jing's eyes. Hi, who? Smoker looked at Mary and let out a long sigh. She reminded Smoker of Tina, and even Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit whom he had met once. And Mary's crazy progress during this period made him feel even more terrible. In just over 4 months, Mary went from being able to press and hit Smoker with physical skills, to a point where even Smoker's ability to use the smoke fruit could only be suppressed. Although Mary is really bad at physical skills, her devil fruit abilities are too weird. Coupled with the pitch-black flames, the smoke could not completely avoid Mary's harm. All in all, this speed of progress is unheard of. Maybe only the golden generation of the Navy, the generation of the current 3 generals, has such a monster. There is certainly a reason why Mary can progress so quickly. She exchanged a large amount of enemy fear PT for body reshaping base fluid, and both the bad and good levels have reached the upper limit. As for the higher grade orange grade premium body reshaping base fluid, Mary has only replaced 2 tubes so far. Only 1 tube has been used so far. Thanks to these body reshaping base fluids, Mary can now clearly feel the transformation of her talent. At least, she felt that crushing Smoker's talent shouldn't be a problem now. When you get to Rog Town, go find a place to live by yourself. If you need money, just go to the naval base in Rog Town and ask for it from Dashki. After Smoker finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to Mary and went to train on his own. Mary turned back quietly and looked at Smoker's retreating back. After a long time, Smoker's figure disappeared, and Mary whispered, "Thank you for taking care of me during this time." Arrive at Rog Town. After getting off the boat, Mary parted ways with Smoker and others, and abducted Dashki. "Hey, Mary, why did you drag me out?" Dusky stumbled and was led by Mary. "I'm not familiar with Rog Town. You take me around twice. Then when I find a place to live, you help me pay," Mary said confidently. Dashki looked up to the sky and sighed. After wandering around for a long time, Mary finally chose a hotel to live in. This hotel is very close to the place where Pirate King Roger was executed, and there is a huge flow of people. There are many tourists coming to watch, so the hotel charges and services are quite high. The Navy was reimbursing her anyway, and Mary didn't care how much it cost. After Dashki helped Mary pay with a grimace, Mary dragged Dashki upstairs and into her room. Mary, I have to go back to training. Mr. Smoker is still waiting for me," Dashki said to Mary with a troubled expression. She does not reject Mary. Although Mary's methods are indeed cruel, the cruelty to pirates is still within the acceptable range of Dusky. Mary closed the door and suddenly turned around and hugged Dusky. Dashki's body stiffened instantly, and her face turned red visibly, reaching her ears in a moment. Wait, Mary, you are, no." Before he finished speaking, a sharp pain came from the back of Dashki's neck. Dashki's body trembled and he suddenly lost consciousness. Thump! As soon as Mary let go, Dusky fell to the ground. Sure enough, if you directly inject an orange-level body reshaping base fluid without any preparation, you will almost faint. Mary scratched her head and said. Yes, Mary exchanged 2 tubes of remodeling base fluid, one of which was left for Dusky. During this period of getting along, Dashki has always been very tolerant of Mary. During the fight, Mary covered Dusky. But in other daily life, Dashki almost responded to Mary's requests and took care of Mary like an old mother. Mary accepted this love. And this base fluid is Mary's reward for Dusky. Mary doesn't have much money now, otherwise she would have to take Dashki with her. Smoker too. If there was a chance in the future, she would definitely repay the 2 people who took her out of Novice Village. Hey, maybe Dashki can really grow to the point of suppressing Sauron in the future. When the time comes, Sauron's performance will surely be very exciting after he was suppressed by Guyuna when he was a child and then suppressed by Dashki who looks exactly like Guyuna when he grows up. In the middle of the night, Dashki slowly woke up. Her mind is still a little confused. Half asleep, she felt a chill on her body. Dashki sat up suddenly and found that he was lying naked on the bed. She was shocked and quickly grabbed the quilt on one side and covered her chest. Just as she was panicking, Mary's calm voice came from the side. Yo, you're awake? How do you feel? Dashki's body trembled, and she quickly moved in the opposite direction of Mary, and said tremblingly, Mary, what did you do to me? Dashki asked with a trembling voice as her face turned red to the point of bleeding. Seeing Dashki's frightened little white rabbit look, Mary felt a sense of evil in her heart. With her X-level acting skills activated, Mary had a malicious and sinister smile on her face. What do you think, Dashki? Seeing this, Dashki rolled back almost subconsciously, and accidentally fell off the bed. Duan Alliance fear PT increased. Mary was stunned. Am I super? Can this also be increased? Mary felt like she had discovered a new world, but now is not the time to talk about that. She looked normal and ran to help Dashki. However, as soon as Dashki saw her coming, he was so frightened that he moved away desperately, and did not dare to put down the quilt in his hands, which seemed quite funny. Okay, Dashki, I'm joking with you. Mary smiled helplessly. You fainted suddenly, which shocked me. Then there was some smelly dirt on your body. I couldn't bear it, so I peeled it off and washed it for you. Mary swore that she didn't want to see Dusky's body. After all, after traveling through time for so long, I've already finished what I need to see. It's not like the Empress or Robin. Mary said it's okay. Really? Why did I lie to you? Then why did you hug me before? Mary, GG. It's over. I was just trying to make some excuses, but I couldn't explain it clearly. As expected. Mary, you. Dashki pointed at Mary with a look of shame and anger, but couldn't say anything for a long time, as if Mary had done something wrong. With a face as thick as Mary's, she also turned her head away a little embarrassed, escaping from Dusky's silent protest gaze. After all, it's really hard to explain. In short, I didn't do anything to you. Think about it carefully, Dashki. Do I look like the person who would do such a thing? Picture, double kill. Mary, I can't get up again. After some explanations that swore to heaven and earth, Dusky finally reluctantly believed that Mary did not do anything to her. She ran to the bathroom and put on her clothes in a panic before she appeared in front of Mary with a red face. Well, it's already dawn. Dusky, let's go for a walk on the street? Mary said with a heartless smile. I want to go back to the Navy to train. Dashki's voice was as thin as a mosquito's moan. What kind of training? It's okay. If Smoker comes to trouble you later, I will support you. Mary didn't care about this and took Dusky outside. Dashki followed out in confusion. As she was walking, she suddenly realized something. Well, Mary, what's wrong? You seem to be unable to defeat Smoker. No, I can beat him. But I can beat it. All right. Dusky and Mary were shopping around, and they visited almost all the fun places in Rog Town. For Mary, after more than 4 months floating on the sea, she saw a bustling town for the first time. The snack street, pedestrian street, playground, and other landscapes all evoked her thoughts in a rare way. Dassie Chi, have you been to these places before? After walking until mid-afternoon, Mary asked Dusky behind her. I've been here before. There are some places selling knives here. I've been here before. Dashki nodded and said, No, I just want to ask you, is there a place for afternoon tea here? Mary said with a playful smile. I've been walking all morning and half the afternoon, and I want to find a place to rest. Hearing this, Dashki scratched his head. Hey, but I usually only come out when I'm looking for famous swords. Afternoon tea or something, I don't know. It can be seen that Dashki is also a little embarrassed. Mary also scratched her head. Dashki is so innocent. Helpless, Mary could only change her target. Then, Dashki, take me to find some famous knife shops. I also want to find some famous knives. The next best thing was to find some famous swords. She could find some way to forge the famous sword into the Dusk Saber. Even if it doesn't work, you can try to buy it and give it to Dashki. Anyway, her expenses were reimbursed by the naval base, and Mary didn't feel anything wrong in spending the Navy's money to buy things for her own people. Hearing this, Dashki suddenly became excited. As long as the famous sword is mentioned, Dashki will be very happy. Let's go. Mary, I know a shop that has a great sharp knife. Saying this, Dashki led Mary on a familiar road. Mary also followed Dusky curiously. She has never seen the famous sword in this world. In the impression, Dashki has a Wasu, one of the 50 swordsmanship. I don't know when he got it, but it seems that he doesn't have it yet. The two of them talked as they walked. Mary, do you know? That sharp knife is very famous, Dashki said happily. Legend has it that the warriors who owned it died violently in the end, and it was called the demon sword. Mary raised an eyebrow. Demon knife? The sword forged in her hand is sure to kill with one strike, and it seems to be called a demon sword. But this story sounds familiar. Well, look, it's that store. Dashki pointed to a weapons store in the distance and trotted over. Mary also hurriedly caught up, thinking about where she had heard of this weapon, and asked, Dassie Chi, what's the name of that knife? The two stood at the door of the store. His eyes turned to the store. Mary's vagina instantly shrank to a pinpoint. That knife is called. Before she finished speaking, Mary turned into a black shadow, and like lightning, she stabbed a customer standing in the store with a knife. However, the customer also reacted quickly, reacting almost in the blink of an eye. He unsheathed his swords and turned around to block Mary's attack. Navy. The customer looked at Mary's dark military uniform and shouted uncertainly. Exactly. A playful smile appeared on Mary's face. This is our first meeting, please give me some advice. At this time, Dashki stared blankly at the changing situation in front of her, and said what she didn't have time to say. The third generation of Kaititsu, pirate hunter, Rorono Zoro. Mary shouted loudly, pressing the blade of the knife down in her hand. However, Soran's eyes narrowed and his sword shook, creating a little space. Then, he took advantage of this little gap and rolled to avoid Mary's slash. After Mary shattered the floor with her knife, she quickly pulled out the knife and pointed the blade directly at Zoro, who had just stood up beside him. The store owner was so frightened that he ran directly to the back hall. Dashki was stunned for a moment, then immediately pulled out the knife and stood beside Mary. Mary, what is this? Dashki asked in surprise. Straw Hat Pirates combatant, Rorono Zoro, Mary said, and then added, Dashki, you have to be careful, this guy's swordsmanship is better than yours. Yes, it was Zoro who appeared in this shop. Mary never expected that she would step into the main plot of One Piece so unexpectedly. Logically speaking, when Zoro purchased the third generation of Gite, Smoker and Dusky should have been stationed in Rog Town instead of training outside, but Mary ignored the butterfly effect she brought about. Due to her appearance, Smoker temporarily changes his plans. Originally, he only planned to randomly train troops overseas. After Mary appeared, Smoker planned to sing about the training time to give Mary a chance to earn military merit. It was the delays of these few months that caused the original timeline to deviate. Before, Mary was still thinking about when she would first come into contact with the protagonist group. Now, Mary was caught off guard by the sudden encounter. But it doesn't matter, she didn't intend to mess with the protagonist group too early. Almost all worlds have the so-called protagonist halo, and with Mary's current ability, she doesn't think she can touch the protagonist's halo. And if she really wants to take action against the Straw Hats, it means that Mary has to face the Revolutionary Army, Shanks, Whitebeard, Ace's relationship, and even some senior Navy officials at the same time. Hiss, can't afford to offend. Thinking of this, Mary decisively put away her knife and stood up straight. When Zoro saw this, he frowned and did not try to attack. Instead, he also put away his sword and stood up. You know me? Zoro asked. Yes, speaking of Mary, how do you know his identity? Dashki didn't realize who Soran was at first. The reason is also very simple. The Straw Hats have not been famous for a long time, and Dashki only knew that a new pirate group appeared on the sea, but she did not pay as much attention to these things as Smoker did. At most, she only knew that the captain of the Straw Hats was Luffy, and it was even less possible for her to know people like Zoro. Oh, this Zoro, I have seen him before. Mary said something casually, but strictly speaking, it was not wrong. However, when Duasaichi was speaking, Soran suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Duasaichi. His expression gradually changed from calm, to confusion, and then to shock. Gu Yuna. Saying that was all, Zoro seemed to be a little excited, and he took a few steps forward and wanted to pat Dashki on the shoulder. Mary was furious on the spot. Dusky is regarded by Mary as her own sister, so why would you allow a green algae-headed person like you to touch her casually? Are other people familiar with you? She stepped sideways and slapped Zoro's outstretched hand away, holding her hand on the knife to be on guard. Rorono, this is Rogue Town, what do you want to do to a marine? Well, although Mary's swordsmanship is not as good as her physical skills, the movements made in this way are more intimidating. However, Zoro is not a person who is afraid of trouble. When he sees a woman who is so similar to Gu Yuna, Zoro must ask clearly. Therefore, Zoro did not hesitate to assume a fighting stance. If I understand correctly, Mary looked at Soran, her expression getting colder. Are you threatening a navy in the East China Sea, where the navy is the strongest? Mary raised her eyebrows and said, do you think the navy in Rog Town will be like the naval base you encountered before, incapable of arresting you? With Mary's current strength, she doesn't know how she will fare against Soran. But in a horizontal comparison, Smoker in this time period can fight Luffy. Luffy and Zoro are about the same strength, while Mary and Smoker can fight a 28-80 split. Most of the time, they are actually inseparable. In other words, according to this stacking method, Mary will probably have an advantage when fighting Soran. Zoro hesitated and thought for a moment. But Soran is not someone who is easily subdued. He just calmed down his posture slightly, but his tone showed no intention of giving in. Sorry, I was too excited just now. But, Miss Navy, I have a very important question that I must ask this Miss Navy. Zoro raised the knife and said to Dusky, clear your identity, Zoro. You are a pirate. You have no right to make demands on us. Mary looked grim. I'm not arresting you now because it's rare to come out to play. I don't want to ruin the holiday. Is that so? Zoro saw that Mary had no intention of getting out of the way, so he had no choice but to tie the headscarf. Then I can only force you to get out of the way. Tisk, Mary pouted. This Zoro is really as stubborn as in the comics. Forget it, fight him twice and just show off. Mary thought Soran would retreat in spite of the difficulties. Although Mary is happy to see whether Dusky can defeat Soran in the future, she doesn't want Zoro and Dusky to interact prematurely. Soran's identity is not simple, and being related to him is not a blessing or a curse for Dusky. And with Dashki's appearance, as long as there is some communication with Soran, it is inevitable that the two will be related. Mary also wants to take good care of Dashki and make her her direct descendant in the future. He couldn't be abducted by Zoro in a short period of time. Just when Mary sighed and was about to let Dusky leave first, the system task panel suddenly turned red. Main mission, main plot, task description, forcefully intervene in the main plot. Task requirements, Stage 1, defeat Soran within 10 minutes and let him go, can be seriously injured. Phase 2 information not disclosed. Phase 3 information not disclosed. Task reward. Phase 1 open system new mechanism. Phase 2 information not disclosed. Phase 3 information not disclosed. Mary paused and her expression became complicated. Then there is nothing we can do, Soran-san. Mary secretly glanced at Zoro, who was completely unaware of the situation, and shook her head helplessly. Tasky, please leave here first, go find Smoker immediately, and explain to him that the Straw Hat Pirates have arrived in Rogtown. Mary ordered calmly. How about you? Dashki asked almost immediately. Me? Mary smiled confidently and said matter-of-factly, don't worry, I will catch up with you soon. Dusky looked at Mary seriously, and after confirming that she was not lying, he turned around and left decisively. Zoro, who was waiting on the side, frowned as he watched Dusky go away, and looked at Mary solemnly. Have you finally finished speaking? Then, suddenly, Zoro felt that the atmosphere had changed. His eyes sharpened in an instant, and Hideo Yaiwan unsheathed his sword, took up the three-sword style stance, and looked at Mary with a stern look. With a sullen face, Mary pulled out the saber from her waist and slowly pulled it on her neck. The intense pain that penetrated into her brain made Mary, who was playing a life and death game, unable to bear it and screamed out in pain. This scream made Zoro beside him feel very sad. What on earth are you? Ho. After a few seconds, the severe pain slowly disappeared. If it weren't for the life fruit, I really wouldn't dare to use this ability, she murmured quietly. Her weapon was forged into the Taigu's ability to kill Murasame with one strike, as well as its secret technique. Transform into a demon sword, abandon your identity as a human, and use the negative emotions of the undead under the sword to gain doubled speed and strength. This secret technique will cost a lot of life. After all, it must be infected with the poison from Murasame before it can be activated. For Mary, the loss of life was the most costless loss. But this first time she activated the secret skill, the consumption was still astonishing, draining 2/3 of her life force. This life deduction seems to be based on the proportion of physical fitness. This is the result of her daily absorption and preservation for 4 months. After this battle, you need to practice for a while. At least if you haven't accumulated enough vitality, you may really kill yourself if you use this trick easily. This secret skill is really terrifying. Speaking of which, the number of undead that I have contaminated is no less than that of Chi-Tong, right? Mary thought about her crazy killings in the past few months. Compared with the killings of Kaitan's killer organization, it seemed to be a bit insignificant. The increase in physical fitness has been very frightening. Several times of increase in speed and strength, reflected in physical fitness, is a geometric surge. In this state, her physical fitness has exceeded the 3,000 mark, doubling her estimate of Smoker's physical fitness. And this growth rate will continue to increase as she gets stronger. In other words, this is a future where the higher her basic physical fitness is, the more terrifying the bonuses will be. The price is just short-term weakness and the decline of immortality. Later, Mary activated her desire fruit ability. Arouse one's own murderous intention. A terrible feeling enveloped Zoro. He looked at Mary with slight surprise. Her aura completely changed into a different person. The monstrous murderous intention condensed into substance at this moment. Soran, who was under the greatest pressure, had his hair standing on end, and his beast-like instincts kept sending sharp alarms to him. You guy! Soran roared in horror. How many people have you killed? The smell of blood on you is so strong and disgusting. Are you really a Marine? This is probably the first time Mary has gone all out since she upgraded in all aspects. Limited time mission, time is tight. To be on the safe side, it is better to go all out. Who knows what will happen if he is dragged into a tug-of-war? His normal fighting method is to rely on his vitality and physical strength to compete with the enemy, and he is not very aggressive. But now that it's limited time, we can't afford it. Moreover, Mary also wanted to know what level she would be at now that she was using all her strength. The power of the life fruit combined with Murasame's demon sword transformation, the desire fruit is fully activated to arouse the murderous intention accumulated in the heart. This is a semi-limited skill, because Mary's own soul cannot withstand such a terrifying murder, so as Mary's soul gradually becomes stronger, the murderous intention released by Mary will gradually become stronger. It is Mary's unique overlord color. What Mary didn't know was that her murderous intent had already had a huge impact. Over Rog Town, clouds suddenly gathered and a cold wind howled. On the top of the clock tower, a man in a green cloak frowned and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to catch the invisible wind. Interesting. What Sauron saw when he faced Merry was even more astonishing. Behind Merry, there seemed to be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Scarlet mist filled the air from behind her, making the entire store covered in blood. His breath smelled like rust. Ha ha. Merry's eyes were scarlet. The murderous intention evoked by the desire fruit is absolute, and even Merry herself has difficulty controlling it after it is aroused. I can only maintain the basic sanity of cannot kill him. This strong killing intent will not increase one's physical fitness, but will greatly enhance one's reactions, aggression, and instinctive reflexes. At the same time, it can also act as a deterrent to opponents. Merry took out an ordinary samurai sword from the store. The next moment, Merry's figure disappeared. A flash of bright red flashed in the air, and Zorro didn't even realize what happened before he was slashed in the back. With a physical strength of more than 3,000, even the most ordinary accelerated attack is far beyond what Sauron can handle at this time. After being hit hard, he reacted quite promptly, rolled forward quickly to receive the blow, and turned towards the direction of the attack. However, almost at the same moment he completed this action, a cold breath came from behind. The next moment, the wound that had been cut off by Hawkeye was torn open again by the strong wind pressure. At the same time, a sharp blade penetrated his right chest. Between lightning and stone fire, Zorro's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked down, and the white and blood-stained sword blade came into his eyes. Ho! Ho! Zorro smiled miserably. The Navy of the East China Sea, do you think there are still such powerful swordsmen as you? Zorro seemed to want to turn his head to look at Merry with all his strength. Even if you want to kill me, you don't want to use your own weapons, just like that Hawkeye. Don't get me wrong, Rorano, I'm not looking down on you. Merry looked at Sauron with bright red eyes, and with the strange curse mark on her face, she looked particularly strange. It's just that I don't have the need to kill you. I'm different from other Marines. I won't kill pirates that I like. At this point, Merry grinned again and said, well, you are the first pirate I like since I went to sea. When Sauron heard this, his heart felt cold. Did she kill all the pirates she met before? No wonder there is such a heavy murderous aura in his body. Check. Merry suddenly pulled out the knife and kicked Zorro out of the store. Zorro rolled several times, and the wounds on his body were torn open again, but they were not fatal in any case. Go away and go back to your captain. Merry shouted coldly and threw the knife aside. This is a knife she just picked up from the knife point. After all, Merry wouldn't dare to kill Zorro with Murasame's saber. Her mission also requires Zorro to leave alive. Zorro stood up with difficulty holding his sword. Ha! Zorro endured the severe pain and raised his head, with a beast-like smile on his face. Miss Navy, are you sure you want to let me go? Of course, what I said is not easy to break. Okay then. Zorro tried his best to straighten himself up. Can I ask you what your name is? Merry looked at Zorro in silence, and Zorro looked at her in silence. After a while, Merry smiled strangely and looked at Sauron a little inexplicably. Merry Vinicius. She gave her full name. Zorro nodded, turned around without saying a word, and limped away. Seeing Sauron's figure gradually disappearing at the end of the alley, Merry released the secret technique of the demon sword. Well, am I being written down? Merry reached the execution platform first. Smog moved too fast. Looking at the naval encirclement that had begun to appear around her, Merry couldn't help but be speechless. If every naval officer in the world had Smoker's efficiency and awareness, the number of pirates on the Grand Line could be reduced by more than half. But this is not a good thing for me. Luffy hasn't appeared yet, and the Navy's encirclement has already taken shape, so I'm afraid he won't have anything to do by then. The Straw Hat Boy must be found in advance. Looking at the scene in front of her, Merry thought to herself. Just when she made up her mind to find Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, in advance, a straw hat was blown by the wind in front of her eyes. Hey, my straw hat! What followed was a very familiar and silly voice. Merry's face turned green. Damn, why are you here now? Merry gritted her teeth as she looked at Luffy running quickly in front of her. Ah, I don't care about the people. Merry showed murderous intent and was ready to take action directly. What a terrible murderous intention. At this time, a mature female voice came to Merry's ear. Miss, do you also want to kill that Straw Hat Boy? Merry was slightly startled and turned to look at the source of the sound. A mature woman wearing a sexy red vest and a cowboy hat was standing there, with a huge mace on her shoulder. Merry recognized who this was immediately. Arita. It just so happens that I also want to kill that Straw Hat. How about we join forces? I see you are not a nobody. Arita said carelessly. Merry was really dumbfounded. Merry looked up and down Arita with a strange look on her face. Are you a pirate? Yes. Arita spat. I have a personal grudge against that Straw Hat Boy. Then, Merry looked at Arita in disbelief and said, look at what's written on my cloak. Arita was stunned when she heard this. She looked down and saw two scarlet justices coming into view. She didn't react for a moment. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly exclaimed, "Are you a Navy?" Then, before Mary could answer, she added awkwardly, "Why are the Navy uniforms black?" "This is a very complicated problem," Mary said playfully, "but your appearance now has solved a big problem for me." Arita was stunned. The next moment, a hot flame blade was placed on her neck. "My dear pirate lady Arita, your life or death will depend on your cooperation." Luffy finally caught his straw hat. What a close call, I finally caught it. Luffy patted the straw hat carefully and put it back on his head. "This is an agreement with Shanks, we can't lose it." After making sure that his straw hat was on, Luffy raised his head and looked around. Suddenly, he saw the execution platform where Roger had been executed. His cheerful expression suddenly turned serious and silent. After a while, he walked towards the execution platform. He wanted to stand at Roger's final place and see the last scene before his death. However, at this moment, "Hey, Straw Hat Luffy," a woman's stern voice came from behind. Luffy turned around in confusion and saw Arita looking at him fiercely. "Who are you?" Luffy looked at Alita, wondering where he had seen her before. It seemed like he didn't recognize her. Arita wanted to introduce herself, but the severe pain from the hot wound on her neck made her give up the idea. She could only solve it as soon as possible without delaying it for a single second. "You don't need to know who I am." Arita raised a bloody scarf with a ferocious expression. "Do you recognize this?" Luffy was confused for a moment and looked at the scarf carefully. Arita added with a smile, "This is the swordsman's thing." Luffy's eyes narrowed. "This is Zoro's turban." Looking at the green turban, Luffy was finally shocked and reacted, "What did you do to Zoro?" Arita saw that the method mentioned by the black-clothed marine before was indeed effective. She breathed a sigh of relief and said while the iron was hot, "Your friend is in my hands now. If you want to know where he is, come with me." After saying that, she never looked at Luffy again and quickly ran out of the square. Luffy took one look and immediately put aside any thoughts of admiration, and instead pursued him eagerly. "Stop! Tell me clearly. What happened to Zoro?" Upstairs in the distance, Smoker frowned as he looked at the sudden change in the situation below, and subconsciously wanted to catch up. Unlike Dashki, even on the sea, he has been paying attention to the situation in the East China Sea during this period. The Straw Hat Pirates became the climate, he knew this from the beginning, and he knew that not only the rookie Straw Hat Pirates were present in Rog Town, but the Bucky Pirates were also in the town. However, he saw a black figure quickly follow the two people who were walking away. The momentum of Smoker's pursuit suddenly stopped. "Is Mary going after Straw Hat?" Smoker frowned and thought for a moment. Then, I'll go after Bucky the Clown." Smoker thought in his mind. After a brief look back, I found that Smoker, who had been standing on the tower, showed no signs of pursuit. Mary breathed a sigh of relief. Her plan was right. She randomly cut a piece of green triangle scarf, dipped it in some of her own blood, and asked Arita to go out and pretend it was Zoro's scarf. This allowed Luffy, who always cared about his companions, to pursue Arita, thereby drawing Luffy out of the naval encirclement without making Smoker suspicious. Then, he chased after him. Smoker, who knew Mary's strength, would probably not send any more troops to follow up when he saw her pursuing her. After all, Rog Town can be said to be a stormy day today. Even if you don't count the dragon hiding in the dark, Smoker still has to beat Bucky. To be honest, Bucky's strength is really confusing. You say he is strong, but he feels like a comedy character with no fighting ability. But you say he is weak. He has been able to stand in the position of the Shishibukai for so long without anyone overturning him. It seems to mean that he is not a complete embroidered pillow. In short, Mary still didn't want to provoke an enemy whose strength was uncertain at this time. After chasing for several miles, Arita stopped on a street somewhere. I don't know if it was because I heard something, but there was no one around the street. After Arita stopped, Luffy arrived shortly after. Arita was already far inferior to Luffy in terms of physical strength, and after trying so hard to hold Luffy down for so long, she was already exhausted. Looking at the energetic Luffy, Arita couldn't help but sweat. "Hey, woman, where is Zoro? What did you do to him?" Luffy asked Arita as soon as he stopped. Arita didn't say anything, just looked at Luffy's back. Luffy didn't notice Arita's movements at first, but he was keenly aware of the chill coming from behind. He subconsciously bent down, and a bloody knife flashed past his original waist and abdomen with the force of thunder. Luffy exclaimed and suddenly jumped away. "You actually escaped." Mary walked out of the shadows with a cruel smile on her face. "Sure enough, you won't die that easily, Straw Hat Luffy." Arita looked at her abdomen in disbelief as blood gradually oozed out. The next moment, blood was gushing out like a fountain. Arita looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her upper body slowly slipped from her waist and fell to the ground. The bloody knife strike just now failed to kill Luffy, but it directly cut Arita in half. "Why?" Arita's eyes widened and the whites of her eyes were bloodshot. "Didn't I agree that after I help you lure the Straw Hat out, you would let me go?" Hearing this, not only did Mary not feel any guilt, her shoulders actually started to tremble. Hee hee, hee hee. Mary covered her chest and looked up to the sky laughing. You are so naive, Arita. Mary stepped forward and walked past Luffy, who was completely confused. He walked up to Arita, who was lying on the floor, and stepped hard on her pretty face with his iron military boots. Have you forgotten? I am a Marine. Mary raised her eyebrows and looked at Arita mockingly. I am wearing justice. How could I be complicit with pirates like you? Despair? Or unbelievable? Sorry, I lied to you. But what can you do to me now? You, Arita wanted to yell angrily, but blood overflowed from her mouth involuntarily. Her death was slowly approaching. Arita's eyes kept flashing with emotions of fear and despair, and Mary, who was stepping on her, became even more excited when she saw that her enemy's fear PT was increasing. It's not in vain that she worked so hard on her acting skills. The enemy fear PT provided by Arita is simply massive. For a young pirate like Arita, Mary's abuse of her can be said to have no psychological burden at all. Therefore, Mary even kept crushing Arita's head with her foot. Stop. Luffy on the other side finally couldn't stand it anymore. Although he doesn't think Arita is a good person, and Arita seems to have hurt his partner. However, a person who was so intact a few minutes ago was now being ravaged in such a miserable way. Luffy's old-fashioned and warm-hearted character made it impossible for him to sit idly by. Rubber pistol. Rubber rocket launcher. Luffy continued to attack Mary, and the huge momentum caused by the elasticity of the rubber made Luffy's hand rush towards Mary with the power of a cannonball. However, Mary just glanced at him, and the bloody knife that flew out turned into bloodshot and bloody words, wrapped around Luffy's rubber hand, and continued to cut and puncture Luffy's hand. Well, Luffy felt pain and took his hand back. By this time, his hands were dripping with blood and covered with wounds. At the same time, Mary suddenly found that her fear of PT was no longer growing. Mary raised her eyebrows, glanced at the lifeless half of the corpse, and kicked it away without interest. Is this dead? It's so boring. Mary smiled coldly. You guy. Luffy's face turned ferocious with anger for the first time since he went to sea. What do you think of human life? When Mary heard this, she glanced at Luffy meaningfully and looked him up and down. I don't see that you still have such awareness. Mary couldn't help laughing. But do you think you, a pirate, are qualified to say such things to me? After saying that, Mary tipped her military hat on her head. I am a Marine, and my actions are justice. She grinned. Luffy shouted angrily, you guy. Such a beautiful lady. Suddenly, a male voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Mary and Luffy looked at the same time, and saw Sanji panting at the other end of the street, still smiling at Mary. What, do you want to become a Marine and follow me? If you are willing, I can't give you this opportunity, Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji. Looking at Sanji, Mary tilted her head. If what you say, miss, is true, I would really like to give it a try. It's just a pity that you seem to be a rose with thorns, and I don't seem to have the chance to kiss you. Sanji joked freely. Looking at Rita, Sanji also felt a little cold. But if he, Sanji, is intimidated by beautiful women, then he won't be called Sanji. Lecher. Mary's face twitched. This is probably the first time she has been shy since traveling through time. Sanji. Luffy on the side shouted happily when he saw Sanji. Then he thought of something, his expression changed, and he quickly asked, Sanji, how is Zoro? Sanji took a deep breath from his cigarette and said, he's not dead, he's on the Mary. Luffy immediately beamed with joy. Nothing happened to his companion, which was the greatest good news to him. But, Luffy, the woman in front of you is not a good person. Sanji looked at Mary coldly. Thanks to her, Zoro is now seriously injured and his life is in danger. What? Luffy exclaimed, then looked at Mary. You actually hurt my companion? I'm going to beat you away, he shouted menacingly. This time, before Mary could speak, Sanji seriously interrupted Luffy. Don't get involved with her, Luffy, Sanji said seriously. Hurry up and get back to the Mary and prepare to set sail. I'll take the rear. At the end, he added, don't argue with me. I have good legs and feet and can run faster than you. Luffy glanced at the dead Alita with a troubled expression, sighed, then nodded seriously, and immediately dodged toward the coast. Mary just watched Luffy walk away, always feeling that this scene seemed familiar. She suddenly sneered. Zoran was like that at that time, watching Dusky leave. Mary twisted her neck. Sanji looked at Mary cautiously, not daring to be distracted for a moment. I don't like to owe anything to people I like. When Zoro asked Dusky to leave, but there was no action, I would let Luffy go for a while then. She looked at Sanji with crazy eyes and showed a bloodthirsty smile. Then, blonde gentleman, next is our 1-for-1. To be honest, I really don't want to fight a beautiful lady. Sanji took a deep breath of smoke. My principle is not to attack women. Oh? Then you still stay to block me, Mary said with interest. Sanji scratched his head. Well, I was just thinking. In fact, there is no grudge between us. Could you please be merciful and let us go for the time being? Sanji said with a playful smile. After all, a young lady as beautiful as you must have a kind heart, right? Mary pointed at Arita, who was still staring at death, and smiled without saying a word. The meaning is obvious, it's not good to tell lies with your eyes open. Sanji froze in embarrassment, then coughed twice and forcibly turned his head. Although you are a navy, there is no need to arrest us, right? After all, you may not know that although we are pirates, we have never done anything harmful. Sanji said very confidently, after all, it was true. Mary also knew that the Straw Hats had not had any bad influence so far, and they themselves had not done anything bad so far. But who told your captain that his father is my mission target? Mary tugged on her gloves and looked at Sanji contemptuously. So what? It's not my job to judge whether you are guilty or not. My job is to catch those of you who call yourself pirates and send them to Justice Island. That's where you will be judged for whether you have committed a crime or not. Once you get there, you will be guilty regardless of whether you are guilty. Mary was too lazy to say this. Sanji frowned, thinking. Seeing Sanji's expression, Mary chuckled. Sanji, I know you are stalling for time with me, but I don't care. Even if your ship escapes to the sea, I will still have a way to arrest you. Finally, she changed the topic. Also, Sanji, are you too naive? Do you really think that your captain will leave you here and ignore you? Don't be ridiculous. Mary sneered, I just need to catch you. It will be a matter of time before I catch the whole group. Hearing this, Sanji suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Yes, Luffy's temper. Thinking of this, Sanji almost chewed the cigarette in his mouth. Damn it, Luffy, don't be stupid. He looked at Mary covertly. In that case, what are you talking to me about here? Sanji asked calmly, if you are willing, defeating me here should have the same effect on you, right? Indeed. Mary admitted openly, but that would be too boring. I might as well leave you here to chat. Okay, Miss Navy. Sanji shrugged helplessly, then let me ask you, you don't seem to be a kind person, so why did you choose to join the Navy? Sanji narrowed his eyes and said, with your personality, it wouldn't surprise me to become a dominating pirate. Mary burst into laughter. Just now, I was said to be kind, but then I changed my words. I was really talking about falsehoods. Mary was asked. Yeah, why should I become a Navy? Thinking of this, she was filled with evil fire. Do you really think I'm happy with it? Mary immediately squirted at Sanji. Sudden death, shipwreck, inexplicable organ failure, and being deported once deported, do you think I'm happy with that? A bunch of incomprehensible words made Sanji confused. Looking at Sanji's slightly confused eyes, Mary calmed down and realized the gaffe she had just made. However, Sanji only now understood the information Mary just said, and subconsciously added, in other words, you didn't join the Navy for justice. Sanji's mind was filled with those Marines who ate in Barity, talked about justice, and did everything they wanted to do. The Navy in Rogue Town is different, which changes Sanji's view of the Navy. But the Mary in front of him obviously refreshed Sanji's understanding of the Navy. Mary suddenly fell silent and looked at Sanji. Sanji was thinking about it. Suddenly, a terrible murderous intention enveloped Sanji, and the hair on his body stood on end. Sanji suddenly looked at the motionless Mary with caution. Mary's gloomy face suddenly revealed a weird smile. Yes, justice. Mary raised an eyebrow and looked at Sanji. People in the Navy are more or less committed to what is called justice. Akainu, the hawk, has absolute justice, and only by eradicating all pirates can the stability of the sea be guaranteed. The dove-like blue pheasant, the gentle justice, everyone has their own difficulties, and the Navy also needs to treat pirates with humanity. Kizaru of the neutral faction, with ambiguous justice, is just a faggot. He doesn't stand out and doesn't do anything. Marshal Waring states, the justice of the king, and the maintenance of the authority of the world government can ensure the justice of the Navy. After saying that, Mary looked at Sanji and asked, who do you think I am? Sanji was speechless. The Mary in front of him exuded an ominous aura of disaster, and her clear eyes were like the scarlet eyes of an evil beast, locked on his head. The resentment and bloody aura in Mary's body, mixed with her mighty murderous intention, enveloped Sanji, making him unable to breathe. How could he still speak in this situation? Seeing Sanji's face gradually turning pale and his body shaking uncontrollably, a happy smile appeared on Mary's face. Dark flames burst out from her body, and the surrounding earth slowly melted and crystallized. Behind her back, her clothes were torn, and the blood broke through her spine and slowly flowed out from her back, floating like a pair of broken wings. Yes, people in the Navy are more or less committed to the so-called justice. However, there is an exception to this. The flames of the demon world exploded. It set off a violent wave of air, flying sand and rocks, and Sanji had no choice but to bend down, trying hard to ensure that he would not be blown away by the shock wave. The blood on Mary's back condensed into a demon with a mold-like face, roaring behind her and wrapping an arm in front of Mary. Return of life blood shower appearance of a demon. Mary whispered, I am the exception. She waved her hand violently, and the mighty black flames spread rapidly, turning the surrounding area into a hell of fire. And this inferno quickly approached Sanji. I have my own justice and my own beliefs. Navy justice? Ha! Mary's eyes became fierce. How could I possibly join the Navy just because of something illusory like that? The moment Mary's murderous intent broke out, at least 3 people in Rogtown noticed it. Smoker, who was chasing Bucky the Clown, felt a chill down his spine. His heart trembled, and he quickly turned into smoke and flew high into the sky. Looking from the air, he saw a huge inferno erupting in the distance. That black flame. Smoker's face was solemn. Mary, what happened to you there? How could such a big scene happen? He hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Bucky, who was running away in a hurry. Tisk! Smoker abandoned Bucky the Clown and quickly moved towards the hell. Not far from Mary, Luffy felt the murderous aura he had never seen before, as well as the sudden burst of heat, and his expression changed again and again. After thinking about it many times, Luffy gritted his teeth, changed direction, and rushed towards the battlefield between the two. Long stood on the roof, silently feeling the earth-shattering murderous intent. Navy, it seems an interesting kid has appeared. His words faded away. The storm blew and the dragon disappeared. Sanji ran away almost immediately. You can't win, you absolutely can't win. With that kind of terrifying momentum, fighting her will definitely not end well. And there is no need to fight her, he just needs to save his life now. Sanji is quite confident about his legs and feet. In his opinion, it shouldn't be difficult to get rid of Mary. After all, Mary has been chasing Luffy for so long, and she is faster than Luffy. However, he was completely distracted. Mary has been chasing Luffy for so long, but it's not like she can't catch him. She just wanted to lure Luffy as far away as possible. After all, she still had to make a big move to attract the dragon. In the original plot, Smoker's smoke had a huge impact, and Mary wasn't sure if it was this impact that made the dragon notice. So to be on the safe side, she also had to create a big scene to ensure that she would attract the dragon's attention. But this would inevitably attract Smoker's attention. In order to prevent the plan from being interfered by Smoker, she let Luffy go as far away as possible before starting the battle. Although there were some minor accidents, they were generally harmless. If Sanji thinks he can outrun Mary, it can only be said that I think too much. Mary may indeed be inferior to Sanji in terms of legs and feet, but Mary can't keep up, her blood can. The blood demon's huge body enveloped Sanji. What? Sanji was shocked to find that he was covered by shadows, and subconsciously looked back. The huge scarlet evil thing completely occupied his field of vision, and the smell of blood poured into his nasal cavity like water. The next moment, the blood demon turned into a dense rain of blood thorns and quickly pierced Sanji. Sanji tried his best to move left and right, and suffered countless penetrating wounds from the blood knife. What a pity. Mary looked at Sanji coldly. I still have a headache against a swordsman like Zoro, but a physical fighter like you who relies solely on flesh and blood happens to be what I am best at dealing with. For Mary, as long as the enemy's flesh and blood body is slightly damaged in the confrontation with her, it is Mary's advantage. For someone like Zoro who could block Mary's attacks with weapons, Mary would have to think of ways to injure him. But for Sanji, Mary only needs to think about how to attack. Restraint in nature. Sanji fell heavily to the ground. His whole body was covered with penetrating wounds. He narrowly avoided critical injuries, but several joints were penetrated. The whole body is like a rag, struggling but unable to do anything. Damn! Blood continued to pour out of Sanji's mouth, and he forced himself to stand up. Mary shook her head and lowered her hands. Get down here. The guys in the straw hats are indeed tough. Neither Zoro nor Sanji contributed a single bit of PT to her, so she was too lazy to continue wasting time. After all, it's not a problem to hang around here with Sanji all the time. It would be easier and faster to just knock him out and take him away. However, at the moment she was about to take action, rubber rocket launcher. The sound of breaking wind sounded from her ears, and Mary shrank. Before she could react, a huge impact felt on her waist. Boom! Mary was blown dozens of meters away and smashed into the wall. And the demonic appearance suddenly collapsed, temporarily losing control. In the distance, a figure appeared panting. It was Luffy, who rushed back to the rescue. Luffy! Sanji was surprised and angry at the same time. The surprise is that Luffy never gave up, taking huge risks to come and save Sanji at a critical moment of life and death. The anger is that Luffy is stupid and still returns despite knowing the huge risks. Didn't I ask you to go back and see Zoro? Sanji shouted. Luffy quickly ran to Sanji and helped him up. Since you said Soran is still alive, then Soran will definitely be fine. It's so dangerous here, I can't abandon you alone, Luffy said firmly. Luffy! Sanji gritted his teeth and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the blood that had been paralyzed on the ground began to squirm. Sanji's eyes shrank and he immediately shouted, "Get away, Luffy!" Sanji anxiously stated the information he already knew. This navy can control blood. Moreover, very hot black flames will emit from her body. I see. Luffy quickly jumped into the air with the seriously injured Sanji, avoiding the blood attack. However, the blood on the ground suddenly turned into a sharp arrow, which suddenly accelerated into the sky and pierced Luffy's abdomen. What? Luffy cried out in pain. Damn, you're so flexible, Sanji said solemnly while barely wiping the bloody arrow. The figure of Mary, who had been knocked away before, gradually became clearer in the dust that gradually dispersed. No matter which one of you it is, life is so hard. She walked out slowly, her face cold. Is this the so-called destiny? Luffy and Sanji, who were quite far away, did not hear Mary's words. They landed on a roof and confronted Mary. Luffy, my current injury probably won't be able to help you much, I'm sorry, Sanji said painfully. Several of his joints were injured by Mary, and his fighting ability was completely gone. It doesn't matter. Luffy put him down and gave him a hard fist bump. I'll beat her away, and you too. At this moment, Luffy's eyes were extremely serious. However, what greeted her was Mary's ruthless ridicule. You are really confident, young man. Although Mary was smiling, she didn't look happy in any way. I stabbed the pirate hunter in the chest, and I also lost all limbs of that gentleman. How much stronger can you be than them? I don't know, Luffy said, but I will definitely beat you up. You? Mary's expression froze when she heard this, and her face turned gloomy. If your father hadn't been here, I would have taught you a lesson you will never forget. Gee, that's really annoying. In the original book, if there had been no dragon coming to the rescue in Rog Town, Luffy would have been arrested by Smoker and imprisoned in Impel Down. It's not that Mary hates Luffy, it's just that sometimes it feels awkward to see how Luffy has overcome many difficulties due to his identity and background, but doesn't know it. In Alabasta, Smoker would have arrested Luffy if Ace hadn't appeared. In the Shampoo Islands, Big Bear risked his identity to be exposed to rescue the entire group from the general. Of course, Kizaru is also suspected of letting go. It can be said that if Luffy didn't have a strong background, how could he have been in so many dangers? And he was still pursuing his dream unconsciously, but in Mary's eyes, there was nothing praiseworthy and proud about being a pirate. Pirates are pirates and cannot be equated with heroes, knights and the like. Now Luffy is still challenging himself. Among the entire Straw Hats, for Mary, Luffy is the only one who is least qualified to compete with her. Except for the country of Wano, Zoro has grown up in life and death from the beginning to the end. Except for the time when Big Bear took advantage of you, all other experiences were gained by his own life. Although Sanji was a second generation, he did not receive any benefits from his family until he was forced to get married. Robin's scheming and strength were almost all created by his miserable wandering life. Brook is a person who has died once. Even if he is taken away by a big bear, his life is almost extremely miserable. Needless to say, other people such as Nami, Usopp, Frankie, etc. either have no identity background, or their identity background makes their lives more miserable. In comparison, although Luffy has gone through a lot of hardships, there is always someone who tells the truth almost every time. This way of becoming stronger is difficult for Mary to approve of. At this moment, being provoked by Luffy, but since the dragon was still on the island, Mary didn't dare to be too harsh, and she was really angry. Shut up, Mary shouted coldly, because you are not qualified yet. After saying that, she stretched out her hand, and the blood immediately gathered and swept towards Luffy. Luffy looked at the rapidly approaching waves of blood with great concentration. The battle is about to begin. At the moment when the two are about to come together, boom, a violent hurricane suddenly passed through the entire street. Luffy and Sanji were caught off guard and were blown away quickly, unable to make any resistance. Mary also staggered and was blown away. Fortunately, the blood pulled the ground together, forming a large net that barely controlled Mary's movements. Luffy and Sanji were missing under the storm. Suddenly, the situation changed suddenly. Under the sudden change of situation, Mary was not surprised but overjoyed. Finally, it's finally over. Finally, I no longer have to face Luffy, the iron-headed idiot. Finally met the mission target. Finally, I no longer have to accompany those few people to play house and fight. She wanted to cry. But I can't cry now, I have to maintain my image. When the strong wind weakened slightly, Mary's eyes narrowed, and she made a pursuit gesture, preparing to run towards the direction where Luffy and others were blown away. At this moment, a big hand violently pressed her shoulder from behind. In an instant, all the wind stopped, and the entire street became quiet for an instant, without a sound. It was like a huge mountain pressing on Mary's shoulders. A terrible sense of oppression came from behind Mary, and Mary's unscrupulous killing intent instantly dissipated. She broke into a cold sweat involuntarily. My body was stiff, I couldn't move, and I didn't dare to move. The breath of the person behind her made Mary's heart beat rapidly, and the sudden calm of the wind also told her, "Hold still, Marine." The man behind her spoke slowly. "Give me some face and let him go." Mary took a deep breath and forced herself to soothe her passively tense nerves. "Who are you?" This time it was Long's turn to be silent. After a while, Long was still silent and Mary was a little anxious. Damn it, you should say something to me. If you don't say a word, how can I introduce the topic? People of the Menki clan, I was really in debt to you in my last life. No, last life. Mary didn't care anymore, her heart skipped a beat, she exerted great force on her body, and broke away from Long's hand in an instant, and then quickly turned around to look at Long. Even though he knew who he was, he had to do what he should do. Mary was also betting that the dragon would not kill her just because of this little move. If someone who can create a revolutionary army for the people doesn't even have the courage to do so, then Mary will admit defeat. Sure enough, Long was just stunned for a moment, but he didn't make any big move. He just took his hand back silently and looked at Mary quietly. However, although he hid his face very well, he couldn't prevent Mary, who had read the script. Mary suddenly exclaimed, "Dragon!" This time it was Long Wu's turn. My cloak should have covered it. How did this little girl discover my identity? Long Bai was puzzled. But seeing the shock and caution on Mary's face, it didn't seem like she was faking it, so Long simply assumed that he had made a mistake. There is no point in continuing to be secretive. Long smiled slightly and took off his cloak generously. The tattooed face caught Mary's eye. Although she knew the identity of the person in front of her, when that upright and slightly evil face appeared in front of her, Mary's heart still trembled involuntarily. Even if the dragon is just smiling, the sense of oppression is real. Pressure from the strong. How about it? Now, can you give me some face? Long said frankly. Mary's mind went blank and she didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, she finally realized why she had tried every possible means to seduce Long out. Is this the sense of oppression from the strong? I actually forgot about the real thing for a while. Mary suddenly broke into a cold sweat when she came back to her senses. Her psychological quality still needs to be strengthened. But now that she has reacted, Mary must complete the task quickly. Her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately stood at attention in front of the dragon and saluted. Dragon! Long subconsciously took a step back. I'm afraid this little girl is not seriously ill. But Mary was not embarrassed by Long's step back at all. She just shouted loudly in a more fierce tone, as if she had given up on treatment. Spiritual leader, I want to join the revolutionary army. The dragon man was stupid. What happened? Why did the navy, which was so violent just now and was so fierce with the pirates, suddenly lose its image? The originally serious confrontation suddenly became extremely nonsensical. On one side is Fenna Mary, who has completely abandoned her face, just to complete the task. On one side was Long, whose train of thought was disrupted by Mary's sudden application and fell into great confusion. Cough, cough. After a while, Long finally reacted and coughed several times to relieve his embarrassment. Well, this navy, comrade, you don't know something, Long glanced at Yael on the ground vaguely. Rita glanced. Our revolutionary army doesn't recruit people as long as they are passionate. Your personality may not be suitable for you, and we don't know why you joined the revolutionary army. Long added in his heart. The revolutionary army is too weak, so be careful everywhere. This kind of inexplicable application, not to mention Mary's bad personality, even if she has a good personality, Long would not let her join so easily. Mary didn't know what to say for a moment, and she hesitated at this time. Logically speaking, as a person who is bound to the Navy for life, it is best and safest to have nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army. At this time, the dragon rejected her, which logically should be in line with Mary's ideas. But at this moment Mary thought of a question that she had never cared about before. That's why the system issued this series of tasks to her. The system asked her to kill Sauron and apply to join the Revolutionary Army. If it was as simple as giving her a challenge, it would make sense. But is the truth really that simple? Mary didn't have much idea about how to kill Sauron, but standing in front of the dragon, Mary seemed to have some ideas. Although he is bound to the Navy for life, with his own character, it is definitely impossible for him to be a dog for the Tianlong people. Moreover, he will continue to become stronger, and he will no longer be bound to the world government. If nothing else happens, one day he will eventually face the world government. Are you saying that you want to become an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? And then cooperate with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government? That's not right. If we do this, the identity of the Revolutionary Army undercover will be exposed sooner or later. At that time, whether one could maintain one's identity as a navy was another important issue. I can't think straight for a while, and the future route is still unclear. It's not that simple to make a clear decision, but there was one trend that Mary caught. That is, to have a certain relationship with the Revolutionary Army, at least not to be incompatible with them. Although the Revolutionary Army is weak, it is still a force. One more friend is better than one more enemy. Unblocking failed. It seems that the sensitive words have not been completely changed. The next application will be made in 2 days. I will try to revise and unban Chapter 14 as soon as possible. QAQ I will continue to update in the next 2 days. In order to prevent the plot from breaking out in the middle, I will briefly talk about the plot of Chapter 14. This chapter will be deleted after the ban is lifted. Mary gained certain recognition from Dragon but did not join the Revolutionary Army. Then, in order to find an excuse for not catching Luffy, she discussed with Dragon and told Smoker about Dragon's appearance. Then the reward redemption character for completing the mission is in Kiju. Limited redemption characters in Kiju: Source Type Moon, also known as Lock of Heaven, Beautiful Green Person Type, God-Made Weapons, Gendered None, Body Data, Free and Easy, Faction Neutral, Weakness, Curse of Death, other than that, no weaknesses, Ability: Magic A, Immune to all magic below a level, Great Magic, Etiquette spells, etc. will also be invalidated. Immune to normal charm abilities. Transformation, change one's appearance, and at the same time be able to freely allocate one's physical attributes. Aura Perception A+, can detect distant aura through the earth. At close range, it can invalidate the aura blocking skill of the same level or below. Complete Form, use the magic power of the earth to restore to its original form. In Kiju's body is made of clay from the age of the gods. As long as it is supplied with magic power from the earth, it will never disintegrate and be destroyed. It has unparalleled powerful regeneration/restoration capabilities. But the soul is another story. O people, Enuma Elish, for the Sovereign Noble Phantasm. The level of the Noble Phantasm ranges from A++ to X depending on the situation. Turning in Kiju's own body into a divine weapon is a blow that converts huge energy into a form, wedge, that the world can recognize, and penetrates, and immobilizes the opponent. Depending on the damage done to the planet or humans, its power will increase dramatically. Note, it can even bind Tiamat, the creator goddess, as beast. Wisdom of the people, Age of Babylon. It is suspected that it can use the power of the earth to summon weapons such as guns and locks. The actual performance is similar to Gilgamesh's King's Treasure, which is used for normal attacks. Heaven's Lock, in Kiju it has the characteristics of God of Law. The higher the divinity of the captured object, the harder it becomes. On the contrary, for those without divinity, it is just a strong chain. That's all. Smoker and Mary walked side by side on the street toward the harbor. Yesterday's incident was quite big, and almost all the townspeople knew that there was a female navy in black in Rogue Town, who was like a god of murder. Therefore, Smoker felt the feeling of being shunned by the people for the first time in a long time. But he didn't care. After all, when he first arrived, his appearance as a Bosozoku scared off many people. "Hey, Mary, why on earth did you do that last night?" Smoker asked seriously. Mary shrugged and smiled. That smile could be said to be quite cruel in Smoker's eyes. This morning, as soon as he arrived at the naval base, Smoker received a piece of news that shocked him last night. All the pirate groups temporarily stationed in Rogue Town, except for the Bucky pirates, ran fast enough and escaped because they were hunted down by Smoker before and did not temporarily stay in Rogue Town. Except those who were lucky enough to escape, they were all washed with blood. No one was left alive, and the deaths were extremely cruel. The most terrifying thing was that at the port, several pirate groups realized that something was wrong, escaped temporarily, and were killed at the dock. Flesh, and internal organs flowed everywhere, staining the surrounding seawater, and the scarlet color in it did not melt away until early morning. The fishermen who got up early to fish were shocked and hurriedly went to the naval base to report the incident. However, the naval base at this time was already in dire straits, because a whole group of people died tragically in various places in the town. Smoker just went to the scene to check, and immediately suspected Mary. This killing method is so iconic, dismembering the body, cutting in half, and other all kinds of methods. As if it was just to create panic. "Well, I just want to clean up some garbage before I leave. You can also relax a little," Mary said naturally. "This is one of them." Secondly, Mary went on a killing spree that night and managed to generate thousands of fear PTS in one night. She killed hundreds of people in one night, many of whom provided more than one PT. The deaths of these people brought Mary huge income. Mary used these PTS to exchange parting gifts for Smoker and Dusky. What was given to Tashiki was an orange item, Bizen Captain Light, Captain Hikari of Bizen Naga. Source Type Moon. It was once the sword of the swordsman Seisagi Kojiro. Its blade is extremely long, but its toughness is not very high. It contains what Kojiro Sasaki calls Nyunwa's experience. If you use this sword to fight for a long time, you will receive the inheritance from Kojiro and learn the secret sword Yanhui. Think of ghosts and gods. Don't take it lightly just because you are a human being. Seisagi Kojiro, in terms of strength, this sword may only be comparable to the good swords in the pirate world. But the main reason why it is of a high level is that it contains the inheritance of Seisagi Kojiro. In the world of Xingyu, the pinnacle of kendo is Miyamoto Musashi. However, Seisama Kojiro is not inferior to her either. To be honest, Miyamoto Musashi is more like a comprehensive strategist, while Kojiro is more like a pure swordsman. Although Kojiro himself is not powerful, his swordsmanship is at its peak. Miyamoto's sword is the zero that eliminates everything, while Kojiro's sword is infinite possibilities. Giving this sword to Dasuke is also in the hope that Dasuke can learn from it Kojiro's world-beating swordsmanship, and combined with the general's strong physique in the pirate world, he can attack Hawkeye like Zoro. After all, Dasuke is half of Mary. Mary's ultimate goal must be the same as that of many senior time travelers, so as half a native, Dasuke can't be that weak, right? In fact, it was Mary's own selfishness. If Dasuke defeats Zoro in the future, it will satisfy Mary's little evil taste. Of course, one cannot favor one over the other. After all, Smoker is half of us. Smog, this is for you. Mary silently took out a box of cigars and handed it to Smoker. Smoker was silent for a moment and took it. He solemnly put it into his pocket, without thanking Mary, but just nodded to her. Smoker's solemn look made Mary a little embarrassed. Seaweed cigar, source, 20,000 leagues under the sea, a cigar with a deep sea feel. Well, yes, that's it. A white item that can be redeemed repeatedly. Well, it's not that Mary is partial, the main thing is that she really doesn't know what to give Smoker. Smoker's fighting style has long been finalized, and her own power is very unique. Among the props that Mary can redeem, there seem to be few that Smoker can use, or that are useful to Smoker. Maybe the most expensive red items and the unpriced rainbow-level smug can be used, but that's a matter for later. Mary was unable to afford it now, and it was still too luxurious for her to give these things to Smoker. Of course, the PT that Mary worked so hard to harvest yesterday was redeemed for more than these things. She then pulled out a box from her cloak and handed it to Smoker. Smoker took it and opened it to take a look. There were 12 bottles of blue liquid neatly placed inside. You and Dasuke will each inject 6 of these medicines. Mary twisted her neck and said, I won't harm you. These are 12 sticks of body reshaping base fluid, bad. It cost Mary 1,200 to redeem them at the exchange office. It should be able to greatly improve the physical bones of the two of them. Mary tried her best, but she was afraid that Smoker wouldn't appreciate it. Who knew that Smoker didn't have any suspicion about the unknown liquid at all? He just closed the box and placed it in his vest solemnly. Well, I believe you. This time it was Mary's turn to be slightly stunned, but then she smiled freely. That's fine. The two of them walked slowly to the port, and in the distance, a Navy ship loomed on the sea level. It seems we arrived on time, Smoker said. Mary scratched her head indifferently and squatted on the dock with a very burly air. The blood stains on the dock have not yet been cleaned up, and the smell of blood is still quite strong. However, Smoker and Mary are both people who have seen big scenes, and this smell of blood is just a common occurrence for them. By the way, Smoker, who is the Vice Admiral who came to Rog Town this time? You haven't answered my question until now. Mary squatted and sat on the dock, her feet dangling in the air. Smoker stood behind her and blew the sea breeze. The Lieutenant General who came this time is a big shot. Smoker smoked a cigar and said, Navy hero, Iron Fist Garp. Smoker said this very calmly, but Mary felt bad after hearing this. What? Mary turned around, looking shocked. How could it be him? This time it was Smoker's turn to be confused. Is this abnormal? Smoker asked with a frown. Vice Admiral Garp's hometown is in the East China Sea, and he often comes to the East China Sea. He also happened to be in the East China Sea during this time, and the Navy headquarters asked him to he's here to pick you up. The main reason is that although Smoker is stubborn, he does have some strength. In addition, he is Zifa's student and has certain connections in the Navy headquarters. The people whom Smoker strongly recommended also gained some face under his operation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Garp's turn to take Mary to Malinfando. Mary's expression dropped visibly. Indeed, this timeline is indeed true in the comics. Mary murmured in a low voice with a headache, I really can't get along with the Monkey Clan. First the Straw Hats, then the Dragons, and now Garp. 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren have to do it once, right? Mary's head hurt. But that's okay, after all, Garp is no better than Dragon and Luffy. Luffy has a strange mind, it's too troublesome to communicate with him, and his stance is different. Long is very scheming and rarely appears in the original work. Mary cannot figure out his character and is very cautious in communicating with him, making it difficult to let him go. And Garp not only has strength, but also has a clear stance. Although his brain circuit is just as strange, he still cares about the juniors in the Navy. It should be a lot easier to get along with him. Mary comforted herself. Drop. However, things are unpredictable. Just as Mary finished thinking this, the system released the main mission. Mary, who realized the mission update, seemed to have thought of something, and her face suddenly stiffened. Damn it, don't do this to me, system. The first time he beat Sauron violently was within a time limit, and he couldn't kill him. The second time he had to race, he wanted to die crazily in front of the dragon, and he had to go through all kinds of troubles to seduce the dragon out. Isn't it going to be a passionate 1v1 with Garp this time? Mary opened the system task panel tremblingly. Main mission, main plot, task description, forcefully intervene in the main plot. Task requirements, stage 1, defeat Sauron within 10 minutes and let him go. Completed. Stage 2 Meet the dragon, communicate with him, and make a request to join the army. Completed. Stage 3 Fight with Garp and gain his approval. Task reward. Phase 1 Open system new mechanism, received. Phase 2 Recruitment gold emblem *1, received. 3 stages Geese, Hare, She, special character, limited PT *500. Note, this is the last mainline mission issued by the system recently. After a short period of time, the system will no longer issue mainline tasks. Mary looked a little shocked at the reward. This is her first dual prize mission. Maybe it's the final reward of a phased main quest, so there's nothing wrong with it being higher. Although it is a bit unexpected to reward a character directly, it does not surprise Mary too much. Who is Dan Shi? Mary searched through her memory, but she didn't remember that there was a person named Shi in that battle series. Forget it, just read the instructions. Mary gave up struggling. Geese, Hare, Source, Lelich of Rebellion, see through other people's thoughts. Range of action, 500 meters. If you use Geese for a long time, Geese will lose control, causing the side effect of being unable to stop reading other people's thoughts, and putting a mental burden on yourself. Seeing this ability, Mary frowned slightly. The burden on the mind is different from the burden on the body. The burden on the body can be offset by the ability of the life fruit, but the mental burden, the Heart of Blood massacre, can only be weakened, but it cannot be completely eliminated. And as far as she knew, once Geese got out of control, there was no way to recover. This ability needs to be used with great caution. Mary pressed her eyebrows and put this aside for now. She wanted to quickly find out who she was to satisfy her curiosity. She, special character, source, ad, ahab. Mary gasped. What the hell? Ad? Also known as mysterious girl type, world will gender female, body data none, faction neutral and good, weakness no, entity ability : with the desire to save his mother Najissa, the dead. She entered the fantasy world in the form of a human and began to merge with the fantasy world. At the same time, she lost her memory in the real world and her purpose in coming to this world, and lived alone in a deserted world. With the arrival of cold winter, the fantasy world is covered by endless white snow, and she's integration with the fantasy world is almost complete. Walking in the snow, you can't find the end of the road no matter what. Finally, she fell in the snow. 11 lost his human form, completely became the will of the fantasy world, and stayed alone in the fantasy world as the world itself. After the host obtains the special character she will enter the host's mental world, gradually improve the host's mental world, and become the agent of the host's mental world. When she becomes the manager of the host's mental world, the host automatically learns large-scale magic and inherent enchantments. Furthermore, the host will be immune to all mental influences, and at the same time, the mental influence caused by the host to others will increase dramatically. In his spare time, the host can also take the initiative to sneak his subconscious into the world of mental images, communicate with she, and build his own mental world. This will speed up she's ability to become the agent. Note, she will not lose consciousness as a result, nor will he merge with the world. Instead, he will exist as an independent consciousness, retaining the memories of his life and the memories after his appearance. Please rest assured, host. After Mary read the full text, she fell into a long silence. She now desperately wanted to borrow a cigar from Smoker to smoke, to soothe her turbulent mood. In the end, she was defeated by Smoker's thick smell of smoke. She sighed heavily and sighed with conviction. That's all fine, system, you're really a genius. The speed of ships in the world of pirates is a mystery. It was obviously just a sail warship, but it was surprisingly fast. Mary casually looked at the mission and pondered the reward, and the warship was already in front of her. Looking at the iconic dog head on the warship, Mary finally accepted the fact that she was about to face Garp. To be honest, Mary's route is completely different from Garp's. Among the many high-ranking Navy officials, the one who has the best compatibility with Mary is probably Akainu or Zifa. Garp and Fujitora are probably the least compatible with her. Fujitora has not yet entered the Navy, but Garp still has a lot of tolerance. The only time he got angry was because Akainu killed his grandson. Well, human nature is understandable. Of course, it is definitely impossible for Mary to follow Garp. With Garp, Mary's difficulty in harvesting fear PT will increase exponentially. Play it by ear. Mary's current plan is to follow Garp to the headquarters first, and then find an opportunity to join Zifa's section. For this reason, she really needs Garp's approval. Then they took advantage of Garp's momentum to get mixed up in the headquarters. Otherwise, if you are unfamiliar with the place in the Navy headquarters, you will not be able to do anything. Well, whether his style will make Garp regret it in the future is another matter. Ha ha ha, Smoker, how does it feel to be in the East China Sea for such a long time? Before the boat arrived, the sound came first. The ship was still some distance away before it docked, and Cap's hearty laughter could be heard from a distance. Although Smoker respected Garp quite a bit, he replied angrily, "It's extremely boring. I feel like my bones will get rusty if I stay here for a long time. Who am I to call you a brat? You offend people every day." Standing on the bow of the ship, Garp, wearing a doghead military hat, said with a grin, You have to know that Yenna is very popular now. Tisk. Smoker reluctantly curled his lips when he heard this. He and Shinna were classmates, and they were half acquaintances. Now that the gap is gradually widening, Smoker can't help but feel irritated. At this time, Garp noticed Mary sitting on the dock, wearing a strange black military uniform and a cold face. Oh, this little girl with personality is the one you strongly recommended to that old guy Zifa, Smoker? Capullo looked at Mary in surprise. The reason why he came here was because Zifa said that his students in Dinghai recommended a girl to him. It is said that he is extremely talented, very loyal to the Navy, and extremely hates pirates. Zefado was patrolling the East China Sea recently and caught his grandson Garp by the way, and helped him bring back the little girl named Mary. At the same time, he also helped to feel the truth on the road to see if what Smoker said was exaggerated. The little girl Zifa mentioned specifically to him also aroused Garp's curiosity. After all, there are not many famous and powerful women in the Navy. The high-end general-level combatants are Crane, Momotu, and the empress of one of the Shishibukai barely counts as a naval faction. It can be said that it is a very extreme situation where Yang is strong and Yin is weak. A very talented female marine gave Garp the urge to meet her. At this time, he saw Mary herself, and Garp's keen eyesight made him feel many unusual things. For example, there is a terrifying madness deep in her calm eyes. And on that heavy black military uniform, the smell of blood was so rich that it was almost suffocating. Mr. Garp. On one side, Lieutenant General Garp's adjutant Bogart walked in with a solemn face and looked at Mary with fear. As Garp's adjutant, Bogart's strength is no less than that of an ordinary lieutenant general. He could also feel the strong murderous aura in Mary. Garp waved his hand nonchalantly, still looking at Mary with a smile. It's really scary and murderous. Garp said in a playful tone, it seems that Smoker really doesn't have the ability to mess with Zifa. This little girl is really interesting. The ship docked, and before the sailors could complete the procedures for docking the ship with the dock, Garp couldn't wait to jump onto the dock. Mary, who was sitting on the dock, saw her eyes go dark, and a burly figure fell in front of her, carrying a tiger-like aura. Mary's whole body tensed up instantly, her hairs exploded, and her eyes shrank together. After exchanging the blood damage, Mary also passively gained a bit of the orc's ability to perceive danger. The iron fist Garp in front of her made her body produce such an extreme alarm reaction for the first time. Very strong, impossible to defeat. This is Mary's brain's own judgment. Mary immediately jumped into the air, did a few backflips and stood still, away from Garp. Garp landed on the ground, raised his head, glanced at Mary, and then looked at Smoker. Then, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Smoker, long time no see. Yes, Mr. Garp. This is the first time I've seen you since I came to Donghai, Smoker said to Garp respectfully. For Smoker's Navy, most of them were inspired by Garp's deeds to join the Navy. Therefore, most of the new Marines, including Smoker, maintain a high level of respect for Garp. It seems that your strength has not been reduced. Garp looked at Smoker up and down and said happily. Smoker smiled and nodded without denying. Then, he changed the subject and looked at Mary. Mr. Garp, this is the newcomer I introduced to the Navy headquarters. Smoker solemnly introduced to Garp. This was the reason why he came here, to meet for the first time. He wanted to serve as a bridge between Mary and Garp. With his introduction, Mary's importance was further enhanced. Mary Vinicius. Mary on the other side did not let Smoker perform a one-man show. Instead, she suppressed the shock in her heart, stepped forward in 2 steps with iron military boots, and pressed the brim of her military hat. Hello, Lieutenant General Garp, Mary said politely. She should be polite now, and hope that Garp will be gentler when he beats her later. Haha, originally I only came here for Zifa's introduction, but now I'm a little surprised to see him in person, Garp said with a smile, and then the conversation changed. Mary, you have killed many people, right? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly became depressed. Smoker was startled and looked at Mary nervously. Smoker knew Garp's position, and he was worried that Mary, who had committed such a serious crime, would displease Garp. However, Mary let go at this time. Talking about things like escaping. Mary, who has X-level acting skills, can pull off all kinds of model plays at any time. She immediately assembled a set of the most suitable words based on her experiences since entering the house. When dealing with people like Garp, it's easier to gain acceptance by putting on a real face. Even if this true disposition is not a good disposition, it will not be disliked. After all, Garp can still talk to Roger. As for my true temperament, out of consideration for the relationship between Garp and Zifa, Mary still planned to show a cruel style. She raised her head without any surprise and looked at Garp quite confidently. Mr. Garp, if you mean pirates, then yes. Mary raised her hand slightly, acting as if she should take it for granted. The people I have killed could probably make up a small island. In the plain words, the smell of blood was revealed between the lines. However, Mary said that she hadn't reached the G-spot yet, and ignored Smoker's crazy look in her eyes. She smiled slightly enthusiastically, her eyes widened, and her hands clenched tightly. "It's my job to send these bastards to hell." For a moment, everyone present was silent. Bogart, Smoker, and other Marines were shocked by these violent words. This Navy lady's understanding of the Navy is obviously a little bit off. There are hawkish navies, many of them. Their methods are equally cruel and tough. But Mary is unique in being able to say that this approach is so natural and cruel. Mary remained silent, paying close attention to Garp's reaction. After all, she couldn't completely determine what Garp would think of her cold words. And now Garp's silence has brought huge pressure to her. Cold sweat broke out on Mary's back, soaking her underwear. However, under the high pressure, she didn't notice this at all. After a long time, Garp nodded and said in a clear tone, "You and that old friend of mine really get along in terms of personality." Hearing this, Mary breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. She knew who Garp was talking about. Zifa. Zifa used to be a general who would not kill anyone, but after his family and students suffered a tragedy, and he had an arm cut off, his attitude towards pirates changed drastically. It can be said that Zifa's current attitude towards pirates is very consistent with Mary's speech just now. However, Mary had just felt reassured when Garp added, "But, young man, don't be so sharp. You still need a lot of hammering," Garp said, punching with both fists. "Let me, an old fellow, be your whetstone first. Come, Mary, have a fight with me." Garp grinned broadly and said, "You have to be gentle and don't hurt my old bones." This turn of events came so unexpectedly that everyone present was stunned. Mary's face hardened. "I'll be gentle, don't hurt you. You old bones, it would be easy to tear me apart?" Before Mary could open her mouth to say anything, Garp turned around and greeted, "Hey, Bogart, clear a place so I can spar with this little girl." At this time, Smoker also came over and patted Mary on the shoulder with sympathy. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words stopped coming out. After choking for a long time, he could only encourage her and said, "Do your best. The Menke clan is indeed a monkey clan. He is so willful in doing things, it is not easy to keep up with his brain circuit. The Navy's efficiency is extremely high." Although he was surprised by Garp's decision, Bogart acted quickly and led part of the Navy to clear a large open space in the port within a short time. It's definitely not enough for a duel between top experts, but for a teaching game like this where adults beat up little kids, it's more than enough. Garp and Mary took sides. Mary knew what Garp wanted to do, and there were only two possibilities. One is his own statement. Although Garp agrees with it, he doesn't really like it. This is normal. After all, Garp has come into contact with pirates like Roger, and he also believes in the ways of seamen. So Garp's attitude towards pirates is not so absolute. He wanted to use this to give Mary a good blow and make her change her mind a little, at least not so iron-blooded. Of course, this is impossible. The most Mary could do was restrain herself a little in front of Garp. Another possibility is to feel what level your own strength is. She joined the Navy through recommendation, so it was naturally impossible for her to start as a top soldier. Even if he joins Zifa's boot camp, he won't start in the first grade. Garp must at least know her strength before he can help her make follow-up arrangements. It's not surprising that Garp, who is thick and thin, has this idea. Unlike Han Luffy, his father and grandfather are both reliable people. Of course, it is possible for the above two ideas to coexist, and it is very high. Garp's whole body was quite relaxed and he crossed his arms. He stood opposite Mary and looked at the waiting Mary calmly, and Bogart stood between the two as the referee. He looked left and right, and after confirming that both were in place, he quickly took a few steps back and shouted, "Start." Mary's eyes and hair turned blood red in the blink of an eye, and her figure flashed away. Even the air was shattered. The air was shattered by the ultra-high-speed movement, and pieces of rubble exploded on the ground. Mary's entire body turned into a black and red phantom, attacking Garp like lightning. So fast. Bogart, who had just retreated, looked at Mary's quick eyes. When Garp saw this, he smiled happily. Good. Garp's fists were covered with a layer of dark weaponry, and he punched the right side of his body like a prophet. Winter. Mary's phantom-like figure was blasted out of the high-speed stage in an instant, and she was sent flying, with blood overflowing from her mouth. Predicting Mary's position is the power of sight. Garp frowned slightly. In the fight just now, he could clearly feel that Mary's body was very weak. This weakness is relative. Logically speaking, this speed should be accompanied by a correspondingly strong physique. But the force just now was too soft, which surprised Garp. However, Mary turned into a blood shadow almost the moment she landed, and the sharp blade in her hand was unsheathed, flying like lightning. Garp raised his eyebrows slightly. The punch he just delivered was quite powerful, but Mary didn't seem to be affected at all. Another contradiction. Her body was not strong enough to withstand such force, and the blood she just vomited showed that she must have suffered some internal injuries. But now, not only has her speed not slowed down at all, but it has become even faster. Devil flame. Mary growled lowly, her eyes more serious than ever. This is the first time in this world that she can attack with all her strength. She doesn't have to worry about who she can't hurt or where she should hold back. But you can go all out without any scruples. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile excitedly. A jet-black flame completely rose up on Mary's body in the blink of an eye, attaching itself to the twilight saber. Coupled with Mary's speed that almost violates the laws of physics, she is like a dark meteor on the battlefield. Mary attacked Garp desperately, but Garp punched her hard time and time again. She quickly switched angles and sprinted wildly again and again. This was a method of exchanging injuries for injuries. The more Garp fought, the more surprised he became. The longer time passed, the more he could feel Mary's extreme aura. And it's a very scary self-healing ability. Garp also lost his previous relaxed expression and said somewhat seriously. He could see that Mary was not physically strong. Almost every time she was knocked away, Mary would be severely injured, with blood splattering everywhere. But it doesn't even take a moment for her to be completely back to herself. This kind of terrifying self-healing ability has only been seen by Garp in one person during his many years at sea. The Four Emperors, Kaido the Beast. It can be said that this terrifying self-healing ability alone is enough to prove Mary Chigeo's potential. However, Garp could clearly feel that although the black flame was very small and not particularly strong, its temperature was higher than Sakazuki's magma. Garp's body also moved, constantly avoiding Mary's rapid sprint, and then punched hard at the moment when the figures intertwined, hitting Mary's back with one punch after another. Almost every punch is powerful enough to blast through a floor several meters thick. However, the demonic flames on Mary's body became more and more intense, so much so that even behind, Garp could feel the burning sensation. Finally, during another charge from Mary, Garp's body suddenly shook violently, and his punch flew out like a meteorite at an unprecedented speed. A sonic boom cloud exploded, and the punch of the wind and waves hit Mary's chest and abdomen head-on. The Chi Jin was crushed out and rushed straight towards the sea. The wind of the fist crushed the sea hundreds of meters away into grooves several meters deep. Smoker stared at the punch in stunned silence. He can guarantee that if this punch hits him, he may be killed directly. He was sweating profusely, and an indescribable sense of urgency suddenly arose in his heart. Is this the strength of a naval hero? On the other hand, Mary's body was almost blown to pieces, and her brain fell into chaos for a short time. This was a feeling she didn't even have when she first traveled through time, when her entire body was beheaded. The power of this punch was so powerful that Mary's mind, protected by the heart of blood slaughter, suffered a huge impact. It's like the difference between an ordinary person having his arm cut off and being hit head-on by a shock bomb. Cutting off an arm is painful, but it stimulates the mind and makes it exciting. And when the shock bomb hits the head, few people can stay awake. Mary was now in a state of shock and a blow to the head. She barely managed to hang onto a railing and smashed several piles of wooden boxes before she managed to stop before falling into the sea. Falling among the broken boards, Mary's body was like a rag, soaked in blood. Sawdust flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Seeing Mary's completely beaten appearance, Bogart thought the competition was over. Even Garp stood still and closed his fist with great satisfaction, fully recognizing Mary's talent and strength. He probably tested Mary's body's self-healing limit before throwing this punch. The fact is that Mary not only withstood the punch, but also maintained consciousness and did not faint. This kind of strength, coupled with the fact that Mary seems to be less than 16 years old, is simply a diamond at the level of a general. Seeing Garp put down his posture, Bogart wanted to step forward and announce the end of the sparring session, then give Mary timely treatment as soon as possible. The next moment, the sky turned dark. A boundless murderous aura that was so ferocious that it chilled the spine suddenly came from the shore of the port, spreading from Mary's petite body. A black-purple gas that was almost visible to the naked eye appeared and condensed into a thick mist that enveloped Mary's body. The fruit of desire arouses one's own murderous intention. This was not enough to condense into an actual shadow, but it was the product of Mary's idea. Strictly speaking, this is not her idea, but Sauron's idea. He also possesses extreme obsession and unspeakable murderous intent. And in terms of the quality of murderous intent, Mary at this moment was far superior to Sauron. Transformed into shape with murderous aura, driven by will. Its four Ghost 3 sword style, Azura, Itchy Mist Silver. Zorro, in terms of naming, Mary Vinicius, originally called you the strongest. It's hard to imagine that a directly applied sword skill name would be so smooth. The black and purple murderous aura gathered into the extremely rich ghost aura. In the illusion of light, a demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, holding 3 giant blades, and in an instant he beheaded Garp. Bogart was shocked, but he reacted very quickly and flew back. On the other hand, Garp's eyes lit up. Haha, okay. You actually have some clumsiness in fighting me. It seems you are better than I thought. Garp made a move to build momentum. Then, he punched out without any surprise. Smoker and others didn't know the significance of this punch, but their expressions changed drastically after just one glance after following Capt. Bogart for many years. Everyone, prepare for impact. Bogart bent down directly, crossed his arms in front of him, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Smoker was just startled for a moment before making the same gesture. The ghostly golem came into contact with Garp's black iron fist. An earth-shaking huge cloud explosion shock wave tore through the entire port, and neat stone slabs flew tens of meters high and smashed into the interior of Rog Town. The ground beneath Garp's feet dropped by at least 1 meter. Many less powerful naval soldiers were directly knocked away by the shock wave. The excellent professional qualities of Bogart and Smoker were immediately reflected, and both of them immediately recovered from the stiffness caused by the impact. Smoker quickly took to the air to intercept the rubble to avoid casualties among the townspeople. Bogart, on the other hand, flew to catch the sailor who was knocked away. The vast power directly scattered the ghost energy in all directions. However, the next moment, these ghostly auras gathered together like liquid, and the knife was slashed. And Mary's body was covered in black flames, and she rushed towards Garp head-on. At the same time, Mary's fingers on the hand that wasn't holding the knife moved slightly. The next moment, there was a strange movement on the ground. From the beginning of the battle, Mary has been in a passive state of being beaten. Blood splattered all over the battlefield. As Mary dashed left and right, constantly switching directions, her blood was scattered in all directions. The next moment, the blood everywhere on the battlefield suddenly burst out, turning into blood arrows and slender bloody hands, rushing towards Garp from all directions. The sudden move did not panic Garp. The experienced man only glanced at it and then decisively punched the ground. The powerful fist wind swept away the bloody arrows and bloody hands, making the battlefield clear immediately. However, the blood that flew out deftly gathered into the ghost energy, making the ghost energy demon more lifelike and terrifying. Return of Life Blood Shower Monster Pagoda. The term Buddha of the world of demons was something Mary learned from reading a fantasy novel in her previous life. It is particularly appropriate to put it on this giant statue of gods and demons that is supposed to be a majestic treasure but actually kills many evils. Mary's blood continued to pierce out of her body, intertwining into a large net covering Garp. The ferocious and huge monster world pagoda towered over it, and its body that covered the sky and sun was cut down with a single blow. At the same time, Mary decisively destroyed more than half of her life force reserves and used all her strength to strengthen the magic eye. A terrifying high temperature suddenly appeared, and Smoker and others hundreds of meters away felt the purgatory-like high temperature. Garp's expression suddenly became serious. To him, the monster world pagoda was just a huge living target, and those bloody knives could not scratch his skin even if they stabbed him. These moves have a very high upper limit, but they are far from posing a threat to him now. However, this violent high temperature generated out of thin air made Garp feel dangerous for the first time. This temperature is more than 3 times higher than Sakaski. Garp felt the intense heat and thought to himself. The dazzling bloody knife approached, but was shattered by a few punches from Garp. If the monster world pagoda is pressed down, it will be directly destroyed by Garp's force reduction of 10. Blood rain and ghostly energy filled the sky, mixing together to form a confusing realm. Mary's rich experience in her previous life gave her a high degree of creativity. This move can be regarded as Mary's version of the water release and mist hidden technique. This move really confused Garp. It's not that Garp can't break through this mystery, Mary's control of her murderous aura is not yet refined enough to stop Garp's level of knowledge in domineering. The main reason is that Garp never thought that this move was to obscure his vision, he didn't even realize that it was a move. In the distance, many Navy could only stare at the thick black-red mist, not knowing what was happening. No, this little girl wants to. After a while, Garp, who had still not been attacked by Mary, suddenly reacted. Cunning little guy. Garp grinned, and when he waved his fists, he set off a violent airflow, ruthlessly tearing apart the entire fog, revealing the true appearance of the battlefield. I saw that Mary had lost all the complicated skills and tricks, just lowered her waist and tightly covered her left wrist. Her gloves slowly burned. You know, her military uniform was originally immune to attacks from her body. An astonishing amount of heat radiated from her left hand, which turned black and purple, and the air within 100 meters around her became distorted. Garp suddenly understood. I see, are you trying to get a chance to use your special skills? Thinking of what he was thinking, Garp smiled heroically, stretched out his whole body, and put on a posture of being ready. As the battle progresses, Mary has brought countless surprises to Garp, and Garp can already foresee the birth of a future naval supernova. Now he just wants to see the last move that Mary prepared so solemnly and painstakingly. The ground beneath Mary's feet boiled, became red, melted, and crystallized. Looking at Garp showing off his posture, Mary smiled with difficulty. Garp still gave her this face. Immediately, she looked solemn and raised her hand attentively, aiming her palm at Garp. The surface of Mary's military uniform burst into flames, and dark flames burst out from Mary's hands. The demonic flames gathered into the shape of a dragon, turning into a black dragon and rushing straight towards Garp. Black Dragon Wave. Mary's pale face had firm eyes, staring at Garp through the dark flames. The dark flames plowed a crystallized road on the ground, and further away was the magma that instantly liquefied and splashed everywhere. Garp, who was facing the dragon's head, roared angrily when he saw this, raised his fists to his waist, and twisted around. Then, all the power in his body burst out and gathered into Garp's invincible right fist. Boom! In an instant, the sky and the earth turned white. The fist containing huge power came into contact with the black dragon containing terrible heat. The force exploded and knocked out the air within dozens of meters, forming a vacuum zone. The strong backlash and the huge consumption of releasing the black dragon wave made Mary's brain suddenly sink and she lost consciousness. The white shock wave spread unstoppably, and all the glass within several kilometers was shattered. The townspeople felt the trembling of their bodies and the strong wind from the harbor almost at the same time. After the dust settled, Bogart and Smoker arrived at the scene quickly within 3 seconds. At this time, Garp's condition was not much better. His hair and beard were burned by the high temperature, and his iconic dog hat was also burned completely. The Navy uniforms all over his body also became tattered in such a huge collision. "Mr. Garp, you actually..." Bogart looked at Garp's embarrassed appearance in quite surprise. But unlike Bogart's shock, Garp himself laughed happily. "Not bad, really good. Such an outstanding young man has not appeared in the sea for many years." Garp chuckled. "It's a pity that old guy Zifa has already booked this little girl, otherwise I would have given a good education to this little girl." Looking at Mary lying on the ground in the distance, Garp strode forward, picked her up, and put her in Smoker's arms. This little girl probably fainted from exhaustion. "Bogart, go to our ship and get enough repair money to the Roguetown naval base. Then, let the military doctor on our ship give Mary some treatment." Garp glanced at the port that had become a rugged mountainous land and the dilapidated port ships destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, and scratched his head. "I seem to be a little more excited after playing, haha. I'm afraid I won't be able to set sail for a while." It's just that at this time, Smoker and Bogart were no longer interested in paying attention to his complaints. Smoker looked at the unconscious Mary half shocked and half worried. "In my memory, this was the first time that Mary was beaten until she lost consciousness. It can only be said that Mary's injury this time was really serious and the consumption was really great, unbelievably great." And Bogart, "Port reconstruction, ship compensation, building damage compensation, personal property compensation." After he had a headache, how should he explain this somewhat expensive repair money to the warring states marshal? Cold, so cold. The bone-chilling chill seemed to be constantly seeping into Mary's bones and into her deepest soul. A breathing sound appears, accompanied by the sound of the world's nascent heartbeat. Mary opened her eyes suddenly. She lay in the dark water, and the endless cold air slowly seeped into her bones from the water. "Here it is." Mary stood up from the water in a daze. As soon as she moved, she felt that something was wrong with her body. Too weak. This time she was weak in a real sense, just like when she first traveled to the world of One Piece. "My hands have no strength to restrain the chicken, and breathing is very laborious." Moreover, all her abilities disappeared. She couldn't feel the extremely strong vitality in her body, nor could she feel the original feeling of controlling the blood at will. Even the evil eyes on her forehead, which she was very uncomfortable with, disappeared at this moment. It's such a nostalgic feeling. Mary looked down at her slender arms and murmured, "The feeling of ordinary people." After confirming her physical condition, Mary raised her head and looked around. The black water is endless, not deep, just up to the calf. But the dark water was extremely cold. And in the endless black water, ruins are everywhere. There are broken walls everywhere, and the old rocks are covered with thick moss, exuding a musty smell. Classical and dilapidated furniture lay crookedly in the water. Broken wall clocks, disabled puppets, rusty cross-swords, everything smells old and abandoned. The sky was completely dark, without a trace of light or color. The light source from nowhere illuminates the entire world. In the distance, the mist is getting heavier. Hundreds of meters away, everything is submerged in the blue-gray mist, as if it has been swallowed by an unknown giant beast. Where is this place? Mary was completely overwhelmed by the strange and shocking sight before her. After she traveled through time, all her decisions were based on her understanding of the original work. So no matter what happened, she had certain coping methods so that she wouldn't panic. However, the scene before her was something she had never seen before. There was no memory of it in her mind. The unknown is the scariest thing. Crack, snap. Mary heard the sound of treading water behind her. She was so frightened that she immediately looked back and saw a familiar face appearing in front of her. Dashki? The shock in Mary's heart was indescribable. Her eyes kept changing, a mixture of fear, confusion, and confusion. What is happening? Standing in front of Mary was Dusky. Her expression was numb and her eyes were empty, like a doll that had lost its soul. Mary subconsciously reached out to touch her. Suddenly, Dashki's figure turned into pieces and turned into white stardust, scattering all over the sky. Mary froze there for a moment, at a loss. After a while, Mary clutched her head frantically. Where is this? Ding dong! There was a clear sound of water droplets, as if a light body fell on the water. A light and lonely breath came from behind. This is your mental world. A young voice appeared. Who? Mary immediately turned around in shock, subconsciously trying to get into a fighting stance. But she forgot that her physical fitness at this time was not even as good as that of ordinary people. When I turned around, I used too much force and lost my balance. I fell into the water. Ahem! Mary coughed painfully. A small hand reached out to her. Mary looked at the person in front of her. A thin and petite little girl with pure eyes and long black hair. The slightly faded little white dress looked quite thin, making the little girl look increasingly frail. Hello, I'm she. The little girl smiled with difficulty. Sister, it's our first time meeting you. Mary was stunned for a moment and immediately realized who she was. Are you, Fura she? Mary stretched out her hand and asked doubtfully while being pulled up by she. Yes, sister. She tilted her head and smiled at Mary. Wait, why did you call me sister? Mary suddenly grasped something important. Because I have a crush on you, sister. She smiled shyly. Although I don't know how I got here, I felt very happy when I saw you. So I think, sister, you are not a bad person. She smiled innocently. Mary reacted reluctantly. So you just have a crush on me. After reviewing the current situation, Mary had an idea in her mind. Her previous battle was approved by Garp, and the third phase of the mission was completed by herself. And she, perhaps because of his particularity as a character, appeared directly. And he was knocked unconscious by Garp's attack on Black Dragon Wave. But it happened that she had already entered his own mental world at this time. After he lost consciousness, he came here by chance. After all, the system also explained that after obtaining the character she, you can freely enter and exit the world of mental images. Only, why is my mental world like this? This is also what puzzles Mary the most. The world in this article is desolate, cold, broken, and full of the feeling of death and decay. To be fair, Mary, who had been killed softly, did not think she was very sunny, but no matter what, she should not be in such a dead mental world. It's not like I have any death wish. Even if her mental image of the world was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Mary could accept it, but the strange place in front of her really made her a little confused. Everything is in vain. She looked around and said, actually, it's not bad. Where I lived before, there weren't so many things. She smiled naturally, but Mary was a little silent after hearing this. She has tried both AD animations and original games, so she naturally knows what the fantasy world looks like. It was really lonely, with nothing in the vast wilderness. Some are just scattered ruins, even more desolate than here. Sister, your mental world has been destroyed before. She suddenly said, this place should have been very prosperous. Mary was stunned, but I don't have anything special that makes me collapse. She usually complains, but when you say she collapsed, it felt like her world collapsed. It doesn't seem to have happened. She no longer spoke, but started running around. Mary was worried that she would get lost, so she hurriedly followed her. The fog in the mental world became heavier and heavier. Mary was exhausted and was slowly pushed away by she. This damn body. Mary gritted her teeth and cursed. She, slow down, I can't keep up. She's footsteps stopped, and in the distance, Mary seemed to hear she's voice. The fog is getting thicker and thicker. Sister, you have to go back. She's voice is getting farther and farther away. Mary was just stunned to understand what she meant. Are you going to wake up? Mary shook her head. Then I'll come visit you when I'm free next time. Well, bye, sister. She's voice was almost inaudible. And the moment she finished speaking, Mary suddenly thought of something. Something that had confused her from the beginning. Wait. As soon as Mary stretched out her hand, her vision began to turn white. What happened to Dashki? Her voice also disappeared into this mental world. Call. Mary suddenly sat up from the hospital bed, startling the nurse who was still dispensing medicine. Mary, who had just woken up, obviously hadn't recovered yet, sitting on the hospital bed in a daze. The nurse patted her chest on the side to calm her frightened mood, then walked up to Mary and asked, Are you awake? How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Mary was in a daze for a long time, then stretched out her hand and made a fist. That huge sense of power filled her body again. It was clear that she had only lost a moment, but Mary felt as if several years had passed. Sure enough, power is addictive, Mary said to herself. Then, while the nurse was still worried about Mary's health, Mary suddenly jumped out of the hospital bed. Seeing that her military uniforms were all hanging on the hangers on the side, Mary didn't think too much and quickly took off her hospital gown and put on her pitch-black military uniform. The nurse on the side was stunned by this resolute attitude. After finishing dressing, Mary put on her military cap and clicked it hard. Suddenly, her heart sank. It's over. She thought of a big question. Have I exposed the third eye? Mary thought with a headache. Alas, forget it, the soldiers will come to cover up the water and earth. After all, Things like the magic eye will eventually be exposed one day. During the fierce fight, she was not sure that she could keep her eye unnoticed. It was just a matter of time, and now that it was exposed, to be honest, Mary wasn't too upset about this matter. It's just a little more trouble. Thinking clearly, Mary exhaled a breath, and then realized that she had been ignoring the nurse. So, Mary turned back and showed a polite and elegant smile. "Thank you for taking care of me. I'm fine." After that, he opened the door of the ward and left gracefully. The nurse looked blankly at Mary, who was striding away, and the two bright red words "Justice" on the back of her cloak. Suddenly he blushed. She hurriedly turned her head to clean up the room, trying to suppress her suddenly agitated thoughts. Why do you think she is so handsome? Mary's lust is charming and seems to be slowly turning into a passive skill. Mary knew she was on a ship, the feel of her feet and the texture of the surrounding walls told her so. Walking in the cabin, Mary turned on the system as she walked. "System, I need to know some details. For example, what is the attitude of the characters recruited by the recruitment system towards me?" This question is very important and is Mary's biggest concern. After meeting Mary realized that unlike the redeemed props and skills, characters had their own consciousness. They cannot be completely controlled by themselves like skills and items. When the system encounters a problem, relevant instructions are immediately displayed. Characters summoned by the system have full favorability towards the host by default. Full favorability means that when the host does not directly threaten the character's life, it will not threaten the host in any sense, will not lose favorability, and will not reduce favorability due to beliefs in character. The host will automatically be assigned an identity that is relatively reasonable for the summoned character, so that the summoned character will not disobey the host's instructions in most cases. It should be noted that if the host directly threatens the life safety of the summoned character, the favorability of the summoned character towards the host will be reduced. When its favorability towards the host drops to a certain level, he will no longer exist as our personnel. As our personnel, their relevant information can be viewed in the relevant interface of the recruitment system. After browsing the instructions, Mary realized that she still knew too little about the system. This was the first time she knew that she could at least view information about the summoned person. Back in her room, Mary thought about her future plans. First of all, there is one thing you can rest assured: your magic eye did not cause any commotion. Most of the General Navy have little knowledge and are insensitive to their own peculiar appearance, so they can ignore it. In fact, the main thing she needs to care about is Garp's attitude. Now it seems that Garp doesn't seem to care about her three-eyed appearance. From the time she left the cabin to the time she returned to her room, for a full afternoon, Garp seemed to have no abnormal behavior. He didn't seem to have any intention of asking. "It's a good thing it's Garp." Mary smiled happily. Garp is the most willful person in the Navy. At least, Mary felt that in the Navy, getting along with Garp, Zifa, and Smoker would be the easiest. When getting along with them, there is no need to consider whether you have any taboos that you cannot let them know unless it exceeds the bottom line of their tolerance. You will not care about these three things. Like now, it's clear that Mary's third eye has a secret. But Garp didn't care at all and didn't even mean to delve deeper. Even Bogart and everyone else on the ship turned a blind eye. This actually allowed Mary to spend less time thinking about how to deal with the hidden dangers caused by unknown identities, allowing her to concentrate on thinking about future plans. Her initial plan was to train with Zifa first. Smoker was right, Zifa was the one she had to meet. Apart from anything else, just looking at his actual performance, Zifa as well deserved to be called the Sage Master in the Navy. After all the Golden Generation were his students, and more than half of the lieutenant generals had received his teachings. In terms of teaching ability, it is unmatched in the world of One Piece. In addition, Zifa is very protective of his shortcomings. As long as Mary's heart is towards Zifa, Zifa will never let himself suffer. Moreover, Zifa is very powerful. Although after losing his arm, his combat power is not as good as that of the current three generals in Sengoku Garp, but he is still a hidden general-level powerhouse in the Navy. With Zifa as her backing, Mary can use many methods. The most important point is that there are some similarities in the characters of Mary and Zifa. That is unlimited cruelty to pirates. It's also sad to say. The former unkillable general turned into the black-armed Zifa today. Mary couldn't even imagine what kind of trauma and betrayal Zifa had experienced during this period. But no matter what Zifa went through, at least now, under Zifa, Mary can kill pirates unscrupulously to earn points. Zifa would not restrict her, and he might even think it was not enough. Follow Zifa and train in his training camp. Zifa's training camp is well-deserved. Countless Navy experts have walked out of it, and Zifa's training camp has an unwritten saying in the Navy: only the most talented people can receive Zifa's education, and those who can successfully graduate under his hands. Most people will be awarded a military rank above the average. Mary was also very concerned about military rank. It's not that she pursues fame and fortune, but she does have a need. In fact, Mary planned to be a lone wolf from the beginning and reach the finale alone. But not to mention her growing relationship with Dusky and Smoker, the opening of the recruitment system alone prompted her to change her policy. After all, not to mention recruiting ordinary soldiers, the special characters recruited also need to be organized. Otherwise, if a navy has hidden private soldiers, it doesn't matter if it is strong enough, but it must be strong enough that the top brass of the navy and even the world government can selectively ignore this. Mary didn't think she could do it in a short time. This short period of time probably takes several years. During this period, she had to strive for a military rank and have her own establishment. When the time comes, it would be much more convenient to arrange for the people she recruits. Next, Mary plans to develop into a lieutenant general. The lieutenant general of this department can station a naval base alone. Controlling a naval base will be of great benefit to the development of Mary's power. As for how to become a lieutenant general, strength is naturally a very important part. But Mary doesn't actually worry about strength. After all, there is a system in place, and the last thing she needs to worry about is the improvement of her own strength. The biggest obstacle for her to become a lieutenant general was her record. Even if you keep killing pirates, you can still get enough merit. But once she reaches this level, Mary will probably be able to defeat the entire pirate world by herself. Or when Mary's strength exceeds the level of lieutenant general, she can obtain the rank of lieutenant general no matter what. This is just a little faster than the above. But this is not what Mary wants. What Mary needed was development as quickly as possible. The main plot has already begun. In 3 to 4 years at most, the turmoil on the sea will reach its highest climax in 800 years. If Mary wanted to develop a force that could dominate the world at that time, she would have to become a lieutenant general within a year or two. And this requires a feat, an earth-shattering feat. What? You ask Mary why she wanted to develop a world-beating force? As a time traveler, with the logistical support of the recruitment system, if I don't even have this sense, it would be better to hug the protagonist's thigh obediently. To put it bluntly, this is the goal. The goal is not set high, and I usually do things timidly. After all, this can also be a goal. But this earth-shattering feat. Mary thought about the One Piece timeline carefully, thinking about what time she could have to increase her reputation in one go. First of all, she conservatively estimated that she would be able to train under Zifa within half a year. She was confident in this. After all, if she went all out now, there was a high probability that Smoker would not be able to defeat her. But Smoker successfully became a disciple of Zifa. Mary didn't think she would be so specially cared for by Zifa that she wouldn't be able to graduate. He said that he was afraid of something unexpected happening for half a year, so he deliberately extended it a little longer. The current point in time is when Luffy appears in Rog Town, which is around May 1522 in the Hainan calendar. Half a year. To give a rough idea, it would mean that he had a formal rank in the Navy starting in 1523. After that, she had a certain degree of autonomy in action. 1523, Mary's eyes narrowed. Early in 1523, Whitebeard too became the Shishibukai. It was at that time that Zifa was completely disappointed with the Navy. Soon after, he withdrew from the Navy and established the Neo Navy. Mary temporarily suppressed her unhappy thoughts. Due to restrictions, she could not defect with Zifa. But the real confrontation with Zifa is not that early. Zifa's final Z battle happened very late. At the very least, this battle will not break out until Luffy and others have completed their 2-year training. Mary had plenty of time to strengthen herself and cope with future changes. But if Zifa leaves, the only ones in the Navy who can serve as his backers and will not be restricted are those hawkish navies. After arriving in Marineland, you need to build up your network. Shaking her head, Mary put aside these distracting thoughts and continued to think about how to earn military merit. We can't consider the main plot anymore. Half a year later, the war on top is over, and the big events that follow will have to wait until Dressrosa at least. That happened in August 1524, and the time window was too long. And if you follow the main line, you won't be able to catch up with the progress of the protagonist group. If you consider the theatrical version, Golden Lion won't work. The Golden Lion was defeated by the Straw Hats before the Battle of the Top, and there was too little time. If we don't face Zifa, then half a year later, there will only be 2 major events that can be considered in the theatrical version: Golden Tatsaro, Devil Descendant Barrett. Of course, Mary can also take the initiative to find trouble for several Shishibukai. Capture Lao Sha or Jinbi who are wandering in the New World, kill Doflamingo who is ruling Dressrosa in darkness, or sleep with the Empress? If she were a guy, she might consider the last one. After all, this one seems the easiest. But unfortunately she is a girl now, and she does not have the same tendency. So the simplest one should be Golden Tatsaro. As a pseudo-Superman, the gold that Terzora is proud of is like water that cannot stick to people when faced with Mary's demonic flames. As for the gold powder that Terzora uses to control people, for Mary, it can be solved by breaking her body into thousands of pieces. Compared to Barrett's absolutely abnormal and terrifying strength, Laosha's ability to create an environment to absorb moisture, Kai Xia Jinbi's ability to restrain Mary, and Ming Ji, who also has good physical strength, T-Zero is obviously the easiest dungeon boss to defeat. Of course, on the surface, T-Zero is a collaborator of the world government. It takes a lot of effort to think of a reason to deal with him. I'll think about it later. If it doesn't work out, I'll go and clear 3 copies of the Shishibukai. Mary, who had a headache, decided to mess it up. Mary hasn't thought that far about what will happen after becoming a lieutenant general. After all, she doesn't even know what character she will have joining her then, so it's impossible to talk about arrangements. Right now, we still have to continue to strengthen our strength. After finishing her thinking, Mary opened the system exchange office and selected cost-effective items to exchange. After all, she still needs to save some PT for Inkiju, so she still has to hold on to the ropes now. After graduating from Zifa, Mary, who was able to go to sea freely, gained financial freedom. It is much more convenient to use PT on this great route than in the East China Sea. The battle with Garp produced a little unexpected benefit. Mary's ferocious murderous intent and ghoul-like fighting method brought a deep psychological shadow to many naval colleagues. Because of this, although the number was small, Mary gained a large number of feared allies. It seems that the quality of people affects the quantity of PT. The Navy in the headquarters is not as large as the Navy in Rog Town, but both contributed about the same amount of PT when they first saw Mary's fighting style. I don't know if this is a fixed rule. I will have to find an opportunity to verify it in the future. Now Mary's ally PT has to make certain reservations. In order to replace Inkiju as soon as possible, Mary figured that just buying a green item would be enough. Just as Mary was thinking about which skills he wanted to redeem, the Alliance Sphere PT exchange office mainly focused on skills. He suddenly noticed a red dot appearing in the upper right corner of the exchange office. A version update? A strong sense of familiarity with mobile games, but most online client games seem to be like this too. Well, in short, it looks like the new content added to the version after the game is updated. After clicking through each level, Mary found that the Limited PT Exchange Office, the Public Fear PT Exchange Office, and the Alliance Fear PT Exchange Office had all been updated with new content. It just so happened that she wanted to exchange something at the Alliance Fear PT Exchange Office, so Mary directly checked what the Alliance Office had updated. There is only one update: Scenery of the Heart Endless Martial Arts, green description, unlocked after the host obtains the special character Shi. The arrival of Shi will open up channels for the host to enter and exit his own mental world, and this skill can help the host transform the mental landscape. This skill will help the host carve out an independent space in the mental landscape, and then simulate various extremely harsh environments in it to train the host's adaptability and perseverance. When the host activates this skill, his consciousness will automatically dive into the mental world. At the same time, the host will lose consciousness in the real world. The flow of time in the mental world is synchronized with the real world. The host can interrupt the skill at any time to return to the real world. Note 1: When the host projects the mental landscape into the real world through inherent enchantment or fantasy embodiment, this skill will be unable to be activated. Note 2: When this skill is activated, the integration of Shi and the mental world will be interrupted. After a brief review, Mary understood the position of this thing: a pure training ground. It's just that the training ground in the real world is usually against oneself or against the strong, but here it is against nature, Mary said to herself. But these are not important. Mary thinks a lot, but there are only 2 words shining in her eyes: green. Mary clicked the exchange button almost by mistake. Anyway, there are not many green skills that are useful, and the price/performance ratio is not high. Why not simply experience this special skill that seems to have great potential? Even if you make a mistake, you won't lose much. After all, it was just a green item. Even on the route from the East China Sea to Marineland, Mary was confident that she could create a PT that could be exchanged for several green items. The words "successful exchange" were displayed. Driven by curiosity, Mary immediately lay back on the bed. Activate skills. The skill is very refreshing to activate, and Mary is also very happy to faint. When I opened my eyes again, there was still a new world in front of me. Pirate Bloody Hand Mary read Hairshanks, MTL books. The sun was bright and a tingling sensation appeared on Mary's skin. My body feels so heavy, and I feel like suffocating. As soon as Mary appeared in this world, she felt the physical difference from the original world. And Mary narrowed her eyes slightly. He became an ordinary person again. When you enter the mental world, you will become an ordinary person. Mary knew this before. But this long-lost feeling of weakness is still quite uncomfortable. Well, let's see where we are now. Mary looked around. The endless water is not deep, only reaching the calf, but it is extremely vast. It spreads out to the left and right, while the front and rear are blocked by long mountains in the distance. My calves were submerged in the water and walking was a bit inconvenient. And for some reason, Mary obviously felt a lot heavier. No, it's not that I've gained weight. Mary frowned. Her previous body was much heavier than she had been in this life, but she didn't feel that way. It seems like it's not as simple as simply gaining weight. Mary looked around. I came to this world to accept the test of nature, but judging from the current situation, I have no clue what to do. Let's go take a look at the mountains over there first. Mary looked at the endless mountains stretching to the left and right in the distance and said to herself. She moved towards the mountains with difficulty. To die, this body is too weak. Even such an ordinary walk is so strenuous. Not to mention waiting for the test of nature, Mary felt that she would be exhausted before long. Speaking of which, Mary has always had a sense of déjà vu in this world from the very beginning, but she couldn't remember where she had seen this scene for a while. Ho! 10 minutes later, Mary fell to her knees in the water, gasping for air. You will die this way, you will definitely die. Mary felt her violent heartbeat and breathing sound like a broken bellows, and stood up again with difficulty. How far is it? Mary faced the scorching sun, blocked it with her hands, and looked far ahead. The next moment, she was stunned. The mountains disappeared. For a moment, Mary was silent. What happened? Where did such a huge mountain range go? Before Mary had time to be confused, she felt the ground beneath her feet tremble along with the water, and a low roar filled the entire space. Hey, earthquake. Mary immediately thought it was an earthquake and quickly leaned down to try to protect herself. However, within a few seconds, Mary felt something was wrong. The water is a little shallower. Residents who live by the sea should know that after an earthquake, the water in the sea suddenly recedes, which is not a good sign. This usually means a tsunami. Mary's previous hometown was a fishing village by the sea, so she knew a lot about this common sense. Her reaction to this area has always been sharp. When she noticed that the water level was lowering, she immediately thought of the possibility of a tsunami. Then, since she teleported here, scenes of unnatural phenomena have been connected together. Mary suddenly remembered where she was here. Tsunami, overweight, vast and shallow waters, distant mountains, shaking. The vibrations became more and more violent, and the roar was almost close to her ears, but Mary just stood up with a stiff face and muttered something. Those aren't mountains. They're waves. Those aren't mountains. They're waves. She thought of a movie and a scene in it that showed the insignificance of human beings in all their glory. That one's moving away from us. She slowly turned her head, and a huge shadow covered the sky. In front of you is a huge dark blue wall. Mary slowly raised her head, the world was roaring, and the huge wall slowly rolled towards Mary. When Mary was almost looking up to the sky, she saw the top of this huge wall. It is a thin white line, its essence is the waves produced by the churning seawater. Interstellar. Akula Ragna, the god of water, was nothing compared to the huge waves in front of her. If this huge wave is a tsunami, then the water gods are just a wave. This is not an exaggeration. This huge wave was thousands of meters high and boundless to the left and right. The sense of oppression in Mary's heart has far exceeded that of the world of One Piece. At least, the terror that Garp brought to her was not as great as this huge wave. Facing Garp, Mary just broke into a cold sweat and lost her will to fight. Facing this huge wave, Mary had stopped thinking, just like an ordinary person facing the rapid impact of a super heavy truck. Even the most powerful among the pirate kings seem a bit insignificant in the face of the power of nature. The next moment, the huge wave gently brushed Mary's body. In an instant, there was a bright red color in the seawater. It was Mary's shattered body. Mary in the real world screamed and sat up from the bed, her face pale and her body dripping with sweat. Her eyes were frightened, and she kept scratching her chest with her hands, trying her best to relieve the unbearable suffocation feeling. After several minutes, Mary finally recovered from the shadow just now. What she feared was not death, but the despair of being helpless. Death is not terrible. She has experienced the feeling between life and death countless times. However, this was the first time she felt that no matter what she did, she could not escape the powerlessness and despair of her fate. This feeling almost destroyed all the confidence and willpower she had accumulated over the past few months. She even felt that even if she entered that mental world with full power, she would only be ruthlessly crushed by the huge waves. Trying your best to resist is just to add some interesting fireworks to it. This mentality is terrible. Mary held her head violently and scratched her hair with a ferocious expression, trying to use the severe pain to wake up a little. No. Mary murmured in a daze, I'm still too weak now, too weak. After feeling the gap between herself and nature, Mary had two ways to go. One is to fall into endless despair, lose one's own spirit, have a mental collapse, and finally sink into ruin forever. Most people will be like this. The power of nature is difficult to resist. This is the consensus of ordinary people in previous lives. But after all, Mary has been in this world for a long time, and her mentality has changed a little. Another one is, I want to become stronger. Mary murmured as she slowly stood up. I want to become stronger, at least, don't be beaten to pieces again. Mary's expression looked quite painful. How ridiculous. Not only did not improve myself in just 10 minutes, but it also brought me such a huge psychological barrier. the vast waves have become a nightmare in Mary's heart. Now whenever Mary thinks about growing her strength, she will think about this indescribable experience. Mary is very strange. Logically speaking, her psychology should not be so fragile. Is it because something strange happened? Headache, very bad headache. However, there are pros and cons. Only after seeing the power of nature did I realize how short-sighted my own vision was. Mary's ultimate goal has been updated. Dominate the world of One Piece? Crush the world government? Let yourself be the Navy and achieve freedom in life? Now it seems that these are too low-end. Mary's pained look now seemed a little weak. The world, this is the final boss. You suddenly have a lot of fighting spirit. On the deck, looking at Mary who had left and returned, Garp said with some confusion. Don't blame Garp for being confused. It had only been 10 minutes since Mary got off the deck. When she appeared in front of him again, she looked extremely weak. It's not physical weakness, it's mental weakness. The feeling of fatigue and vulnerability overflowed from Mary's body, and even ordinary naval soldiers could detect Mary's strange state. Not to mention that Mary asked Garp for sparring as soon as she came up. My body and will are still too weak. Mary said in a low voice, when I fight against you, I am trapped by my weak body and can only adopt the tactics of wandering. And the will is even more fragile. Thinking of the scene just now, Mary still felt trembling all over her body. She is afraid. The person who was afraid actually felt fear at this moment, and even the heart of blood slaughter couldn't suppress this bad feeling. For this reason, Mary felt great humiliation and embarrassment. In this mood, she almost gritted her teeth and said to Garp, please, practice with me during this period. I need to improve my abilities as soon as possible. Garp frowned slightly as he looked at Mary who looked a bit crazy. Then, as if he remembered something, he smiled in relief and scratched his head. He looked at Mary with some understanding. Okay, I promise you. Garp smiled happily and nodded solemnly. Mary's face was filled with joy, and when she was about to say something, a Navy soldier suddenly hurried up to Garp and stood at attention and saluted. Report. A powerful roar immediately interrupted Mary's thanks. Mary's head was full of questions. The emotions that had just been brewing suddenly disappeared again. However, Mary could still distinguish the primary from the secondary. It was obvious that something big had happened when the Navy soldiers came to report in such an urgent manner. Mary couldn't say much about this. Garp obviously understood this. He nodded and asked, say, what's wrong? Pirate ship spotted ahead, the Red Foss. In an instant, Garp's aura suddenly became fierce. As soon as these words came out, Bogart immediately tensed up. Ready for war. Mary only reacted in the blink of an eye. At this time, Garp was completely serious. Different from the seriousness with which she, a junior, was treated, Garp's current reaction was obviously that of an opponent of the same level. And the reason for all this is just because of the pirate ship that the Navy soldier just mentioned Red Fourth. Mary frowned as she recalled whose car it was. However, now Garp couldn't control Mary too much for a while, and walked directly onto the bow. Mary's eyes paused and she quickly followed. I saw that all the navies were busy in full swing, and the atmosphere of facing a powerful enemy made Mary nervous. Walking onto the bow of the ship, Garp had a sullen face and looked ahead with bright eyes. Mary followed Garp's gaze and saw a pirate ship coming into view. The crimson dragon-shaped bow is extremely ferocious, and on the sail of the pirate ship, a skull pattern is extremely eye-catching. A red vein runs diagonally across the skull's left eye. Mary's vagina gradually enlarged. This is. A man slowly walked onto the bow and looked at Garp. The man was tall and had a resolute expression. There are 3 ancient scars on the left eye. He was wearing a dark, shabby cloak and had one arm, with a long western knife hanging from his waist. The most important thing is that this man has short blood-red hair. Yonko, red-haired Shanks. What are red-haired Shanks doing here? Mary immediately became nervous. She had just beaten Luffy violently. Logically speaking, it had only been a day, so the news wouldn't have spread that fast. But what if? Who knows if Shanks has any special channels to monitor Luffy? The sudden appearance of the red hair made Mary a little uneasy. After all, she was a powerful person at the level of the Yonko. If he really wanted to cause trouble for Mary, Garp might not be able to protect her. However, a person of red hair's level wouldn't come to trouble Mary just because Luffy was beaten violently. That would be too out of character. Thinking of this, Mary felt a little calmer. Are you too sensitive? Red hair often runs to the East China Sea. Bogart explained from the side. The East China Sea is Roger's hometown, and it is also the place where Roger is buried. Ever since Roger was executed, red hair has often run to the East China Sea. Hearing Bogart say this, Mary breathed a sigh of relief, but she was cautious by nature and was not completely relieved. Then why did we suddenly meet him this time? Mary asked doubtfully. He came to us, to fight. For a while, Mary couldn't think of how to express her concerns in a subtle way. Just as Bogart was about to explain, Garp snorted and interrupted Bogart. Coming to trouble us? It would be better if I didn't cause trouble for him. Garp said angrily, I haven't settled the debt with him for deceiving my grandson into looking for pirates. Well, Mary turned away guiltily. The red hair just fooled Luffy. Garp seemed to want to kill him. If he knew that Mary had brutally tortured the Straw Hats, would he have to go back and kill her? But this one is really unusual. Bogart narrowed his eyes slightly and took over. Why did the red hair avoid us before? But this time he took the initiative to come closer. You know, we have encountered the red-haired pirates before, but we couldn't catch them even if we chased them. As soon as these words were spoken, Mary's heart suddenly rose in her throat again. In this case, are you really going to trouble me? Mary could hardly keep her cool expression. Thinking about it now, if Shanks came to trouble her, he would most likely tell about Mary's bloody torture of Luffy. Then the idea that I had imagined that I could save my life through Garp didn't seem to be that reliable. But there seems to be no place to take a break. Mary, who understood the current situation clearly, could only bite the bullet and stand behind Garp. Now I can only bet that if his conjecture is true, Garp will not abandon public service for personal reasons, referring to the future Navy star for his grandson. Maybe Shanks didn't come to trouble Mary at all, he just thought too much. There is always a solution to a problem. Mary herself didn't have much confidence in saying this. After all, in the worst-case scenario, she may have to face two powerful men at the level of generals and emperors, but as a time traveler, she still became strong-willed when there was no way out. Tisk, you can't be crushed by the local natives in terms of momentum. That would be too embarrassing. Moreover, no matter how unreliable Garp is, he will definitely do it to save Mary. The old man couldn't really let himself get beaten up by the red hair. Mary's expression gradually became firm. Very nice. Garp whispered, a voice only he could hear. Garp has been paying attention to Mary's reaction. He wants to know whether the extremely paranoid Mary can preserve her energy when facing the world's top powerhouse. Now it seemed that Mary's performance satisfied him very much. The next step is to deal with Shanks. Garp withdrew his attention and looked solemnly at Shanks, who was approaching in the distance. Although he said that he wanted to teach Shanks a lesson, Shanks was no longer the young boy he was a few years ago. Now Shanks has become a behemoth, and even Garp can't say he can teach him a lesson casually. Right now, Shanks' unusual behavior had made him alert to the fullest. The two ships gradually approached, and Mary could already see the ferocious faces of the red-haired pirate crew. Ben Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, Lucky Lou, did G.E. The bloody aura of battle emanated from them, and even Mary, who was 100 meters away, could feel their power. This is the Four Emperors. Mary's eyes narrowed slightly. The strong men of pirates and the strong men of the Navy have completely different temperaments. That sense of unbridled aggression and ferocity. Mary's hands trembled under this momentum. She didn't know whether it was excitement or fear, but an inexplicable smile appeared on her cheeks that were dripping with cold sweat. This kind of momentum. I always feel that pirates are more suitable for me. Pity. This domineering feeling was exactly what Mary wanted. But now that it is tied to the naval power, it has to be more or less restrained in everything it does. It's a bit off-putting when you think about it. The two armies were about to hand over. Suddenly, a crimson aura quickly radiated from the red fosse and enveloped the Navy warship in an instant. A huge impact swept through the consciousness of almost all the Navy. With just one encounter, only Garp, Bogart, and Mary were left struggling to support themselves. Well, Bogart also seemed to be under great pressure, and his body became a little weak. Only Garp stood proudly in this violent aura, as motionless as a mountain. This is the most powerful overlord-colored domineering force in the world. Are there not many people who can stay awake in front of him based on his momentum alone? How domineering! As someone who has read the original work, Mary naturally understands what this power is. Overlord Sabeki is an intangible and insubstantial existence. When the overlord color is released, it will release powerful pressure to the surroundings centered on the releaser. Those who are not mentally firm will lose consciousness. This kind of domineering power is very rare. Only one person among millions of people has it. Most people who have made a name for themselves in the world have this power. In a new world filled with powerful people, possessing overlord-colored domineering energy is a standard feature for most powerful people. Moreover, overlord color haki can only be controlled continuously but cannot become stronger. The upper limit of its power only depends on the courage of the user. Unlike the other two colors of domineering, the overlord color cannot be cultivated at all. This is a kind of king's qualification. Whether you can awaken the domineering color of the king has nothing to do with your strength. It depends entirely on your inner strength. This thing is also the most idealistic existence in the world of One Piece. And coincidentally, after Roger's death, the red-haired domineering one was the strongest in the entire new world. His overlord color is currently the only overlord color that can directly cause material damage. Oh, the red-haired man not far away looked at the scene on the Navy ship and smiled slightly. Mr. Garp's body is still as strong as ever. The red hare came to the East China Sea this time, originally just planning to revisit the old place. But he didn't expect that the naval hero Iron Fist Garp happened to be stationed in the East China Sea during this time. And unlike before, this time he actually took the normal route of Upside Down Mountain instead of taking it directly from Wufang. In the past, the red-haired man had always returned to the Grand Line from the Upside Down Mountain, so he rarely interacted with Garp. Normally, Shanks would quickly avoid Garp when he saw him. It's not that I can't beat him, it's mainly because it's too troublesome. His strength is indistinguishable from Garp's in a short period of time. With his sword still young, Garp and the entire red-haired pirate group are probably the only ones who can deal with him and Beckman. There is really no benefit in fighting. Besides, there was absolutely no need to argue with Garp. After all, except for abducting Luffy, Garp and him had no relationship at all. To put it bluntly, they still had a relationship. Shanks knew Ace's life experience. But this time it was a coincidence. Not only did he meet Garp, but he also happened to have something to discuss with Garp. Therefore, Shanks planned to contact Garp even if he might cause some trouble for a while. If it really doesn't work, it's not impossible to let the old man punch him a few times to vent his anger. It's just that the things to be discussed this time are a bit too confidential. The redhead didn't want the other Marines to know what he wanted to tell Garp. Therefore, just when he was about to make contact, the red-haired man immediately burst out with a domineering look, intending to stun the other Marines in one breath. But now it seems that not all of Garp's ships are ordinary navy. The man next to you, if you guessed correctly, should be Bogart, Garp's deputy. Ben Beckman smoked a cigarette and said, "It is indeed not easy for someone to stay awake under your domineering lust." Indeed. Lucky Lou, with his fat belly, biting into the chicken drumsticks, asked unclearly, "But what's going on with that little girl?" "Oh, that's incredible." After hearing Lucky Lou say this, the red-haired man noticed that behind Garp there was a little guy in black clothes struggling to support him. When did the Navy get such a good idea? Shanks couldn't help but exclaimed. It's no wonder Shanks is surprised. After all, his overlord color is already the only one in the world. And a little girl who doesn't even look 16 years old can actually stay awake under his domineering look, which is really sensational. No one would believe this in the New World, just like how few people believed that one of his red-haired arms would be bitten off by a king of the sea back then. Haha, Shanks, it seems like your overlord color has become weaker. Jesus Bulletin laughed heartlessly while fiddling with his sniper rifle. Hearing this, the red-haired man chuckled and said, "Really?" The next moment, the overlord's domineering energy exploded. Pasha! The bow of the warship suddenly exploded, and a large amount of sawdust erupted from the surface of the entire ship. At this time, the red-haired domineering power was fully revealed. The shattered pieces of wood were blown away by the invisible shock wave. Bogart, who was holding himself up, finally couldn't resist such a domineering look at this time, rolled his eyes and fainted to the ground. At this point, under the red-haired domineering look, all the troops on Garp's warship were wiped out except Garp. No, there is still one. Mary's heart was greatly shaken, and her body was half kneeling on the ground limply, with one hand tremblingly supporting her shaky body. Her brain seemed to be being hit with a heavy hammer all the time, and the buzzing in her ears was deafening. The things in front of him were blurred, his consciousness seemed to be gradually fading away, and he felt a dizzy and nauseated feeling in his stomach. The whole body whined under the impact of the overlord color, the bones were rattling, and the muscles all over the body were sore and numb. This is the overlord color. Mary clutched her chest with one hand and breathed urgently. And Garp was looking at the red-haired man with all his attention, wary of him making any unfavorable move against the Navy warship. For a moment, he didn't care about the situation behind him, but there was a subtle change in Mary. Feeling the strong sense of oppression and tyranny, Mary passively felt the wash of domineering lust. What kind of domineering look is this? Mary heard a crunching sound in her ears. Damn, is this red-haired guy really here to punish me? Mary gritted her teeth and struggled to hold on under the overbearing lust. She really couldn't figure out what was the reason that made the redhead show such a powerful and domineering look when he met her. No, we must find a way to fight against it. She has not yet integrated her mental world, otherwise she would be completely immune to the domineering aura of the overlord. But now, I have to think of another way. Mary endured the dizziness and tried hard to think of ways to fight against the overlord. Even before Marie's time travel, until the Wano chapter of One Piece, the red-haired overlord's color crushing the wooden structure of the ship is the only known display of the overlord's color affecting things other than people. Is the only one? This undoubtedly depends on the red hare's own ruling spirit as the overlord of the party. In the face of the war, he could have watched the fire from the other side and reaped the benefits. He could even be like Kaido, the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole behind. But he didn't. Before the war, he sought out Whitebeard to negotiate and try to stop it. When the war began, he ventured to the battlefield and forcibly forced back Kaido, who was preparing to take advantage of others' danger. At the end of the war, he came to the rescue at a critical moment and allowed the world government to choose a ceasefire. He is not an ambitious person like Kaido and Big Mom, nor is he a loyal hero like Whitebeard who is limited to his father's love. In his heart, he has the courage to accommodate the world. This is the key to his having the strongest overlord color in the world. Realizing the cause of the red hair's domineering color, Mary suddenly had an idea in her mind. A very bold idea. In the final analysis, whether a person can awaken his overlord color, to put it bluntly, depends on whether a person has found his own reason to fight. Luffy fights for his partners and family, Whitebeard fights for his sons, Kaido and Big Mom fight for their own ambitions, and Red Hair fights for the order of the world. Warring states, the only one in the Navy who has awakened his overlord color, also deeply understands that he is fighting for the justice that reigns in the world. What about her? What is Mary fighting for? Survive? No, I've said it before, maybe she had this idea at the beginning, but Mary is different now. Her goal is her reason for fighting. 1. To protect the people he cares about, which at the moment simply refers to Dusky and Smog. 2. It is to conquer nature. In the world of mental images, the natural power that mortals cannot reach is the nightmare that lingers in her heart. But at the same time, it is also a shackles that she must break. He is already a golden finger person. Compared with Luffy, the protagonist of this world, the destiny she carries is not weak. This is Mary's confidence as a time traveler. I have another destiny. As a person with destiny, I want to have a courage that transcends the world. Mary gritted her teeth, trying to find the arrogance in her heart, an arrogance that comes from the status of human beings in previous lives. The current courage seems to be a bit insufficient. It has been suppressed by the inner demons, and I still need to add more fire. Feeling Shank's endless domineering lust, and recalling the way she awakened her ghost energy, Mary had a clear understanding in her heart. All along, her ability to exist was quite weak from the beginning. Compared to the basis of all her fighting methods, the life fruit, the various life return and blood showers, the magic eyes that have miraculous effects on the natural system and have the highest burst, the blood and Morrisane that greatly improve her physical abilities. That ability seems so inconspicuous. The fruit of desire. Whether it is to arouse the enemy's desire or arouse one's own murderous intention, it seems to have no particularly obvious use in battle. But now, Mary seems to have found the right way to use it. Luffy wants to be the pirate king, but I am different. Mary activated the ability of the desire fruit, lighting a fire to her courage that was suppressed by her inner demons. She stood up with difficulty. I am the Black Princess who has been given the destiny. She murmured to herself, I am the one who wants to conquer nature. Recalling the huge waves and the endless martial arts, Mary's heart trembled. But at the same time, the pride buried deep in the soul, originating from the previous life of humans being at the top of the food chain, and the desire to conquer the vast world were pulled to the top by the ability of the desire fruit. Mary's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a domineering momentum burst out of her body. The next moment, the situation changes suddenly. On the Navy warship, a dark aura suddenly erupted, instantly pushing back the aura from the red-haired man, and the two were in a stalemate not far from the warship. The dark aura collided fiercely with the crimson aura, and a black lightning-shaped spark was produced at the center of the collision. Powerful air waves swept around, setting off huge waves. Although the sudden outbreak caught the red-haired overlord off guard and suffered a hidden loss, the red-haired man's hard power was there, and his overlord color was still an absolute advantage at least in the current situation. However, both the red-haired man himself, the crew of the red-haired pirates, and even Garp all looked incredulous. He looked at the petite figure standing behind Garp, but now he could not be ignored. The domineering look. Ben Beckman blew out a smoke ring and said shockingly, Lucky Lou's drumstick fell to the ground. At this age, are you kidding me? Even the redhead showed a surprised expression. Hey, it's true. He laughed amusingly. The sea is going to be lively. On the Navy ship on one side, Garp turned around and looked at Mary blankly. When Mary showed strength far beyond her age, Garp was not surprised because he knew that there were indeed such monsters in the world. When Mary showed cruelty far beyond her age, Garp was not surprised because he knew that everyone has different personalities and experiences. However, Garp was shocked when Mary showed her domineering aura. Showing this level of dominance at this age, this kind of ability is completely beyond Garp's understanding. Even today's red-haired overlord, the past pirate King Roger, definitely didn't have such a capacity when he was Mary's age. The most important thing is that compared to the unrestrained pirates who pursue their ideals, Mary is a restricted navy. Seeing this, Garp could only laugh and whispered, How much potential do you still have in you, Mary? It always brings such huge surprises at unexpected times. At this time, Mary just smiled at what Garp said. Then, his determined eyes stared fiercely at Shanks in the distance. Don't think that just because you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want. Mary growled in a low voice, and then yelled loudly at red-haired Shanks, If you want to get rid of me with your dominance, who are you looking down on? Bastard! Shanks heard Mary's roar and grinned. It's rare that another interesting young man appears on the sea. Talented people emerge from generation to generation. In Roger's era, pirates included Rocks, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, etc. The Navy included Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, Crane, etc. In earlier eras, pirates included Ladfield. For such a master, the Navy also has strong men like Gang Gukong at its command. In Shank's generation, the pirates include the Yonko and the Shishibukai, the Navy has 3 generals, and the Revolutionary Army on the other side also has dragons. A new generation is sprouting, and on the pirate side, Shanks has already seen the future in Luffy. And it seems that the Navy has also found a successor. Shanks squatted down slightly, and then exerted force. The whole person turned into a stream of light and headed straight towards Garp's warship. His overlord-colored domineering energy immediately converged. The famous sword griffin was unsheathed, and the armed-colored domineering energy covered it, and then the overlord-colored domineering energy wrapped around it. Mary still didn't react to the red-haired attack, but Garp immediately covered his fists with weapons and blocked Mary in a flash. The iron fist was swung out boldly and collided with Shank's sword. Boom! An extremely powerful shock wave erupted at the intersection of the two, and the wooden planks on the naval warship exploded layer by layer, and many naval soldiers were also thrown away. As the person closest to the battle between the two, Mary naturally received the biggest impact. Before she could realize what was happening, she was knocked straight away, and her domineering aura immediately dissipated. The Demon World Pagoda. At the same time as she was knocked away, Mary subconsciously started fighting. Blood burst out from her body. The massive blood mixed with ghost energy formed a huge demon statue. Together with Mary's overlord-colored domineering energy, it looked quite terrifying. A feeling of weakness came to her forehead, making Mary's heart tighten. Damn! Mary couldn't help but grit her teeth. The huge vitality he had accumulated in the past 4 months was almost squandered. The biggest loss was undoubtedly the battle against Sauron. Mary, who didn't have enough abilities at the time, just used the demon sword to sharply strengthen herself and kill Zoro in an instant just to be on the safe side. But that battle caused him to lose most of his vitality reserves. The subsequent battle with Luffy Sanji was originally a simple battle, but he was inexplicably fatally injured by Luffy and lost a lot of vitality. Needless to say, the battle with Garp will inflict heavy damage on her with every punch from Garp, requiring her to consume a lot of life force to recover. Blood damage also requires self-loss of vitality. The splashing blood and the final black dragon wave can only be achieved based on burning one's own vitality. After experiencing so many battles in a row, Mary has never found a chance to replenish her vitality. Human life force seems to be far more difficult to absorb than other living things, and Mary is not yet able to absorb life force from humans. In this situation where she could only get in but not get out, Mary's vitality was now at its lowest point. To put it bluntly, Mary's body's ability to hold vitality has been greatly improved due to the power of the life fruit. But there is still an upper limit. No matter how much Mary's vitality is stored, it will be difficult to exceed this upper limit. This upper limit will be based on changes in her physical fitness. Once these life forces are exhausted, Mary will die too. Vitality, to some extent, means lifespan. I really want to learn the Yin Seal. Mary was having a hard time maintaining the demonic world pagoda, thinking in her mind. The Yin Seal can store excess chakra. The essence of chakra is the combination of life force and spiritual power. After Mary's mental world is completed, she will not be lacking in spiritual power. As long as she can obtain a chakra refining method in the future, Mary's combat effectiveness will increase exponentially. After that, I have to find an opportunity to replenish my vitality, and I have to find a way to develop the life fruit. If the life fruit can be developed to the extent that it can absorb the human body's vitality and release its vitality, it will be a huge qualitative change. On the other side of the battlefield, Garp and Shanks were in a stalemate. Both of them stared at each other for a moment, and then Shanks swung Griffin with one arm, slashing out countless swords in an instant. Garp, on the other hand, moved his fists and blocked the airtight sword strike from Shanks with ease. So strong. Mary was a little shocked as she watched the battle between these two top powerhouses in the world. Garp's duel with her really released a piece of water in the Grand Line. If Garp had punched her at this speed during a fight, Mary wouldn't be able to hold on for even a second, and she would be beaten to pieces. Mary didn't know if the battle continuation could be used if she was beaten to a pulp. The red-haired man's strength surprised her even more. One hand waved the sword, but the speed was beyond her ability to keep up with. Mary couldn't even touch the path of his sword. She could only see the light of Mohu's sword when Shanks slashed at this moment, and couldn't react at all. But since I'm awake, it's better to show off. As soon as Mary had an idea, the Demon World Pagoda mixed with the Orang wind rushed over the two people who were fighting fiercely in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to pounce with his claws, Shanks cast a glance, and with a slight movement of the sword in his hand, a swift sword energy instantly flew out, directly splitting the Demonic World Pagoda into two. However, the Monster World Pagoda had no entity in the first place. After being split into two, it only stagnated for a moment, then gathered together again and drove towards Shanks with perseverance. Huh? Shanks was surprised, jumped back quickly, and landed lightly on the bow of the ship. Upon seeing this, Garp turned over and backed away, standing on the deck to confront Shanks. Only the monster world pagoda hit the floor hard and turned into a pool of blood and black energy. Then it quickly condensed together, reshaped, and slowly floated back behind Mary. Shanks glanced at Mary in surprise. He is young and has many means. If Mary's true form becomes stronger, this golem will still be quite difficult to deal with. Shanks commented secretly in his mind. After all, Mary hasn't learned armed haki yet, and the monster world pagoda is just a bigger sandbag to Shanks, which can be broken with one knife. When Mary learns the weapon color in the future, if she can wrap herself around the demon statue, the level of trouble will greatly increase. Before Shanks could think about it, Garp spoke in a low voice. Shanks, Garp asked with a dark face, you suddenly attacked a Navy ship to declare war on the Navy. At this time, Garp was completely different from his usual naive appearance, and was so serious that Mary felt depressed. Shanks just smiled and sheathed Griffin. No, I didn't have this idea. What I did just now was just to say hello to Mr. Carp. What a hello! Garp almost laughed angrily at Shanks' words. Just saying hello, you knocked out all the people in the boat, and you want to kill a little girl. Hey, don't make it so serious. Shanks had a naughty smile on his face and waved his hand quickly. It was indeed my intention to stun those soldiers, but I had no intention of killing anyone, Shanks said, looking at Mary quite appreciatively. On the contrary, I am very optimistic about this little girl's potential. Hearing these words, Garp's body trembled, and he suddenly remembered some bad memories, and almost took a big step to block Mary. Fuck your grandma, Shanks, you shamelessly kidnapped my grandson and you want to kidnap my apprentice, Mary said weakly with a confused look on her face. Well, Mr. Carp, I don't seem to be your apprentice. That's right, Garp rudely interrupted Mary's complaint. Sooner or later you will become Zifa's apprentice. Zifa's apprentice is my apprentice. Okay. Mary shut up decisively. Apparently Shanks' words touched a certain chord in Garp's mind and made him furious. You can't afford to offend Garp now. Shanks laughed heartily at the somewhat funny scene in front of him. Ha ha ha, interesting. Shanks hugged the wound of his broken arm. But old man, you are wrong. Even if I don't find Luffy, he will eventually become a pirate. After saying that, his eyes burst out with a wild light, and his smile became confident and sharp. I feel the future in him, the sea is calling him. Shut up, Garp scolded Shanks unceremoniously. If you, a turtle grandson, weren't fooling my grandson, he would go and cause trouble for pirates. Garp turned on the squirting mode, and Mary was dumbfounded. She never thought that Garp, who looked like an old naughty man and had a good-natured personality, could talk so much without repeating the same words, and his words were like a rapid-fire barrage of words without any interruption. Even Shanks could only avoid its edge. This means that Garp is indeed an old acquaintance of Roger. He is somewhat related to Shanks and is also his senior, and he also has a relationship with Luffy. Shanks then accepted the scolding obediently. If it were Kaido, Big Mom, or any of the current 3 generals, Shanks would start fighting directly. After a full 5 minutes, Garp finally stopped talking, looking like he was finally tired of spraying. Mary nodded in amazement at this. This is really eye-opening. Garp took a breath and let his dry mouth soothe. Then he became a little more serious and asked the redhead in a low voice, if you have any questions, just tell me. I want to send this little girl to the Navy headquarters as soon as possible. Looking at Garp, who was in a slightly calmer mood, Shanks scratched his head and smiled, then immediately became serious. Originally, I planned to make all the other Marines unconscious, including this little girl, and then talk to you about it. Haha, but it seems that I made a mistake in my judgment about this little girl. After saying that, Shanks smiled kindly at Mary, and Garp immediately shielded Mary so that Shanks could not see anything about Mary. Shanks was also indifferent and continued, but it doesn't matter. This little girl doesn't seem to be a member of the world government, and she can keep secrets. As soon as these words came out, Mary felt that something was wrong. Am I going to hear something I shouldn't hear in the future? The kind who will be killed and silenced? She frowned hard, but the redhead didn't care about her reaction. He just stared at Garp and said slowly word by word. It's already extremely hot on the sea, but since there's no one around now, it's natural to feel cooler if you can. After all, this ketone body cannot be shirtless openly. Mary can only rest naked when she is in the room. Back in the room, Mary immediately lay on the bed like a salted fish. I don't want to work hard anymore, Mary complained in a rather lazy tone. It doesn't matter if he exercises like crazy to the point of death. I don't know how many times he has gone through this kind of difficulty before. Studying hard in the cold window is not much easier than this. Her biggest headache now is system problems. I thought this was a pretty good cheat, but it always surprises itself at inappropriate times. Let's not talk about the 2 main quests that were so deceptive to me, but there are rewards at least. The endless martial arts she was tricked into buying almost fucked her to the point of breaking her heart. Finally, the disadvantage turned into an advantage, and now there is another so-called milestone mission. It sounds nice, and you can choose whether to accept it or not. But then I thought, after such a high reward, there is no such store in this village. Such a dangerous mission coupled with such an expensive reward clearly killed Mary's character. The so-called bet, the motorcycle will become a Land Rover. She doesn't know how long it will take to get an item equal to the reward of this mission. Not to mention that Mary is a person with overlord color and domineering. Even if it were any host with some ambition, she would not miss this opportunity. Won't you give up this opportunity? Mary stared at the wall in confusion. Although I have now awakened my overlord color and understood my deepest desire, but my current mentality seems to be a bit too hasty. This is not just a symptom of the past few days. For 4 months, Mary seemed to have been planning for the future. Her life was as fast and precise as a machine. Her brain was filled with system redemptions and rewards, but she felt a little less alive. Mary felt like she had forgotten something. Having been driven by the system all this time, she may have overlooked something very important. Free? Maybe it's not that superficial, but there must be some reason why I am so irritable now. Such a state of mind. Mary clicked her tongue. Compared to many senior time travelers, Mary lacked much experience. Compared to the steadiness of many seniors, Mary's steps were too graceful and impatient. In the past, it would almost collapse due to being smashed by huge waves, but it is already showing its first signs. And when she couldn't suppress her irritability even while taking a shower, Mary finally realized that something was wrong with her mentality. It seems like we can't just follow Garp before going to Marineland. If you just follow Garp directly, by the time you get to Malinfando, the overall rhythm will completely fall into the path of training to become stronger. According to her own plan, Mary may not have the possibility to go out for training before the war. Without enough experience, but constantly increasing your strength, this is undoubtedly a taboo in any type of work. If she faced the war in that state, compared to the threat of Whitebeard, Mary felt that the most deadly threat could only come from herself. After entering the Grand Line, find an opportunity to part ways with Garp. Cultivation of one's character and character. Before cultivating one's character, one must first cultivate one's character. Mary made up her mind secretly. Then, when the time is right, go to Marina Vando. As for exercising, there's no rush. At present, if you want to have the strength to threaten yourself, you must at least be a cotter of the Shishibukai. Mary thought it was enough to just walk on the first half of the Grand Line. I have been thinking about this for a while and put it aside for now. Mary brought up the task panel again to check the information. Milestone mission, 1 Pirate's Evil Neighbors, task description, omitted, task reward, random red item *1, punishment for failure, randomly erase 1 acquired ability of the host, excluding special characters, // milestone mission, 2 Pirates Nightfall, task description, omitted, task reward, random rainbow level *2, penalty for failure, erase all abilities acquired by the host, excluding special characters, // milestone mission, 3 Navy Scarlet Dawn, task description. Omitted, task reward, random red item *1, special character *1, penalty for failure, randomly repatriate a special character obtained by the host, // milestone mission, 4 Navy. Bloody Mary, task description, omitted, task reward, random red item *1, 1000 limited point // milestone mission, 5 Navy Admiral candidate, task description, omitted, task reward, physical fitness increased to 5000, ordinary lieutenant general level, designated rainbow level *1 within a limited range, special character *1, title Bloodhand, penalty for failure, death of the host. Do 5 of them together? Since multiple milestone tasks can be selected, this idea is also feasible. But it's only theoretically possible. Not to mention anything else, Mission 2 is to rescue Whitebeard and his party, which directly conflicts with Mission 4 and 5. If you complete Mission 1 and Ace is not captured, Blackbeard may not be able to find the opportunity to organize a big prison break. If the prerequisites were simply gone, Mary didn't know whether Mission 3 would be counted as an automatic failure or what. In other words, there must be trade-offs among the 5 tasks. Mary frowned, quickly got dressed and got off the bed, left the room, and groped around. Soon after, she found Bogart's office, ran to his desk, rummaged around to find a pen and a stack of paper, and then quickly slipped back to her room. She had wanted to do this for a long time. She has never touched a pen and paper since time travel, and Mary has almost forgotten how to write. Back in the room, Mary lay on the bedside, writing and drawing crudely on the paper. Using pen and paper to record and analyze information is much more efficient than just thinking in your own head. Mission 1, the core is to save Ace. Ace's temper cannot be dissuaded. The difficulty lies in defeating Blackbeard. Solution: defeat Blackbeard. Tell Garp that Garp will definitely capture Ace, but it is uncertain whether it will cause the mission to fail. The core of the second mission is to get the Whitebeard pirates to retreat. The difficulty lies in stopping the three generals in the Warring States period and retaining one's own naval identity. Prerequisite: start the war on top. The core of Mission 3 is to defeat Blackbeard and go to Impelton Prison. Difficulty: defeat the entire Blackbeard group and prevent Crocodile and Jinpei from escaping from prison. Prerequisites: Ace is captured and Luffy successfully causes trouble in Imperial Prison. The fourth core of mission is to defeat the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Difficulty: kill enough squad leaders and other crew members without being killed by Whitebeard. Prerequisite: start the war on top. The core of Mission 5 is to kill Whitebeard. Difficulty: kill Whitebeard. Prerequisite: start the war on top. Judging from the prerequisites, all conflicts between tasks 1 and 2, 3, 4, and 5 must be eliminated first. Although this is the simplest, the rewards are too shabby. Even though red items are very valuable, they are clearly priced after all, and there is no comparison with priceless rainbow level items or people who rely on luck. As for Ace, if he was a child of luck like Luffy, Mary would consider forming a good relationship, just in case it might be useful in the future. But Ace himself is a plot character who died in the middle of the road, and Mary doesn't care about his life or death. So far, time travel is just a game for Mary. Mary had no complete sense of the world. To her, most people in this world are NPCs. After all, people have to develop feelings. This kind of plot character has a deep-rooted impression on Mary, and is not a living life in her eyes. Again, the only people that Mary can regard as her own are Dusky and Smoker. This weird mentality of playing life is something that Mary needs to undergo some experience to improve, so additional practice is really necessary. Moreover, Mary didn't have any good feelings towards pirates. In his previous life, his father was an anti-drug policeman and died at the border. My mother is a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded. She is bedridden today due to excessive fatigue. She had not seen her father since she was a child, but his voice and smile still impressed Mary deeply even after so many years. Whatever else they believed, they shaped Mary's personality, either explicitly or implicitly. Mary may be cruel, but that's not who she is. At the very least, Mary couldn't do anything like massacre, a method of gathering people's fear of PT. Mary couldn't say what she liked or disliked about people like Ace. But since he is a pirate, Mary will not be biased towards him. Any attempt to encourage pirates is a betrayal of every navy who is loyal to justice. Justice is a very heavy word, and it can be expressed in many ways, but it can never be related to the word pirate. Keep looking back at the mission. 3, 4, and 5 are tasks that can be completed consecutively to prevent the prison robbery from reducing the combat effectiveness of Whitebeard's side during the war. Once the war starts with Whitebeard's side, then after completing 5, it is logical to complete 4. Of course, you can also choose 3 or 4 or 2 or 3. Erson also allowed the Whitebeard pirates to escape intact while preventing the prison robbery. This level of difficulty is actually the highest. Mary looked at mission number 2 with a slightly solemn expression. The implicit requirement of the second mission is actually to block the attack of the 3 generals and Sengoku against the Whitebeard pirates. This is much simpler than facing a single Whitebeard. The key is that in order to complete the second task, Mary cannot openly confront the 3 generals, but must let them go under reasonable circumstances. Both Kizaru and Aokiji are easy to deal with, but the stubborn Akainu and Sengoku will become the Achilles heel of this idea. Headache. Mary thought about it and gave up her second or third plan. Mission 2 is too difficult. Then, the next step is to decide whether to choose 3, 4, or 3, 4 and 5. It's not impossible to choose one of the 3. Blackbeard at this period has not yet become too abnormal. At least in Imperial Prison, he can still be checked and balanced. It's just that if you choose one of 3, the reward is too little. Since they all plan to have a hand in the war, Mary couldn't stop there. The key difference between 34 and 345 is Whitebeard. Kill Whitebeard. Mary pondered, and the brushstrokes in her hands flew. 5. Kill Whitebeard. Shocking fruit domineering and domineering, high probability, 2-color domineering and tenacious. Mary slowly listed Whitebeard's abilities and considered the possibility of killing Whitebeard. If you complete mission 3, Blackbeard may not have the courage to appear in the battle on the top. In this way, you can rest assured that your head will not be robbed. Follow the plot. With my current strength, even if Whitebeard is at his wit's end, I can't get close. But getting stronger. It's not long before the war on the top. Even the protagonist can't be strong enough in such a short time. What can I do? Mary hesitated. Even if it was 4, she was confident that she could complete it even if she risked her life. But to kill Whitebeard, there was really no reasonable way for Mary to do it. Wu's punishment was too extreme. If he failed to complete it, he would die. This made Mary have to be cautious. Wealth and honor can be found in danger, but this is not the way to seek wealth. Take the 3rd and 4th first. Mary covered her aching forehead and accepted the 3rd and 4th milestone tasks. There's still a month left, don't rush. Mary looked gloomy. A month is enough for her to practice hard and think hard. If she could see a glimmer of hope, even a slight possibility, she would bet on it for the ridiculously rich reward. Mary pressed the pen firmly on the bedside. A few days later, on the Grand Route, on an uninhabited island not far from the upside-down mountain, a huge pirate fleet was stationed on the shore. The beaches filled with thick smoke cheers. A middle-aged man who looked quite capable clinked glasses with a group of big men around him, and everyone laughed heartily. Looking around, there are thousands of pirates on the entire beach. Haha, Captain, we finally got through that topsy-turvy mountain. A strong man carrying a huge hammer was roasting the prey he had just hunted from the island while drinking beer and speaking incoherently. That is indeed a wonder in the world. The middle-aged man who looked quite capable said with a smile, but we probably won't see it again in this life. As soon as he finished speaking, on the other side, a thin man with a large number of flywheels hanging on his body said, "Don't be so pessimistic, Captain. Look on the bright side, we will eventually come back here from the other side of the world." The thin man looked at the middle-aged man firmly, as if he had unlimited trust in him. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then grinned, "Yes, I'm Mountain God Hans Reyes, and the man who will become the Pirate King. If you don't even have this little bit of self-confidence, it's really ridiculous." After being so self-motivated, Hans raised his glass high. "Little ones, in order to celebrate our arrival at the Grand Waterway, we will stay drunk tonight." "Okay, Captain." The response was like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. Hearing this answer, Hans became even more excited and shouted again, "Our journey has just begun. The legend of the sea is still waiting for us, and you all have an unlimited future." Oh, after Hans said this, the atmosphere of the entire banquet suddenly reached a climax. There were endless shouts and shouts, the fire was blazing, and the smell of wine and meat filled the place. Even the cotters surrounding Hans were a little excited. The strong man carrying the giant hammer was obviously a little drunk. He picked up a person next to him and said drunkenly, "Haha, Boss Hans, when you become the Pirate King in the future, we brothers will all become leaders in the world." Yes, Hans was obviously a little excited. When the time comes, he will have gold, silver, treasures, beauties and mansions. Happy. The strong man roared and shouted to the person beside him who was being fished out by him, "Hey brother, I feel that your body bones are a bit thin. This is not good. Fighting at sea is." The stronger the man spoke, the softer his voice became, and finally he looked at this brother with straight eyes. "Well, keep talking, I'm listening." She smiled. "Okay, so beautiful." The strong man looked at this brother absent-mindedly and muttered to himself. She nodded. "Yeah, I'm very happy that you praised me so much. I'll give you a little reward." The next moment, a big head soared into the sky, and blood splashed out like a fountain, drenching the people around it with scarlet eyes. What happened? Someone was cursing and just about to take action, when an extremely strong smell of blood came from his nose. Hans was the first to react. He jumped out in the opposite direction immediately, and his whole body tensed up. Unknowingly, he was so frightened that his whole body shivered, and even his hearty sweat turned into a cold sweat that could arouse goosebumps. In front of him, the lowly in a black military uniform was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly wiping the sword in his hand. "Let you die painlessly without seeing the horrific scenes that follow." Mary said this, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on her gloomy face with no eyes visible. The next moment, the dark ghostly aura spread out rapidly from her body, and a demon statue appeared behind Mary. Huge murderous intent shrouded the hearts of all pirates, and the clear sky turned gloomy at this time. Not long after the warship passed Upside Down Mountain, the Navy discovered the situation of pirates docking here. It's their bad luck. Mary was lacking fear PT, so she naturally volunteered to do it. And if done correctly, this is also a good opportunity to escape from Cap. Mary glanced vaguely at the tiny warship in the distance. Mary felt a sense of guilt for bullying an honest person when she thought that Garp had believed her evil deeds and asked her to handle these things alone. But this weak feeling of guilt was immediately washed away by excitement. She also wanted to experiment with the most effective method of intimidation. Mary, who had just walked slowly here, looked at the surprised Hans in front of her, and she couldn't help but feel joy in her heart. "Whatever I need, I will get it. Thank you for sending me a large amount of PT. It's rare to have so many pirates gather together. What a coincidence. Damn it, she killed Dipper." The thin man flew back and looked at Mary in shock. However, Mary's figure instantly appeared next to the thin man like a ghost. Before he even had time to react, Mary slapped him to the ground. In one breath, Mary twisted his head off. "Asshole." As soon as a pirate on the side said the words, he felt a chill on his neck. Mary, who had been killing the slender man just now, appeared behind him at some point. Mary gently raised the knife horizontally and used the blade to catch the head falling in midair. In the blink of an eye, many pirates swarmed up. A huge amount of blood suddenly burst out from Mary's blood, turning into a huge turbine, turning out phantoms, and instantly minced all the dozens of pirates around her into a rain of blood. After strangling dozens of pirates in the blink of an eye, the blood turned into 8 bloody knives and slashed out in 8 directions, cutting countless pirates in half like chopping melons and vegetables along the way. After cutting it for nearly 100 meters, the bloody knife finally dissipated. For a moment, the originally bustling beach fell silent. Everyone looked at Mary, who was not far away, with a horrified look, still holding the head with a knife indifferently. That head belonged to a certain cotter on the ship. Gyalu. I don't know who swallowed the saliva secretly. Oh, it seems a bit harsh, Mary said with an indifferent smile. This is what Mary said sincerely. She killed him in one go and lost at least several hundred fear PTS asshole. After hearing this, Hans on the side couldn't help but curse angrily. What do you think of life? Mary was stunned when she heard these words. She turned around with a weird look on her face and looked at him with an incredulous expression. Hey, she said in a surprised tone, what did I just hear? She flung the head away from the sword with one wave of her hand, and easily crushed the head that she had been holding in her hand with her other hand. Then, the tip of the sword pointed directly at Hans. A pirate, tell me the value of life. Don't make me laugh. Mary finally said her last words with murderous intent. I don't regard you as a living person at all, you are such a dirty person. Ground. Before Mary could finish her words, Hans slammed his hands on the ground. The ground surged up and crashed into Mary in waves. When Mary saw this, her eyes lit up slightly. Her blood quickly lifted her up and spread into an arch bridge shape to avoid the impact of the earth. The way he looked at Hans became a little different. I didn't expect it to be a natural fruit. This did surprise Mary a little. After all, devil fruits are originally designed to accelerate the strength of ordinary people, and natural fruits are the ones with the highest minimum limit among devil fruits. Not to mention anything else, with just one elementalization, Mary couldn't hurt him now. Well, this is relatively absolute. After all, Luffy didn't use armament haki when he fought Crocodile. Everyone disperse, Hans shouted. Try to find a way to get on the boat and escape from here. This woman is not something you can deal with. As soon as these words came out, many pirates dispersed. I was already shocked by the bloody scene just now, but now that I got the captain's order, I wished I could have 2 more legs. Mary looked at Hans with some surprise. You are quite loyal. Ha ha. Hans looked at Mary with a sneer. I'm going to use a large-scale attack next. It won't be good if it affects my crew. Yeah. Mary looked at Hans with some contempt. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't let them go. After speaking, Mary pointed to the sky, and blood spurted out from her hand, rushed into the sky, and then spread out, immediately covering the beach with a radius of several hundred meters. Mary frowned. Is the limit reached within a few hundred meters? The return of life has reached a limit. Beyond this distance, Mary would have no way to control her blood. But that was what she was thinking, and the movements of her hands were not subtle. The blood formed a cell that enveloped the beach, locking everyone inside, and then spun rapidly, sucking in those who came close, cutting their flesh and blood everywhere. Return of life blood shower birdcage. This move is exactly what Mary imitated Doflamingo's move, and made her own version of the birdcage after her own transformation. Although due to the nature of life returning and his own lack of physical ability, this birdcage is far inferior to Doflamingo's version in terms of size and hardness, it is enough to deal with these unscrupulous pirates. Maintaining this move requires quite a lot of physical strength. For Mary, vitality is physical strength. Therefore, this trick cannot be used casually. Just giving it a try this time. However, while Mary was doing the movements, Hans was not idle either. He clapped his hands and shouted loudly, thousands of hands. Mary shuddered when she heard this. Damn it! What is it? Senju Hashirama? Are you a time traveler too? She immediately looked closely and saw a giant stone statue tens of meters high rising from the ground, with thousands of hands gathered into a disc behind it. And Hans was sitting on top of the giant statue, looking down at her. Many minions cheered when they saw this scene. Appeared. The captain's ultimate kill. Kneel down and beg for mercy, little brat. No one can escape the captain's tricks alive. Look, her face has turned pale, ha ha ha. Mary on the side did turn pale with fright, but it was not because of this move, but because of the name Hans called out. Damn it, Senju Hashirama is the foundation of the 4 emperors in the One Piece world. If this move were true, Mary would probably have to die today, and it would not be Whitebeard's turn to kill him. The sound just now really frightened Mary. It was such a coincidence that she thought she had met the master Senju Hashirama or another time traveler who far surpassed her. But looking at the giant statue in front of her, Mary finally calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it just looks similar, but its power and substance are incomparable to the Senju Hashirama version. This Mary can do it too. As long as her life force is enough for her to squander, she can create a monster pagoda of this size in minutes. But the fruit is very good. Mary said this sincerely. Now it can be roughly guessed that the fruit Hans eats is most likely the type that controls the land, but looking at the posture, it is not clear whether it is the superhuman type or the natural type. But Mary had already thought of a way to restrain him. Dark flames ignited in her hands, and an extremely terrifying heat wave spread out immediately. Black flames climbed onto her sword, causing the sword to flash with a strange arc. The next moment, her hair and eyes turned scarlet. Bloody bad. The next moment, the air exploded, and Mary's figure was like a ghost, flying forward, dodging a few times on the Colossus and approaching Hans. So fast. Hans was horrified. While controlling the Colossus to attack Mary, he jumped out in the opposite direction of Mary. The speed of the Colossus' palm was too slow compared to Mary's, and she swam past it easily. Rushing to the high platform, Mary saw no one around and immediately rushed in the opposite direction. Hans, who was still falling, was exposed in front of her. Damn it! Hans was horrified when he saw Mary rushing down. With a few waves of his hand, countless mud gathered into a wall to block the gap between the two, while countless earth dragons rushed out from the giant statue to kill Mary. Mary's expression didn't change at all, and with a few moves of the saber in her hand, the demonic flames burned the approaching earth dragon. The earthen wall in front of her was also smashed open by her fearless impact. Then, without waiting for Hans to react, Mary suddenly used the air as a pedal in the air and stepped hard. Pong! Her body was almost in a straight line, and she cut the knife directly through Hans' neck at lightning speed, and then landed lightly. Hans' body instinctively turned into soil in an attempt to heal itself, but the intensely high-temperature flames burned all his soil into crystals. Hans couldn't even say a word. Before he landed, he stared at Mary with wide eyes, dying. Pang! As Hans's body, cut in two, fell to the ground, the Colossus also fell apart. And Mary patted her clothes with an expression as if she had done something trivial. Just like a kinda killing ace, even the flames will be burned away by the magma. A burned body cannot be regenerated. In terms of temperature alone, the demonic flames are higher than the magma in Sakaski. For people with natural fruit abilities like Hans, the lower limit is very high. But if his body is not strong enough, he will be nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered when he encounters someone like Mary who can restrain the elementalization and whose physical ability is far stronger than him. Obviously, Hans belongs to the type of person who has only developed fruit abilities, but the development is not as extreme as Aniline Crocodile, and the physical skills of the body are pitifully weak. It's a pity, it's a good fruit. Mary shrugged. Being able to control the power of the earth, isn't that as cool as controlling fire or something? No one responded to her words. The scene fell silent again. In the end, it was Mary who broke the silence first. I never expected that the first person with natural fruit abilities I encountered would be so weak. She stretched lazily, raised her head, and looked at the pirates. Then, please invite the next challenger, Mr. Carp. On the warship, Bogart looked at the bloody cage rising in the distance and asked thoughtfully, this move seems a bit familiar. Doflamingo's birdcage. Garp on the side said without looking back. He was currently enjoying the show while eating senbei. For an old-school navy like Garp, being able to kill pirates is a good show. The power to control blood is really terrifying. What is Mary's fruit ability? Bogart said confused. Garp waved his hand indifferently. Well, everyone has their own secrets, don't explore too much. And you are very short-sighted. Don't you want to see how she can control so much blood? Strong spirit. Bogart tried to answer. Wrong, this is also one, but it is not the fundamental one. Garp said, stuffing another handful of senbei into his mouth, and said incomprehensibly, without strong enough vitality support, Mary cannot distinguish so much blood. And don't you realize her incredible vitality? As he spoke, Garp's eyes gradually became deeper. This is the most incredible thing about her, and it is most likely the power brought by the devil fruit. After a moment of silence, he suddenly waved his hand again and said nonchalantly, forget it, never mind. As long as she's facing the navy, it doesn't matter what happens to her. After a cup of tea, Mary sat on the floor, tossing a man's head boredly. She admired this man's unblinking expression, which could be regarded as a different kind of curiosity. The beach at this time has become silent. Looking around, there were corpses everywhere, with mutilated limbs and internal organs flying everywhere, hanging on some weapon stuck on the ground. Tisk, tisk, the bloody heart is really powerful. Mary looked thoughtfully at the pendant hanging around her neck. Mary, who had never cared about this before, now became wary of the bloody heart for the first time. When did I become a murderous and crazy person? The heart of blood slaughter couldn't speak, and Mary just muttered to herself while looking at its strange red light. After a moment of silence, Mary closed her eyes and threw her head aside. Forget it, I can't understand things like mentality for a while. Besides, my recent plan is to figure out the mentality problem and solve it together when the time comes. After spreading the birdcage, Mary stood up, straightened her clothes, and walked towards the pirate ship. After rummaging around, I finally found a small ship on the flagship. Holding it up with blood, Mary took the boat to the other end of the island. Finally, she looked back at the warship still stationary in the distance. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garp. Mary raised her eyebrows and said with a wicked smile, I'm going to take a break first. I'll see you in a while, Malinfando. If he had asked Garp to go out to sea for some training, Garp would definitely not agree, and he might even tie himself up and personally guard him in Marineland. After all, his two grandsons both wanted to go to sea and became pirates. Garp probably has PTSD when it comes to words such as going to sea and experiencing. Besides, it would be less troublesome to sneak out to sea by myself, and at least it would save a lot of explaining to Garp and others. With this thought in mind, Mary accelerated the boat and quickly ran to the other end of the island, abandoned the boat, and set sail without even opening the sail. It would be so funny if Garp captured him. With this idea in mind, Mary turned her blood into a propeller and slowly extended it into the sea. Although this blood can be considered a part of the body, if it only sinks a little bit in the seawater and the time is not long, Mary will not feel weak. She can also stimulate the blood to rotate and generate powerful propulsion to push the boat forward. Woohoo, I didn't expect to be able to ride a speedboat in a different world. Mary smiled and looked toward the sea. The future is wandering at sea for who knows how long. As a landlubber, think about it and feel a different kind of excitement. Fuck, I should have known I would have followed the chart. Mary sat on the sea, looking helplessly at the scorching sun. From the time she went to sea to now in the past week, if it weren't for the fact that food and water can be exchanged in the system, as white items in the enemy sphere PT exchange office, Mary would probably have died of starvation on the sea. Going to sea in a hurry without any experience. I didn't bring any charts, fishing gear, or pointers. It would be fine if he were a normal man at sea. After all, it is not impossible to catch fish in the sea, as long as there is enough fresh water. But Mary is a devil fruit user, so she can't go into the sea to catch fish. Yeah, and she didn't bring any water. In other words, someone else would have been dried into a mummy. Although you are always said to be indifferent, it's thanks to you this time. Mary was not even in the mood to complain now, and her whole person looked like she was fuming. Mary touched her fevered head with a headache, rummaged through the exchange desk and found a pair of regular clothes that looked good to wear. He also tore a piece of cloth from the sail and tied it to his forehead to cover his magic eyes. As long as they are regular items without special abilities, they can almost be found in the white item area in the enemy fear PT exchange, including Bailey. For Mary now, this is a life-saving department store. His grandma's, I managed to harvest a lot before going to sea, and there was no waste. Mary couldn't help but sigh. The idea of hoarding PT saved Mary's life at this time, otherwise she might not have enough PT to exchange for necessities. She put on a thin white skirt to help dissipate the heat, and let her blonde hair spread out. In front of her was the endless sea, and Mary looked at the empty sea level with blank eyes. She was praying to meet a fishing boat or something. If she didn't meet anyone else before the PT was exhausted, she might become the first-time traveler to starve to death. It was also because of this that she changed into regular clothes. She felt that her black clothes were a bit too ostentatious, and others might not dare to approach her. After another 2 or 3 hours of floating in the sun, the bored Mary finally couldn't stand it any longer. System, exchange it for me for a piece of cloth. Mary took out a huge canvas from the exchange office and covered herself directly. The world has nothing to do with me. Mary directly escaped into the world of mental images. Rather than being scorched by the scorching sun all the time in the real world, it would be better to chat with she. This is the second time that Mary has entered her own mental world. Mary doesn't want to go to the endless martial arts place for the second time. Until the mental problem is solved, that place is the graveyard of will. As soon as her eyes closed and opened, Mary felt cold. The hot and dazzling sunlight was completely gone, only the cold and biting cold light. At this time, compared to the scorching heat of the sea, the coldness of this place gave Mary a strange sense of intimacy. I'm really not used to it. Mary clicked her tongue and looked at the dilapidated mental world in front of her. She still couldn't believe that this was her own mental world. You're here, big sister. A light voice sounded from behind, and Mary scratched her head and turned around. Ah yes, it's really hard out there, Mary said with a headache. She smiled slightly. Sister, if you have any troubles, you can come to me at any time. Yeah. Mary just smiled reluctantly. To put it bluntly, she was not very familiar with she, and now she was very uncomfortable with she's attitude. But since I'm here to enhance our relationship. And Mary did have something to ask she. She sat cross-legged in the black water, and the cold temperature made her thinking clearer. She, let me ask you a question. Mary said solemnly, I have always felt irritable and unbalanced recently. You have been staying in my mental world. Have you discovered anything? This is the question that has always troubled Mary. That inexplicable feeling of irritability made Mary restless, thinking that she, who was in charge of the elephant world, might have some clues. She Venian walked to the side without saying a word and picked up a tattered stuffed animal. Sister, do you know why your mental world collapsed? She turned her head and looked at Mary. I have been wandering in the world of mental images during this period and found the reason. Mary's eyes narrowed. Mary has been puzzled by this question for a long time, and she doesn't remember ever having a mental breakdown. For a moment, she ignored she's wrong answer and asked with some urgency, why? She put down the puppet and said, Sister, are you not the original owner of this body? Really? Mary's face darkened. Does the original host of this body still have a residual soul that is affecting him? After seeing Mary's confirmation, Shio said in a matter-of-fact tone, as expected, "This body has residual consciousness. Although it is not a soul, when you took over this body, her remaining obsessions were mixed with your will. The desperate state of mind before the death of this body affected the eldest sister's mental world, leading to her collapse. But because it was the eldest sister's will that dominated it, although the mental world collapsed, it still existed. However, it will take a lot of work to repair it." She followed Mary's words and Mary felt strange in her heart after hearing Shi's explanation. It's such an incredible reason. In fact, Mary just thought of a random reason, and it turned out to be half right. But Mary didn't expect that this was not all. She went on to say, "Moreover, big sister, there is a crack in your mental world." Shi's words were astonishing. When Mary heard this, she immediately looked at Shi in confusion. She nodded very firmly to Mary, who looked doubtful. "I've been trying to integrate with the world, and my feeling is unmistakable." Mary's heart suddenly became heavy and she could only motion for Shi to continue. "The world of mental images is a direct reflection of your mental state, big sister." Zishan said following what he just said, "Big sister, have you done a lot of things recently that are contradictory to your previous personality?" I didn't." Halfway through, Mary got stuck. She was silent for a moment, swallowed, and asked, "Shi, the before you are talking about, which time are you referring to?" When she heard this, he tilted his head in confusion. "What kind of before is there before? All the time since birth, up to now, can be called before." Hearing Shi say this, Mary's heart became extremely heavy. "It's really like this," Mary murmured to herself. "The heart of blood slaughter." Mary felt fearful when she thought of this thing. It seems that ever since he obtained this necklace, he has become an unscrupulous murderer. Although Mary had no sympathy for the death of the pirate, and even wanted to shout for a good death, but this seemed to be no way to explain why she could be immersed in the sea of blood and still feel relaxed and at ease. "I am different from other senior time travelers." Mary frowned in thought. "My character has never been decisive, because I was raised by my doctor mother, but I always have a compassionate heart. But I seem to feel it less and less, that gentle feeling is slowly disappearing." Thinking of this, Mary couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. "I am indeed getting stronger and colder, and everything seems to be developing in a beneficial direction. But this is an illusion shielded by the blood slaughter heart. It shields out all emotions that are not suitable for killing. The price is that one's own will is gradually cut in half. As time goes by, if the shielded personality is completely separated, will I still be me? If the price of becoming stronger is losing yourself, or losing part of yourself, then the price would be too heavy." Mary suppressed her uneasiness and looked at Xiang Shi. "Shi, is there any way you can prevent the split of will?" She shook his head and said, "The world of mental images has been torn apart, and she can't glue it back together. She has not yet integrated with this world and is not the manager here. She is just a resident here now." She explained his difficulties. Mary took a long breath. "Does that mean I have to rely on myself?" "Yes." She nodded and touched Mary's head as if comforting. "However, I believe this is very simple for big sister." Looking at Shi with a kind face, Mary didn't know what to say. She just smiled reluctantly, stood up, and hugged this girl who was as tall as herself. Mary took a deep breath. "If the reason why this world is so lonely is because of the remnants of this body and my strange mentality," Mary said solemnly, "Shi, I will make this place beautiful. After all, this is my mental image world." She was silent for a moment and patted Mary's back with her little hand. "Well, I believe you." Mary's figure gradually turned into fragments and slowly disappeared into the world of mental images. After Mary disappeared, the world became dead again. There were no more ripples on the water, only the biting cold. She couldn't help but hug the puppet she just got in her hand, becoming a person again. In the real world, Mary slowly straightened up. Mary made an incomprehensible sound and stretched. However, before she could fully wake up, a man's exclamation suddenly sounded in her ears. "Ah! What a ghost!" Then there was the sound of falling water. Immediately afterwards, another noisy voice came from not far away, and one of them, a female voice, shouted very prominently, "Mr. Nine." Mary, who was half asleep, was so frightened that she jumped up and looked blankly towards the source of the sound. What happened? Why are there so many people suddenly chattering? After rubbing her eyes, Mary took stock of the situation in front of her. "I saw a large ship parked in front of me. Many people on the ship crowded around the railing and looked at Mary curiously. And a blue-haired girl with a single ponytail was anxiously calling out to the person who had just fallen into the water. Hiss, does that person look familiar?" Snapped. A hand suddenly stretched out from the water and slapped the edge of Mary's boat. Meaning, Mary was startled and subconsciously took a step back. "Oh, yes, this seems to be the person who was scared into the water by him just now." Mary was a little slow to react and hurriedly stepped forward to give the man a hand before pulling him onto the boat. As soon as the man got on the boat, he sat down, his face turned pale and he gasped. He looked very frightened. Seeing this, Mary was a little embarrassed and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I was sleeping just now, and I didn't expect that there was an extra person on the boat. This is the first time I've seen someone sleeping covered with a white cloth. The man touched his forehead and said angrily, originally, I planned to get on the boat to see if anyone was still alive. You almost scared me to death. Mary was too embarrassed to answer. After a few breaths, he finally regained his composure, stood up and patted the water on his body. Mary looked at this man, who was dressed all in green and had a naughty crown on his head, and suddenly felt a little familiar. Have I seen him somewhere? Mary subconsciously rummaged through her memory. Forget it, since there's nothing wrong with you, I'm relieved. The man shook his confused head and turned around to return to the ship. Mary immediately put aside the sense of déjà vu and quickly stepped forward to hug the man's arm decisively. I'm super special. Please take care of me. I want to log in. Mary almost fell to her knees. There is no end to the days floating on the sea, and it is not easy to see a large fleet that seems to have a route. If she does not seize the opportunity to follow, then Mary will be a pure fool. However, forcing girls into prostitution is not Mary's style. Mary does not intend to force others to do so unless it is absolutely necessary. What's more, these people just wanted to save people. The man was startled and looked at Mary, who was hugging his arm, directly looking into Mary's big, watery eyes. Seeing this, Mary made up her mind and directly activated the fruit of desire to arouse the man's protective desire. By the way, the entire ship was radiated. For a moment, Mary was wearing thin regular clothes and her delicate and soft body made her look pitiful in the eyes of everyone. Goo! The man was almost stunned and swallowed subconsciously, but he immediately realized his indecent behavior, his face turned red, and he quickly tried to take his hand out of Mary's arms. Mary hugged her tighter. Okay, can we take you with us? The man surrendered. After receiving the answer, Mary let go of her hand almost in the blink of an eye and quickly took several steps back. Okay, Mary was cheering, but the man was looking at Mary in silence. Well, take 3 steps back, that makes sense. At this time, the blue-haired woman also reacted and jumped onto Mary's fishing boat. She did not ask about Mary's condition immediately, but turned around and asked, Mr. Nine, are you okay? Upon hearing this, the man in green clothes immediately got out of his inexplicable state of loss and shook his head quite angrily. Haha, what do you think of me, Miss Wednesday? I'm not going to choke on the water or anything. That's good. Miss Wednesday nodded and turned around to ask about Mary's condition, only to find that Mary was staring directly at the two of them and murmuring, Miss Wednesday, Mr. Nine, Miss Wednesday, Mr. Nine, Miss Wednesday, Mr. Nine. This time it was Miss Wednesday's turn to subconsciously take a half step back. No way, Mary like this is quite scary. Looking at Miss Wednesday with her beautiful blue hair, Mary finally knew where the feeling of déjà vu that had existed from the beginning came from. Good guy, isn't this Princess Wai? Mr. Nine is that tough guy who, despite being a weakling, still chose to help his partner in the end. Seeing the familiar characters in the play, Mary was basically certain of the identity of the people on the boat. He is probably the billionaire elder of Baroque Studio. With this in mind, Mary looked at Princess Wai, who was a little wary in front of her, and started acting directly. Now it seems that Princess Vivi has not yet left Baroque Studio, and she hasn't met the Straw Hats yet. If I could keep up with them now, at least I would have a guaranteed life. Just install a harmless little transparency before logging in. After taking care of Mr. Nine, now we just need to take care of Wai. And Mary is still somewhat impressed by Wai's character. She is a kind-hearted character who is a bit like a virgin. Of course, this virgin is not derogatory, she can really risk her life for others. To deal with her, Mary also has sample plays that can be used directly. She pitifully made a humble and sad expression, and tears rolled down her eyes. He cupped his hands and placed them in front of his chest, looking up at Wai. She bent down slightly and brought her little face closer. Then, facing Princess Wai, he used all his strength to activate the fruit of desire. Miss Wednesday, can you help me? Please. It was as if a sharp arrow pierced through Wai's heart. It's so beautiful. Mary lay on the railing of the ship, letting the sea breeze blow her hair and dress. After Wai and Mr. Nine both agreed to get on the boat, Mary's life safety was guaranteed. After her life was insured, Mary began to enjoy what was strictly her first Grand Line journey. The weather on the Grand Line is unpredictable, and even the sea water is not so calm, but it also makes the sea scenery particularly charming. Mary grew up by the sea. After coming to the world of One Piece, she spent most of her time wandering at sea, but she was still attracted by the scenery of the Grand Line. Hey, kid. Mr. Nine looked at Mary and said, hurry back a little, there's going to be a big wave. When Mary heard this, she immediately took off her hand and retreated back into the cabin. Just kidding, just yesterday, she was lucky enough to see the wind and waves of the Grand Line. Although the visual impact of the 10-meter high wave was far inferior to that of the mountain she had faced, it was still quite terrifying. At that time, she was careless and ignored it, and was almost thrown away by the wave. Mary wasn't going to make the same mistake today. What's worse is that whether she will lose her virginity if she is exposed to this wave is another matter. Mary thinks that she may lose her virginity. Hey, you rude brat. Mr. Nine looked at Mary, who flew down the deck without even saying hello, and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. He is obviously the boss on this ship, but this kid seems to only have eyes for Wai Wei. After going down to the cabin, Mary walked to Wai Wei's room with ease, opened the door and went in. Gee, this scene seems a bit familiar. Oh yes, when she first traveled through time, she lived in Dusky's room because there were no extra rooms on Smog's ship. Now there is no place to stay on Wai Wei's boat, so I just sleep at Wai Wei's place. Anyway, we are all sisters, not shabby. Mary Tien, who was still an uncle at heart, thought shamelessly. Ha, Mary? Why did you come down? Wai Wei was sitting on the edge of the bed, arranging her long aqua hair with her hands behind her back. Suddenly she heard a movement behind her, so she turned around and saw Mary rushing in. At this time, Wai Wei had already taken off her heavy makeup, revealing an elegant and beautiful face. As both descendants of 20 kings, Mary couldn't believe that Mary Joa's herd of pigs and the beautiful ancestors of Wai Wei before her were once the same people. Raising her eyebrows, Mary sat next to Wai Wei and said to Wai Wei unsteadily, "There's going to be a big storm outside. Mr. Nine will call me in." Haha, don't look at him as a ruffian, he is actually quite reliable. Wai Wei smiled kindly. It had been a few days since Mary had been on the ship. During this time, Mary had never shown her strength or cruelty. Wai Wei, Mr. Nine and many bounty hunters are also used to this little girl's existence. Moreover, Mary's current personality is quite gentle, which makes Wai Wei feel a little less guarded in front of her. This character was not performed by Mary, but a natural expression of her will. When she was about to board the ship, Mary put away the blood slaughter heart and the saber in order not to attract any unwanted attention. This made no one at Baroque Studio realize that the little girl in front of them could actually fight. After removing the heart of blood slaughter, conflicting feelings flooded into her heart, giving Mary a headache for a long time. Not only would he become independent due to his cruel personality during the shielding period, but he would also be tortured by his personality and consciousness in his previous life and stay up all night. Sometimes he would also feel that this body seemed to be rejecting him. She would even have hallucinations of seeing another Mary standing in front of her in the dead of night. Mary knew what was going on. After losing the suppression of the blood slaughter heart, the body's own consciousness resurrected and was passively interfering with its connection with the body. This is probably the drawback of the heart of blood slaughter. The heart of blood slaughter only suppressed the original personality and cultivated a new personality. This only solves the symptoms but not the root cause. In other words, Mary has been using bloody heart incorrectly all along. This thing is more similar to a short-acting emergency medicine, but I regard it as a health product. Fortunately, now Mary found the loophole. If one is kept in the dark, the abnormality in the soul may be fatal when facing a person with abilities like Big Mom. After Mary calmed down and endured it for a day or two, she finally gradually adapted to the situation of three wills coexisting in one body, and tried to slowly integrate these completely different personalities. It was also rare for her to experience the feeling of split personality. Her current will is still dominant, and she can clearly feel that her current will controls her body. The other two personalities can be clearly felt by Mary and guided without conflict with the main consciousness. But if you want to completely integrate these three consciousnesses, something key is always missing. Mary tried hard for several days to no avail, so she could only let it go for the time being. Fortunately, with her efforts, Mary's current consciousness took the lead, and the semi-split consciousness of her previous life and the consciousness of the original owner of this body could follow her own ideas. Just like this time, she has been using the consciousness of the original owner to assist herself, allowing herself to express the delicate feeling of a girl very naturally. Of course, this also leads to the fact that one's own character will gradually be affected by the character of the original owner. Mary shook her feet and lay back on the bed. As a cotter, Wai Wei's living standard is quite good. Her bed is much softer than Dusky's bed and the bed in the hotel before, and it is also easier to make people feel tired. "Sister Wednesday, I'll go to bed first," Mary said in a daze and closed her eyes. Wai Wei looked at the sleepy Mary with a hint of affection in her expression. She patted Mary's head slowly and said, "Good boy, go to sleep quickly. After this big storm, when you wake up, we will reach our destination." Mary could no longer hear what Wai Wei said. Sleeping is just an excuse. Her real purpose is to sneak her consciousness into the world of mental images. "Hey, I'm here again." Mary, who had just appeared in the mental world and had not recovered from the darkness, shouted repeatedly, "Sister, you're here. Sit down." She sat on a small chair, dangling her little feet, and said to Mary. It was obvious that she had taken care of Mary's mental world. At least there was a well-organized plot of land in front of Mary. The floor was higher than the water, with 2 or 3 chairs surrounding a round table, and some random decorations scattered on the floor. She obviously has little experience in decorating. It is impossible for Mary to do bad things to Yi Shi. She was even more surprised by the fact that she had cleared out the room. Stepping forward and leaving the cold water, and sitting on the small board opposite she, Mary looked around in surprise and asked, "You did all this? Thank you for your hard work." She's powers are very abstract and unreal. Therefore, even in the mental world, she's strength is very weak. Creating such a small place obviously took a lot of effort from her. It's okay, she just shook his body and smiled, she doesn't have anything else to do here. Mary scratched her head and started chatting with she. After you come here, your parents? Mary asked her favorite question. Mari, who has read the original AD, knows that even Shio, a girl in the fantasy world, eventually merges with Shio in the real world and lives with Tomoya and Nagisa. Mary still wants to know what she is doing now. Mom, Dad. She raised his head thoughtfully and looked at the dark sky. The other she is accompanying them. It's okay for she to come here to accompany her sister, she said with a smile. Mary smiled bitterly and propped herself up on the table awkwardly. But I am outside most of the time, so I can only let you stay here alone. This is where Mary feels guilty. She longed for family and friendship in her original world, but girls in the fantasy world were almost alone in the world lines except the true end. At most, they only had a robot doll to express their thoughts about their father. She's past world is still accompanied by her father's light. And in this dark mental world, if Mary was not there, then Shigu would really be alone. She did not agree with Mary's words. She shook her head gently and said, "It doesn't matter. Compared with me before, I can still see my sister from time to time, which makes me very satisfied." After a pause, she added, "And I'm not alone here." Mary was stunned for a moment when she heard these words. She looked at the confused Mary, covered her mouth and smiled, left the chair, and walked towards the depths of the mental world with light steps. Mary saw this and hurried to follow. As she went deeper, the surrounding ruins gradually became fewer and fewer. Only the black water became colder and colder, the fog gradually became heavier, and the air was filled with biting cold air. I don't know how long I walked, but she finally stopped. Mary followed closely behind she, covering her mouth in surprise as she looked at the scene in front of her. Two white shadows floated quietly on the water in front of him, eyes closed as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. One of the girls who looked very solid was exactly what Mary looked like now. And the other illusory male shadow is my appearance in my previous life. Surprised, Mary immediately realized the origin of these two shadows. This solid girl is probably the incarnation of the original owner's consciousness of this body. And the man who seemed to be able to break if poked was his own split personality. But my own mental image is a girl. Yes, according to this, since my separated personality will be a male image, why is my current incarnation a female image? Mary thought about this terrible question. Then, a terrible thought came to her mind. Female aborted. Shike didn't know the huge waves in Mary's mind. She said to Mary, "I have been exploring my sister's mental world for the past few days, and I accidentally discovered these two phantoms. It seems that these should be my sister's other consciousnesses, right?" She looked at Mary with a smile. "With them accompanying me, she is not lonely." Only then did she notice that Mary's face had turned pale and confused. "Elder sister," she asked tentatively. "I am doomed." This was Mary's response. "Call." Mary sat up from the bed suddenly, with a look of confusion and fatigue on her face. Mary, who had just realized something was wrong in the mental world, felt that the whole world had turned dark. After being enlightened by she for a long time, Mary gradually accepted the fact that her current ideology was closer to the female body. Thinking on the bright side, maybe Mary's ideology is female not because her ideas are female-oriented, but because after using the blood slaughter heart, the carrier of her main consciousness has always been a female body. With this explanation, Mary felt a little more relieved. She is not afraid because she has become aborted. What she is more afraid of is, if she changes her gender, will her current subject consciousness still belong to her own consciousness? This is very problematic. But she's words freed her from this inexplicable fear. "Sister, how you feel now is how your heart feels." This sentence wakes up the dreamer. Indeed, as she said, the way he feels now shapes his own subjective consciousness. If there is a problem with your own subjective consciousness, it is equivalent to questioning the reality you feel. There is no way to escape from such a vicious circle, because there is no way to falsify it. Only by getting out of this misunderstanding can Mary see herself clearly and understand her current situation. Mary, who recognized herself again, was a little tired. She was really tortured by psychological problems during this period. After chatting with she for a while, Mary left the mental world. She couldn't leave the real world for too long. When her consciousness took the initiative to enter the mental world, Mary would not wake up even if the outside world was extremely cruel to her body. Therefore, in order to prevent accidents, Mary cannot stay in the mental world forever. It's just pitiful for she, who has to wander around alone in the world of mental images again. Half asleep, Mary found herself lying peacefully in the middle of the bed, covered by a quilt. At this time, the room was empty except for himself. She covered her head, shook her head twice, and regained consciousness. Well, it should be Wai Wei guy. Mary had a picture in her mind of Wai Wei carefully carrying herself to the center of the bed, and then covering herself with a quilt lightly. Taking a long breath, Mary patted her little face, got out of bed and walked out of the room. The sailors were running hurriedly inside the cabin, seeming to be preparing for something. Everyone was busy, and Wai Wei was not seen. After walking onto the deck, Mary finally saw Wai Wei again. She put on those hot clothes again, and the heavy makeup on her face covered up her original beauty. At this time, Wai Wei was standing at the bow of the boat, shouting something. Mr. Nine, on the other hand, was standing on the mast waving his bat as if commanding the direction. "Ha! Mary, are you awake?" Vivi on the bow noticed a sleepy Mary walking towards her. Mary rubbed her eyes and walked to Wai Wei, saying in a confused way, "Sister Wednesday, what are you doing?" With X-level acting skills and the support of the original protagonist's personality, it couldn't be easier to express the image of such an innocent little girl. Wai Wei smiled and explained to Mary, "We will reach our destination soon, Mary. You will be able to land on land soon." With that said, Wai Wei pulled Mary directly to the tip of the keel and said to the looming land in the distance, "Look, that is our destination this time and also our base. When we get there, I will ask the 2 cotters living there to take you home." Listening to what Wai Wei said, Mary knew where the island ahead was. The base of Baroque Studio, where 2 cotters live, is very close to the intersection of the Grand Line. Mary narrowed her eyes slightly. There is no doubt that this is the first island the Straw Hats landed on after entering the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. "Welcome everyone, this is Whiskey Mountain." On the pier, a group of people warmly welcomed the newly arrived Straw Hats. "Oh, the townspeople here are so enthusiastic." Luffy was a little uncomfortable with the enthusiastic cheers around him. On the other side, Sanji, who was surrounded by warblers and swallows, had naturally integrated into this atmosphere, and seemed a little happy to be there. Mr. Nine and Miss Monday seemed to be very familiar with this kind of thing. They asked the bounty hunters to quickly arrange a grand banquet and gave the Straw Hats a grand welcome. "Ha ha ha, welcome everyone. Introduce yourself, I am the mayor here, you can call me Mr. 8. In our town, the most respected people are the men of the sea who dare to face the power of the sea." Yin Calum, who arrived at the right time, picked up the wine glass and smiled boldly at the Straw Hats, "Especially someone like you, who has the ability to stand out from the 4 seas and come to the Grand Route, is even more popular among people." "Ah, Mayor, you have a very good sense." Luffy, a big-hearted person, did not doubt whether Yin Calum's words were true. It was rare for him to meet an outsider who recognized him. At this time, he seemed quite happy and said carelessly, "I am Luffy. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King." The scene fell silent for a moment. Several cotters looked at each other. Hey, is it true? Is this guy the captain? It seems a bit unreliable." But this embarrassment only lasted for a moment, and the atmosphere became heated again. Yin Calum happily clinked glasses with Luffy and drank heavily. "So you are the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. That's amazing. With such a free and easy personality, I believe you can become the Pirate King one day." "Thank you, uncle." When meeting a close friend, 1,000 cups are too little. Facing a group of simple and considerate townspeople, Luffy also eats meat and drinks without warning. Everyone was once again shocked. Such an unwary guy was actually the captain? Delicious. What is this made of? While Usopp and Nami lingered in various barbecues, they asked the people around them in amazement. "Hoo-ho." Hearing this, Mr. Nine, who was flirtatious at the same time, stepped forward and confidently introduced the 2 of them. "These dishes are all our unique cooking methods here. Whiskey is used as a seasoning to enhance the freshness and flavor. Our Whiskey Mountain is rich in whiskey, and whiskey accounts for a non-negligible proportion in our cooking methods. Because of this, our dishes it has a unique flavor." "Yeah, indeed." Sanji didn't know when he suddenly broke away from the crowd of women and stood next to Mr. Nine, tasting the food with a strange light in his eyes. This elusive guy actually startled Mr. Nine. As a chef, Sanji has a unique set of taste standards for the taste of dishes, and his sensitive tongue can easily distinguish the special points in these dishes. A chef who can master this way of cooking is a genius. Sanji seemed to be excited. "I didn't expect such a small place to have such a great chef. Who cooked these dishes?" "I did it." A dull, hoarse, but clearly female voice came from not far away. Sanji followed the sound and saw a strong woman squeezed out of the crowd and walked towards Sanji. "Hello, I'm the chef here and I'm also a nun," Miss Monday said in a deep voice to Sanji. Sanji bowed to Miss Monday very politely and said politely, "Beautiful lady. I am Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, and I am very honored to meet you." Not to mention that although Sanji is lecherous, he has always been a gentleman and personable towards women. Miss Monday is not only a woman, but also a very good cook, which has earned Sanji's respect. The 2 of them were drinking and exchanging cooking experiences, and gradually drifted away. Mr. Nine had an imperceptible smirk on his lips, and then walked towards Usopp and Nami again. He quickly gained favor with the two of them with his smooth eloquence and started chatting with them skillfully. On the other side, Soran, who was seriously injured in Rogue Town, has not yet recovered. The wound that penetrated the chest was still a minor matter, but the huge gap that had been opened by Hawkeye was torn open by Mary. Such a terrible injury could not be recovered in just a few days. At this time, even if he went ashore and joined the banquet, he would just stay in a corner with great restraint, eating meat and drinking wine by himself. The battle with Mary changed his state of mind. He increasingly felt his own powerlessness, and at the same time he became more cautious and serious when encountering problems. He looked coldly at the noisy banquet in front of him, and his beastly instinct made him aware of the undercurrents in it. But he still doesn't know where the specific abnormality is. Just as he was hiding in the darkness and enjoying himself, a girl with long aqua hair walked towards him holding a glass of wine. "You are also one of the crew members, right? Why, don't you like lively occasions?" Wai Wei walked to his side and sat down quite naturally. Zoro glanced at her coldly, said nothing, and continued to drink. What a difficult guy to get close to, Wai Wei complained secretly in her heart. What do you do in the pirate group? Well, how's your relationship with that cook? I think that cook is very handsome. Why don't you speak? Zoro had the highest level of vigilance among the Straw Hats. Wai Wei wanted to trick Zoro like the others, but she couldn't find a place to start. You look like you have a good drink. After many attempts to strike up a conversation to no avail, Wai Wei could only give up and complain to Soran. Unexpectedly, Zoro answered this sentence. I usually don't have much to do except drink and sleep. Soran glanced at Wai Wei. Why on earth are you always pestering me here? Wai Wei was shocked and realized that her behavior seemed too explicit, but as soon as she thought about it, why not take advantage of it? After drinking heavily, Wai Wei pretended to be intoxicated and quietly approached Soran. I don't like lively situations either. Besides, I prefer a manly guy like you to those guys over there. Zoro frowned slightly and turned to look at Wai Wei, who looked confused and infatuated, with a surprised look on his face. He raised his eyebrows and asked friendly, "Oh, you like swordsmen?" Wai Wei looked at Soran in confusion. Zoro seemed to be interested instead, and discussed with her the details of a swordsman and the story of famous swords. Wai Wei chatted with Soran all the time, but she felt extremely weird in her heart. How come this man who seems to be the most reliable is also a freak? From the corner of Wai Wei's eyes, she couldn't help but glance at the other Straw Hats in the crowd who had completely let go. After looking at Zoro, who was obsessed with introducing his sword, she secretly sighed. There seems to be no normal person in this Straw Hat crew. A few hours later, the night was deep and the moon was high. The originally lively banquet has gradually quieted down, and the four cotters have gathered together. A new group of bounty hunters have come here to clean up the mess. One group of people cleaned up the messy banquet scene, while another group of people took the well-fed bounty hunters back to their residences. When the cotters gathered together, Yin Calum asked first, "Everyone, Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, has lost consciousness. How are they doing?" "Chef Sanji is drunk and has lost the ability to resist," Miss Monday replied. Mr. Nine held up his crown and said coolly, "Sniper Usopp and Navigator Nami are drunk and have no ability to resist." Wai Wei said nothing, hesitated for a moment, and answered truthfully, "Competent Zoro is drunk." At least that was how it was when Wai Wei left. Soran and Wai Wei got excited talking and poured wine into their bodies as if they were desperate for their lives, which even Wai Wei was horrified to see. By the time she stopped and left, Zoro was already drunk and fell in the corner. But the woman's intuition told Wai Wei that things were not that simple, but she didn't know what was wrong for a while. Yin Calum nodded and said in a deep voice, "The Straw Hats have been wiped out. Let the billionaires tie up all the members of the Straw Hats and take them to the nearest naval base in exchange for bounties tomorrow." Miss Monday and Mr. Nine heard this and turned around to deal with these matters quite consciously, leaving the remaining two cotters here to deal with emergencies. Only then did Yin Calum laugh and said, "Another batch has been solved. Your Royal Highness, if we continue at this rate, it won't be long before we can be promoted again." Wai Wei just frowned in approval. "Indeed, we are one step closer to the goal of revealing the identity of the president." "What's wrong, Wai Wei?" Yin Calum looked at Wai Wei, who was a little distracted, and asked with concern, "Are you feeling uncomfortable there?" "No," Wai Wei shook her head, "I just have a bad feeling." Upon hearing this, Yin Calum patted Wai Wei on the shoulder, remained silent for a moment, and said seriously, "Your Highness, you have worked very hard, don't think too much." He looked at Wai Wei distressfully. Wai Wei didn't know what to say for a moment, so she just sighed heavily. Suddenly, a huge commotion reached their ears. "You guy! No, everyone, get your weapons. My arm was chopped off by him." Wai Wei and Yin Calum were both startled. They turned around and saw Miss Monday and Mr. Nine both in a state of readiness for battle, with their muscles tensed up and down facing one person. "Roronoa Zoro! Damn it!" Wai Wei gritted her teeth and cursed angrily, "I knew this guy wasn't drunk at all." Yin Calum scratched his head and sighed, "I didn't expect that such an accident would happen." Forget it, let's go together and subdue this green algae head as soon as possible. After saying that, Yin Kalem took the lead and rushed forward. Wai Wei hesitated for a moment, then took out her own peacock woodbreaking machine and followed closely. I just said, how can there be a town that welcomes pirates so much? Sauron was just like in the original work, sitting on a high building with his back to the bright moon, holding a knife high and sneering at the people in the Baroque studio. Being at the front of the Great Sea Route, an area where pirates are rampant and the economy is rife, it can be so peaceful and prosperous that it welcomes pirates, but there is no sign of pirates anywhere. As Zorro spoke, his tone became colder. It seems that the trade you are doing is the same trade I used to do - pirate hunter, right? As he spoke, he looked at Wai Wei, who was coming from a distance, and said in a joking tone, I forgot to tell you, a real swordsman will not get himself drunk. However, the people below didn't care at all what he said, they just kept shouting and cheering themselves up. Don't be afraid, everyone, this guy is just a little pirate who doesn't even have a bounty on his head. There are more than 300 of us, and there is only one person on the opposite side. 300 versus 1, the advantage is mine. Catch him and we can live a happy and spicy life for a while again. Ah-ha! The slogans below were shouted so loudly that Zorro even doubted whether these people were really jealous. At this time, Yin Kalem took the lead and rushed in front of everyone and shouted, Rorano Zorro, if you surrender now, we won't hurt you. Just obey. Huh, what are you talking about? Zorro looked grim and stood up. Hundreds of you are not enough for me to fight alone. As he spoke, he showed a bloodthirsty smile. It's you who should surrender, right? Hunters? The next moment, his figure disappeared from the roof of the building. Before anyone could react, only 4 cotters could barely see Zorro's figure clearly. His speed was beyond imagination, and he appeared in front of Yin Kalem in just the blink of an eye. What? Yin Kalem was shocked, and was about to activate the thermal weapon in his hair, when he saw a flash of cold light, and the hair on both sides of his body was cut off completely. Just when he was stunned by the huge change, Zorro unsheathed his swords and instantly cut off Yin Kalem's limbs and tendons with a single movement. The sudden change made everyone forget to deal with it for a moment. Only Princess Wai Wei, who had always had a good relationship with Yin Kalem, rushed forward immediately to stop Zorro with her peacock woodbreaker. Sauron turned sideways and easily dodged Wai Wei's attack, and struck Wai Wei with the back of his knife. I originally thought of knocking her out directly, but I didn't expect that this ordinary action would cause a huge wound that had not yet healed. Tisk! Zorro subconsciously paused as he felt a sharp pain in his back. It was this brief pause that allowed Wai Wei to seize the opportunity and quickly roll away, dragging Yin Kalem and running back. At this time, many bounty hunters also swarmed up. Annoying! There was a trace of murderous intent in Zorro's eyes, and the third sword on his waist, Wado Ekamanji, was unsheathed, and then he assumed a swordsmanship stance. Momentum is gathering. This guy Zorro has become stronger? At this time, Mary's eyes lit up as she watched the show from a distance. She is not worried that Sauron will kill Wai Wei and others. Strictly speaking, Sauron doesn't seem to have actually killed a few named people, but it's hard to say about those trash fish. At this time, Mary had already changed into a black military uniform and brought all her belongings except for the Heart of Blood Slaughter, which was already certain that it could not be used as a permanent prop. She was already standing on the roof of a tall building not far from the square, ready to take action at any time. She didn't want to expose herself unless absolutely necessary. However, if Wai Wei and others' lives were in danger, she would still take care of them. After all, I have also received life-saving grace from them, so there is nothing wrong with helping them at critical moments. But now, just watch the show. Anyway, Wai Wei and others will not die, so there is no need for her to take action. What surprised her was that Zorro's momentum was more restrained and sharp compared to the last time they met. The momentum is not as arrogant as before, but it feels more dangerous than before. Mary's body, which had been transformed by blood damage, could feel that Sauron's knife could now hurt her. Continuously growing through scars, it suits you quite well. Marine Mary's critical review of Swordsman Zorro. Leaving aside Mary, who was peeping at the screen, everyone in the Baroque studio who was now facing Sauron's coercion could only feel a light on their backs. Is this guy really a human? With this kind of aura? Mr. Nine on the side said tremblingly. Miss Monday was also surprised and said, there is no reward for such a man. Are you kidding me? Under everyone's doubtful gazes, Sauron's sword skills finally burst out. He danced his double blades, and Hideo Yumanji launched a violent sword style. I saw a dragon-like sword energy taking off, forming a huge tornado. Even the 4 cotters could not stand and were sucked in by the powerful sword energy. 3 sword style, black rope, big tornado. What's this? Hundreds of bounty hunters couldn't escape this move, and even 4 cotters were sucked in by the wind pressure. The black rope tornado is one of Sauron's strongest clearing sword moves. No one with insufficient strength is qualified to stand firm in front of this move. The tornado swept through the entire square, leaving the ground in a mess. The floor tiles were blown away and shattered, exposing the rock and soil underneath. After a long time, the tornado of sword energy slowly subsided, and the people who were cut bloody by the sword wind fell from the sky. Yo, Mary suddenly laughed. It's such a big battle, but no one died? This really made Mary laugh. Also, recalling the original work, although Zoro has the highest attack power among the Straw Hats, he doesn't seem to have actually killed many people clearly. In other words, not only Zoro, but basically none of the Straw Hats have directly killed a few people. Having said that, with such a big aura and such spectacular skills, no one died in the end, which is indeed a bit joyful. But even though no one is dead, there are not many people who can move. Almost everyone was seriously injured, and even 4 cotters were bruised and bruised. For a time, the square was filled with screams and groans. Hiss, damn, the wound has torn open again. Zoro fiercely covered the wound on his chest, and blood began to leak out again. Is the movement too big? It would actually aggravate the injury, which is ridiculous. This sharp pain reminded him of that bad memory, being killed instantly by a little girl who looked several years younger than him. It's really unbearable. Zoro took a deep breath and slowly approached Yinkalem. Yinkalem struggled to stand up, but he was the one who suffered the most attacks, and he was the most severely injured in the black rope tornado due to his large size. For a moment, his limbs, whose muscles had been cut off, were unable to support him from standing up. The next moment, Zoro's knife was placed on Yinkalem's neck. Okay, now, the tables are turned, bounty hunters. Zoro looked at Yinkalem coldly. Tell me, what price will you pay for attacking us? I'm very angry now, Zoro said with a sullen face, quite a bit like Mary when she killed him. The scene became tense for a moment. Yinkalem. Wei murmured softly to the side, trying her best to support her body and crawl towards Yinkalem. However, her physical fitness was relatively weak. After being cut by the sword wind for more than 10 seconds and then falling from a high place, she did not recover for a moment. Miss Monday, on the other hand, stood up with a roar and rushed towards Zoro. She picked up a broken brick beside her and rushed towards Zoro. Her dark and muscular body was full of strength, which was quite oppressive. It's so troublesome for me to order wine and Bailey. Zoro curled his lips in displeasure, turned around and walked out with one move. 2-blade style eagle wave. The wind pressure generated by the vibration of the double swords hit Miss Monday directly, and the undulating shock wave expanded its range, and the surrounding bounty hunters were also blown away. The eagle wave hit Miss Monday and immediately blasted her a dozen meters away. The slash tore open the clothes on her abdomen, leaving a huge X-shaped gash in her body. Blood spurted out, and Miss Monday struggled to stand up several times under the heavy injuries, but finally fell to the ground involuntarily. This move directly frightened Mr. 9, who was about to stand up to resist, causing him to sit down again after he had already stood up. What monster! Mr. 9 stared blankly at Zoro, who put away his 3 swords. Zoro looked at Yinkalem and said, I'll be honest, I don't want to harm you either. But since you are harmful to us, unlike our idiot captain, I have to at least collect something from you. 30 million belly and enough food and supplies for us to sail to the next island are not too much, right? 30 million belly is our captain's bounty. Since you have this idea, you have to bear the consequences. As long as you pay these things, I will spare your lives. Zoro's expression was quite serious when he said this, as if he was about to hack Yinkalem to death at any time. Yinkalem gritted his teeth and looked at Soran. Okay, I promise you. This time it was a capsize. How come there is such a powerful guy on a ship with a bounty of 30 million and no bounty on it yet? Yinkalem cursed the world government 10,000 times in his heart. Fortunately, the problem can be settled now and there is room for improvement, which can be considered a blessing among misfortunes. But fate seems to be playing a joke on Wei and Yinkalem. Just when Yinkalem finished speaking and Zoro nodded and was about to pick up a few people, suddenly, 2 voices came out of the dark alley with provocative voices. Haha, it's not up to you whether you can let them go, green algae head. Upon hearing this insulting nickname, Zoro suddenly had veins on his forehead and turned to look at the source of the sound. Ha! Are these 2 guys here at this time? Mary, who was standing high and looking far away, looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared and raised her eyebrows slightly. 2 figures walked out of the alley. One of them, a young and beautiful woman, was holding a beautiful parasol on a clear night. The goose yellow short dress is sexy and hot, with a pattern of orange slices reflected on it. Wearing an orange round hat on her head and a pair of snow-white high heels, her long legs highlighted her proud figure. Another man with an afro has dark skin, wears a red trench coat, and a pair of sunglasses hanging on his face, looking like a rock singer. The brown leather boots were shiny, but wearing them on this man only made other people feel naughty. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine. Mr. 9 shouted excitedly when he saw the 2 of them. Are you here to save us? Yes, the 2 uninvited guests are none other than Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, senior executives of the Baroque studio. The strength of these 2 cotters is far superior to Yinkalem and others, which also makes Mr. 9 and Miss Monday happy. However, when Yinkalem and Wei saw Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, they seemed to have thought of something terrible, and the color suddenly drained from their faces. Come to help you? Ha 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 ha. Miss Valentine burst out laughing at this statement. What's wrong? The joy on Mr. Nine's face froze. Mr. 5 took a step forward and said coldly, "Don't think too much, Mr. 9. He glanced at Mr. 9 with disdain. "What qualifications do you have for us to rescue you?" His breath was full of contempt and disdain. Mr. 9 suddenly lost his smile and his face turned green. At this time, Yin Calum was the calmest. He stared at Mr. 5 and asked in a low voice, "Then what are you doing here?" The air seemed to have solidified, and it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The moans and screams all around seemed to be fading away, and only a few people were facing each other in the vast void. Zorro felt that something was not quite right in the atmosphere and quietly took a few steps away. "You should understand it yourself, Mr. 8. Jim, also known as Mr. 5, said coldly, "Or should I say, Captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard, Yin Calum? Princess Wai Wei, run!" Before Jim finished speaking, Yin Calum yelled at Wai Wei. Just hearing this cold tone, Yin Calum knew that his and Wai Wei's undercover identities had been exposed. Before he could finish speaking, Yin Calum immediately asked Wai Wei to run away, while he desperately tried to stand up and face the enemy. "Save it, with this kind of injury, I can easily kill you without using the fruit power. Your weapons have been dismantled. What will happen even if you stand up?" Mr. 5 shrugged his shoulders and said with a joking smile, "Why don't you just let me kill you? You won't feel any pain, and I will feel more relaxed." "Are you kidding me?" Yin Calum looked determined. "Even if I risk my life, I will still save the life of Her Royal Highness. This is my duty as the captain of the Kingdom Guard." "Ah, that's it." Jem picked his nose. "Then there's nothing we can do." After saying that, he picked out a ball of boogers and flicked Yin Calum. "Then go die." Yin Calum was in desperation, and a force surged into his legs, finally allowing him to stand up, and his burly body faced the booger bomb. Can't hide. Thinking of Princess Wai Wei, who was still blocked by him, Yin Calum's heart skipped a beat, and he already had a death wish in his heart. In the flash of lightning, a linear blade flew out and hit the booger bomb in midair. Boom! The huge explosion lit up the entire square with fire. In the smoke, the peacock wood breaker was blown back into Wai Wei's hands. Looking at Princess Wai Wei, who stood beside him silently, Yin Calum was stunned, and then cursed anxiously, "Your Highness Wai Wei, why don't you run?" Wai Wei looked at Mr. 5, who was gradually walking out of the smoke with firm eyes, and said seriously, "The situation is urgent. Karu didn't arrive, maybe there was an accident. You can't stop him alone, and I will only be caught. If I fight side by side with you, I might still be able to win the battle and escape." "God possible," Wai Wei said, narrowing her eyes. "Besides, Yin Calum, if you are gone, I will never be able to return to Alabasta alone." When Yin Calum heard this, he gritted his teeth. "Then, Your Highness Princess, let your subordinates do their best to assist you." Both of them assumed a fighting stance and looked at Mr. 5, who was approaching step by step. Come on, what exactly is going on?" Mr. 9 on the side looked at this weird situation and screamed, falling into chaos. He. Miss Valentine's Day floated up gently, looked at the confused Mr. 9 and Miss Monday, covered her mouth and chuckled. "It's very simple. The two cotters who have been working with you, Miss Wednesday and Mr. 8, whose real names are Nefertari Vivi and Yin Calum, are the Princess and Araba of the Kingdom of Alabasta respectively, Captain of the Stan Kingdom Guards. I don't need to say more about why these two people stay in the Baroque studio, right?" Miss Monday's expression changed and she said in disbelief, "Undercover?" "Exactly." Miss Valentine nodded and agreed with Miss Monday's statement. "So, Mr. 9, Miss Monday, if you two know each other, you'd better cooperate with Mr. 5 to quickly take down those two guys. I don't want to waste too much time here." After a moment of silence, Miss Monday tensed her body, endured the severe pain, and stood up unsteadily with a sullen face. "Hey, Miss Monday, what should I do?" Mr. 9 looked at Miss Monday helplessly. Miss Monday looked at Miss Valentine and said word by word in a thick voice, "I reject." She held up Mr. 9 with one hand and said seriously, "Since I joined Baroque Studio, I have always partnered with Miss Wednesday and Mr. 8. Compared to the mysterious boss, they are the most important to me. Partners. I'm sorry if the boss wants me to kill them. I'm going to betray you." She looked at Miss Valentine's Day with anger in her eyes, then picked up a brick, endured the pain, and roared towards Mr. 5 not far away. Ha! Damn it, don't underestimate me. I'm going to help Miss Wednesday too." Mr. 9, who was originally weak, gritted his teeth under Miss Monday's encouragement, picked up his bat and rushed towards Mr. 5 following Miss Monday. Although this seems more like self-defeat to Zorro. What a bunch of idiots. Miss Valentine held her forehead and was speechless. "Even if you are going to die, can you commit suicide by throwing yourself into the sea? You are still causing trouble for me." With that said, she was about to float towards Princess Wai Wei where a melee was about to break out. Suddenly, a black knife stood in front of her. Miss Valentine's Day's expression changed, and she looked at Zorro, who was standing in front of her, holding the third-generation ghost in his hand. "I'm sorry, Zoro smiled and said to Miss Valentine's Day, "Anyway, they treated me to a full meal and had no intention of killing anyone. For the sake of them being half of my colleagues, don't bother them. I'm counting on them to pay me for my future meals." Miss Valentine's Day narrowed her eyes and looked at Zoro leisurely. "Haha, green algae head, that move you just made was scary, but you shouldn't be able to use it a second time, right?" She pointed at Zoro's white clothes that were gradually stained red with blood, and she said with a joking smile, "You were so brave to dare to use such a powerful move even though you were seriously injured." Zoro tilted his head helplessly. Zoro, who was still seriously injured, wanted to fight 1 against 2, or 2 ability users, but he couldn't do it for the time being. In other words, it's not impossible. But that would require Zoro to work hard. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day are not that weak. Apart from anything else, in the original book, Jim defeated Luffy once. Although he is not strong enough in terms of physical strength, he is still capable of fighting against Zoro, who is in extremely bad condition. Jim's careless blow just now was able to produce such a huge explosion, which gave Zoro a general understanding of his strength. The bond between Yonkalim and Waiwei and Miss Monday's character of fighting for her friends made Zoro feel a little bit, and she was willing to help them, but this was not enough to make Zoro risk his life to fight for it. But Zoro lowered his brows and looked at Miss Valentine. "It's more than enough to block you." Hearing this sentence, Miss Valentine's Day became even happier. "Hey, green algae head, you just got into a fight. Don't you still know the strength of those stinky fish and shrimps?" She pointed at Zoro's back and said, "So what if you blocked me? Do you think the 4 of them can block Mr. 5? Zoro's expression changed. "If you want to die, it will be impossible to stop it." Not to mention that all 4 of them were injured by Sauron. Even if a few of them were intact, Sauron had no expectations for their combat effectiveness. "A few people who can be eliminated instantly by the skills I use to clear them up will almost be completely crushed against a moderately powerful devil fruit user." Miss Valentine had no intention of fighting Sauron. She just floated high in the sky, restraining Sauron so that he could not help Waiwei and others. Zoro unsheathed 3 swords, but still stood there and could only watch Jem beat the 4 people unilaterally. He has to always be on guard for Miss Valentine to fuck him. Without understanding the opponent's devil fruit ability, Zoro couldn't act rashly. Sure enough, without even a cup of tea, Miss Monday, who went to support her, was burned to death and fell to the ground. Mr. 9 was blown into the sea. Even if he didn't die, he would have drowned soon after losing consciousness. Yonkalim had an arm broken by a bomb. After helping Waiwei block a fatal bomb, he finally couldn't hold on and lost consciousness. Waiwei also took a few shots from Mr. 5's bombs, and then was punched in the abdomen by Jem, who quickly rushed forward. Then, Jim immediately activated his skills, causing Waiwei to be severely injured in the huge explosion and blown away several meters away. At this point, the 4 cotters of Whiskey Peak were wiped out. How could be so strong? Waiwei struggled to hold herself up, but almost all of her internal organs were damaged by the huge explosion. It was already very difficult for her to be able to hold her breath at this time. She never expected that the difference in strength would be so big just because of the codename difference of 2 levels. As she struggled to stand, a shadow fell over her. Waiwei froze for a moment, raised her head, and saw Mr. 5 standing in front of her, looking down at her. Waiwei looked unwilling and desperate. How to do? Waiwei thought of her father, who was far away in Alabasta and was in jail because of the Baroque Studio. Several of his partners were severely injured at the hands of the cotters of Baroque Studio, and now he is going to die at the hands of Baroque Studio. "Someone come, help me. Everyone is good." There was only a little pleading in Waiwei's heart at this time. Mr. 5 was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Waiwei, and directly raised his hand, wanting to give her the final blow. Seeing the desperate Waiwei, Zoro tensed up and wanted to rush out. If he watched the whole process and did nothing, Zoro would feel a little guilty. At the risk of being attacked by Miss Valentine, Sauron also wanted to try to see if he could save Waiwei. He now wonders if even one of his captain and chef can wake up quickly, so that the current situation will not be so severe. However, just when Zoro was about to rush out, he froze. In front of him, a figure that he could not forget appeared. "How will you be here?" Zoro whispered to himself in shock. Waiwei's expression on the other side also changed. The way she looked at Jem changed from unwillingness and despair to blank. Yes, just confused. Moreover, her eyes were now not so much looking at Jem, but rather looking at Jem's back. Jem frowned, and he also felt the change in Waiwei's mood. At the moment when he was confused, a huge killing intent directly enveloped his body, making his body stiffen. Jem's penis suddenly shrank to the point of a pin. A huge fear surged in his heart, but his body could not move. As if being targeted by a peerless ferocious beast, his body had accepted the fact that he was about to die and gave up meaningless resistance. A voice as cold as ancient mysterious ice penetrated his ears like a sharp blade. Jem's time seemed to have frozen, and everything was moving away from him. Only the disgusting smell of blood behind him kept coming to the tip of his nose. Gyalu. He swallowed, his mind filled with thoughts of turning around and fighting back, but his body was frozen there, unable to move. But Miss Valentine's Day, who was floating far away, didn't care about this. She looked at Mary, who was standing quietly on the blood, looking down at Jem from behind, covering her mouth, and exclaimed, "Who is this guy?" The next moment, a dark aura spread out from Mary's body, filling the entire square like smoke. This is the murderous intention that has almost condensed into substance. It wasn't even her domineering look, just her murderous aura that scared Miss Valentine so much that she fell to the ground and knelt on the ground with her legs weak. She's getting stronger again. Zorro was sweating profusely and put on a hunting posture, staring at Mary, who didn't even look at him in the distance. Is it just the residual power that's so scary? Black Navy Mary. An excited smile appeared on Zorro's face. The warrior's heart made him face such a powerful enemy that was impossible to defeat. He was still trembling with excitement, as if he could rush out at any time. He could feel that Mary was far stronger than him at this time, but there was no insurmountable gap like Hawkeye in him. If you can discuss it with him, as long as you don't die, you will definitely make unimaginable and huge progress. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Putting aside Zorro's rich inner thoughts, Jim was the one under the greatest pressure at this time. Having said that, under this terrible murderous intention, Jem could kneel down without his legs getting weak, and his performance was already better than Miss Valentine's Day. His expression was stiff, and the movements of his hands were frozen. He didn't know whether he should put it down. After a long stalemate, Jim finally gritted his teeth and jumped to the side in a very sudden moment. At the same time, his thoughts changed rapidly. After jumping to the side, he immediately turned around and threw the bomb, then detonated his whole body to protect himself, and then kite after keeping a distance. Bah! A bloody knife suddenly passed through his kneecap, and with a slight twist, it instantly cut off Jem's left calf. Ah! Jem screamed and rolled out in embarrassment. How come? Putting aside the previous series of tactics, he subconsciously detonated his whole body and allowed himself to be pushed away by the recoil force. As soon as he flew out of the smoke, he violently pulled out a large clump of his hair. The goddess threw them at Mary like flowers, trying to block Mary's pace a little in this way. However, his idea is good, but it is a pity that the difference in physical strength is too big. Return of life blood shower rain shuttle. Densely packed blood shuttles like a violent storm cut through the night wind, constantly touching explosive hair in the air. Boom boom boom. A gorgeous fireworks show suddenly appeared in the square. However, in the gorgeous firelight, countless dark red shuttles tore apart the fireworks and stabbed Jem directly. Although the explosion destroyed quite a few blood shuttles, unfortunately the number of blood shuttles far exceeded Jim's imagination. Sushuojuojuo, in just the blink of an eye, Jem's body was penetrated by a series of dense blood shuttles. His whole body was riddled with holes, his internal organs were torn to pieces, and they were smashed to the ground like rags. The holes almost turned into meshes. With just one move, Jem was severely injured without the ability to fight back. This is an absolute crushing of strength. Tisk, am I already so strong? Mary was slightly surprised. She didn't expect it to be so easy at first. Jem's injuries could have been fatal. However, people in the One Piece world generally have strong vitality. Even if he suffered an injury that would kill him immediately on an ordinary person, Jem could still breathe a sigh of relief. Ha, ha, ha. Jem gasped for air, but his lungs had been shot through, and the countless holes made a sound like broken bellows in his fierce breathing. The more I breathe, the more painful it becomes, and the more I feel suffocated, the more I have to breathe. Mary was held up by the blood, floating past Vivi, who was in a huge shock and had not yet recovered, and stood in front of Jem. What did you say before? Mary picked her ears and looked at Jim with lowered eyebrows. Wouldn't it be better to just let me kill you? You won't suffer any pain, and I'll feel more relaxed. This is what you said, right? Mary looked at Jem expressionlessly. At this time, the offensive and defensive situation changed, but Jem's arrogant words before came out of Mary's mouth, but they had another meaning. These words were extremely harsh and ironic to both Miss Valentine and Jem. It's a wonderful fireworks show, but it's a pity that it's not gorgeous. It's a pity that I haven't seen fireworks that moved me for a long, long time, Mary said thoughtfully, with a bright smile on her face. Ho, ho. Jem stretched out his hand with difficulty and pointed at Mary. You, who are you? Jem spat out blood as he spoke. Who am I? Does it matter to you who I am? You're going to die soon anyway. Mary raised her eyebrows and looked at Jem, and the hidden contempt in her tone made Jem furious. No, ho, you can't kill me. Jem raised his body tremblingly and growled in a hoarse voice, I am a senior coder of Baroque Studio. If you kill me, our boss will not let you go. As he spoke, Jem growled ferociously. You probably don't know who our boss is, do you? Ahem, it doesn't matter, you just need to know that he is better than you and can easily kill you. Listening to what Jem said intermittently, Mary's face gradually darkened. You are very strong, but you can only kill me. You can't hold on for even a second against our boss. Cough cough cough. There was a sharp stinging sensation all over his body, but he still endured the severe pain that was worse than death, and threatened Mary, "If you kill me, your boss will chase you to the ends of the earth." After this roar, the air fell into silence again. Only the sound of Jem's broken bellows breathing echoed. Everyone was waiting for Mary's answer. After a while, Mary, who had been silent for a long time, finally raised her head and looked at Jem. "How do you think about it? If you let me go now, I can still." "Shut up." A chill fell over Jem. Mary raised her head slightly and looked down at him with a calm look, as if she was looking at a corpse. She said to Jem in an extremely calm tone, "Are you threatening me, bastard? You." Jem's eyes suddenly widened with anger, and in his anger, he actually wanted to stand up and attack Mary. However, the next moment, Mary jumped off the blood table and kicked Jem in the face. After landing, he stood on the ground and used his heavy leather boots to directly step on Jem's face on the gravel and rub it. "I'm sorry, I'm a soft-spoken person." Mary bent down and looked at Jem teasingly. "If you can have a good talk with me and give me some benefits, I can consider whether to let you go. If not, I'll kill you after you've fattened up." "But what are you doing now? Threatening me? Do not make jokes." Mary twisted the boot hard, causing Jem to let out a blood-curdling scream. A bastard has a bit of a bastard's consciousness. When facing someone stronger than yourself, don't try to provoke him, especially when facing me. "Are you still a clown? Then make some more gorgeous screams to please me, instead of polluting my eyes with this lame performance." "Your boss? You don't know who he is, do you?" "Haha, I know. He wants to kill me? It doesn't matter what will happen to me, that will happen later. But you have no future." Mary opened her eyes suddenly and stared at Jem's eyes that were facing her sideways. Jem let out a final roar of despair and rage. "You just need to know that as a bastard, you just need to lie down on the ground, look up at me and die." Mary kept rubbing Jem's face, leaving a large trail of flesh and blood on the floor. Jem's face had been worn away. "Oh, be grateful to me." Mary kicked Jem away contemptuously, and behind her, a huge blood golem took shape in front of everyone's frightened eyes. "During the long journey, I helped you reach the end point, allowing you to understand the truth earlier than others. The truth about death." The huge blade of the blood golem slashed down at the speed of thunder, quickly cutting Jem in two. "Well, Jem's eyes widened with disbelief. "The king of capital punishment." Mary waved her arms, and blood climbed up Jem's upper body, pouring crazily into his body, stretching his body to a sickly size. Suddenly, Mary clenched her fist tightly, and blood burst out from Jem's body, forming a group of terrifying spikes that pierced out from various parts of his body. A stake of blood held him up, like dried bacon. The last thing reflected in Jem's eyes was Mary's unwavering look. It was as if nothing happened to her. Then, unable to even utter his last words, he died. "I will never die with my eyes in peace." Zorro felt that all the hairs on his body were standing on end. How domineering, how cruel. How did such a young child develop such a demeanor? Miss Valentine stared blankly at Jem, who died tragically in front of her, and slowly put her head in her hands. Then, hysterical screams broke out. Mary, who was still thinking, frowned, and with a wave of her hand, a huge gun of blood flew out directly, inserted into the center of Miss Valentine's chest, and pinned her to the wall. Her voice suddenly stopped. Although she was not dead, she could only make a ho breathing sound with difficulty. Finally, there was no one else to disturb her. Mary twisted her neck, and then with a thought, she asked the system to bring up her current character interface. Name: Mary Vinicius. Gender: female. Physical status: infancy. Locked: twins. Locked: confused soul, easily affected by mental attacks. Extreme intention: obeying the inner decision will bring about incredible transformation. Note: twins, soul and body are not from the same source. You can consume 2 devil fruits in this state. Physical fitness: 1212, Lieutenant Colonel level. Skill: cuisine grade B. Performance X level. Lecture X. Physical arts level D. Swordsmanship level E. Return of life. Blood shower. Derivative abilities: Execution King, Monster World, Pagoda, Bloody Maze, Birdcage, Rain Shuttle, Ghost Aura. Derived abilities: Ghost Aura 3, Sword Style Azura, Ice Mist Silver, Blood Bad, Overlord Color and Domineering level A. Endless martial arts skis, Hair, Fruit ability: Fruit of Life. Current development direction: Life extraction, plants, animals, super speed regeneration, battle continuation, Fruit of Desire. Current development direction: Lust, idol worship, murderous intent, ambition to be king, body transformation, magic eye, high-ing. Props: Rainbow level unique set. Dark Justice, Heart of Bloody Massacre Justice. Twilight Saber has been forged into kill with 1/Murasame after a period of training and several stressful battles. Mary's character panel has undergone considerable changes, and she is completely different from the original one. After crushing Jem easily, Mary realized that she was no longer what she was before. Then he belatedly checked his current situation. The most obvious change is physical fitness. The once frail Mary is gone forever. Now Mary's physical fitness has caught up with Smoker, reaching the level of a lieutenant colonel at the Navy headquarters. Another thing worth noting is that the physical state has an additional, confused soul. If you guessed correctly, this is probably a side effect of frequent use of Blood Slaughterheart. Compared with other abilities that have improved more or less, one of his most fundamental abilities, the Life Fruit, has not improved at all in such a long time. It seems that in the future, the focus will be on developing the ability to develop the Life Fruit. This is the foundation of almost all of his fighting methods so far, and he must never let it go. In addition, what is very eye-catching is that swordsmanship level E, so I haven't finished my task of practicing swordsmanship yet. Mary said speechlessly. She almost forgot that she had taken on such a task. It seems that I need to look at the character panel more in the future so that I can have a more detailed plan for the future development direction. Finally, it is that physical state, extreme intention. When did this state appear? Mary was lost in thought. Is it time to face the dragon? Was it during the fierce battle with Garp? Is it time to become a redhead? Or when he tore Jem apart? Follow your heart's decision, but what is your heart? If following your heart can bring about transformation, then why not in the beginning? What is the reason for this physical state to appear? Mary could not answer any of these questions. But it doesn't matter. If I can't answer it, I won't answer it. She only saw a slim hope through the descriptor of this state, incredible transformation. In Mary's impression, although the system was very confusing, it never made mistakes in the area of adjectives. Strong is strong, weak is weak, and the choice of words to various degrees has always been quite precise. And how incredible is the so-called incredible transformation? Mary gently stroked the blood floating on her hand and remained silent. Milestone Mission 5, Navy Admiral Candidate. Task Description: Kill Whitebeard Edward Newgate in the war on the top. Task Reward: Physical Fitness increased to 5,000, Ordinary Lieutenant General level, Designated Rainbow level *1 within a limited range, Special Character *1, Title Bloodhand. Penalty for failure: Death of the host. Mary had not dared to take on this milestone task before, because she couldn't find any hope of defeating Whitebeard. With her strength, even a K-head would have little hope on a battlefield of that level. But what if it's paired with this so-called incredible transformation? Everything is unknown, but this somewhat allows Mary to seize an opportunity that is enough to make her skyrocket. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. Think carefully, Mary, and don't get carried away by unknown and complicated information. No matter what this transformation is, it is still just a bright moon reed flower, which cannot be measured until it is in hand. Therefore, before she understood this transformation, she could not eagerly accept Task 5. After all, she did not know whether she could obtain that incredible transformation. What she needs most now is to find the decision to follow her heart. And now, what should I do to obey my inner decision? Mary closed her eyes and thought. Yin Kalim, are you okay? Wai Wei's sad voice reached her ears. Mary turned her head and saw Wai Wei hugging Yin Kalim with tears in her eyes, trying hard to shake him to wake him up. He's still alive, Mary said softly. Hearing this, Wai Wei was stunned for a moment, as if her whole body had lost all strength and collapsed on the ground. She just kept mumbling to herself, that's good, that's good. After that, she tried her best to stand up again and wanted to fish for Mr. 9. When Mary saw this, she waved her hand casually, and Sweezy dived into the water, fished the unconscious Mr. 9 out of the water, and placed him in front of Wai Wei. Wai Wei crawled over to him almost without hesitation to check. After discovering that Mr. 9 was drowning, he decisively and resolutely gave him artificial respiration without caring about other people's eyes. Mary looked at Wai Wei in silence. After a long time, she sighed, and her complicated eyes became cold again. Follow your own heart, then give it a try. After being in this world for so long, it's time to fight for your life. You won't be miserable even if you die. Well, I almost forgot, I want to live a cool life. Ultimate intention? Just what I wanted. They are all alive and their lives are not in danger. Looking at Wai Wei, who was in a hurry, Mary said this. The injuries of these people all look quite horrific, but that's just what they look like. Having been in this world for so long, Mary knows very well that as long as it is not a move that can kill quickly, it is almost impossible to kill anyone with a little bit of training in this world. As time passes, non-fatal injuries will eventually recover slowly. This unreasonable phenomenon seems to be fueled by a certain world will. And people in this world have no idea about this, and they don't even realize that they can actually survive such serious injuries. It's also a bit strange. When Wai Wei heard this, she looked at Mary eagerly. Mary nodded firmly at her. After receiving Mary's affirmation, Wai Wei seemed to suddenly lose all her strength and fell limply to the ground. After being stunned for a long time, Wai Wei covered her face, lowered her head, and let out a subtle sob. Her hair had already been spread out in the chaos and draped over her shoulders, making her even more helpless at this time. Mary looked at her embarrassment and recalled her eagerness just now and her bravery in going into danger personally, which made Mary more determined. The excess blood is dispersed into blood mist, and the remaining blood holds itself up. Mary ignored Vivi and slowly floated in front of Zorro. Zorro immediately cheered up and made a gesture of fighting to the death. But Mary had no intention of wasting time with Sauron now. She waved her hand casually and said impatiently, "Go and wake up your captain. I have something to say to him." After saying that, Mary stopped talking to Sauron and turned her head to Wai Wei again. Zoro was slightly startled when he saw Mary leaving directly, but he immediately reacted and left quickly to wake up his unwary companions. Mary floated in front of Wai Wei and dispersed the last of the blood. Her body fell to the ground and stood in front of Wai Wei, looking at her without saying a word. Wai Wei was very keen. She immediately realized that there was someone standing in front of her. She stopped sobbing, sniffed, and raised her head, meeting Mary's eyes. Looking at Mary, who was dressed in black and as cold as ice, Wai Wei looked a little confused. She said tentatively, "Mary, is that you?" "It's me." Mary nodded. Vivi looked at Mary with the eyes of a stranger, glancing up and down. And Mary didn't make any expression, she just stood there silently, letting Wai Wei glance around. Mary has never been stingy with her patience and gentleness towards those she likes. Are you really married? But why?" Wai Wei whispered blankly. "I lied to you." Mary smiled and admitted openly. Then, Mary immediately raised her hand, interrupting Wai Wei, who wanted to continue asking questions. "I didn't intend to get involved in your affairs from the beginning. That's why I never told you before," Mary said, pointing to several cotters around her. "However, I appreciate your kindness to me. On this great sea route, there are not many people who can help a little girl and risk life and death for their country. You remind me of some things in the past. The more people like this, the better. That's why I'm taking action now." Mary stretched out her hand to Wai Wei. Wai Wei was stunned for a moment, and then handed over her hand. Mary pulled it up and looked at Wai Wei seriously. "Miss Wednesday, no, Neferutari Vivi, let me ask you, do you need my help?" Mary looked into Wai Wei's eyes and asked seriously. This was what was in her heart at this time. As long as Wai Wei needs her help, Mary will help her without hesitation. Chaotic kindness uses his own heart as the scale to measure the justice of all things. And Vivi is the first person Mary has met since she came to this world who can do everything for someone she has never met. This is a Madonna in the true sense, but also a Madonna with her own standpoint. This is why Mary decided to take action. Human beings are sometimes still stupid beings who give priority to emotions over following reason. If you really want to talk about it, why did Mary encounter Vivi's boat when she was drifting on the sea? Maybe, this is fate, an unscrupulous author. Wai Wei looked at Mary at a loss and pursed her lips. After a while, she silently lowered her head and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "No, the boss is very strong, I can't involve you. Don't be so mother-in-law and mother-in-law." Mary suddenly interrupted Wai Wei's words. "I'm asking if you need it, not if you can. Look at me, don't look down." Mary suddenly raised Wai Wei's head and met her eyes. "If you have time to talk nonsense, you might as well tell me your choice directly. Do you need it? I just want to know this." Mary's eyes were sharp, piercing into Wai Wei's heart. In contrast, Mary did not activate the fruit of desire. She just needs to know Wai Wei's truest thoughts. After all, this was a decision she made on the spur of the moment. It was neither a task nor a goal, just her interest. If Wai Wei decided that she didn't need her help, Mary wouldn't let her kindness be so cheap. Wai Wei was silent. She looked at the petite Mary, but saw a tall figure in her. That figure is very familiar. That was the figure of her father who stood up to Pat Valpo for her when she was a child. Times have changed, and the father is no longer able to do what he wants, and the country is in decline as a result. For this reason, she did not hesitate to risk her own life and went deep into the enemy camp. But she didn't know how long it had been, and she didn't even find out who the boss was, and even discovered his true identity. He was almost crushed by Miss Valentine and Jem, and was about to go to hell the next moment. However, at this time of despair, another person stood up for her, blocked the coming of death for her, and was even willing to break the shadow hanging over Alabasta for her. It was her honor. Wai Wei hugged her arms tightly, lowered her head, and her body couldn't stop shaking. In a sobbing tone, he said softly, "Please, help me." Mary took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, let me help you," Mary affirmed to Wai Wei in a very firm tone. Then, her face turned cold and she said to herself in a rather cold voice, "Crocodile, familiar stranger, how should I deal with you?" While Mary was thinking, a noisy sound came to her ears. The sound is very recognizable. "Aha! It's you, the little girl in black." The voice approached quickly, and Mary knew who it was without even looking. She waved her hand impatiently, and the blood mist scattered in the air instantly condensed and turned into a wall of blood, blocking her side. Pang! Almost at the same time, a huge sound of falling water came from the bloody wall. Mary waved her hand violently in the direction he came from, and the uninvited guest was carried back by the blood wall. Green algae head. Mary yelled dissatisfied, "Tell your captain to shut up." Snapped. Luffy was slammed to the ground. "Fortunately, I was the last one to wake you up." Zoro sweated and stepped forward to hold Luffy down. Luffy immediately looked at Zoro with wide eyes and asked, "Zoro, what are you doing? She was the one who hurt you like this." "Calm down, Luffy. Zoro used more force on his hands, otherwise he was afraid that Luffy would cause trouble again when he wasn't paying attention. My injuries were self-inflicted. Although she hurt me, I don't have any dissatisfaction now. Indeed. At this time, Sanji, who had just been awakened by Zoro's scabbard, covered his head, grinned and walked forward, standing in front of Luffy. Miss Mary has no ill intentions towards us now, otherwise we would have died long ago. Luffy, you'd better calm down. You are quite sensible. Mary snorted coldly, patted Vivi's shoulder, let the blood lift her up, and floated towards the Straw Hats. Meaning, although Usopp and Nami were still half asleep, the murderous aura passively released from Mary still silenced them. It's like the innate sense of oppression that upper-level creatures have on lower-level creatures. So, beautiful lady, what did you learn from letting the green algae head wake us up? Sanji gave Mary a slight bow. Facing such a violent and crushingly powerful woman, Sanji could see clearly, but he didn't dare to talk nonsense. Mary glanced at Sanji and said non-committally, "It's quite appropriate to speak." After saying that, regardless of the reaction of everyone in the Straw Hats, Mary said directly to Zoro, "Hey, Green Algae Head, Wai is here to save her country. Baroque Studio is the organization that harmed her motherland. You can explain the rest to your captain." Mary was too lazy to talk to Luffy. Talking to this guy would easily ruin her life. It was Zoro's turn to have a headache. He only knew that Wai was a spy for a certain organization, but he didn't even know what the organization was called or what it did, so he rashly asked him to explain. But Zoro and Sanji are indeed the two reliable men of the Straw Hats. The two exchanged information with each other, and after some unclear analysis, they actually came to an almost correct situation. Mary was happy to hear it, and she was also happy to wait aside leisurely. After Zoro explained to Luffy, Luffy fell silent. To be fair, he really wanted to help Wai. Mainly, Luffy was moved by Wai's spirit of self-sacrifice. This temperamental character is also the biggest difference between him and other pirates. But he couldn't figure out what Mary wanted to do. As if she knew what Luffy was thinking, Mary twisted her neck and said bluntly to Luffy, "I have all the information about Baroque Studio here. By chance, I also want to help Princess Wai." She stared at Luffy with a dangerous look and asked in a deep voice, "How about you and I cooperating on this matter?" This was Mary's idea. Despite the strength of the Straw Hats, to be honest, Mary doesn't think much of them right now. But after all, they defeated Laosha's team in the original work, so it's better to bring them along than not. The main reason is that she can't contact Garp right now. Otherwise, if Mary tells Garp directly, I believe that the nosy old man will be happy to give him a blow. Now Luffy, because of his butterfly effect, doesn't know if he is still Laosha's opponent. But it doesn't matter, Mary originally planned to deal with Laosha by herself. In the original work, there are too many coincidences when Luffy fights Laosha, and the aura is too obvious. If you really put yourself in his shoes, Mary is not so big-hearted to let Luffy fight Laosha. If you win, it's easy to say, but if you lose, you don't know what chain effects it will have. God knows if the Straw Hats were destroyed here, it would affect the war at the top. Mary still hopes that the original plot can remain roughly the same when she is not strong enough, so that she can determine the general direction of development based on the situation. To put it bluntly, bringing these people was purely for luck, and unless they were directly offended by Mary, Mary was too lazy to clear them out one by one, so she could just leave them to the Straw Hats to deal with. She planned to go directly to Yuyan to do Lisha after arriving in Alabasta. As for the domestic rebels and the cotters and spies of Baroque Studio, it is up to Wai and the Straw Hats to deal with them. Hearing this, Luffy was very surprised and shouted, "So you are a good person." Mary almost drew her knife. Fortunately, Zoro immediately punched Luffy on the head to physically shut him up. Sanji also quickly apologized to Mary. After a lot of chaos, Luffy, who had received a beating from the Straw Hats, walked up to Mary with a bruised nose and a swollen face. "Okay, I'll cooperate with you." Mary looked at the embarrassed Luffy with a weird smile on her face that mocked Doraemon. "Yes, it's more pleasing to the eye this way. You guy." Luffy wanted to take action again, but was pulled back by Zoro. Regardless of the issue of Luffy being beaten again, Mary settled the matter and floated towards Vivi and the others again. To be precise, she went to find Yinkalem. If she remembered correctly, there was a permanent pointer directly to Alabasta from Yinkarim. Her milestone mission has a time limit, but she doesn't have time to follow the original path and go to Alabasta step by step. She was going to take a shortcut. However, halfway through the float, Mary suddenly felt a voyeuristic gaze. Mary immediately looked around with alarm. By learning bloodbadness, she also gained the keen senses of a part of the orc race. Mary is very sensitive to the disturbances around her. Just like now, she could feel that someone was spying on her secretly, but she couldn't find any trace of that person wherever she looked. Mary frowned, thinking about how to find the person hiding in the dark. First of all, consider geese. Mouse geese is good for checking people, but try not to use it if possible. The side effects are quite terrible. If the mental world is not well constructed, it can only be used when necessary. It wouldn't be so troublesome if she learned the color of sight and hearing. Once the color of sight and hearing is turned on, the mouse will have nowhere to hide, but it's a pity that she hasn't learned it yet. Is there any other means to cover a wide area of perception? Perception. Mary's eyes lit up and she had an idea. She pulled her hands away, and in an instant, the blood mist floating everywhere in the air decomposed more delicately and spread out evenly. If the blood was not enough, Mary would directly draw out more from her body, eventually allowing the blood mist to spread to the limit of her control, forming a field filled with invisible mist. The blood mist floats in between, constantly touching obstacles. Mary carefully sensed the feedback state of the blood mist, and not long after, she sneered. Her eyes narrowed, and she clenched her right hand violently. Suddenly, a huge blood mist surged towards one place, forming a giant bloody hand that caught the voyeur in the lightning flash. The spy obviously didn't expect this unexpected situation, struggling in shock and panic, and trying to activate his fruit ability. But Mary just let the giant hand continue to exert force, causing all the bones in the spy's body to make an overwhelmed wailing sound. Ah! The voyeur could not bear the severe pain and let out a shrill scream. This huge movement naturally attracted the attention of the straw hats. At this time, Mary turned her head and sneered, "It's not a good habit to spy on others in the dark, right? Son of the devil, Nico Robin?" Mary's right hand suddenly reached towards the distant sky. The next moment, the blood mist gathered and formed a claw of a giant beast, violently grabbing a vulture in the sky. "You want to get away with being among the seagulls? You don't want to think about your own image." Mary sneered and controlled the blood claw to pull Miss Friday towards her from the sky. Miss Friday struggled wildly in fear in the bloody hands, but other than exploding a bunch of bird feathers out, there was no practical use. Mary looked at the ugly guy with disgust. Although Mary does not place absolute importance on appearance, Miss Friday is really ugly, and he still smells bad. Mary didn't want to talk nonsense and kept a certain safe distance. Mary pinched her nose and asked Miss Friday, "Hey, Miss Friday, where did your otter partner, Mr. 13, go?" Miss Friday looked at Mary in horror, shaking her head wildly. Seeing this, Mary raised her eyebrows. "You do not know?" Miss Friday nodded wildly. "Real?" Miss Friday's eyes burst out with hope and she nodded desperately. Mary's eyes turned cold. "Then you can go die." After saying that, Mary activated the life fruit, preparing to absorb Miss Friday's vitality. Miss Friday was so frightened when she heard Mary's death notice that she struggled desperately. However, after a few seconds, Miss Friday slowly calmed down. Then, he met the confused Mary's eyes, looking at each other. Miss Friday was stunned that she was still alive and not dead. Mary, on the other hand, was confused as to why Miss Friday was not dead. This feeling, Mary felt that the life fruit could not be activated. In other words, there is no way to activate Miss Friday. This feeling was the same as when she was preparing to absorb people's life force. It's that familiar feeling of hindrance. Thinking of this, Mary suddenly became serious. It turns out that it's not just humans who can't absorb life force, but Miss Friday is a vulture, a bird. Mary usually absorbs the vitality of seagulls. Is there any difference between Miss Friday and those seagulls? Or, what is the difference between Miss Friday and other animals that can absorb life force? Mary immediately realized the point. Consciousness, or clear self-awareness. Unlike other animals, Miss Friday is the kind of animal that has self-awareness and can think about its own interests. What should this say? A formed soul. Is this the key? Mary lowered her head in thought. Miss Friday's eyes widened. Did it survive? Mary felt Miss Friday's lucky look and didn't bother to pay attention to it. With a wave of his hand, countless bloody knives ripped through the vulture's body, tearing Miss Friday into pieces. "I never said I would let you go." Mary held her neck and twisted it, making a creaking sound. Her eyes were aimed at the sea, looking deeply into the distance. "I can't catch that otter. Once it reaches the sea, I can't pursue it anymore. Mouse geese can tell whether it's alive or not, but other than that, she currently has no means of underwater attack." Tisk. Mary had a headache thinking about how to overcome the side effects of the devil fruit. However, the first priority was to get to Alabasta. Mr. 13 does not know whether he is alive or dead, and whether he is affected by his overbearing look. He had to prepare for the worst, that is, Mr. 13 escaped and successfully brought back his information. In that case, his ability to control blood will undoubtedly be exposed. Of all her abilities, the one that most restrains Crocodile is the ability to control her own blood. Once this ability is exposed and Crocodile takes precautions against it, if he wants to take him down, he may have to rely on the magic eye to show off his power. Then things will become more troublesome. The demon flame brought by the magic eye has the same effect as blood when facing Crocodile, but the speed at which the magic eye burns vitality is much higher than producing blood. Moreover, blood can be reused. Once the magic flame is burned, it is burned away. Of course, against Crocodile, blood is probably a disposable item. However, overall the price/performance ratio is still higher than that of Demon Realm Flame. Mary thought as she returned to the square. The most important thing now is to seize the time. The sooner the better. The aftermath of the overbearing look just now has not passed, and everyone is still in a coma. While Luffy and Sanji went to wake up the others, Marie approached Zoro. "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Zoro frowned and looked at Mary, obviously a little wary. People will always be afraid of things they don't know. Of course, the three giants of the Straw Hats never know what fear is. This is an extrapolation. However, even so, they are still quite wary of unknown forces. Luffy is another exception. The domineering that Mary showed just now is obviously not a conventional power, and everyone in the Straw Hats has never been exposed to this kind of power, so they will naturally feel frightened. Mary looked at Zoro and tried to soften her tone. Speaking of which, in the previous life, among the protagonists, the two I admired the most were Zoro and Brook, followed by Sanji. This one was more sympathetic. Although she had a lot of dissatisfaction with the Straw Hats, Mary still had a good impression of the two Soyamas who had always respected her. It's not good to fight and kill a lot, but it's not bad to do business. It is right to use the minimum price in exchange for the maximum benefit. It is much easier to fool Sauron than to defeat him. We will be sailing on the same ship for probably several days. Mary pointed to the messy port. That bastard Mr. 5 actually blew up almost all the ships when he came, leaving only one of your ships that can sail on the ocean. I guess if they hadn't left, they wouldn't have left any of them. So, what do you want to say? Zoro looked at Mary with some confusion. Mary patted the dusk saber on her waist and said to Sauron, "I think your swordsmanship is pretty good, and I happen to be trying to figure out how to improve my swordsmanship. During this time, it's up to you to teach me how to swordsmanship." After a pause, Mary added, "Of course, I won't let you teach in vain." As she spoke, she lowered her head and whispered to Zoro in a low voice, "I have fine wine from all over the world. I will give you 2 bottles when the time comes." Zoro obviously moved, but he was still a little hesitant. Mary gritted her teeth and said with difficulty, "Then add 1 more bottle, 3 bottles, no more." After that, she said in a tone that seemed to be very painful, "This is the fine wine that I collected for 7 or 8 years. Zoro was obviously moved, and thinking of Mary's abnormal force value, it seemed that even if he learned his own swordsmanship, it would make no difference to his own side, they would all be crushed. In this case, why not sell a favor? Thinking of this, Zoro's eyes were firm and serious. He bent down and gave Mary a high five. "Make a deal." Mary looked at Sauron's retreating back, and suddenly, she showed an expression that showed a plan. Wine, she will definitely give it. But they are just some white items, which are really cheap compared to the cost of improving sword skills. Moreover, she also wanted to sneak in and do some harm. It's not like Mary has never drank wine in the pirate world. To be honest, the clear soup was a little watery and probably had the same strength as ordinary beer in the previous life. And Mary wants to give Zoro wine. She quietly took out a bottle. This is the gadget she just redeemed. There is a line of words printed vaguely on it, 96% volume. In the middle of the morning the next day, Mary got up from the bed quietly. It will take a long time to wrap up the messy battle last night. Mary waited there for more than half an hour and found that there seemed to be no room left, so she simply went back, changed into her pajamas, and went to bed. "Maybe we can set off when we wake up the next day, that would be great." Mary had just woken up and was lost in the lake. She washed herself and walked out the door. She hasn't entered the state yet, and she just wants to find something to eat. After playing all night, she hadn't eaten yet, and she didn't make it to the grand banquet, which was really miserable. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, she saw a dark crowd of people at the door, which scared her so much that she took half a step back. She and everyone outside the door looked at each other in shock. A few seconds later, Mary slammed the door shut again. Pong! Yin Calum, who had just wanted to step forward, was suddenly disappointed. "I said, Princess Waiwei, are you really right?" Yin Calum asked Waiwei hesitantly. All he could think of was how Mary looked just now in beige loose pajamas, with sleepy eyes and messy hair. This image of Mimi Huvu is incompatible with the brutal and powerful image. Waiwei said. Before Vivi could speak, Sanji, who was standing smoking, spoke very confidently. "Well, uncle, you just don't understand." As he spoke, he tossed his hair and said in a chic and gentlemanly tone, "Is the charm of a woman cold? Is it cute? Is it sexy? No, these are all inferior. Although it is also a kind of beauty, it is not considered superior, and our dear Miss Mary is obviously a wise woman. At such a young age, he actually understands the excellent and rare attribute of contrast in cuteness. The most important thing is that he actually has the contrast between the cold rose and the charming girl. He is simply a genius. Talent. The best of the best." When talking about the back, Sanji's tone became excited. Then, the conversation changed. "Of course, uncles of your age may not be able to understand the beauty of this. I understand." After listening to Sanji's nonsense, Yin Calum looked at the Straw Hats with a confused expression. Zoro covered his face as if he was embarrassed for Sanji, and said helplessly, "Although, I don't know what this perverted cook is talking about." Don't care, that's just how he is, just think of him as special. Nami was trying to smooth things over on the side. There was a moment of chaos at the door. At this moment, Mary's door opened again with a bang. Call! What appeared as the door opened was the faint murderous aura that filled the air. This feeling was not obvious when Mary was still lost in the lake, but when she woke up, the smell of blood in her cold temperament could not be concealed. This is her true appearance. Zoro squinted his eyes and let the killing intent wash over him without any care. Dressed in a dark military uniform, heavy military boots, a simple and dark gray military cap, a depressing cloak, bloody justice, and a pair of elegant and murderous gloves. Mary's attire, coupled with her temperament and eyes, gave Yinkalam the illusion of facing a fierce god on the battlefield. Of course, I can't say this is just an illusion. Mary looked around with cold eyes, and then fixed on Sanji. Sanji's claws suddenly went numb. Sanji was about to explain something when a flash of blood flashed. The cigarette in Sanji's hand was knocked away by a blood shuttle. Smoking is prohibited in such closed places. After saying that, Mary didn't care how wonderful Sanji's face was, and turned directly to look at Yinkalam, who was stunned for a while. Are all the procedures ready? When these words came out, Yinkalam came back to his senses. He looked at Mary with a look of astonishment. Until now, he was convinced that everything Wai Wei said to him after he woke up was true. There is absolutely no way to fake Mary's iron-blooded and cold temperament. He swallowed, immediately changed his attitude, and said to Mary very respectfully, "Everything is ready and ready to go, Your Majesty the Navy." In order to make Mary feel respected, Yinkalam also deliberately lowered his body, bent down, and knelt on one knee to ensure that he was looked down upon by Mary. Mary didn't comment on this, she just hummed and said, "Then let's go." After saying that, she pushed through the crowd and walked out. She didn't have much luggage to prepare. After all, everything she needed to bring was in the toolbar and could be taken whenever she wanted. "Now that you're ready, let's go straight away without wasting any more time. By the way, Wai Wei, you and your friends in Baroque Studio can just call me Mary. My name is not Navy. As for the straw hats, you guys keep calling me Navy." Boarding the Golden Melly, Mary and others set sail. The members on the ship are Mary, Vivi, Inkalim, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Robin. Miss Monday and Mr. Nine did not board the ship, but chose to stay at Whiskey Peak. In their words, after facing Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five this time, they realized that their strength was too weak, and even if they arrived in Alabasta, they would most likely be lagging behind. So, they stopped coming. Besides, Miss Valentine, who was imprisoned in Whiskey Peak, also needs someone to watch over her. Yes, Miss Valentine is not dead. Mary just threw a sword casually to shut her up, but it was not enough to kill her directly. For Mary, such a small role is easily forgotten. If Miss Monday and the others hadn't mentioned this matter, Mary would have forgotten that there was such a person. While Miss Valentine's Day was in coma, Miss Monday and Mr. Five very carefully cut off Miss Valentine's hand and hamstrings, and then nailed each of her limbs to the iron with 5 extremely long nails. On the cross. Then a heavy chain was tied around it. Mary didn't understand this kind of thankless thing. In her opinion, this kind of harming people could just be executed. But several other Baroque studios obviously didn't think so. "Well, I guess it's because I haven't been severely beaten by Miss Valentine, so I don't have any deep hatred towards her. Since this is their decision, Mary will not interfere much. Anyway, if something happens to you, you can do it yourself." The Melly gradually moved away from the port. Wai Wei and others stood at the stern of the ship and said goodbye to Miss Monday and Mr. Nine. Mary, on the other hand, stood on the bow of the boat as always, letting the sea breeze blow her cloak. "This is my place." Luffy could only let out an unconvincing protest before being dragged back to the cabin by Nami. Mary will ignore all the chattering behind her. Mary, who had blocked out all distracting thoughts, could only think about how to deal with Crocodile. Many plans were being born, and Mary was thinking about the most suitable plan. This is the first enemy she has to face since she came to this world. In a real sense, she can stand up to the enemy, and there is no room for her carelessness. Sailing on the sea seems interesting at first, but after a long time it becomes endlessly boring. But fortunately, Mary didn't have nothing to do. On the contrary, she was extremely busy now. One more set. In the training room of the Golden Mary, Mary, who had stripped down to only a single shirt, was sitting crazily doing push-ups with one hand, carrying Zoro, who was sitting cross-legged, shirtless, and a sleepy Wai Wei on her back, dripping with sweat. The swordsmanship in the world of One Piece is very simple and unpretentious, and there are no mysterious things like swordsmanship in fantasy novels. The core is simple: strength, speed, momentum. After that comes things like sword skills. According to Zoro, when he was a child, his master Koshiro Shigetsuki only taught him the most basic set of sword moves: Ippon technique, continuous technique, flick technique, retreat technique, drawing technique, and scratch technique. Starting skills, returning skills, knocking down skills. These are the most basic sets of moves in Kendo, and almost all swordsmanship schools are extensions and variations from these moves. Zoro only learned basic sword styles, but he practiced very hard in terms of strength, speed, and momentum. Learning only a few simple sets of moves also gave him a very solid foundation. Whether he was learning swordsmanship from other schools or developing his own swordsmanship, it was extremely easy. Time was running out, so Zoro naturally couldn't make Mary master swordsmanship quickly. All he could do was teach Mary all the most basic sword moves, and then he would crazily train Mary's strength and speed. In terms of aura, Mary doesn't need to exercise at all. With her ghost aura and A-level domineering aura, she is almost at the top level in the world in terms of aura. But in terms of strength and speed, Mary is still lacking. According to Zoro, although Mary's physical fitness is strong, it has not been developed to the extreme. To put it simply, it is a treasure trove without knowing it. Although Mary also trained in Donghai, she spent most of her time training and sparring. He is proficient in combat skills, but he does not make good use of his body's potential. And Zoro's current plan for her is to find ways to push Mary to her physical limit. But, I said, you guy. Soran said speechlessly, is your physical strength a bottomless pit? It's been a whole day, a night, and a whole morning. You've done more than 30,000 push UPS and run around the field for more than 4,000 times. You've been training like crazy except for eating. How come you're not tired yet? Before she could finish her sentence, Wai Wei on the side had already fallen asleep. She is not a physical pervert like Mary and Zoro. She can no longer hold on after sparring for so long. She had fallen asleep and leaned to one side, falling to the ground with a thud. As soon as she fell to the ground, Wai Wei woke up from the pain. She jumped up in excitement and looked around in panic. What? What happened? She was stunned. Call. Mary took a deep breath and stood up suddenly, causing Zoro to stumble. That's it. This kind of exercise is enough. Mary looked down at her hands and made a fist. I really neglected to exercise the basic panel before. Physical fitness does not represent panel strength, but represents a physical upper limit. I have never done high-intensity strength training before. Now that I have done this once, the effect is almost immediate. She can clearly feel that the strength of this body has made great progress now. As for whether she will be tired, Mary can only say that there is no physical problem that cannot be solved by consuming her life force. If so, consume more. Considering Wai Wei's condition and the fact that she really couldn't do physical exercise all the time, Mary stopped. Otherwise, Mary would not need to stop until all her life force was exhausted. Of course, to use up all her vitality through exercise, Mary would have to exercise for several years. Miss Wai Wei, Miss Nady. The door to the training room opened, and Sanji came in to greet him warmly. Lunch is ready, you can go out to eat. To be honest, if it were only Vivi, Sanji wouldn't be so reserved. He would probably just twist his body to get close to her in a lustful way, but he wouldn't be able to eat tofu. But since Mary used a bloody knife to cut off a bit of his bangs at noon yesterday, Sanji has become very serious and honest. After all, strictly speaking, the little loli in front of me can fight more than the entire crew combined. Zoran, please send Wai Wei out, Mary said without looking up. Zoro nodded and helped Wai Wei, who was a little exhausted, to leave the training room. As the door closed, Mary was left alone in the training room, deep in thought. She slowly unsheathed the dusk saber from her waist, held it in front of her, and looked at it quietly. In the past, Mary had always regarded the dusk saber as a tool to increase her own strength, as long as she used it smoothly. Its greatest role is to hit the target at critical moments. It was for this reason that Mary exchanged Morrisame forging into it. However, now that she has made up her mind to improve her swordsmanship, Mary can't just deal with the tasks. Looking at the knife carefully at this time, Mary realized its beauty for the first time. There are no lines on this knife, and its surface is as smooth and cold as a mirror. A bit of cold light on the simple blade condensed on the tip, illuminating Mary's snow-white face. No wonder so many people like the gorgeousness of Tukan Randu. Swords, such sharp weapons, are really fascinating. She quietly thought about the basic techniques she learned from Zoro, and what she remembered from anime in the past, how most swordsmen understood the way of the sword. If it were her previous life, she would have used these words as a joke, or she might have thought they were cool and used them to show off. But since there is such a thing as traveling to the world of One Piece, and there is such a strange system around her, Mary has to take those words seriously. The system must have a way to strengthen one's swordsmanship, just like the sword that contains the experience of Zozuomo Kojiro. However, if all the power is brought by the system, Mary's vast and complex skill system will not only fail to strengthen her, but will actually drag herself down. Mary discovered this during these few fights. There are many skills that she cannot use proficiently at all, such as the magic eye and the fruit of desire. The power gained directly is like a researcher suddenly getting a paper that shocks the past and the present. He could become famous based on that paper, but once he delved into the principles, researchers who didn't study it carefully couldn't answer it at all. Mary gained these powers, but she was unable to use them skillfully without any excess. The more skill she has, the slower she will be when fighting, because she will be hesitant about how to deal with the situation. This is caused by unfamiliarity with the skills. But if she only uses a few skills, wouldn't it be a pure waste of PT for her to exchange for other skills? The skills exchanged at the exchange office can only be used as reinforcements and icing on the cake. From beginning to end, the only things that really changed her essence were the life fruit, life return, and those body reshaping base fluids. After Zoro told her about Koshiro's teachings to her when she was young, Marie realized these things belatedly. The basics are the most important. Now that she knows this, Mary doesn't plan to rely too much on the system when practicing swordsmanship this time. She plans to hone her sword skills on her own, start from scratch and slowly master it. Maybe it can be seen from the insights of some swordsmen in the system, but this is just a reinforcement for Mary. From now on, blood will be the main method of long-range combat, while sword skills will be the main method of melee combat. Other fruit abilities can be used as assistants to deal with various situations. This is also a very standard and typical combat method for ability users. Mary looked at the dusk saber, and the thoughts about swordsmanship mentioned by those swordsmen in the past came to mind. The sword is a murderous weapon, and sword skills are techniques for killing people. Himura Kenshin. Unfortunately, I have nothing else to do. That's what it means to be able to communicate with the gods with just one thought. Sasaki Kojiro. Emptiness is nothingness, even no thought can be cut off. Miyamoto Musashi. Mary let out a deep breath, a little discouraged. Maybe her realm is far from enough. I kept murmuring these words in my heart, but to no avail. Well, you can't say that. She gained a lot of irritability. Is my heart too complicated? Mary frowned. Many swordsmen have proposed that one must have a calm mind. Only by being calm can one realize the Tao. She often has to think about various things. At least since she came to this world, she has been thinking about it almost all the time. Could it be that this is also the so-called ultimate intention? Empty your mind, be empty and mysterious. Mary calmed down, took a deep breath, and thought about some pictures. Fallen leaves, bright moon, remaining flowers, evening breeze. The knife is on it, the shadows are sparse and the light is shining. Mary stood up and repeated the actions Zoro said. 1 skill, continuous skill, brush attack skill, retreat attack skill, pull attack skill, scrape attack skill, exit skill, return skill, and knock down skill. 1 skill, continuous skill, brush attack skill, retreat attack skill, pull attack skill, scrape attack skill, exit skill, return skill, and knock down skill. Repeat over and over again. As time passed, she slowly entered a mysterious realm. It was as if all external objects were leaving her, and all she could see was the knife and the falling leaves dancing in the moonlight. It is dancing, an action full of beauty and ritual. She didn't know how those basic movements evolved into what they are now, but just like a matter of course, these movements appeared naturally. Sometimes, Mary often overlooks things that are small but not insignificant. For example, ultimate intention is an ongoing state, not a one-time opportunity. For example, the mental image world can not only roughly affect mental offense and defense, but its optimization itself can also subtly change Mary's mental state. For example, the body reshaping base fluid not only transformed Mary's physical talents, but also subtly improved her understanding. Before she knew it, more than half an hour had passed, and Mary was still immersed in this state and couldn't extricate herself. Your Majesty the Navy, why haven't you? Well, Zoro suddenly pushed the door open, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he immediately closed his mouth tightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. This is. Sanji followed Zoro in. As a cook, he would not allow people on his ship to go hungry even if they were his enemies in the broadest sense. But just when he was about to speak, Zoro raised his hand to signal him. Silence. Sanji was also sensitive to the subtlety of the atmosphere and stopped decisively to prevent himself from making any noise. It's not like he cares about Mary's progress or anything like that. He was afraid that if he disturbed Mary and Mary got angry, he would have to go to heaven to find all blue. Time gradually passed, and slowly, everyone on the ship gathered at the door of the training room, making the place extremely crowded for a while, but they all chose to watch quietly without making a sound. Luffy, the only one who could speak out, was forced to cover his mouth by Zoro. As both swordsmen, Zoro naturally understood that Mary was in an extremely important situation. What an enviable talent. Zoro looked at Mary and thought helplessly. But Mary turned a deaf ear to what was going on outside and danced selflessly. The blade of the knife flows like light, constantly cutting through the fallen leaves. But there were more and more fallen leaves. No matter how she danced the knife in her hand, some fallen leaves would fall on her. The speed of the knife is the key among the keys. Speed. Stone fire and spring thunder can be known with one strike. One thought can communicate with ghosts and gods. Maybe it's some special force generating technique, maybe it's something more advanced. In the gentle dance, Mary suddenly felt that her body was changing involuntarily. Then hold the knife. The next moment, the sword flashed. Quiet and silent, there is no bright sword light or clear sword cry. some are just the rustling sound of being sheathed. And, throughout the space, fallen leaves were split into two. Mary suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes, and the mysterious state before had not completely faded away, causing her eyes to sparkle with surprise. And many objects around her were split into two in just an instant. Everyone swallowed in unison. That was just now. Yin Kalem spoke in disbelief, his tone dry. At that moment, he only saw a few subtle white lights, and then nothing more. Those objects seemed to slowly crack apart on their own without any warning. This kind of sword skill. Zoro narrowed his eyes. As the person with the most profound knowledge of swordsmanship on the ship, he saw clearly what had just happened, and was even more frightened because of it. In an instant, not even 0.001 seconds, her knife had already slashed through the surrounding objects. This is extremely fast swordsmanship. Soran's swordsmanship is more focused on strength and momentum, and he is not good at speed at the moment. But that didn't stop him from seeing how terrifying this move was. Is this guy really just a beginner? The more Zoro thought about it, the more his heart grew colder. Mary let out a long breath. She was recalling the blissful feeling just now. Is this the ultimate intention? Taking the lead with one's own mind and not relying on the power of the system, is this a condition that can trigger the ultimate intention? Speaking of which, is what she just realized her own realization, or is it brought about by the system? This has no effect. Because Mary has completely understood the action she just made, and can use this move again in the blink of an eye. This shows that she has mastered this move very well. She looked at Dusksaber thoughtfully. This is probably the biggest progress she has made in this world. As expected, you still have to act according to your heart. Mary nodded with deep understanding. Besides, the knife is indeed a good thing. As for what this move is called, as the first sword skill she learned and the first ability she created independently, it represented her formal entry into the sword. For this commemorative significance, Mary had to give it a name very seriously. In one breath, all leaves were chopped off. Let's call this move, Man's Breath. When Mary came back to her senses, she noticed that there was already a crowd of people at the door of the training room, all looking surprised. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. No, nothing. After saying this, Sanji waved his hand quickly. "Miss Navy, lunch has been prepared for a long time. It will get cold if you don't eat it." Mary nodded when she heard this. Everyone made a way for Mary to leave the training room. After Mary left, the training room was quiet for a moment. Then suddenly he became restless. This, what just happened? What terrible swordsmanship, such fast slashes. This kind of physical fitness is simply a monster. Miss Navy, is she really human? Didn't you see the way Miss Navy danced just now? The things on the boat, the money. There was a lot of discussion, and everyone saw different things from it. Of course, Mary didn't care about this, she still hurried to eat. I have to say that Sanji's cooking skills are probably above A. After all, he is the chef of a restaurant on the sea, and the food he cooks tastes quite good. The key is to eat in large quantities. Although Mary could rely on her vitality to endure hunger, it would be too wasteful and uncomfortable. It smells so good. After finishing the meal, Mary stood alone on the railing, one hand on the railing, supporting her face, blowing in the sea breeze. From time to time, he catches a bunch of seagulls with blood to suck out a little bit of life force. Against Crocodile, Mary's only advantage is durability. She must strengthen this advantage and store more vitality. After clicking on the character panel, Mary found that her mission had been completed. Her swordsmanship evolved directly from E to C. That state just now has really improved a lot, Mary secretly thought in her heart, but the state just now was something that could only be encountered but not desired, so Mary just entered it happily. Now I think back to that feeling, but my brain is empty and I can't remember anything. Extreme intention. Mary scratched her head. And there is an extra column in her skills. Unnamed Manyoshi unnamed. Mary didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does this also come with a complete set of sword skills? It seems that I still have a long way to go before I can fully develop my potential in this area. There was a prompt from the exchange office, and Mary opened it to check. Due to the host's own enlightenment in entering the field of swordsmanship, the exchange office has been greatly changed. Delete all props that directly obtain a certain swordsmanship style or character sword skills type props. The PT required for the redemption of all kendo awareness storage type props is reduced by half. Seeing this news, Mary smiled knowingly. It turns out that the system's redeemable list at the exchange office is not static. Its redeemable items and redemption mode will change due to Mary's actions. Also, the system exchange office is vast, just like Gilgamesh's King's Treasure, containing endless human fantasies. If they were all mixed together, it would seem too complicated. And since it will change as the host changes, it means that if Mary chooses a path to go on, the products in the exchange office will continue to move closer to Mary's development method. In this way, the further back, the system will become more and more consistent with Mary. It seems that apart from the forced binding to the Navy, this system is quite user-friendly. Hee hee. Mary, who was feeling the sea breeze, was in a particularly happy mood at this time, and just as she was smiling, Wai Wei walked carefully to Mary's side. The Mary now is very different from when the two first met, both in terms of strength and status. Her brutal aura and overwhelming strength made Wai Wei cautious. She pursed her lips and bowed deeply to Mary. This action obviously brought Mary back from checking the system. She looked at Wai Wei in surprise, but said nothing. She figured that Wai Wei must have something to say to her, so she just waited for Wai Wei to speak. After bowing, Wai Wei raised her head and thanked her first. "Miss Mary, thank you. Thank you for taking action for Alabasta." Mary raised her hand to interrupt Vivi. She shook her head and said, "Wai Wei, I didn't declare war on Crocodile because of Alabasta. Although I once had this idea, I'm actually not that noble. It's because of you and to help you that I plan to fight with Crocodile." Doll played the last game. Wai Wei was stunned. Seeing Wai Wei looking a little surprised, Mary couldn't help laughing and said, "What, is it weird?" "Really?" Wai Wei nodded, confused, and said, I don't know what qualifications I have to ask you to help me." Mary looked at Wai Wei deeply, then turned to look at the sea. She waved her hand and said to Wai Wei, "Let me ask you, why did you sneak into Baroque Studio?" Wai Wei's eyes were slightly focused, her hands were clenched tightly, and she lowered her head and said, "Because it is Baroque Studio that is disrupting Alabasta and causing war. In this case, of course I have to investigate the truth, otherwise I am not worthy of being the princess of Alabasta." "Oh, it sounds so touching that the royal princess stood up for the people." Mary smiled jokingly, her face suddenly turned gloomy. "But do you know that if you do this, even if you really investigate the truth, there is a high probability that you will die? And..." Mary narrowed her eyes and spoke in a serious tone. "If you didn't have help from others, you wouldn't have been able to investigate the truth. You would have died the day before yesterday. As a member of the royal family, is it worth it?" Hearing what Mary said, Wai Wei was startled, then raised her head excitedly and said to Mary, "Of course it is worth it. The responsibility of the royal family is to govern the people. This is our right and our responsibility. This is what my father taught me since I was a child. The people under our rule have suffered like this, and those who once smiled at us have rebelled against it. This is our dereliction of duty, and of course we must make up for it. As a royal family, death is the biggest nightmare. How could I bear to see such a scene? Then why don't you ask for help from outsiders? Why don't you ask for help from the world government? You are a member country of the world government," Mary demanded loudly. This is also the thing that Mary least understood when reading the original work. However, after hearing these words, Wai Wei trembled all over, and the look on her face became more and more painful. "At the beginning, when the country was in chaos, we did ask for help." When Mary heard this, she was stunned. She subconsciously asked, "What about the aid the world government gave you?" Wai Wei closed her eyes and said in a deep voice, "Shishibukai, Crocodile." A long silence. Mary couldn't help but cover her face. After a moment, she asked, "So, why are you risking your life? What's the benefit of winning the bet?" Wai Wei shook her head and said, "Sacrificing for people is the responsibility of the royal family. There is no benefit at all. This is what must be done. And why should we gamble with our lives?" Wai Wei closed her eyes and said a little absently, "I have nothing else to gamble with. In the work of infiltrating to spy on intelligence, the people who are no less powerful than me are all familiar faces. The risk of infiltrating is too great, so I don't worry about it. But the new faces are not as strong as me, and there is no possibility of climbing to the top. It can only be done by me. If my father hadn't forced me, I wouldn't even have allowed Yin Kalem to come with me." Hearing what Wai Wei said, Mary took a deep breath and said coldly, "To completely put your life in danger for the benefit of other people is stupid, just stupid." When these words came out, Wai Wei's head lowered, and her whole body looked fragile. Her heart was extremely painful. Her kindness since childhood and her father's teachings made her unable to ignore the current situation. As for the domestic corruption situation, only Wai Wei can escape from it. Risking one's own life and taking risks, not only did nothing gain, but one almost died, which was already depressing enough. Now being severely criticized by Mary, she almost doubted whether she had really done something wrong. However, the next moment, a warm hand fell on her head. Wai Wei raised her head in shock and saw Mary, who was even shorter than her, putting her hand on the top of her head. Stupid, but commendable. The gloomy look on Mary's face disappeared, and she looked at Wai Wei with great relief. Even stupidity can be divided into types. One type is those who are weak and unaware of their own strength. The other type is those who understand their own weakness, but devote themselves to their lofty ideals and implement their creed. The former type is shocking disdain, is a complete idiot. And the latter type, although its mantis arm blocking the car makes people laugh, but its mind is also admirable. Wai Wei, raise your head. Although your behavior is stupid, it has won my respect. This stupidity is also the reason why I choose to help you. At this point, Mary's tone suddenly became louder. For the first time in a long time, the X-level speech she redeemed worked. Strength does not match your ideal, and it is stupid to forcefully pursue your ideal, but I am here to help you. If you gain enough strength to match your ideal, you are a hero. My power is earned by your kindness and persistence, so there is no need to underestimate yourself. Wai Wei, your power is not just as simple as having that insignificant combat power. The world needs more stupid people like you, that's why I exist. Wai Wei was stunned and looked at Mary blankly. When Mary saw this, she just patted Wai Wei's head gently and continued, I also know two people in Donghai. Although their ideals are different from yours, they are equally worthy of respect, so I chose to help them. It's weird, right? Ha ha. Mary smiled confidently, and many memories of her past life came to her mind. She said in a rather complicated tone, a humble but ambitious person who doesn't limit himself to his own abilities. Whenever I see such a fool, I feel very happy. Keep fighting until you are completely burned out. Even if you are unable to do anything, don't do anything that will grovel and humiliate today's will. I'll help you. After saying these words, Mary waved her hand to Wai Wei, then turned away and ignored her. Wai Wei also understood that this was Mary's eviction order. She looked at Mary's back longingly. Although that back was delicate, in Wai Wei's eyes, Mary's figure was just like her father's back when she was young, a towering majesty. Wai Wei left quietly, not wanting to disturb this respected person anymore. And Mary was minding her own business blowing the sea breeze, and suddenly said, have you heard enough? Aren't you going to come out and say a few words? After a few seconds of silence, Zorro appeared from around the corner of the stern of the ship. He looked at Mary blankly. He found that he could not understand this person at all. He was full of doubts in his heart, but he was not as straightforward as his mother-in-law. Instead, he asked directly to Mary, are you really going to fight against a force for these reasons? Although he didn't know how strong Crocodile was, Marie's state of being in front of a powerful enemy in the past 2 days made Zorro very clear that this was a powerful enemy that had never been seen before. But his knowledge of Mary made it impossible for him to believe that Mary would help Wai Wei to deal with an enemy of this level for such a seemingly motivated and upright reason. But Mary's answer denied what he had in mind. Yes, what's the problem? Isn't this enough for me to take action? Instead, Mary looked at Zorro in confusion. This strange feeling made Zorro want to vomit blood. But, Zorro said tangledly, you don't look like such a person at all. Oh? These words aroused Mary's interest. She smiled and said, tell me, why am I not like this kind of person? Sauron calmed down, looked at Mary seriously and said, when we first entered the Grand Line, we saw a beach of horrific corpses on a desert island. None of those corpses were complete, almost all of them were mutilated. Is that what you did? Ha! How did you know? Mary looked at Zorro in surprise. Wounds. Zorro looked at Mary intently. Although there was nothing left at the scene to prove the identity of the murderer, the marks left on the wounds of the deceased were too similar to Sanji's wounds. Now it was Mary's turn to be surprised. Can you infer from this alone that I did it? That's really amazing. No, it's more than that. Sauron shook his head and said seriously, what really made me come to a conclusion was the murderer's cruel and bloody attitude. As if he didn't care about his life at all. The extremely cruel way of killing reminded me of your murderous intention and the way you killed someone. What Faye and Sanji think of you. I see. Mary burst into laughter. So you think that because I was so cruel, I must be a bloody and violent person. Is it too weird to help Wai Wei for this reason? Exactly. I didn't expect you to be an idiot too. Zorro's eyes widened at Mary's sudden taunt. However, before Sauron could refute, Mary said meaningfully, first of all, you have to understand that I am the Navy. It is natural for the Navy to kill pirates. After all, there is no need for scum like pirates to exist. But don't you think it's too much to kill people in such a cruel and bloody way? Zorro said coldly. Mary curled her lips and smiled and responded, indeed, there is a little selfishness on my part. But don't you think this kind of cruelty and blood is a good thing? How could that be a good thing? Zorro frowned incomprehensibly. I don't think it is a good thing to let a person die in unstoppable pain and fear, letting out horrifying wails. They're not human beings in my eyes. Mary interrupted Zorro's words coldly. I hate war, Zorro. Since they have taken the black path, been called thieves, and done things that bring harm to one party, then they are not human beings in my eyes. It would be a good thing if they died miserably. Then the number of people who dream of becoming pirates and constantly starting wars would not increase. The same goes for you. Mary looked directly at Zorro with her piercing eyes, putting a huge amount of pressure on him. Remind your captain, Sauron. This is my advice to you. The main reason why I can still come to cooperate with you now is because you haven't done anything wrong yet. Although you have the title of thief, you are not a real thief yet. But, Zorro, this is only temporary. After you become famous, even if you do nothing, your existence will be the original sin. Because your name will attract more and more people to join the ranks of pirates, the world will become more chaotic, and war will more and more. At that time, you will also become my hunting target. If you want to extinguish the flames of war, you have to go through a long period of pain. To start a war, it only takes a moment of mistakes. There is no hope on the cruel battlefield, and there is no so-called heroism and chivalry. There is no end in sight for the quagmire battlefield. It brings only misery and ugliness. Zoran, can you guarantee that the goals of you people will not cause any war? Mary's heavy question made it difficult for Zorro to answer. After all, Zoran is just a young man who has not been at sea for long. In terms of experience, the second-born Mary can crush him. Seeing that Zorro was speechless, Mary shook her head. I'm not against war. Some wars are necessary. But I hate war. Don't be intoxicated with fighting, Zorro. In the final analysis, only butchers are thirsty for blood, and necessary fighting is at the cost of survival. So anything I can do to reduce the war as much as possible is what I'll do. Speaking of which, I'm also a fool. Even though I can't help myself and am as vulnerable as an ant in the face of those behemoths, I still hold on to this unrealistic ideal and try my best to become stronger. She smiled to herself. In the current environment, no one can be alone. Therefore, there will always be some fools who want to change this situation. Wei is this kind of person, Long is this kind of person, and so am I. As long as there are people I care about here, I will choose to do this. After all, there is nothing else I can do in this world. Now, fighting is my calling. Mary usually cherishes her life, at least most of the time she is based on keeping herself alive. But this is not because Mary is afraid of death. People who say it once are not very sensitive to this aspect. She just didn't like her meaningless death, it was too embarrassing and she couldn't feel sorry for herself. However, if there was something worth her real sacrifice, Mary wouldn't mind giving it a try. Anyway, so what if it's worse? It's just another death. But if she succeeds, she will have an explanation for herself. Zorro felt very awkward hearing these words. Looking at Mary again, her expression now looked rather desolate. Now that I have this life, I have to do something, right? It just so happens that I can't find anything else I can do, so I'll create a hell. A hell that can reduce even a little bit of war. Listen to the rumbling sound of artillery fire. Mary straightened her body and adjusted her military cap. This beautiful music is sometimes the deathbird of a cruel war, and sometimes it is the sound of praise announcing peace, isn't it? After saying these words, Mary walked past Zorro, and she was going to continue her physical training. When walking past Zorro, Mary patted Zorro's shoulder meaningfully without saying anything. She is gone. Zorro was left alone, shocked by what she said. No, there is another person. Robin, in the shadow of the partition wall, didn't even notice that Mary had left. She just sat in the shadows in a daze, repeating one sentence in a low voice. After all, there's nothing else I can do in this world. For the next week, the sea was boringly calm. Mary didn't meet any pirates from whom she could collect a small amount of money along the way. She could only accumulate a little bit of life force by absorbing the life force of seagulls and sea fish every day. However, thanks to the calm situation during this period, Mary's training achieved extremely significant results. Although his combat experience has not increased at all, his physical fitness has greatly increased. Mary also knew that after landing in Alabasta, she probably wouldn't have any time to train. Therefore, during this period of training, Mary was extremely serious and worked extremely hard. Even Zorro, who has always been characterized by high-intensity training, was stunned by that kind of training intensity, and Wei and Yunkalem looked like they had never heard of it before. I only sleep for 2 hours a day to simply recuperate my energy. I do 30,000 weight-bearing push UPS and 50,000 sit UPS a day. In addition, I run in circles all the time. I don't stop for a moment except for eating, and I crazily squeeze my physical energy. The most intuitive effect of this inhumane training method is that her physical fitness increased from 1212 to 1520, which is the standard kernel level, tie the previous smog. Moreover, during this time, Mary also made breakthroughs in tactics. The breakthrough in swordsmanship was a sword move that he realized. Of course, this is the main method of close combat, but Mary's real main battle method is the return of life and the blood shower. During this time, Mary successfully reproduced one of her ideas about the blood shower. She first created a large cloud of blood mist, and then let the blood in her body completely grind herself into pieces. And at the same time, he stored all the equipment on his body into the item column. Then, she can reshape her entire body anywhere in the blood mist she released previously. In other words, when her body is crushed, the entire blood mist is part of her body and can regenerate a complete body at any time. The combination of life fruit and life return is far more powerful than Mary imagined. After realizing this characteristic, Mary can use this as a means of teleportation, and can also condense the fake body through blood, and her true body can appear in the fake body anytime and anywhere. In addition to consuming a lot of life force, this feature has amazing tactical value. Moreover, thanks to it, Mary realized for the first time that this blood was also her body in a broader sense. Then, think of the characteristics of the devil fruit. As long as the user is immersed in a certain amount of seawater, or only touches a little bit of seawater but is immersed for too long, the person with the ability will become weak. In other words, if only a small part of the body is exposed to seawater and the soaking time is not long, the side effects will be far less severe. In other words, if Mary needs to enter the sea in the future, she can release a huge amount of blood into the sea and then dive into the sea herself. In this case, a large amount of her body is in the sea, and her body is only a very small part of her body, so the sea water will not have a huge impact on her. And she tried it once in the past 2 days, and the bug is feasible. It's just that, it also comes with a huge consumption of life force. Hematopoiesis is not an easy task either. Alas, life force. Out of boredom, Mary cages a group of seagulls with her blood and drains them of their life force. In the blink of an eye, these seagulls age completely and die, falling into the sea. Just when Mary was enjoying the sea breeze for a while and was about to go back to training, Yinkalem hurriedly ran up to her. Ha! Looking at the excited Yinkalem, Mary frowned. What's wrong? Your Excellency Mary, Yinkalem pointed to the bow of the ship. We are here. Mary was stunned for a moment and looked along Yinkalem's hand. Sure enough, a city was already looming on the sea level. If our route is correct, Yinkalem continued, that city should be the rapeseed flower market. Oh? Rapeseed flower market. When Mary heard this, a half-smile expression appeared on her face. One of the largest ports in Alabasta and, moreover, rich in perfume. If I remember correctly, this seems to be the landing place for the protagonist group, right? Destiny is truly amazing. Seeing Mary's subtle expression, Yinkalem was also confused and asked, Has Lady Mary been here before? After hearing this, Mary thought for a while and slowly shook her head. No, I just heard about it. It is said that a precious perfume is produced here, even in the East China Sea. Haha, that's true. If you have any needs, Alabasta will open a friendly door for you. Yinkalem smiled and fell silent. After a while, he raised his head again and looked at Mary seriously. Your Excellency Mary, although I shouldn't say this, it is too dangerous for you to get involved. Ha! Why, you don't want me to go into danger? Mary looked at Yinkalem with amusement. Without me, you would have almost no chance of defeating Crocodile. Don't think you can defeat Crocodile on your own. He is not a nobody. And if my guess is correct, Crocodile should be ready to close the net now. It's too late to think about asking the world government for help at this time. Are you serious about losing me at this juncture? Yinkalem sighed deeply and looked downcast. Mary clapped her hands to bring Yinkalem back to his senses, who was in a bad mood. She looked at Yinkalem seriously and said calmly, Don't worry, Yinkalem. You don't need to have any psychological burden. First of all, I am a Marine. Your request for help from the world government is essentially the same as my request for support. Secondly, I am not here to help you because of any coercion. I am here voluntarily. In my opinion, Wai Wei is still a child. She has endured too many things that she shouldn't have to endure, and the humble wish she has is just for peace and prosperity for the country and the people. Having dreams is a child's privilege, Yinkalem. And before the children wake up from their dreams and are crushed by the cruel reality, protecting their dreams, that's the task of me and you, adults. Mary's eyes were deep, looking directly at Alabasta, as if she wanted to penetrate the vast sea of sand and see Alabasta strategizing in the rain. Yinkalem, on the other hand, was in awe, and bowed deeply to Mary sincerely for the first time. With the highest respect, Your Majesty Mary. I don't have the power to promise you anything for the country, but I promise you in my own name, whenever you need me for anything, I will be there. Mary smiled without looking at Yinkalem. She could feel the changes in herself. Being reincarnated as a human being will indeed make you look brand new. In the past, how could I have such courage? Unknowingly, I seem to have a wonderful leadership temperament. Is it because of his domineering look? Putting the cart before the horse. Arriving at the rapeseed flower market port, everyone disembarked. This port didn't seem to be sensitive to strangers, and even though the Straw Hats actually had a lot of gangsterism, they didn't attract any particular attention. On the other hand, it was Mary, who was dressed in a dark military uniform with the word justice written in bright red on the back, which was quite eye-catching. It attracted a lot of strange looks. Mary didn't care. She was looking at a huge duck in astonishment. When did this guy get on the ship? Mary said, pointing to the fast runner. Speedy as Wai Wei's mount, a very fast duck and the captain of the Super Karoo Duck Corps, the fastest force in Alabasta. Mary remembered that it was supposed to be at Whiskey Peak. When did she follow the ship? Mary stared at the running speed and was quite curious about it. I vaguely remember that this guy seems to understand human speech, right? Then she doesn't know whether she can absorb her life force or not. Running fast seemed to feel the strange look in Mary's eyes, so he trembled with fright and squeezed behind Wai Wei. Okay, run fast, Lady Mary is a good person, you don't have to be so afraid. Wai Wei smiled and comforted her by running fast, then turned to Mary and said, The fast runner has always been on the boat. When we were at Whiskey Peak, the fast runner was knocked unconscious by Mr. 5, and he woke up in the middle of the night. He followed us on the boat the next day, but it was having stayed in the warehouse for several days. Lady Mary naturally doesn't know of its existence. With that said, Wai Wei also introduced her to running fast. It's probably nothing more than this being her best friend. After staying for a while, Mary was ready to leave. The sea otter and the unlucky duo didn't know if it had arrived in Alabasta at this time, and he didn't know if his information had been passed to Crocodile. The longer it takes, the worse it will be for her. A well-prepared crocodile is definitely much harder to deal with than an unprepared crocodile. Things will change later, and Mary must rush into the rain and try to end the battle in the shortest possible time, no matter what the outcome of the battle is. She straightened up and said to everyone, "Okay, everyone, let's go our separate ways here. Straw Hat, you and your crew, and Robin, escort Vivi and Yinkram back to Albina, and protect King Cobra from the Baroque job at the same time. If the rebels attack the city, they must be held back until the battle is over on my side, and everything will be settled. Yin Kalem, you have to pay attention. Your current king is a fake king, pretending to be Mr. 2, a cotter of the Baroque working group. You must find a way to capture him. I will go to the Rainland and go straight to Crocodile." Mary briefly explained her plan and prepared to set off directly. However, at this time, Luffy suddenly interrupted her. "Hey, Black Navy, are you going to fight that croc or something alone?" Luffy said in a deep voice. "Yeah," Mary nodded. "Don't even think about following me. You're not strong enough and you'll be held back. And your personality, against an old man like Crocodile, will be a disservice to me." Mary looked at Luffy very seriously. Just as Luffy was about to say something else, Zoro stepped forward and held Luffy's shoulders. Luffy suddenly looked at Zoro in shock, while Zoro stared at Mary. "Your Majesty the Navy, I have thought about what you said that day for a long time. I know that we are not strong enough to help you, but please be sure to win. If you die, then what you said will be it's all in vain and I will be bored in the future." Zoro calmed down and said to Mary. Mary looked at Soran for a long time and suddenly smiled. "That's why I appreciate you, Zoro." After she said this, she suppressed her smile and lowered the brim of her hat. "You need to worry too much. The word justice is not so fragile that it can change the whole world with just one person's life and death. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, I believe there will always be someone who thinks the same as me. Besides, I won't lose. My strength comes from the weight I carry. Follow your dreams, great swordsman, and wait for the day when you are arrested by me." Mary said this and turned around. But at this time, Wai Wei suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the corner of Mary's clothes. Mary was stunned for a moment and looked at Wai Wei. "I want to go with you," Wai Wei said simply and firmly. "Wai Wei." Mary frowned. "I said you would hold me back, right? I don't have time to protect you when fighting Crocodile." I thought these few words were enough to dissuade Wai Wei, but unexpectedly, she shook her head decisively. "Mary, I won't hold you back," Wai Wei said very seriously. "When you fight Crocodile, I will hide far away so that he will never have a chance to find me." "Then why are you following me?" Mary was puzzled. Wai Wei smiled very gently. "You need someone to lead the way. Do you know how to get to the Rainland?" Mary was stunned. Well, she does seem to have overlooked this. Mary, who is familiar with the plot, knows all the locations at her fingertips, but if you want to know how to get there, that's really hard for her. But this reason is not enough. I can just take a passerby to ask for directions, and my ability is enough to reach the Rainy Land. Mary refused for this reason. Wai Wei was silent for a moment, shook her head, looked at Mary again, and met her eyes. She said word for word, "I feel sorry for leaving you alone in danger." Wai Wei recalled the eager and worried expressions of her father and Yin Kalem when she sneaked into the Baroque studio alone. And now, Mary in front of her is also in danger alone. Wai Wei couldn't sit idly by. When Mary heard this, she remained silent for a long time and looked closely at Wai Wei with sharp eyes. However, Wai Wei, who had always been gentle and weak, was now unimaginably stubborn and did not flinch in the face of Mary's scrutinizing gaze. Finally, after a few seconds, Mary smiled. "Whatever." Seeing the two smiling and shaking hands, Sanji lit a cigarette. Then he slowly blew out a smoke ring. "Ah, girls' friendship is so beautiful." Usopp and Nami both nodded in agreement. Yin Kalem looked at Wai Wei with relief. "Your Highness, you have grown up." Now that she has made up her mind, Mary no longer belongs to her mother-in-law. She picked up Wai Wei and said to everyone, "Run fast, Luffy and the others are begging you. I'm faster than you. If we go to the Rainy Land, I won't take you with me." Hearing Mary mocking its speed, the running speed rattled a few times quite angrily, but did not react particularly violently. Animal intuition is often better than that of humans. If you run fast, you can clearly detect how strong Mary is. Therefore, Mary was unhappy with what she said, but she still had no objections. Mary teased and ran faster, but also suppressed her smile. Ignoring Wai Wei's visibly bloodshot cheeks, she said to Yin Kalem and others, "Guys, see you Albina." Before the words dissipated, Mary had already hugged Wai Wei, stepped on the wall of the tall building, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Call. Luffy let out a sigh of relief and said to the others, "Well, kids, let's go to Albina. You can't even do this well and be looked down upon by that black-clad navy man again." Rainy land, rainy feast. Looking at the trembling sea otter in front of him, Crocodile waved his hand to make it move away. Click, the door is closed. In the huge office, only Crocodile was left sitting silently at his desk, and Mr. One stood in the shadows without saying a word. After a long time, Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke. "Haha, I never expected that brat Wai Wei could actually find someone who is not afraid of death." Crocodile said a few words mockingly and said without raising his head, "Mr. One, go try that Navy's strength. If you are not strong enough, kill her directly." "Okay, boss. What if you are very strong? Then I will take revenge on you." "Okay, boss." In the blink of an eye, Mr. One's figure disappeared into the room. Only Crocodile buried his face in the shadows, making it difficult to understand what he was thinking. After walking for another day and night, Wai Wei said that the rainy land was already in sight. "I also encountered several sand pirates along the way. Apart from giving Mary Beth a lot of vitality and fear PT, they didn't cause much trouble. And Mary did not specifically use the ability of Blood Shower, but tried to practice her sword skills as much as possible. When she couldn't hold it anymore, she used the overlord-colored domineering force again to prevent blood loss. A slight injury to a little guy like this will result in a loss of blood." And Mary gradually understood that when those sand pirates were awake, their vitality could not be absorbed by Mary. However, when they were knocked unconscious by the overlord's haki, Mary was able to absorb their life force. For this reason, Mary wore the Heart of Blood Slaughter several times to block perception and accumulate corresponding vitality. The side effects of the Heart of Blood Slaughter also caused her to be in a bad mood during this period. Ever since Wai Wei saw Mary's weird behavior for the first time, she always looked at Mary with a sense of fear in her eyes. Of course, Mary wasn't particularly concerned about Vicky's mental condition. With the increase in Alliance PTS, she just thought she was frightened by her crazy momentum and didn't think anything further. Moreover, she had saved up her PT in the past 2 days to buy a copy of Himura Kenshin's Kendo Insights. Although Himura Kenshin may not be outstanding in terms of combat ability alone, Mary feels that his swordsmanship definitely has merit. With the enemy at hand, any possible progress is important to Mary. What's more, during this time, Mary still liked this dance-like fighting method. Elegant and gorgeous. But I still haven't figured out what the mechanism of absorbing life force is. Mary was a little confused about the specific activation conditions of the life fruit's ability. She still needed more samples. Already known information includes 1. All the vitality of plants can be absorbed so far. 2. The vitality of animals without clear consciousness can be absorbed. 3. The vitality of animals with clear consciousness cannot be absorbed. If humans are also considered animals, then points 2 and 3 are met. People in a coma can also be counted as animals without clear consciousness. If this is the case, can it be combined with the fruit of desire? Mary's eyes lit up when she thought of this. She immediately turned to ask Wai Wei. "Wai Wei, what kind of emotions do you think is chaos?" Wai Wei, who was worried, was startled by Mary's sudden question, and subconsciously exclaimed, What's wrong?" Mary was stunned by Wai Wei's huge reaction, but she immediately frowned and asked Wai Wei, "I see that you don't look very good these past 2 days. Is there something wrong?" Wai Wei looked at Mary, who was full of doubts, and subconsciously wanted to ask her the doubts in her heart. For example, why all those corpses died of old age, why those horses became lifeless, and so on. This comes from the instinctive fear deep in Wai Wei's heart, the fear of unknown death. But when she wanted to speak out, she saw Mary's clear and worried eyes. She swallowed the words that came to her lips. "Well, I might have been a bit cold these days." Vivi smiled apologetically at Mary. "Is this so?" Mary was a little puzzled. Wai Wei had grown up in this kind of environment, and she was not a weak woman. She shouldn't be so easily blown into physical discomfort. But looking at the pale Vivi, Mary could only think that it was a physical problem. Seeing Mary standing there in a daze, Wai Wei pursed her lips and said while walking forward, "Your Excellency Mary, we will reach the rainy land soon. Let's hold on a little longer," etc. Mary's voice suddenly came from behind her, making him freeze. However, the next moment, a piece of clothing was draped on her body. Wai Wei stared blankly at the black cloak on her body. Despite its thinness, this cloak's ability to block wind and keep warm is quite good. Mary smiled at Wai Wei and walked quickly to Wai Wei. "Okay, let's go. I'm in better shape than you, so you can just wear it on the way." Wai Wei watched Mary's figure walking away in the wind as if waking up from a dream, and hurriedly caught up. "Then, you can walk half a step behind Mary." The two of them moved forward in the yellow sand, and Wai Wei slowly tightened the corners of her cloak. Mr. One hung beside the two of them from a distance, following them in a distant manner. With the help of the power of the sandstorm and the advantageous location he always occupied, Mr. 1 was always in the blind spot of Mary and the two of them and was not discovered. During this period of time, he has mobilized more than one group of sand thieves to intercept and kill Mary and the two, but he has never been able to force out their truth. According to the information of the unlucky duo, the black-clothed navy should be good at controlling blood, but Mr. 1 has never seen this navy use any blood-related abilities in the past 2 days. This navy looks more like a swordsman. In addition to her ability to make others faint for no apparent reason, the strength she has shown most is her swordsmanship, which seems to be passable in Mr. 1. Although he, Mr. 1, has not seen much swordsmanship at this level, it is not rare either. The swordsmen who can make a name for themselves on the Grand Line are basically at this level, and he has killed countless swordsmen of this level. In addition to the mysterious intimidating power, Mr. 1 felt that he could kill her alone based on the strength Mary showed now. If the information sent back by the unlucky duo had never been wrong, and several cotters had been captured by this navy, Mr. 1 would never be as cautious as he is now. However, seeing that Mary and others were about to arrive at the Rainland, Dawes had no useful information to send back regarding Mary's combat power, which made Dawes feel a little anxious. Although he is taciturn and unsmiling, he is quite respectful and loyal to Crocodile. Crocodile valued him and treated him with extremely high treatment, but Dawes himself was in a hard-working business, and he still cared very much about the orders of such a master. No matter what, he had to at least let Mary use her blood power, which shines in intelligence, so that Mr. 13, who was observing in secret, could collect the intelligence and send it back to Mr. Crocodile. Although I don't know how strong the opponent is, if I come to challenge the King Shishibukai single-handedly, I definitely have 2 brushes in my hand. Boss needs to make corresponding preparations to ensure nothing goes wrong. Dawes's eyes were slightly cold. Those trashes of the Sand Pirates have proven their worthlessness in the past 2 days. The bounty hunters at Baroque Studio would only be worse off than the Sand Pirates in this environment. There was no way these people could force out Mary's strength. If only Mr. 3 and those people were here, I could let them explore the truth. But in this situation, I can only do it myself. Dawes has no fear about this. In his opinion, even if a girl is so young, her strength is limited and she cannot be extremely strong. Whether you can beat yourself or not is one thing. Even if he was stronger than him, Dawes felt that running wouldn't be a problem. Having made up his mind, Dawes glanced at the direction where Mr. 13 was lurking. After continuing to follow for more than half an hour, the sandstorm suddenly became bigger. It's now! The sandstorm blocked the field of vision. Dawes made a gesture to Mr. 13, and then rushed straight towards Mary and the two. At the same time, Mary, who was traveling in the sandstorm, was stagnant. What's wrong? Wai Wei clutched the cloak tightly and wrapped it tightly. She looked at Mary thoughtfully, and her emotions were affected by her. Mary didn't speak, just looked around silently. Her body has some of the characteristics of a beastman. At this moment, a little trivial warning sign suddenly appeared in her heart. However, in the long yellow sand, the field of vision is severely blocked, and it is impossible to see things in the distance. Mary's only reconnaissance method is blood mist, but in this environment, if it is released, it will be blown away or sucked dry. It would be really sad to live without the dual-color domineering spirit. Seeing Mary's alert look, Wai Wei also sensed something sensitively. However, just when she was about to speak, suddenly, a black shadow in the yellow sand stabbed at Wai Wei at a speed as fast as the dust. Mary's reaction speed is more than a fraction faster than Wai Wei's. Wai Wei didn't even realize that when the murderous intention was coming, Mary saw that flash of cold light from the corner of her eye. Mary's body suddenly burst out with great strength, grabbing Wai Wei and throwing her far away in the opposite direction. And the next moment, Mary's left arm was cut off completely. Wai Wei, who was in mid-air, was so blinded by the sight, Mary, pap. The broken arm fell on the sand, and blood flowed uncontrollably. Dawes succeeded in the attack and quickly distanced himself from Mary, looking at her coldly. His hands still looked like blades, with a trace of Mary's blood still on them. If you didn't save her, I would have been the one injured just now, Dawes said coldly. Mary's reaction speed just now was extremely terrifying. When Dawes just appeared in their field of vision, Mary reacted almost at the same time. At that time, Dawes's impact speed was very fast. If Mary did not choose to pull Wai Wei away at that time, but chose to directly draw her sword and slash at Dawes, Dawes would inevitably be injured. But there was no if. Dawes was sure that Mary would protect Wai Wei, and took advantage of this to kill her arm. You have broken your arm now, do you still want to fight me? Dawes said coldly. His mission is to obtain information. Killing Mary on the spot or capturing Mary alive would be considered overfulfillment of the task. I think if I can do it, Master Crocodile will definitely favor me. Thinking of this, Dawes narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Mary. The murderous intention in his heart slowly pressed towards Mary. He wanted to rely on this method to let Mary choose to surrender. In this case, it's not like he can't let Wai Wei go. She's just a useless princess and has nothing to show for herself. When the time comes, I will catch up and kill him. Boom! Dawes's mind went blank for a moment. His murderous aura completely dissipated. and another violent murderous intent tore apart all the plans in his heart. The extremely strong murderous intent was as sudden and violent as a volcanic eruption. Dawes felt that everything in his field of vision was dyed scarlet, and a strong smell like blood poured into his mouth and nose. Dawes Gujing Liubo's eyes were suddenly frightened. Mary's thunderous voice boomed, "That's all." Mary's momentum at this time not only did not weaken as Dawes expected, but instead resembled an offended lion. With that strong vitality, even from a distance, Dawes could feel the heat. The biting murderous aura passed through every inch of his skin, and Dawes looked as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How can this be the aura that a little girl of this age should have? If you have not killed hundreds or even thousands of people, it is impossible to breed such a terrifying murderous intention. Dawes realized at the first moment he had greatly misjudged the opponent's strength. He is not an opponent. Someone who can possess such momentum will definitely not be his opponent. Is her swordsmanship hidden? The danger is extremely high. Dawes immediately made his own judgment. However, his obsession with the mission still barely outweighed his desire to turn around and escape. No matter what, she must at least force out her ability to control blood. Dawes, who forcibly calmed down, suddenly lunged at Mary. Seeing this scene, Mary looked at Dawes with improved eyes. Although he is a bit stupid, his character is not bad. However, Mary still knew Dawes. As the most loyal and powerful person under Crocodile, Mary is absolutely impossible to let go. However, his appearance allowed Mary to test some of her conjectures about the life fruit. It just consumes a bit of life force, but if she can get Dawes' life force to supplement it, it won't be a loss. Mary's arm grew instantly under Dawes' gaze, which was like seeing someone from heaven, and then, a lot of blood spurted out from her back. In just an instant, a large sea of blood with a radius of tens of meters was formed under Dawes' feet. At this time, Mary had disappeared from Dawes' sight under the cover of blood and wind and sand. Dawes' heart suddenly trembled. Such a huge pool of blood. Could it be that Mary was about to demonstrate her ability to control blood? Dawes' eyes lit up. He didn't think how powerful the blood could be. After he turned his body into a sword, the damage caused by the blood to him would be greatly weakened. It might even cause no harm at all. Blood penetrates steel, are you kidding me? The mysteriously confident Dawes planned to stand in the sea of blood and wait as long as possible, allowing Mary to display most of the blood-controlling offensive methods. When Mary plans to change her fighting method, evacuate quickly. He was now certain that Mary's use of blood should be a consumption-based fighting method. Use the long-range method to consume the enemy, then use the power of thunder to get up close and use swordsmanship to finish off the enemy. But as long as you don't break your defense, this set of tactics is completely useless. He could have escaped unscathed when Mary prepared for close combat. He had also observed Mary's speed just now. In addition to being a little faster in reaction, my running speed should be about the same as mine. In this kind of sandstorm, it is impossible to catch up with me if I have Princess Wai with me. Thinking of this, Dawes felt reassured. Suddenly, he seemed to have forgotten how amazing Mary's momentum was just now, and it was his wrong decision at this moment that cost him his only chance to escape. The sea of blood became thicker. Wai was in the distance, looking at the sea of blood that exuded a cold atmosphere, her expression uncertain. Sure enough, there is something very strange about Lady Mary. Originally at Whiskey Peak, Wai felt that Mary's ability to control blood was powerful and mysterious. But after witnessing the faces of those who died under Mary, the strange sea of blood took on an evil color in Wai's eyes. But, recalling Mary's fool's remarks before and how she put her cloak on herself without hesitation, Wai's wavering eyes became firm. Maybe Mary has all kinds of shortcomings and secrets, but for Vivi, and for the people of Alabasta, Mary is now the only savior. Moreover, even if Mary's actions were evil and cruel, they were directed at the enemy. As her ally on this trip, worrying about this is really worrying and hurtful. At this time, all Wai could do was believe in Mary. But why did Mr. One suddenly attack Mary? Thinking of this, Wai's expression suddenly became condensed. It is definitely not Mr. One's character to attack strangers without hesitation. It is definitely Crocodile's order for him to appear here and attack Mary directly. In other words, Crocodile already knew of Mary's existence at this time. Mr. One's sudden attack on Mary may be Crocodile's test of Mary's ability, or it may be Crocodile's pursuit of Mary. Moreover, it is impossible for Crocodile not to know that no matter how weak Mary is, she can still defeat Mr. Five, Miss Valentine and Nicole Robin. If those senior cotters were there, Crocodile would have sent them all. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of a large-scale search and that they just happened to be in the area that Mr. One was responsible for. It would be okay if it was a fat way. After all, Wai had absolute confidence in Mary's strength. That breathtaking aura and the crushing strength to kill Mr. Five with just one move left a very deep impression on Wai's mind. Having the confidence to help her deal with a powerful Shishibukai like Crocodile should be no problem compared to dealing with Mr. One. But what if it's the former possibility? If this attack was to test Mary's strength, then Mr. One is still facing this momentum without flinching. He is a killer, and even if he is loyal, it is difficult to imagine that he would choose to confront a strong man who does not know the depth of his strength in a head-on manner. Unless, Wai Wei perked up. Could it be that someone is watching? Thinking of this, Wai Wei narrowed her eyes and looked at Mary. At this time, Mary was still concentrating on dealing with Dawes, and she wanted to find a way to let Dawes verify an idea in her mind. Wai Wei looked at Mary and whispered softly, "I'll be back as soon as I go." Then, she immediately looked around, took out the peacock wood-breaking machine, and searched outside. She came here because she wanted to help as much as possible. Gyalu, Gyalu. The sea of blood was bubbling, as if it had been boiled. The weather in Alabasta is really not suitable for me. Mary's eyes were cold and her hands moved slightly. The sea of blood is an extension of her arms. Even if she couldn't see it, the blood mist rising from the sea of blood would tell her everything about it. This is a huge advantage in situations where you can't see at such a close distance. Of course, dealing with this guy is actually dispensable. Mary flicked her finger, and the sea of blood suddenly began to churn. Dawes, who was in the sea of blood, was shocked, and his body glowed with a metallic light. "Come and give it a try." Dawes tried his best to calm down, and his arms turned into sharp blades. "Let me see what you can do to make the boss wary," he whispered in his husky voice. Moreover, he also wanted to do some provocations to anger Mary and let her use her strength as quickly as possible. Then, let him gather enough information to escape. "I hope your blood can play some different tricks." After he said this, he immediately tensed up all the muscles in his body and faced the coming attack with his most serious attitude. Next, he has the confidence to face the offensive like a bloody storm. The roar of the sandstorm filled my ears, and the air was filled with restlessness. Dawes remained on high alert, ready to counterattack at any time. However, Mary's figure never appeared in front of him. Ran? This was a subconscious thought in Dawes's mind. After all the opponents he had encountered before would have been frightened away by his murderous intent. But he immediately rejected this ridiculous idea. After all, the murderous intent of the guy in front of him was countless times more ferocious than his own. So where is she now? People hiding behind the scenes cannot bring you a future. A ghost-like voice suddenly came from behind. Dawes was startled and immediately turned around, only to see a blood-shaped Mary standing there holding a bloody knife. "You guy!" Dawes quickly slashed out with his sword, but to no avail. The blade passed through the bloody man without any real feeling, just like cutting through water. "And he won't see everything, you know." Mary didn't react to Dawes's slash, and just talked to herself. However, this scene made Dawes's heart feel even colder. I don't know how the blood-condensed figure made a sound, but her face was very immature and there was no expression. Like a weird doll, it exudes a strange aura. However, even if it was such a puppet, Dawes could hear the weird and playful tone in the words he spoke the next moment. "Don't struggle, it's time for you to go." Zhang! A line of blood flashed past. Dawes stood there blankly, a dark wound appeared on his body. What? At that moment of pain, if Dawes hadn't been tightening the string in his heart, he wouldn't even have felt anything. Dawes didn't know what the fleeting black flame attached to the blood knife was at the edge of his vision, but at least, he knew one thing: the sea of blood could easily break through his defenses. Cutting off his steel body was as simple and quick as cutting tofu. This was something he didn't expect. However, when he looked around in horror, the doll disappeared. Melted? In Dawes's mind, a terrible thought crept into his mind uncontrollably. He looked at the roiling sea of blood around him and swallowed. "Can you emerge from anywhere in this sea of blood?" Dawes murmured as if dreaming. "Ghost in the sea of blood?" Suddenly, there was another flash of blood, and in the blink of an eye, there was a dark wound on Dawes's back. No reaction. No reaction. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Dawes turned around. The attack just now didn't last even half a second, it was faster than the last time. If it weren't for the numbness that came from behind, Dawes wouldn't even know that he had been stabbed in the back. "I didn't even have time to feel the pain?" Dawes looked at his hands in shock, his body trembling involuntarily. This feeling of being completely dominated, he had only felt it with Boss. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, and his vision went dark. Then, he couldn't feel his eyes anymore. What? Dawes was stunned for a long time, then screamed in horror. His hands immediately withdrew from the blade state, desperately touching his face, trying to find where his eyes were. Then he felt a somewhat hard groove. Dawes froze as if struck by thunder. At this time, Mary's light voice reached Dawes's ears from nowhere. "I appear in blood. Break!" Dawes's right wrist went numb. Just like he suddenly couldn't feel where his eyes were, at this moment, he couldn't feel where his right hand was. "Listen to my voice, my whisper. Break! Break! Break!" After 3 blasts, Dawes lost the feeling in his arms. Moreover, he felt as if his breathing would burst the muscles in his neck. He slashed both arms with 2 knives, and lightly wiped Dawes's neck with 1 knife, but it only burned away a thin layer. This is subtle control. The sea of blood suddenly calmed down, without any waves, just like a mirror. everything suddenly became quiet, a bit eerily quiet. "Have you seen your own face in the sea of blood?" A sound like thunder exploded in Daz's ears. The rising blood mist turned into an indescribable hand and pressed on Daz's chest, and suddenly turned into spikes. At this moment, the huge stimulation made Daz, who was originally confused, go into hysterics. "Ah, get away!" Daz roared, and countless blades suddenly burst out from all over his body, just like Kagaya Kimamura's bone veins. The bloody hand was immediately scattered. The huge stimulation unexpectedly made Daz, whose strength had stagnated for a long time, break through. But at this time, Daz was obviously no longer in the mood to care about this. To be precise, his current mentality had collapsed and he didn't even realize that his strength had broken through. Being crushed and played with are secondary, but the most terrifying thing is this weird process. From the very beginning, his self-confidence was shattered with a single blow, and the already huge pressure directly broke through Daz's mental defense. Then, the urging voice kept echoing in my ears, and it moved like a ghost. After losing his eyes, the world was pitch black, as if he had fallen into an endless hell. The ghostly figure was driving the air around him, and his body was decomposed without any resistance. His own blood merged with this monster sea of blood, and he couldn't even tell whether the smell of blood in his nose was his own or someone else's. Coupled with the intense desire to survive that surged into his heart, all these factors combined, his mind suddenly went blank, leaving only escape and a bone-deep fear. "Go away dash," accompanied by the roar of filial piety. Daz, who had lost his arms, stumbled and ran wildly in a funny posture. The sharp blades on his body made him look like a hedgehog, and this protective blade provided him with even a slight sense of security. However, this fragile sense of security was ruthlessly shattered in the next moment. In the dark world, the sound of breaking wind suddenly became extremely dense. In almost just a few breaths, all of Daz's blades were cut off with the fire knife. Just in the flash of blood, there was no longer a piece of good flesh left on his body. My blood ended many lives. Like a breeze blowing by, Daz's running posture stagnated, and then he lost his balance and fell into the sea of blood. In mid-air, two thick thighs flew high into the air, and then fell back into the sea of blood. The sound of splashing water was particularly clear in Daz's ears. Daz, who had lost all his limbs, was floating in a sea of blood. Perhaps it was Mary's intention that he did not sink. An indescribable feeling of despair and powerlessness came to Daz's heart. Before coming, he never thought that he would die in such a miserable way. He thought that even if he faced a powerful enemy that was difficult to fight against, he could face death calmly for the boss. But he was wrong. He is not such a warrior, he is a shameless coward. The desire to survive constantly stimulated his brain, and for the first time he discovered that his desire to live was so strong. "Please, let me go, I can do anything for you, anything." Daz's teeth were chattering. He was cowardly, but he didn't care. He just wants to live now. The waves of the sea of blood suddenly stopped. Silence, silence. The weird sound that was everywhere before suddenly disappeared. A hint of joy for surviving the disaster appeared on Daz's face. The next moment, a wet hand touched his cheek. That ugly smile froze. Don't be like this." Daz's voice was trembling. He twisted his body hard and tried to struggle, but there were more and more bloody hands in the sea of blood. The blades that were constantly growing in his body were cut off the moment they grew, and the futile efforts continued to increase the wounds on his body. "Please stop. Please spare me, please." Aha. Desperately, Daz found that he couldn't even hold back his tears. However, that ghost-like voice appeared again, and this time it was a strange giggle. "Howl, howl, howl." The ear-piercing scream echoed in the blood, piercing Daz's heart like a sharp arrow. Finally, when bloody hands crawled all over his body, when Daz was finally slowly dragged into the sea of blood and sank, he made the last sound of his life. Ha 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 ha. This is a horrifying laugh that can make one's hair grow cold. Daz, crazy. Pure fear made Daz's mind go blank, and he couldn't think of anything else. Only the fear that filled his brain overwhelmed Daz's heart. However, the laughter stopped abruptly. Daz's body, soaked in blood, suddenly shriveled up visibly to the naked eye, and his hair quickly turned gray. In just a few seconds, Daz lost his breath. He died, but he died from the loss of his vitality. The sea of blood is still squirming. After a while, the viscous ocean gradually disappeared like an ebbing tide. Mary walked up to Daz's withered body, her face gloomy and her expression invisible. "Is this guess correct?" The originally terrifying and cold tone now turned cold, making it impossible to understand her inner thoughts. Whispers, blown away by the wind. When a person falls into extreme fear or even madness, his life force can also be absorbed by Mary. How is this extreme fear classified? What is the classification? Emotionally confused and without self-awareness? What does this have in common with the previously defined coma and unconsciousness, and what is the difference? Mary looked at Daz's shriveled body and pondered. The situation of extreme fear is obviously completely different from the previous coma. Just relying on self-awareness to judge whether the life force can be absorbed seems a bit narrow this time. It seems that the objects that the life fruit can absorb life force need to be broadened. After that, several more possibilities need to be designed for testing. Of course, if possible, try to experiment with some animals that are somewhat intelligent. Thinking about using humans for experiments, Mary still felt a little uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Mary stood up, ready to find Wai, and then headed towards the rainy land. Mary frowned. The surrounding area was filled with yellow sand and her field of vision was extremely narrow. In addition, because she was worried that Wai would be affected by the battle, Mary left her far away. As a result, I am now embarrassed and can't find anyone. After walking around in circles for a long time, Mary still didn't see Wai's shadow. Did this little girl run away on her own? Mary patted her forehead and said with a headache, "Calm down, Mary. If you think about it carefully, although the little girl Wai is kind, she is not an idiot. In this kind of environment, she would definitely not leave without any reason." Just after a second thought, Mary realized a key point. Dawes wouldn't challenge her alone. If she wanted to kill herself, Dawes's posture just now was obviously to anger her, which was not a wise choice for a killer. If you're not here to kill yourself, then, you're here to get information about yourself? Mary's hand movements paused, and she immediately realized what Wai was thinking. Is anyone watching? Haha, interesting. She immediately spread the blood, trying to sense Wai's position through this method. However, the strong sandstorm caused the blood mist she dispersed to disappear almost instantly, and it was completely unable to play a reconnaissance role. I hate the desert. Mary shook her head helplessly. It is theoretically possible to create a sea of blood for detection, but once the detection range is too large, the life force consumed in this way will be astronomical. Do you still have to rely on your own 2 feet to find someone in the end? I really want to learn about sex. After complaining about her desire for sex for the nth time, Mary was about to sneak into the wind and sand alone to find Wai. Then, she was stunned for a moment. In addition to blood perception, I seem to have a skill that can also be used as a large-scale detection skill. The smell of blood has disappeared. Is the battle over? Being able to kill Mr. One so quickly seems to be quite capable. Thump! Only a few hundred meters away from Mary, Wai, covered in blood, fell to the ground helplessly. Before him, an otter shuddered and knelt before a man. Wai raised her head with difficulty and asked unwillingly, "Why, you appear here, Crocodile?" The man in front of him had a slicked back hair, a long horizontal scar on his face, a dark complexion, an earring in his right ear, and a cigar in his mouth. His left hand has a gold hook and he likes to wear a black fur coat with an orange plaid long-sleeved shirt underneath. It's really the Shishibukai, the boss of Baroque Studio, Sand Crocodile. Well, she actually looked at me directly with this look. It seems that our dear little princess already knows a lot of things. Crocodile did not answer her words, but laughed in a nonchalant manner. Miss all Sunday? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's the last minute. Whether she betrays or not doesn't have much impact. Crocodile snorted coldly and looked down at Wai with a gloomy expression. However, you can actually face me and dare to take action. It seems that you have made some progress. When Wai heard this, she buried her head deeply and gritted her teeth until they almost broke. Damn it. She never dreamed that she originally just wanted to knock out the hidden eyes, but she directly ran into the most terrifying enemy. Originally, Wai thought that she did not follow Mr. One because she was not strong enough and Dawes thought that he would be a hindrance, so she did not follow him. In fact, when she saw Mr. 13, she thought her judgment was correct. Then Crocodile suddenly appeared. Like a ghost, he suddenly appeared from the wind and sand. With just one move, the blade-like gravel cut Wai's body black and blue. Although Crocodile's physical skills are weak, it depends on who he is dealing with. For Wai, Crocodile's physical skills are equally difficult to compete with. Within a few rounds, Wai was severely injured by Crocodile. Now Wai is already regretting why she was so reckless. Crocodile would actually appear here in person, which was unexpected. Damn it, don't come here, Lady Mary. Wai prayed in her heart that Mary would search for her after beating Dawes and go further and further away. Wai, who knew Crocodile's ability, knew very well that Crocodile in the desert was more terrifying than anyone she had ever seen. Even Mary now was far worse. She had seen with her own eyes the terrifying power of the heavy Shaolin released by Crocodile when he was annihilating the sand pirates. That is with the help of the power brought by nature. I will die when I die. My existence will not be of any special help to the country. But Lord Mary, you must leave, now you are the only one who can potentially save this country. Crocodile looked at the dying Wai at his feet and lost interest. Lao She has a gloomy and cautious character, and at the same time has absolute confidence in his own strength. After Datsa's reports for several days were transmitted back to the Rainland through the Roll Collar Marathon, Crocodile had a rough assessment of Mary's strength. Higher than almost all the cotters under his command, but still far behind himself. After issuing a summons to other Baroque studio officials, Crocodile arranged the affairs of the Rainland, and then directly followed the route where Dawes was, attacking Mary and his party in the opposite direction. He is a wily master, and it is expected that Mary and others may not realize that their whereabouts have been exposed to Crocodile's intelligence early on. Judging from the location and route sent back by Dawes, they must have wanted to be quick with their troops, so they took the shortest road to the Rainy-land. After being harassed several times by sand bandits and tortured by sandstorms, they were in their worst condition when they were about to arrive in the Rainy-land. Moreover, without the source of intelligence, they did not expect that they already knew everything about their situation. At this time, Crocodile was waiting for work and suddenly attacked. The battle took place in the desert, and it was also a home battle. In this case, Crocodile has the right time, place, and people, and there is no possibility of being overturned. When a lion fights a rabbit, he also uses all his strength. Crocodile, who is very confident in his own strength, still has such calculations, and his scheming is terrifying. Although Mary is a second-generation human being, she still lacks experience in this area. The only thing that surprised Crocodile was that Dawes would be defeated so quickly. According to the available information, Mary is obviously very good at manipulating blood. In the previous intelligence sent back by Dawes, it was never mentioned that Mary had the ability to use blood. But this time, just when Crocodile arrived, Dawes attacked, and then died. The pungent smell of blood seemed to tell Crocodile what the ability to kill Dawes was. Mainly because Crocodile made a temporary plan for the halfway attack because of the route of Mary and the two of them, and he didn't have time to notify Dawes to change the plan. Originally, he thought that Dawes could keep his composure and would not take action rashly before he arrived. But who knew that Dawes would actually take action against Mary and others just as Crocodile arrived? As a result, Crocodile, who had just searched for the location of the two of them in the vast desert, just killed Wai, and the strong smell of blood disappeared. There are only two possibilities: Mary is dead or Dawes is dead. But judging from the information that Mary can kill Mr. 5 instantly, the most likely person to die is Dawes. Crocodile took a breath with some irritation. If he had come a little earlier or a little later, he wouldn't be so upset. Unlike the others, Dawes is his true confidant. His death made Crocodile quite distressed, and Mary's strength was somewhat beyond Crocodile's expectations. He never thought that Mary could kill Dawes in less than a stick of incense. After all, Dawes is quite capable. Unlike Mary's absolute control over blood, although Crocodile is a user with the ability of the sand fruit, he cannot make the entire desert sand become his hands and feet. His control is also limited in scope and degree, although it is also limited in scope and degree. He could control it, but it was completely different from Mary's state of controlling her own blood. This makes it impossible for Crocodile to remotely use the sand to detect the situation and provide support beyond visual range. Compared with Eneru, Lisha has not yet seen the power of domineering, and has a high degree of development, but he cannot attack beyond visual range. At the same time, Mary's strength is also something that Lao Sha has missed. Due to various coincidences, Lao Sha sadly lost Dawes, a handy and powerful subordinate. Hey, Wai. Lao Sha knelt down and looked at Wai, that group of people who came with you. Straw Hat, where did they go? Starting from rapeseed flowers, the Straw Hats and others parted ways with Mary and others. Although Crocodile did not think they could pose a threat, Nico Robin followed the group. He seeks the country for the Pluto of Alabasta. Even if Nico Robin betrays him, he still has to rely on Robin to interpret the historical text, otherwise he will have wasted such a long time in business. After dealing with Mary, he will go and capture Nico Robin. Wai closed her mouth tightly and remained silent. Tisk! Crocodile snorted coldly and hit Wai on the head with his golden hook. The huge force made Wai groan. Even if you don't tell me, I can probably guess it. Crocodile stood up, his broad muzzle blocking the sun. Crocodile is backlit, with shadows all over his face. Yin Kalem also left with him. If these two groups are traveling together, then they are going to Albina, right? Looking at Wai, who said nothing, Crocodile shook his head. It's useless, your innocent princess. Do you think they will be of any use when they get there? Your father is no longer the same father. Moreover, the main strength of Baroque Studio is not in UD at all, but in Albina. The situation is over and your country has no hope. Crocodile coldly issued a judgment to Wai. However, Wai raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. No, as long as you die, Baroque Studio will not be able to exist at all. It's not going to go well with you, Crocodile. For the first time, her voice was frighteningly cold, as if she knew she was about to die and naturally didn't bother to hide her thoughts. Oh, you are right. But, who can kill me? Crocodile smiled disdainfully. Just because of that brat who is younger than you? You'd better pray that she doesn't die too ugly. You are not as good as her, Wai said suddenly. Crocodile's eyes narrowed, and his intimidating gaze enveloped Wai's heart. However, Wai smiled, and that smile looked quite dazzling in contrast to Crocodile's dead face. The more a person plays tricks, the more he will be limited by his own heart. You won't see more things, Crocodile, you are not as good as Lady Mary. You don't have the courage of a strong man. The rats hiding in the sewers will not end well. Wai Wei said these vicious words that were completely out of character for her. This sentence stuck in Crocodile's heart. Crocodile was silent for a moment and twisted his neck. Don't you know what a loser does when he provokes a strong person? His face became more and more gloomy. On the golden hook in his hand, the highly toxic scorpion venom seemed to be seeping out. Am I going to die? Wai Wei looked at Crocodile's raised hand, completely fearless. She had said everything she wanted to say. Bringing Lady Mary here, to this land, was the last thing she could do for her motherland and her people. My only regret is probably not being able to witness the final outcome. Thinking of this, Wai Wei's clear eyes met Crocodile's eyes, and his golden hook was about to be cut off in the next moment. There was a sudden pulse beneath the surface of the desert. Crocodile is extremely sensitive to changes in sand. Almost as soon as the sand moved, he reacted and quickly controlled the sand to press downward. However, the foreign object under the sand layer passed through the cracks in the sand like water, without any loss in speed. Like water. Crocodile was shocked. Could it be that he subconsciously wanted to activate the ability of the shasha fruit to absorb liquid, but his wrong reaction just now made him a step slower? A ball of bright red suddenly pierced out from under the sand, forming a wide, flat bloody blade that cut Crocodile in half. And a figure walked out of the blood and landed in front of Wai Wei. You can give me a good meal. Wai Wei stared blankly at the black figure in front of her, watching Mary tense her gloves calmly. I said, Wai Wei. Mary turned her back to Wai Wei and said, even if you have to drive alone, you should at least let me know. She half tilted her head and smiled at Wai Wei. My cloak is still with you. Wai Wei muttered something in her mouth, but made no sound. Ah. Mary shook her head and sent out a ball of blood to wrap up Wai Wei. Leave here, Wai Wei. Leave by yourself and rush to the Rainland. You said it yourself, it's only half a day's journey from the Rainland. Even if there are no supplies, you should be able to get there by yourself, right? Hearing this, Wai Wei was startled and hurriedly stood up. Okay, but what will you do about Mary? Me? Of course I'm staying here. Mary shrugged. Although it is different from what I thought, I finally met Crocodile. Don't forget why I came here. Don't stay here and hold me back. Mary said coldly and threw a tube of potion to Wai Wei. Stay away from here and drink it. Your injuries will be slightly better. This cloak is entrusted to you for the time being. After I resolve the matter here, I will go back to get it back from you. After saying that, without waiting for Wai Wei to speak, Mary snapped her fingers. Mary! Vivi reached out her hand to Mary. The blood wrapped in Wai Wei instantly caught the potion thrown by Mary, wrapped in Wai Wei and exploded at an astonishing high speed, flying into the distance. When Mary reached the limit of controlling the blood turned into a hand and threw Wai Wei away with all her strength. After going back and forth, Wai Wei was instantly thrown 1,000 meters away from the battlefield by Mary. Mary watched Wai Wei's rapidly shrinking figure in silence until she disappeared from sight. Have you finished speaking? On one side, Crocodile's gloomy and hoarse voice came. Mary turned her head and saw that Lao Sha's waist was slowly healing like wind and sand. Although water can prevent Lao Sha from elementalizing, as a natural type, he can actively elementalize to avoid slashing attacks. The bloody blade that Mary attacked just now did not cause actual damage to Lao Sha. That's it. Mary smiled freely. Thank you for not disturbing me just now to send her away. Snort. Lao Sha snorted coldly. The existence of that little girl will not stir up any excitement. I have no intention of disturbing others' enjoyment. Crocodile stroked his golden hook and looked at Mary calmly. In comparison, I'm more curious about you. What does the princess say about someone who dares to challenge me directly? What does it look like? Oh, are you disappointed? Seeing me look so young. Mary chatted quite easily as if she and Crocodile were acquaintances. Haha, it's not a good thing to judge people by their appearance. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. To be able to kill Mr. One so quickly, you have 2 brushes. Moreover, what I am more curious about now is, how did you find this place? It is not easy to find people in this long yellow sand. Matter. Oh, are you talking about this? Mary raised her eyebrows. This is a secret, I can't tell you. The ability to find Wai Wei and others was all thanks to Mao's geese. The search range of Mao's geese is 500 meters. Mary can use geese to observe her heartbeat while running quickly in the desert. It's unusual for a place like this to be able to detect voices. Any place where there are people is most likely where Wai Wei is. By constantly running and changing places, Mary can roughly determine where Wai Wei is by the appearance and disappearance of her heart's voice. The principle is very simple, and this power has not been consumed. Apart from the possibility of losing control, it is actually a perfect skill. It was naturally impossible for Mary to talk to Crocodile about this ability to analyze the other person's psychology. Is that so? That's right. It's well known that I can't show others my abilities. It was me who said unnecessary things. Crocodile shook his head, took off the cigar from his mouth, and knocked it gently. You are a Marine, right? You can tell by your attire. Why, do the Marines want to interfere with my Shishibukai's business? From your point of view, there seems to be no reason to do this, right? Or do you think my actions violate the Navy's justice? The next moment, Crocodile's figure turned into wind and sand and stood in front of Mary in a flash, looking down at her condescendingly. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what is your name and which department of the Navy are you from? How can a strong young man who can easily kill Dawes become so unknown in the Navy? As a Shishibukai, I can give you a chance. If you leave Alabasta now, I can let you go with your life. After all, at least as a nominal ally, I don't want to go too far. The feeling of oppression, the pressure of a big pirate. Mary looked at Crocodile expressionlessly, feeling his majestic aura. But, not enough, not enough. For Mary, who had once faced Shanks, Crocodile's aura was far from enough. My name is Mary Vinicius. I come from the East China Sea, she replied succinctly. I see, the Navy in the East China Sea, no wonder I haven't heard of it. Crocodile's eyes flashed with disdain. My masters are Garp and Zifa. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. Who? Garp and Zifa. Crocodile took a deep breath and calmed himself down. What exciting information. When did these two Navy bosses take on their apprentices? Of these two people, one was once a general, and the other was once an old enemy of the Pirate King. If you pick one of these two guys out at random, it won't be a problem to kill him alone. The little girl in front of me is actually the apprentice of these two people? Are you talking nonsense? Otherwise, why would I have no relevant information at all? No, it's possible. This can just explain why such a young girl can kill Dawes quickly and alone. The one who can be favored by two monsters must also be a monster. The most important thing to note now is that if what Mary said is true, then, did Garp and Zifa also arrive in Alabasta? If these two people get to Alabasta, Crocodile's eyes narrowed. Damn, Wai Wei and Yin Kalem. He immediately realized something was wrong. If these two people who know the truth reveal everything to Garp and Zifa, Crocodile's scalp went numb when he thought of what would happen next. No, we have to catch up and kill Wai Wei. The murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Mary looked at Crocodile's changing expression. Having been driving geese, she knew exactly what Crocodile was thinking. Originally, she was happy to see the previous misunderstanding about Crocodile come to fruition, but when she found out that Crocodile had murderous intentions towards Wai Wei and others, Mary knew that this method of intimidation would not work. This guy was not cowardly at all. At this juncture, he wanted to kill someone and silence him. In this way, even he is the target of his silence, so trying to use background as a deterrent is completely useless. Mary sighed a little regretfully. Before Crocodile could make up her mind to take action, she directly said, "But this time I'm the only one here. Since we all have to face this guy Crocodile, it's better not to implicate others. It can be considered as leaving a way out for Wai Wei and others, giving them room to breathe." Crocodile was stunned for a moment, frowned and looked at Mary, realizing that he couldn't figure out her thoughts. "Oh, you're so generous, and you told me about your helpless predicament?" As he said that, Crocodile sneered, "This is a taboo." "Ah, I know." Mary twisted her neck indifferently, "But there is no point in dragging you. Originally, I didn't come here because of the so-called justice, I just wanted to come. No one can help me. Your enemy is only me from beginning to end. In this case, it's better to explain it clearly. Think of it this way, with your character, you won't trouble others." Crocodile raised his eyebrows and looked at Mary with a half-smile. "Interesting, is that what you think?" After pondering for a moment, Crocodile looked at Mary and nodded. "I admire you. Now that you have said this, I am too lazy to chase down other people. I really won't do something that is thankless and looked down upon by my descendants. I promise you, as long as Wai Wei doesn't take the initiative to mess with me in the future, I won't kill her. But you have to think about it. You are no match for me. If you do this, what will happen to you? Do you understand?" Crocodile's voice became colder and colder as he spoke, and in the end, it even took on a coercive tone. Hearing these words, Mary smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I'm not sure if that guy will mess with you. I know." After muttering to herself in a low voice, Mary adjusted her clothes, raised her head, and looked at Crocodile coldly. "The purpose of my coming here is to help that idiot save the country. One thing you and I have in common is that we both think she is stupid, but we are also a little different. You are disdainful of that idiot, but I appreciate her stupidity. That's why I came to help her. It's that simple?" Crocodile was a little surprised. "Yes, it's that simple. It has nothing to do with the Navy's position. This is what I want to do." Mary took a deep breath, pulled out the knife, stuck it in the sand, straightened her body, held the knife, and stared at Crocodile. "My name is Mary Vinicius. Crocodile, I am here to destroy you." At this moment, it seemed that even the wind that roared all day long had stopped. The air between Mary and Crocodile seemed to be still, or captured by Mary's aura. Crocodile's eyes narrowed and he stared at Mary's expressionless face. But Mary looked directly at him without fear, without any wavering. Hee, ha ha ha. Crocodile suddenly laughed. Now that the younger generations of the Navy are gradually withering away, there is still such a bloody idiot appearing. Since we are born as human beings, we naturally have to make some unreasonable decisions. Just like me challenging you now, just like you trying to challenge Whitebeard. Mary said these words without any emotion, causing Crocodile's laughter to stop. You know a lot. Crocodile said grimly. I think I know more than you. Mary fought back at Crocodile without showing any signs of weakness. For a guy who calls himself a man on the sea, this kind of tough performance can actually gain the other party's respect and buy her more time. Let Wai Wei go further so that Mary can let go and fight Crocodile. Unlike Crocodile's expectation, Mary's ability determined that she would not feel any physical fatigue. Crocodile's idea of waiting for work did not work for Mary. But even so, Crocodile is a truly powerful enemy that Mary has never faced before, and there is no room for Mary not to deal with it with all her strength. Therefore, as the person who is the easiest to hold back, Mary still has to keep her as far away from here as possible. I see, did Garp and Zifa tell you? Crocodile said to himself. Forget it, there's no point thinking about this now. But boy, you have to think about it. Crocodile looked gloomy and slowly stretched out the golden hook in his hand. In an instant, a huge sandstorm burst out of thin air and roared violently in the air. Unlike Whitebeard, I will not be left alive. You have to think carefully, you will pay with your life for your impulse. Even now, Crocodile does not want to really kill Mary, and is still giving her a chance to regret it. First of all, what Mary said about her identity made Crocodile suspicious. If she really died in Alabasta, Crocodile might really be killed by Garp and Zifa. At this time, Crocodile didn't know that Mary had actually never met Zifa, and she had also sneaked out. Secondly, it's just like Mary admiring Vivi's stupidity. Crocodile also appreciated Mary's stupidity. After all, he was just plain stupid in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much to Mary now. Mary closed her eyes, raised her head, opened her eyes, and looked at the sun on Mo Lake. Do you know what chaos justice is? What? Crocodile asked subconsciously. It doesn't matter your identity or background, income or price, just do what you really want to do. I didn't expect that I would be quite suitable for this. Mary said this. It seemed like he was talking to Crocodile. However, in fact, she was having a conversation with herself, or in other words, with her past self and herself with a system. I see. No wonder the system on my body has this name, which is quite interesting. Mary thought, and for the first time she became curious about the creator of the system. During this period, I sometimes wonder if I am getting tired of challenging you. Only then did Mary look at the aggressive Crocodile, but her tone was full of indifference that was inappropriate for her age. My strength is far inferior to yours. Facing you is a narrow escape. Maybe it's best if I ignore Wai Wei. Maybe one day in the future I can come and help her get revenge. Maybe this way, I can live a better, more stable and more comfortable life. But that's impossible. Mary suddenly pulled out the knife, and the blade was facing Crocodile. This is not my wish, it is a rational idea, but it is not a wise choice. At the end of the day, my wishes won't change. I didn't extend my life just to survive, nor did I gain life to create hegemony. My eyes can't see that far, and even if I could see it, it wouldn't change. I was given life in order to live a wonderful life. Come on, Sand Crocodile. Let me see what the Shishibukai is capable of. Hee. Crocodile chuckled twice and looked at Mary with an extremely cold and appreciative gaze. Not bad momentum, as you wish. The entire newspaper office became restless, looking at Wai Wei walking upstairs. Who is that guy? Why is he covered in blood? I don't know, it feels scary. Does anyone know what she's here for? I don't know. The editor-in-chief is here. Maybe he's one of those intelligence informants? Does anyone know her? I don't know him. I've never seen this person before. The staff talked a lot, and the editor-in-chief invited Wai Wei to a separate office. This calm middle-aged man sat down on the main seat very naturally and stretched out his hand gently. Sit. Wai Wei looked at the clean sofa and then at her clothes, a little hesitant. It doesn't matter. If you really have any big news, don't worry about this. The editor-in-chief smiled slyly at Wai Wei. After all, I work in the news, and big news is the most important thing to me. And you still come to the newspaper office with this injury, you don't seem to be a joker. Wai Wei nodded and then sat down gently. The editor-in-chief also leaned down, resting his hands on the coffee table, and looked at Wai Wei with squinted eyes. Then please, Wai Wei nodded and whispered, the news I want to talk about is related to the Shishibukai crocodile. The editor-in-chief suddenly became energetic and clapped his hands to greet the people outside the door. Wai Wei smartly remained silent, and not long after, a very capable-looking man walked in with a notebook. Seeing the man walking in, the editor-in-chief motioned to the man with his eyes. Wai Wei saw the exchange between the two and continued to explain. After learning that the boss of Baroque Studio was Crocodile, Wai Wei connected many things. Instigating internal affairs, starting wars, and even being in a state of drought are all factors that Wai Wei deduced to be the reasons for dancing fans. There are some things that Wai Wei can't be 100% sure about, but now she doesn't care too much and will throw all possible dirty water on Crocodile. She will now try her best to make this matter more sensational and let it be exposed by the newspapers. Now Wai Wei has no means of contacting the outside world, and she doesn't know what Mary's status is in the Navy. But she believed that when the world's largest newspaper reported the incident and everyone knew about it, Mary, who was also reported, would definitely attract the attention of relevant personnel in the Navy. For this reason, she must make this matter more sensational and storytelling. Now Wai Wei can only pray that Mary can hold on until the Navy arrives for support. The editor-in-chief was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat as he listened to Wai Wei's detailed account of everything done by Crocodile and Baroque Studio. Shichibukai, who is a hero on the surface, is actually doing this kind of thing behind his back, and he actually has plans to seek the country. And it almost worked? He immediately realized that this matter could definitely be called big news. In the past few months, there has been no breaking news in the world. This news will definitely make the headquarters pay attention to Layman and make him prosperous. The editor-in-chief's eyes shone. When he was excited, he immediately asked Wai Wei, "Who is your excellency and why do you know so much?" Wai Wei was silent for a moment, lifted up her hair, and exposed her scarred cheek. Senior Cotter of Baroque Studio, daughter of Cobra, the 12th king of the kingdom of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. As a royal, her words will be more convincing. Although the country is now generally disgusted with the rule of the Nefertari family, Wai Wei is widely loved by the people. Her identity will make these news even more valuable. Wow! The editor-in-chief looked horrified, stood up, and brought many things on the coffee table to the ground. "Your Highness," the man who was writing vigorously couldn't help but exclaimed. "Silence!" Wai Wei showed the majesty of a royal family at this moment, and her solemn expression made the editor and recorder remain silent. Cough, cough, cough. Wai Wei coughed loudly to relieve the pain caused by the injury, and continued to say in a hoarse voice, "I'm not done yet, it's more than that. Right now, Crocodile is out fighting a marine." Wai Wei took off her cloak and unfolded it on the coffee table. The bright red word justice is shocking. This marine was accidentally rescued by me from a shipwreck. She was the one who saved me from other senior officials when my identity was exposed while lurking in Baroque Studio. Moreover, after she learned about the chaos in Alabasta, she followed me to Alabasta without hesitation. Now, she is alone in the desert, fighting to the death with Crocodile for justice. Wai Wei opened her eyes wide and looked at the editor-in-chief. "Her name is Mary, I hope you can report her out as well." The editor-in-chief said nothing. Wai Wei's expression changed and she stood up immediately. But this movement was too violent, pulling on the wound, causing Wai Wei to take a breath. Suddenly, the editor-in-chief's face turned red. "Big news, this is really big news. His Majesty Shichibukai betrayed his trust and conspired to overthrow the power of the countries that joined the world government. The royal princess endured the humiliation and went deep into the enemy camp to investigate the truth. The fallen navy adhered to the creed in his heart and sacrificed his life for justice." Very good. He was so excited that he lost his temper and shouted in a daze. Wai Wei was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled by the crazy look of the editor-in-chief. This is the obsession of news people. With such big news, the editor-in-chief may be promoted to a prosperous place like Shampoo. The recorder explained to Wai Wei with admiration in his eyes. Wai Wei nodded in sudden realization and looked at the extremely excited editor-in-chief. It wasn't until he slowly recovered from his frenzy that he spoke, "Then I'll leave this matter to you." The editor-in-chief looked at Wai Wei and nodded. "Don't worry, this news will be written by me and sent to the headquarters as soon as possible. Believe me, you will definitely see this news on the front page of the next newspaper." He smiled confidently and added, "If I can't get this level of news to make the headlines, then I will say goodbye to this industry forever." When Wai Wei heard this, she was also amused by the editor-in-chief's mood. Shaking her head, she put the cloak back on her body, her expression becoming serious again. "Then, I'll take my leave. My identity doesn't allow me to stay here any longer. If anyone comes to trouble you, you can put all the problems on me. I believe Crocodile is not crazy enough to take revenge on the newspaper. Degree." After saying that, she turned and left. Exposure was not enough, she had to think of more ways to help Mary. The editor-in-chief was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed and he quickly took out a camera phone from under the coffee table. Kaka. In one photo, Wai Wei's back covered in blood is wearing a cloak of justice, looking particularly determined. This must be the biggest news in these months. The editor-in-chief looked at the photo and murmured, "I admit, you are stronger now." Crocodile's roar reached Mary's ears, and the next moment, the earth shook, boom. The entire desert seemed to have sunk several meters. Mary's feet were empty and her body suddenly lost balance. The sudden sinking caused Mary's body to fall. However, Crocodile turned into wind and sand and escaped the fatal blow. The roaring sound of the earth made Mary regain her clarity a little, and she couldn't help but be stunned by what was happening in front of her. What? Just as Mary was about to scream, Mouse Geese read Crocodile's inner thoughts. Fortunately, there are underground water veins under the surface near the rainy land. Underground veins? Mary's eyes narrowed. Desert sunflower. The desert sunflower controls the flow of water veins under the dunes, and then controls the dunes to form life-devouring quicksand to bury the enemy alive, which is called the desert coffin without tombstones. The fact that Crocodile was able to activate desert sunflower before showed that this area has underground water veins. Then, could it be said, although draining the underground water veins will make the rainland barren, the situation has now been reversed. Hearing Crocodile's inner thoughts, Mary gritted her teeth. Drain the underground water veins and let the earth sink, thus forcibly interrupting Mary's attack. This kind of whimsical tactic can only be done by experienced people. Mary threw bloody arrows in midair and shot at Crocodile, trying to use this method to forcefully approach Crocodile. Don't even think about it. Crocodile, who had roughly figured out the mechanism of Mary's teleportation, slammed out 2 sand spears, hitting the blood arrows squarely, then suck it dry in a flash. Winter! A dull sound sounded, and Mary hit the quicksand. After just a pause, she started running quickly. You must not stop at this time. Once you fall into the quicksand, you will not be able to escape. Mary watched Crocodile out of the corner of her eye, trying to find his flaws. The rain shuttle blasted out, and a sand wall surrounded Crocodile, and all the blood that hit the sand wall was sucked dry. Even the blood shuttles with demonic flames were wiped out by the massive amount of yellow sand. Even the flying battle attacks with ghostly aura were all neutralized by the desert sword. Crocodile flew higher and higher, and with the help of natural sandstorms, he floated to a height of 60 or 70 meters above the ground. At this distance, Crocodile would have enough reaction time if Mary on the ground wanted to launch any attack. At this time, Mary was shocked to realize a huge weakness in herself. Facing an opponent like Crocodile who could completely resist the blood shower, she didn't have a suitable long-range attack method. The Devil's Flame must be carried by one's own body and weapons. If the amount is not enough, it cannot break through Shah's defense line. However, his swordsmanship was insufficient and he lacked the aura of armament. Even if his flying slash was not obliterated, it would not be able to hurt Crocodile at all. As long as the current Crocodile disperses into the sandstorm and absorbs the blood inspired by Mary, Mary will not even be able to find anyone else. After being prepared for Mary's special investigative methods, the biggest obstacle between Mary and Crocodile was the lack of knowledge in domineering. The opportunity has now been missed. Mary kept trying to get closer to Crocodile, but was finally knocked back by the rough and large sandstorm AoE. Tisk, the home battle of the natural system. Mary cursed bitterly. It's really unreasonable. Crocodile looked down at Mary, who was running in embarrassment. Her current speed, strength and momentum still gave him chills, but in fact, she was no longer a threat to Crocodile. Her main attack method has been figured out by Crocodile in these rounds of fighting. With advanced precautions, it will be difficult to hurt Crocodile. Although the Overlord's Haki and Ghost Aura are terrifying, it is simply impossible to defeat Crocodile with these two things alone based on Mary's level. As long as Crocodile, who had sneaked into the wind and sand, was on guard, there was no way Mary, who did not have two-color domineering power, could compete with him now. Crocodile's face looked pale due to the severe pain, but because of this, his stiff expression looked even more cold and angry. I take back my previous comment that you are a fool. Your strength is indeed worthy of your lies. Crocodile raised his only remaining right hand and turned his palm upward. The desert began to boil like boiling water, and endless waves of sand surged up, making it even more difficult for Mary to dodge. To be able to hurt me to this point, you are indeed the only unstable factor in Alabasta and an enemy worthy of my full strength. As he spoke, he made a fist with his hand and pressed down. That's all, goodbye. From all directions, countless sand pythons rose from the ground, and their bodies that were more than 10 meters thick smashed at Mary. At first, Mary could still avoid these giant pythons with her quickness. However, the sea of sand continued to surge, and Mary finally had no time to dodge and was hit in the head. My body has reached its limit. Mary gritted her teeth and kept burning the demonic flames, desperately resisting the crushing force of the sand. Then, countless giant pythons followed, and roars resounded through the desert. Crocodile kept controlling the sand python to crash into Mary's place with an expressionless face. Boom! 3 hours, more than 3 hours of smashing, the sand in this area was smashed into a solid state, and thousands of sand pythons were smashed. Even with the huge consumption that even him in a home game can't bear, Crocodile will smash her into an abyss that she will never climb out of, and smash her into pieces. Boom! Finally, a huge sand boa nearly 100 meters in diameter crashed down. Crocodile waved his hand, and the surrounding sand rushed here, forming a spectacular and huge sand dune where Mary was buried. He was going to use this method to press Mary's body into the depths of the earth, and she would never be able to stand up again. Looking at this spectacular scene, Crocodile finally let out a sigh of relief. He stared at the burial ground and whispered, "If you still can't die after getting to this point, then I'll admit it." Well, Crocodile gritted his teeth and covered the broken part of his left arm in pain. The battle was finally over, and this serious injury finally became too much for him. Looking around, I found that my broken arm was nowhere to be found. The extremely large-scale AoE just now was the result of Crocodile trying his best to activate his ability. It is only natural that one arm is covered under the desert. However, Crocodile's control over sand is not as good as Mary's control over blood. After all, the sand is not part of your body. There is really no way to find your own broken arm by relying on the perception of sand. He covered his broken wound and sighed. Forget it, just think of it as a lesson in underestimating the enemy. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and flew towards the rain. He suffered such a big loss for underestimating Mary. Now even if he thought Wai Wei and others were not a threat, he had to treat them carefully. If such a weakling were to force him into danger again without paying attention, Crocodile would really be making a fool of himself. It is necessary to summon the strength of his men immediately, mobilize all forces as soon as possible, and then launch the originally delayed plan. Take down Alabasta's regime as soon as possible, capture Nico Robin, interpret the text of history, and obtain Hades. In addition, Wai Wei must be arrested and imprisoned in time. Although he was too lazy to kill her, if she told her about her fight with Mary, he would be the #1 suspect once Mary disappeared. Although it is impossible to be sure whether what Mary said is true, but if Garp and Zifa are provoked. Thinking of this, Crocodile felt cold all over. He now has an ominous premonition, and his many years of experience at sea have made him clear that this feeling is by no means groundless. Things are going to change in Alabasta, and this Navy rookie is the sign before the storm. If you don't finish everything, things will change soon. The sound of water dripping kept echoing in Mary's ears, causing her closed eyes to frown slightly, clatter. Suddenly, a drop of cold water fell on her face. Mary opened her eyes suddenly, and a decisive momentum was released involuntarily. Calm down, Sister Mary. Just as she was trying to ignite her own flame, Mary was surprised to find that she had lost all power. Then, She's voice came to his ears. "This is your mental world." She's eyes were filled with worry. Mary was startled, calmed down, and smiled bitterly. "It seems I'm really seriously injured. Will involuntarily enter the world of mental images. The last time was because he was beaten unconscious by Garp. Just now, she had been desperately releasing the demonic flames to resist the onslaught of the sandstorm. She didn't know how long she resisted, and gradually became numb. I don't know when the attacks on me finally stopped, and a string that had been tight was broken by this sudden relaxation." When she came back to her senses, Mary had already appeared in the mental world. "It's really embarrassing." Mary sighed with emotion as she gradually recalled everything. The gap in physical strength was still too big. Facing the prepared Crocodile, she couldn't even hurt him at all. Mary had never had an idea of how terrifying the natural element of the home battle was before, but she finally experienced it this time. The terrible feeling that the whole world was dominated by it left an indelible and terrifying impression on Mary. Shaking her head vigorously, she shook out the scene of yellow sand reaching the sky. She looked at her mental world and unexpectedly discovered that the edge of the sky had begun to turn white. "This is..." Mary pointed to a glimmer of light on the skyline with some confusion. "Maybe it's because, Sister Mary, your mentality has changed for the better recently." She raised her little head thoughtfully. "The environment in Sister Mary's mental world is gradually getting better. Many ruins have disappeared, and I don't know where those messy decorations have gone." "Is that so?" When Mary heard this, she nodded with some relief. "It seems that my experience during this period is not fruitless. But then it's time to..." How is your progress in this mental world?" Mary shook her head and stopped thinking about these things for the time being. Instead, he turned to she and asked. "The mental world is the advanced skill she is most likely to master at present. Now that she is facing a powerful enemy, the status of the skill is of great importance. It's basically completely integrated." She nodded and smiled at Mary. Mary looked happy and was about to speak when she was interrupted by she. "But she is not the master of the mental world yet." Mary, who had just become happy, looked stiff and asked subconsciously, "Why?" She pointed to an unknown place and explained to Mary, "Sister Mary, do you remember? Your past consciousness split, and the little girl's consciousness did not merge. In this case, I cannot become the master." She turned to Mary seriously and explained. "This world is inherently incomplete, and I can't control it even if I fuse it. It belongs to 3 souls. It's like this again." Mary covered her forehead with a headache and asked tangledly, "What can you do?" Sure enough, she still shook his head. She has always been in this world and has no understanding of Sister Mary's world. Sister Mary still has to solve this problem herself. However, at this point, she's conversation changed. However, she has not been without any thoughts for such a long time. She is still very smart. Oh? Mary's eyes lit up and she looked at she expectantly. She coughed twice and explained, she feels that these two consciousnesses, and their way of existence, are ultimately Sister Mary's subconscious. She, who is very proficient in the world of mental images, carefully analyzed Mary. If Sister Mary can act according to her subconscious mind, will she be able to fuse the split subconscious minds again? After she finished speaking, he looked at Mary seriously. At this time, Mary's expression was quite shocked. Extreme intention. Mary said to herself, I see, is this what you mean? Mary narrowed her eyes, hugged she and said with a smile, that's a big help. Father, like son. Mary, who had been struggling with her own psychological problems, thought for the first time that her own psychological problems were probably the biggest reason for the emergence of Ge. A blessing in disguise? Can't tell. A more appropriate analogy would be, overcoming inner demons? Then the strength increases greatly, and the accumulation is accumulated? Mary raised her eyebrows, her thoughts already drifting away. However, it was she who brought Mary back from her racing thoughts. She pushed Mary away with her little hands and said, Sister Mary, you can't stay here any longer. Mary looked at Xiangxi intently and saw her looking at Mary with a worried expression. The state of the mental image world can reflect the real world. Sister Mary, the mental image world has become a bit illusory, she said worriedly. Hearing this, Mary's expression changed, and she suddenly remembered that her body in the real world was still in a very dangerous situation. Thinking of this, she couldn't sit still. I might have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. For a while, Mary couldn't think of how to explain the specific situation to so she could only deal with it with a little guilt. Fortunately, she was so sensible and heartwarming that she didn't say a word. Instead, she waved her hand and drove Mary back. Mary couldn't care less and immediately sent her consciousness back. Tick-tock. In her chaotic consciousness, Mary felt the sound of water again. There was a strong smell of blood in the nose, and there was a sweet taste in the throat. Mary, who was gradually waking up, just felt it for a moment and realized what a miserable situation she was in now. Due to the constant burning demonic flames, the surrounding sand was completely baked and crystallized, forming a spherical shell, which to a certain extent barely protected itself from being directly impacted by the sand python. But the continuous high pressure will forcefully break the spherical shell sooner or later, so Mary secretes a large amount of blood in the spherical shell and turns it into a column, which supports the spherical shell and will not be broken by the sand python. Crocodile was very aggressive this time, and with great expenditure, he gave all the sand that he smashed down the property of absorbing moisture. So much so that Mary had to frantically produce blood to fight against it. After Crocodile's bombardment finally stopped, Mary lost consciousness, and all the blood that had lost control settled down, forming a pool of scarlet blood in the spherical shell. But that's not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is, after activating the backlash of the Demon Sword's forbidden technique, the long-term blood explosion, and the demonic flame burning for several hours, his life force was exhausted. Yes, it was exhausted. Her life force could only keep her alive for about a few months. If used in high-intensity combat, it may be exhausted in an instant. If Crocodile chose to bombard for a few more minutes, Mary would probably really die here. All I can say is that life should not be cut off, and there is still a slight possibility of a comeback. Feeling the shocking emptiness in her body, Mary finally realized how close she was to death. Since receiving the life fruit, this is the first time that I have been forced to the point where my life force is exhausted. Her vitality was so poor that she could no longer activate the superspeed regeneration passive. The sweet taste in her throat and severe pain all over her body were the reasons why her internal injuries had not healed. Crocodile, how to deal with it? Mary gritted her teeth. Now is not the time to think about this. The first thing to think about now is how to escape. After the indiscriminate bombardment just now, even Mary knew that she was probably buried deep underground now. The key is that I don't know how deep I am buried now. If she is unable to enter other dimensions for a long time, Mary, who has very little vitality, will most likely suffocate to death. Calm down, you must be calm in critical moments. Mary took a deep breath to calm herself down. Putting on the heart of blood slaughter, all the negative emotions in her heart were immediately blocked. This allowed her to think carefully about how to escape. Blood survey. Just use this blood to survey and slowly seep out, so that you can roughly know where you are. Mary controlled the blood in the blood pool, turning it into blood threads, carefully breaking the already extremely fragile spherical shell, and extending it upward. Keep extending, swimming through the gaps in the gravel, trying to avoid being absorbed by the sand as much as possible. Now Mary no longer has the capital to make crazy blood. However, something desperate happened. When Mary detected the blood as far as she could, hundreds of meters above her head, it was still out of sight and covered by yellow sand. The solid feeling of sand told her this place is still far from the ground. But can't get out. Mary gritted her teeth reluctantly. He was seriously injured, and he did not have enough vitality to recover from his injuries. Even if his body was equipped with ghost energy, there was no way he could penetrate such a thick layer of sand. As for other methods, they will more or less consume a lot of vitality, which is even more unrealistic. Is it possible that he really wants to die under this ground? Mary clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned white. I had thought that I might not be able to defeat Crocodile, but dying deep underground, being suffocated to death, this way of death, was too uncomfortable. The house leaked and it rained all night. It happened that at this time, Mary was cut off from the blood. Mary's return to life has a time limit for controlling the blood leaving the body. I don't know how long I have been unconscious for, but it has already reached the time limit for blood operation. Without the huge sensory network, Mary's heart gradually fell to the bottom. She desperately searched for the PT exchange office. What made her sad was that nothing she could find could help her escape from danger. No matter how powerful the skills are, they still require proficiency and physical fitness. She can't change to high-level skills now. There are some very powerful skill scrolls in the items, but these things can break the sand layer, but I am afraid that as soon as the sand layer is broken, I will be buried by the subsequent quicksand. Mary swallowed. No way, no money. No, the more times like this come, the more you need to calm down. Biting her lip violently, she suppressed the fear that even blood-slaughter her heart couldn't suppress, and forced herself to enter a thinking state. It was impossible to break through upward. In this case, even if Mary risked all her remaining life force, there would be no chance of a breakthrough. He was too far away from the ground. A conservative estimate would be that he was probably 1,000 meters away. This is a desperate number. But, then I thought about it, if I can't go up, what about going down? Mary's eyes lit up, and she suddenly remembered that she had heard Crocodile say in her heart before that there was an underground water vein nearby. Although Crocodile said that the underground water veins were drained, which caused the earth to subside. But after all, the sand that Crocodile can control has a distance limit. Just in case, what if there is still space underground and it has not been destroyed? But, the greater possibility is not. This is a very obvious thing. Who can guarantee that there are other underground water veins underground? This is purely Mary's wishful thinking, but, there is no choice. Going up is the road to death, so the only way is to break through and make a big gamble. If this doesn't work, then she will have to change a skill scroll and try again. The big gamble now is that there is still a place underground where she can barely breathe. Thinking of this, Mary slowly raised her hands and looked at the slightly dirty gloves in trance. Finally, her eyes became determined. This is no choice, the only choice. If you want to survive, this is the best you can do. Mary's heart skipped a beat, her hands ignited the devil's flames, and she reached down. Wherever the demonic flames passed, the sand and rocks melted, forming a passage. This is the most cost-effective way for Mary to dig soil. She dared to do this because, as a demon flame, it does not require oxygen to burn, otherwise she would not dare to burn like this under such circumstances. Mary leaned forward and slid down the passage. Unknowingly, the distance gradually dropped by 100 meters. Everything went smoothly, but the price was that Mary's body became increasingly weak, and her vitality was severely overdrawn. However, suddenly, Mary's hand touched a hard rock wall. Her spirit was shaken. The underground of Alabasta is either sand or thick sandstone. Thousands of years of accumulation have made there almost no normal rocks here. But now, what appeared in front of Mary was a stone with a gray-black luster. Is the bet right? Is it a breakthrough? This abnormal phenomenon made Mary excited, the flames in her hands intensified, and she thrust down hard. Boom! Her hand burned through the rock wall in an instant, and the surrounding hard and brittle rocks that were burned also shattered. As soon as Mary's body was empty, she lost her footing and fell downwards. Winter! A full 10 seconds later, a clear sound of landing was heard, and Mary fell headfirst into a shallow pool of water. Mary, who was in pain, stood up immediately after landing. The indescribable joy in her heart made her completely ignore the big swelling on her head and the loss of a lot of life force. The bet was right. Mary could feel her hands trembling with excitement. The great joy of surviving a disaster, winning a big gamble, and saving a life was enough to make anyone's blood pressure soar rapidly in a short period of time. Forcing herself to calm down her excitement, Mary immediately began to look at the situation nearby. I don't know why there is such a big cave underground. The height difference actually made me fall for so long before hitting the bottom. And the rock wall is quite special. This was enough for Mary to do some reconnaissance. Maybe it won't take so much effort. There was a gust of cool wind behind her, and Mary looked back subconsciously. Suddenly, countless small blue light spots appeared in the entire space, and a faint glimmer appeared. Let everything appear clear to Mary's eyes. As soon as she turned around, a huge hole thousands of meters long and wide appeared in front of her. There was a lake of unknown depth in it, and a huge thing was parked quietly on the water. It was a creation that probably looked like a battleship, but it was very different from the traditional battleships in the world of One Piece. The huge hull is several kilometers long, as far as the eye can see, and is covered with some dazzling steel structures. The huge tonnage far exceeding that of normal ships makes this warship like a ferocious beast, silently dormant in the shadows. Countless chimneys protrude from various parts of the battleship, making it hideous and terrifying. The huge steel frame like a mountain is slightly raised, and it is loaded with countless huge caliber naval guns. Mary swore that she had never seen such a large caliber naval gun on any modern warship in her previous life. The stern of this battleship is covered with some exaggerated and fantasy structures full of punk style, and incredible propulsion machinery can be vaguely seen under the water. The densely packed brass pipes throughout the battleship were intricate, and the various mechanical structures were combined in a dazzling way, which dazzled Mary. The steel-clad ship's hull is filled with fantasy machines filled with childlike fantasies. They are as obscure as the battle base forged by God, yet full of fatal attraction. This battleship seemed to have a primitive vitality, and a sense of wildness came to the face, but there was clearly no rust on the hull. Mary stared blankly at the steel monster in front of her that was incompatible with the painting style of the One Piece world, and a name naturally emerged in her mind. Hades. This. Mary stared blankly at the huge creature in front of her, a little unsure whether she was hallucinating or not. Oh my god. Is this kind of steampunk-style steel behemoth really something you can have in the One Piece world? The hull was several kilometers long. In her memory, she had never seen such a large warship even in her previous life. There are also these naval guns. How can a normal warship have such a dense arrangement of naval guns? If you count, there are hundreds of doors, almost all up and down. Some look smaller caliber, maybe some are machine guns instead of naval guns? Mary guessed a little uncertainly. Under the dim light, you can see a channel several hundred meters wide next to you. Maybe this is so that this giant ship can sail out from here one day? It is estimated that the water channel is at least 100 meters deep. Mary does not think that a depth of several dozen meters can accommodate the waterline of this giant ship. Thinking of this, Mary was a little thankful that she was lucky and didn't fall deep into the ditch after being burned through. Otherwise she would probably have drowned. Just as her brain was running rapidly, those small dots of light suddenly started to move regularly and formed a line around Mary. You want me to go up? Mary looked at these light spots and said with some uncertainty. The light spot just floated there quietly, motionless. Mary thought for a moment and then followed the path pointed by the light. At some point, a steel frame slowly stretched out from the giant ship and was connected to the ground. The light points guided Mary to follow the iron frame and onto the deck of the giant ship. On the deck, Mary was surrounded by complex and rough copper and iron pipes, which looked quite complicated and solid. Perhaps it was due to being in a humid place all year round. When I got closer to Mary, I discovered that moss had grown up in many places on the giant ship. After thinking about it, Mary absorbed the vitality of these green plants. Firstly, it is a trivial supplement, and secondly, it can be regarded as doing some cleaning work for the ship. The deck is very open, and there are many intricate structures on it that Mary can't understand the function of. Although she followed the light spot, Mary always felt that she had to go around a few times before reaching the end of the road. A huge steel cabin and an exaggerated seafloor stone door. Mary's expression was dull when she first saw the nearly 10-meter-high seafloor stone gate. Like precious gemstones, the larger the seafloor stone, the rarer it becomes. The seafloor stone in front of me has no trace of splicing. If Waring State saw a seafloor stone of this size, he might be so excited that he couldn't sleep for a few days. One advantage of the seafloor stone gate is that it cannot be broken. At least Mary couldn't break through the door by force now. The other walls were also made of a dull alloy. Mary tried to knock on it, and the feedback from her hand told her that the hardness of this thing was not much worse than that of sea stone. Japan. The defense of this giant ship is a bit scary, Mary complained in her mind. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The sound of huge mechanical gears turning was heard, startling Mary. Taking a closer look, it was the sea tower stone gate that slowly opened. Mary looked at the dark cabin and swallowed, her heart skipped a beat, and she slowly walked in. The moment she stepped into the cabin, the entire cabin suddenly lit up. The various sophisticated equipment made Mary suddenly feel as if she had returned to the laboratories in her previous life. The door slowly closed, but Mary didn't care about that at this time. Her curiosity made her run around quickly, trying to figure out what these instruments were used for. There are many seats, and they all seem to correspond to certain sections of instruments. It should be that the people in this cabin are responsible for different functions, but she couldn't understand at all what these things were used for. Operating panels? The main seat facing the door is facing a huge light screen full of high-tech atmosphere. Although the light screen was simply glowing without any graphics or text, Mary knew that this place should be the most important location in the cabin. Thinking of this, Mary cautiously approached the main seat and tentatively sat on it. "Hello, young man." A deep old man's voice suddenly sounded, and Mary was so frightened that she stood up and was about to take out a knife. "Calm down, kid, I'm not your enemy. Under such circumstances, if someone suddenly says something, no one knows where they are, everyone will be shocked? Mary was complaining crazily in her heart, but her mouth was still serious. Who are you? Me? I am the will of this ship, the old man replied slowly. The will of the ship? Mary was stunned for a moment when she heard this sentence, and then she immediately reacted. There seems to be a saying about ship spirits in the world of One Piece. Are you the ship spirit of Hades? Mary said in surprise. Hades? What is that? The old man asked a little doubtfully. Ah, wait, the names of ancient weapons seem to have been given by later generations. They themselves should not be called by this name. Realizing that what she said was wrong, Mary scratched her head and apologized decisively. I'm sorry, maybe I remembered the name wrong. What's your name? The old man was silent for a while and replied in a deep voice, the ship. Those people used to call me Destiny, so I probably have that name too. Destiny. Mary pondered for a moment. Destiny? Sitting back in the main seat, Mary knocked on the armrest of the chair and asked, although it's a bit presumptuous to ask this, may I ask, how old are you? Mary wanted to find out the true identity of this giant ship. Although she felt that it was probably Pluto, she still wanted to check to be on the safe side. If it really is Hades, if we can pull it out, maybe we can kill Crocodile. No, it should have greater strategic value. For example, kill Whitebeard? Mary's eyes started to shine as she thought about it. How old are you? The old man, or rather, Destiny's tone sounded like he was remembering something. I don't know. Since the end of the war, the person who created me sent me here and then left. I have fallen into a deep sleep since then. I don't know how long it has been until now, but I wake up from time to time. If I do the math, it must be at least a few hundred years ago. Okay, basically stable. Mary can now be confident that this giant ship is the legendary most evil battleship in history, the Pluto that can destroy an island with one shot. One more question, Mary then asked. Why did you lead me here? Mary could be sure of those spots of light outside. These were things sent out by fate. Although I don't know what the principle is, it must be controlled by fate. Mary expresses confusion at fate leading a stranger into her cabin. It's been hundreds of years. All my former friends are probably dead. You are the first human being I have seen in a long time, and you have a familiar aura on your body. I hope you can tell me something about what is happening in the world now. Destiny explained. I see. Do you want to know the situation in the world after you fall asleep? After pondering for a moment, Mary began to briefly summarize the situation to Destiny. In the blank history of 800 years ago, the world government was established and the Golden Land was destroyed. The Nefertari family refused to become world nobles and returned to Alabasta, where their destiny now lies. The world government rules the whole world, and at the top of it are the 5 elder stars. They serve the world's nobility, the celestial dragons. The Celestial Dragon clan, including the Don Quixote clan and the Rosewald clan, which have now been expelled, is quite cruel and ruthless. The country of workers 700 years ago, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Age of Great Pirates, O'Hara's demon-slaying order. Mary told Destiny everything she roughly remembered about the plot, and it took more than half an hour for Mary to stop. Then Mary shut up and waited quietly for fate's answer. Destiny was silent for a long time, and then said in a rather emotional and slightly sad tone, "We finally lost." It was a very short sentence, but it still made Mary feel the huge amount of information in it. Are you an enemy of the celestial dragons? Since he said he lost, it means that the current winner must be the enemy of fate back then. Enemy? Probably so. After saying this, Destiny remained silent and seemed unwilling to discuss this issue with Mary in detail. Mary changed several questions, such as who is the creator of Destiny, who is the companion of Destiny, who was fighting against whom 800 years ago. Destiny made no answer at all. Isn't the level of trust enough? Mary held her forehead as she had a headache. Also, the ship spirit who has lived for hundreds of years has much more experience than me. Come to think of it, when faced with an uninvited guest of unknown origin like himself, it would be impossible for it to tell itself a lot of information so simply. Her mouth was a bit dry as she spoke, and Mary wiped her sweat and said, "Destiny, please say something. You are embarrassing me like this." Mary chatted with fate as if she were talking about everyday things. Destiny, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke slowly. What is the current status of the Nefertari clan? You are finally willing to speak. Mary felt very bad. They are almost exterminated now. A big pirate named Crocodile is trying every means to destroy their country and exterminate the royal family. I was almost beaten to death by him. By chance I just came here by chance. Oh, by the way, Crocodile came to Alabasta just to find you. In the end, Mary, who felt that her fate was related to the Nefertari family, made up for it murderously. Did I cause them trouble? Destiny's tone sounded a little confused. My guest, can you do me a favor? Go and help the Nefertari clan? You don't need to tell me that I will do it. Mary interrupted Destiny without hesitation. Otherwise, why do you think I would fight with Crocodile? Also, my name is Mary Vinicius, you can just call me Mary. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Mary. They are my benefactors, and I thank you very much for being able to fight for them. Destiny said sincerely. There's no need to make up these nonsense. Well, if you really want to express your gratitude, why not lend me your power and let me drive you out? Otherwise, I may not be able to win against Crocodile. Although I have you, I may not be able to win. Mary didn't have an intuitive feeling about the fighting power of Destiny. In her opinion, it would be difficult for such a bulky battleship to defeat such a strong individual. Destiny said decisively, I also want to help you, but unfortunately, because my power is too terrifying, maybe the former creator was worried that I would be used by others, so all my combat energy has been removed. Now I can't even move. The only remaining energy is what they left for me to take care of my body and prevent rust. However, even so, in a few decades, these energy will probably be used up. Eventful. Mary was speechless. It's finally possible to touch an ancient weapon. You told me that the energy was unloaded. Mary understood what these people were doing, but she just wanted to curse them. However, Destiny's words caught Mary's attention. The power is too terrifying. Mary, who was doubtful about the battle power of the giant ship, thought for a moment and said about fate, Destiny, can you give me a copy of your parameters for me to see? She wanted to see just how strong this power, which it called terrifying, was, and also use it to compare the approximate strength of several other ancient weapons. This time, fate did not refuse. It quickly compiled a document and projected it on the light screen in front of Mary. Mary once again lamented this unscientific black technology. Mary slowly flipped through the document, and her expression gradually became a little distorted. The ship has a total of 205 mounted small naval guns, 80 triple-mounted medium-sized naval guns, 20 twin-mounted large naval guns, and 2 single-modified main guns. The 5-gun small naval gun has a caliber of 752 mm, a shooting range of 25,700 meters at a 40 degrees angle, a rate of fire of 2 to 6 rounds per minute, and an initial velocity of 980 m/s. A triple-mounted medium-sized naval gun has a caliber of 381 mm, and a shooting range of 57,000 meters at a 40 degrees angle. The rate is 2 to 3 rounds per minute, the muzzle velocity is 1420 m/s. The caliber of the twin-mounted large naval gun is 1,460 mm, the shooting range at 40 degrees angle is 100,000 meters, the rate of fire is 2 to 2.5 rounds per minute, the muzzle velocity is 3090 m/s, the single-door modified main gun caliber 10,000 mm, combined with eagle radar positioning, the shooting range at 40 degrees angle is 500,000 meters, the shooting error does not exceed 200 meters, the rate of fire is 1 minute per round, and the muzzle velocity is 10190 m/s. The standard ammunition for the 5-gun small naval gun is K1 armor-piercing bombs, D127 high-explosive bombs, and KR shotgun grenades. The standard ammunition for the 3-gun medium-sized naval gun is spy illumination bombs, D054 high-explosive bombs, and T11 anti-aircraft bombs. The standard ammunition configuration of the twin-mounted large naval gun is D021 high-explosive bombs and BID anti-personnel submunitions, and the standard ammunition configuration of the single-modified main gun is codenamed Sheer Castle. A total of 58 mounted side anti-aircraft guns and 12 high-level and flat dual-purpose dual-mounted OLE anti-aircraft guns. 8 mounted side anti-aircraft gun has a caliber of 256 mm, a shooting range of 15,300 meters at a 40 degrees angle, a rate of fire of 16 rounds per minute, and an initial velocity of 780 m/s. A high-level and flat dual-purpose double-mounted OLE anti-aircraft gun with a caliber of 10.25 and a shooting range of 40 degrees angle. 26,000 meters, fire rate 10 rounds per minute, muzzle velocity 812 m/s. The standard ammunition for the 8-gun side anti-aircraft gun is K13 armor-piercing shells and KR marked shotgun grenades. The standard ammunition for the high-level dual-purpose dual-gun OLE anti-aircraft gun is D057 high-explosive shells, T101 anti-aircraft shells, and K30 armor-piercing shells. Specific ammunition information can be found from the following link. Is this firepower a bit? Looking at these familiar yet unfamiliar words, seeing these exaggerated data that were almost like a madman talking in his sleep, Mary stopped thinking. Is this your ship uniform? Mary felt her voice trembling. Ship uniform? What is that? Fate's puzzled voice came. This is only part of the data on active armament, classified naval guns. There are some others. Looking at your current state, do you still need them? It's very much needed. Please show it to me, thank you. What kind of black technology is this? Mary looked at the tens of thousands of words of instructions in front of her. A separate chapter will be published later, and she was incomparably shocked by the technological level of the Destiny. In terms of military capabilities, the configuration of the Destiny has far surpassed any fleet in the modern world and even most of the most sophisticated technologies. But then I thought about it, Vegapunk can also develop artificial intelligence and even mechanical ascension. Thinking about it this way, the technological power of Destiny seems to be okay. What a ghost. Couldn't it be that both of these aspects are technological levels that are far ahead of the times and completely abnormal? Mary looked at the light screen and sighed. Coming from modern times, she felt a deep sense of frustration inexplicably. If these data of yours are true, it's a pity that we can't drive you out, Mary said with drooped eyelids. If you can activate it, killing crocodile will be a matter of minutes. This is still restrained, killing a chicken with a bull's eye. Not to mention anything else, the main gun can not only be mechanically guided, but also has a muzzle speed of over 10 Mach, and its power is also exaggerated. The data standard for the cannonball called the Castle of Applause is that its power is approximately equal to the explosion of 50 tons of black powder. The power is not as powerful as a nuclear bomb, but this thing can be fired continuously, and there is more than one such gun. This is quite scary. And the range of 500 kilometers. These NM are artillery shells, not missiles. Mary's brain shut down when she saw this range. She really wanted to take the Destiny apart and see how it worked. What mechanical principle can achieve such a rate of fire and range? I'm very sorry, I have no way to help you right now, Destiny said to Mary apologetically. Oh, forget it. Then you owe me a favor. Mary is also very cunning and smooth-talking. Anyway, helping Wei Wei was what she wanted to do, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to let an ancient weapon owe her a favor. Especially when the combat effectiveness of this ancient weapon is greater than or equal to that of a Yonko-level warrior. The more Mary thought about that data, the more dreamy it became. If it weren't for the fact that fate was unlikely to lie in a place like this, Mary would never have imagined that a battleship could be powerful enough for her to think it could fight against the Yonko. Okay, if I have a chance to activate it in the future, I promise you, Destiny readily agreed. Mary raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. Don't you care about my position? Let me explain in advance, I am a Marine. As far as the current situation is concerned, I am probably a soldier belonging to your past enemy. An individual's position is not the same as the collective's position. I am very grateful that you are willing to help the Nefertari clan. Speaking of this, Destiny said rather sadly, besides, hundreds of years have passed, and the past history has been buried in the wind and sand. I can't even remember the name of my old friend. Now, if I insist on my previous position, what else can I do? Has history been buried? Mary mused, thinking about the O'Hara incident. If the demon-slaying order is truly fully implemented, then history will indeed be buried. However, even in such events, there is a survivor. The son of the devil, Nico Robin. If there is a chance in the future, maybe you can rely on Robin to recruit Hades? Mary's eyes lit up as she thought of the possibility of this plan. At this time, she was also grateful in her heart. Fortunately, she did not kill Robin directly at that time, but felt that his ability was unique and kept him. Look, wouldn't it be useful now? Can I ask you a question? Destiny suddenly asked Mary. Please tell me. This was the first time that Fate had seriously asked her a question, and Mary became interested. What's the difference in strength between you and Crocodile? When Mary heard this, her face darkened. After a while, she said in a low voice, it's big, very big. If you challenge him, will you die? Probably. Mary shrugged. Why don't you say that in my current state? If no miracle happens, I'm probably going to die. Then why do you want to fight him? Destiny asked in confusion. Nefertari can't give you much remuneration now, and the favor I owe you, to be honest, is just a blank check at the moment. If I came here for rewards, I would probably be lost now. What reward is more important than life? Mary burst out laughing, then lay down on the chair and said casually, I just did it because I wanted to do it. I just wanted to help the people I liked. Anyway, no matter what plan you make, the ultimate goal is to help the people you like and do what you want to do. In that case, it doesn't make much difference to come directly to Alabasta and challenge Crocodile. After all, it is not impossible for me to defeat him. He is very strong, but not so strong that it makes people desperate. I will have to face a stronger and more terrifying guy later. If even Crocodile can, if you can scare me away, then I won't be able to stand in front of that person. Whitebeard is much stronger than Crocodile. Mary's goal is to kill Whitebeard in the war on the top. If she doesn't even dare to defeat Crocodile, then facing Whitebeard in the war on the top will mean death. You may very well die, but do you want to do this? In this world, there are many possibilities of death. Even if you don't die at the hands of Crocodile now, you may die at the hands of that person in the future. The next few years will be the most chaotic era in 800 years. Even a strong man like Zifa can encounter mishaps at sea. God knows when she, Mary, will be sanctioned by the will of the world. Keep challenging the strong, fight with your own will, and keep getting stronger. Among them, it is inevitable to often face the threat of death. Face what you have to face, so you won't regret it even if something unexpected happens in the future. Again, if she doesn't even have this kind of courage, then Mary might as well hug the protagonist's thigh. Mary can choose to live a wonderful life or die a glorious death, but she cannot accept a humble life or a useless death. Her cruelty towards the pirates is a way for her to strengthen herself and punish evil. This kind of free and easy life is a wonderful way for her to live. It was bound to the system at the beginning, so as not to die too cowardly. After all, she was also a person who died once. Although her death was inexplicable, she still had some different views on her life. Follow your heart and do what you want to do. This is the lifestyle I choose, and it is also my pride. Think about how to die first, and then think about how to live. Now that you have this life, you can't waste it too much, right? Mary lay on the seat like a salted fish, but the momentum in her mouth was completely opposite. Is that so? It's so free and easy. Destiny seemed to be feeling a little emotional. Of course, Mary didn't know what Fate was feeling. Mary believes that the fate of being a ship spirit should not have much understanding of the boundaries between life and death. Like you said, sometimes living longer isn't a good thing. These words of Fate silenced Mary. She patted the armrest and took it as a pat on Fate. That's not necessarily true. If you live for a long time, you will always see something different. For example, maybe you can see your former enemies destroyed in your lifetime? Mary shrugged. Just kidding. But if one day I face your former enemy, will you be willing to help me? If there really is such a day. Destiny paused and said solemnly, even if you are not facing your former enemy, I will help you. It has been too long, and I have almost forgotten everything in the past. You helped the Nefertari family out of trouble, and I still owe you a favor. Haha, okay. Mary put her hands on her hands and smiled. It's a deal. A newsbird flies over the sea, stretching its neck to find its target on the sea. On a pirate ship not far away, it saw a pirate waving to it. It immediately flew over with a whole bundle of newspapers. Hey, today's news has arrived. The pirate took out some money, gave it to the newsbird, and took out a newspaper from its big bag. Newsbirds are birds that specialize in delivering newspapers. Once a person offends a newsbird, he will be despised by newsbirds for the rest of his life, and will never have the chance to buy newspapers from newsbirds again on the vast ocean. Therefore, even pirates will be careful with newsbirds and will not plunder them. When the newsbird saw that the deal was completed, it simply flew away. It has no interest in these news. It only cares about how many newspapers it can sell today. After seeing off the newsbird, the pirate opened the newspaper in his hand and said to himself, hey, let's see if anything big happened recently. For example, has the captain's bounty increased? He. However, when he opened the newspaper, his expression changed. His expression immediately became serious. After carefully reading the headlines of the news, he immediately rushed to the captain's cabin. My mind is filled with one thought: something big happened. New world, Dressrosa. Phew. In the castle, Doflamingo was lying on the couch, looking at the newspaper in his hand and laughing darkly. Dover, this report, what do you think? Torrible asked with a smile. This guy Crocodile is a ruthless character. Doflamingo's smile continued as he spoke, clasping the armrests of the chair with his knuckles. His eyes never moved away from the newspaper. No wonder this guy is willing to stay in a place that is so gentle that it makes people sleepy. He has stayed there for so many years. I didn't expect that he actually had the same plan as I did in the past. Fufu, but it's really surprising that the princess of this country can be so strong. Now his plan has failed. Doflamingo looked thoughtfully at the core photo on the front page. That photo is the back view of Wai. So Dover, do we need to do anything? Torble asked tentatively. What to do? No, Torble, we can just watch the show. After Doflamingo said that, he threw away the newspaper in his hand, stood up and walked to the window. I am the king of the Shishibukai and the king of Dressrosa. It is not easy for me to express my attitude in this kind of matter. By the way, tell Virgo that this navy is called Mary. I will get her information within a week. Okay, Dover. Phew. It's interesting. It seems like there's going to be chaos. Doflamingo's sneering face was once again shrouded in shadow. In the office of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was working. Suddenly, the door was slammed open. Just as Warring States raised his head in dissatisfaction, he saw two men standing in front of Warring States in a hurry. Garp, Zifa, why did you two come to see me? Seeing Zifa, Warring States knew that there should be something serious to do with him, so he became serious. After all, Zifa is different from Garp in that he has a relatively stable character. Zifa handed the newspaper in his hand to Warring States and said, Warring States, read the headlines. Oh? Warring States raised his eyebrows, took the newspaper from Zifa, and glanced through the headlines. His expression became subtle. This guy Crocodile is really restless. Warring States snorted coldly, and then looked at Garp and the two. So you want to punish Crocodile? When did you two become so idle? Zifa himself is the chief instructor of the Navy. He is busy with affairs every day. Now he actually has time to pay attention to such matters that should be the concern and responsibility of an active general. It surprises Warring States. As for Garp, he was so undisciplined that he would be so sad about this kind of thing, which also made Sengoku feel a little incredible. Warring states, look here. Garp pointed to a place in the report and asked Sengoku to take a look. Holding high the banner of justice and pursuing the justice in her heart, Lady Mary died alone and faced Crocodile alone. Sengoku's expression suddenly became wonderful. Mary, I don't remember her. Garp is very optimistic about this little girl, and my disciple also recommended her to me, Zifa said in a deep voice. It's just that this little girl disappeared on the way to the Navy headquarters for some unknown reason. I didn't expect that she would appear in a place like Alabasta now. Garp also shook his head and sighed in disbelief. To get involved in something like this. Phew. Sengoku took a deep breath. So, are you two planning to go to Alabasta? Garp and Zifa looked at each other and nodded. Since we are all in front of this guy Mary, claiming to be her master, we must do something. It just so happens that Zifa doesn't have any important matters recently, so he can also take the new soldiers for training. Even a little girl like her can sacrifice herself for the justice in her heart, so it's impossible for us not to respond in some way. Hearing the two people's answers, Warring States nodded. You two go over with a team of elites. I will announce that Crocodile will be stripped of his Shishibukai status, and the nearest naval bases will also go to support the Alabasta royal family. After all, it is a member country of the world government. It has fallen into this situation under our noses. In the final analysis, it is our dereliction of duty. In East Harrow Town, Smoker is training crazily in the training room. Suddenly, the door to the training room was hurriedly opened by Dashki. What's wrong? Looking at Dusky, who looked anxious, Smoker also frowned. It's not Dashki's temperament to be so reckless, something big must have happened. Smorg Zo, look at this. Dashki did not explain to Smoker, but directly gave a newspaper to Smoker. Smoker took the newspaper, read it from cover to cover, and fell into deep silence. Zo, is Mary in danger now? Dashki asked Smoker anxiously. Smoker subconsciously wanted to smoke, but for a while he couldn't find the cigarette. After staring at the newspaper in his hand for a moment, he suddenly stood up. Dashki, during this period, you will serve as the supreme commander of Rog Town and temporarily take over my functions. Dusky looked at Smoker in confusion. Smoker took a deep breath and explained, I'm going to Alabasta, at least, even if it's out of naval duty, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Upon hearing this, Dashki immediately said dissatisfied, Nasty Mog, I'm going too. Mary is my friend too. Don't make trouble. Smoker refused her sternly. East China Sea still needs someone to manage it. Apart from me, the only person I can trust in East China Sea is you. You must stay in East China Sea. During the period when I am not in East China Sea, don't let the pirates break out. This is an order. Well, Dashki lowered his head unwillingly. Okay. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Smoker with all her attention. But, Mr. Zo, you must find Lady Mary, Dashki said with a trembling tone. Smoker looked at Dusky and nodded slowly. I would have done it even if you hadn't said it. In June 1520 of the Hainan calendar, a report titled Urgent Report King Shishabukai's Evil Deeds for the Nation was published. The contents of this report shocked the world and became one of the triggers for the subsequent abolition of the Shishibukai system. At the same time, it also became the first trace left by the future bloody general Mary Vinicius in the world. If the Baroque works does not move, it will be nothing, but if it moves, it will be thunderous. With Udi as the core, all the surrounding cities were captured in just 2 days, and Yuba was also captured easily. There is no way. The power of the Alabasta royal family has been severely weakened by Crocodile's operation in recent years. It can only retreat in Albina, and most other cities are autonomous. Under the strong strength of Crocodile, he surrendered with little resistance. What Crocodile did was extraordinary. He directly looted all the supplies, arrested a large number of Qingzhuang soldiers, and then swept through the next city like a storm. He doesn't need to rule, what he needs is to take Albina as soon as possible, and what he wants is time. Therefore, he doesn't care about the people's lives at all, and he will leave soon, and he doesn't care how many people in the army are loyal. Anyway, under the suppression of senior cadres, as long as Albina is captured, these armies can be abandoned at any time. In addition to the army moving in as insurance, he himself is also heading to Albina as quickly as possible, but after all, he does not have Mary's ability to conjure food and water out of thin air. He can only travel from city to city step by step, carrying a large amount of supplies across the desert. Crocodile couldn't move at full speed. In this case, although the attack speed of Crocodile himself and the Baroque Working Society army was still frighteningly high, it still left a certain amount of reaction time for Albina. Deep in the Albina Palace, in the government hall, the 4 people who now hold the highest official authority in Alabasta are discussing matters. They are Wai Wei, Yin Kalem, Bell, and Jaka. If Mary were here, she would definitely complain loudly. There is not a single civilian official in the top management of a country. Wai Wei is half of it, and the others are all military attaches. No wonder this empire will be ruined. Your Highness Wai Wei, Kosha has led the advance troops to Albina. According to him, the second unit of the rebel army has gone to the central river to fortify itself. It may not be able to resist Crocodile, but it can protect against the large force attacking Albina. The troops can still block it for a while, Jaka said to Wai Wei in a deep voice. Wai Wei nodded and said, Kosha is still very reliable at this time. He is also experienced. After the army is assembled, let him distribute the command. The smile on Wai Wei's face was a bit bitter. Alabasta officials did not have many talents who could command battles, and in the end they had to ask the rebels to help. This was somewhat shameful. The other three people also felt the same way, but now was not the time for them to sigh. Yin Kalem looked at Wai Wei and said with a headache, it's not that we can't handle a large army. Our royal army plus the rebels, at least defending the city is not a problem. But the biggest difficulty now is Crocodile, this guy, none of us can compete with him. Having said this, Yin Kalem paused and then said, the Straw Hats also have some strength, but I don't think they can stop Crocodile. Yin Kalem's current judgment is indeed correct. Although Luffy defeated Crocodile in the original work, he suffered the benefits of Crocodile's underestimation several times. Crocodile, who suffered a big loss from Mary this time, will not take it lightly anymore. I have a proposal for Crocodile. Suddenly, an elegant voice came from the corner of the room. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Yin Kalem and the other three immediately drew their weapons and stood guard in front of Wai Wei. From the shadows, Nico Robin stepped out. Nico Robin, why are you here? Yin Kalem said warily. Comparatively, Robin was on Crocodile's side not long ago, and there was no room for Yin Kalem and others to be careless. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I am a grasshopper in the same boat as you now. If you lose, my ending will not be much better. Robin maintained that elegant smile and said to Yin Kalem. Just as Yin Kalem was about to say something, Wai Wei reached out to stop him. She calmly walked out from behind the three of them and walked up to Robin. So do you have any good ideas? Vivi asked Robin seriously. Robin was secretly frightened when he saw Wai Wei's aura, the feeling of not being angry and showing off. We haven't seen each other for just a few days, but this little girl Wai Wei has changed so much. After suppressing the surprise in his heart, Robin replied without changing his expression, it's very simple. Crocodile has a shortcoming, once he gets wet, he can't elementalize. As long as he can't elementalize, whether it's me, the Straw Hat Pirates or defensive equipment, he can't attack the city. Robin said with certainty that this information was obtained by her from Crocodile after all the hard work, and it would definitely not be wrong. Bell frowned slightly and asked, why do you know? Ching Bell. However, before he could finish the question, he was interrupted by Wai Wei. At this time, Wai Wei showed her domineering power as the queen of a country, which made Robin look at her with suspicion. I believe what Robin said. She's right. It won't do her any good to harm us now. I think if you could escape now, you would have escaped long ago. Since you can't escape, you can only help us. I'm right. Right, Robin. Wai Wei's eyes were sharp and she looked directly into Robin's eyes, as if she wanted to see through what she was thinking in her heart. Robin's eyes shrank slightly, the elegant smile on his face became stiff, and he replied, exactly. Hearing this, Wai Wei nodded slightly and then asked, well, since you said that, do you think you have a way to get Crocodile in trouble? Have. Robin stopped smiling, all we need to do is delay, that's all. The support from the Navy headquarters has already set out and will arrive soon. We just need to hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Therefore, all we need to do is to let the city of Albina shall not be taken. Borrow the weather, get the right land, and use the right people. Unfortunately, we are in the desert, so we can't get the right land. Moreover, our people are not as good as them, but we can use the right time. When Robin said this, his eyes became cold. Let Albina be under the pouring rain, and Crocodile will not be able to attack here unscrupulously. Hearing this, Bell's expression changed and he said in astonishment, dancing fan. Hearing what Bell said, Yin Kalem and Jaka also reacted, and their expressions also changed. And Robin smiled when he heard this, which obviously confirmed that Bell's idea was correct. The three of them quickly thought about the feasibility, and finally found that this method is not impossible. As long as Albina remained under heavy rain, Crocodile himself did not dare to venture forward. Crocodile cannot be elementalized, even Bell and Gukka are confident to deal with him, but dancing fans are really too taboo. A rebellion will break out in the kingdom of Alabasta, and 80% of the reasons will be caused by this dancing fan. If you want to use dancing powder to stop Crocodile, the three of them all set their sights on Wai Wei. Only Wai Wei, who is now the head of a country, can decide this kind of thing. Okay, just do it. To the surprise of the three of them, Wai Wei confirmed the plan almost without hesitation. Your Highness Wai Wei, you are a dancing fan. Jaka thought Wai Wei might not be aware of the dangers of dancing fans, and was about to speak out, but was blocked by Yin Kalem. Jaka, the core issue now is to stop Crocodile. Although dancing fans are taboo, the harm is only temporary. If Crocodile is really allowed to take Albina, look at how Yuba has changed now. What has happened? Yin Kalem said to Jaka seriously, it's up to me to find dancing fans, no need to say anything else. As soon as these words came out, the four of them were shocked. Wai Wei looked at Yin Kalem with a gloomy face, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing this, Robin handed over a piece of paper, sighed softly and said, Your Excellency Yin Kalem, I still have some dancing fans here. If Crocodile doesn't have time to deal with these things, then these dancing fans will still be stagnant in the warehouses at various points. You can get them at these places, dancing fans. Then I would be disrespectful. Yin Kalem nodded solemnly and stepped forward to take the information that Robin handed him. Bell, Jaka, during my absence, you two must protect Her Highness the Princess. If something happens to me outside, please take Her Highness away, Yin Kalem said seriously. Jaka and Bell looked at each other and nodded to Yin Kalem very solemnly. On the huge terrace, Wai Wei and Yin Kalem stood on the edge of the railing, looking at the entire Albina at a glance. Yin Kalem, why did you do this? Wai Wei suddenly asked. Your Highness Wai Wei, I know exactly what you were thinking. Yin Kalem smiled and shook his head. Even if the teacher is famous, the domestic people's disgust and resistance to dancing fans are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if we use the dancing powder to fight Crocodile, it will inevitably leave a thorn in people's hearts. Yin Kalem put away his smile, looked at Wai Wei and said, Your Highness Wai Wei, you came to power on the back of King Cobra's reputation. You relied on the support of the people to gain support. It would be unwise to taint yourself at this time. But, Yin Kalem, if you do this, you will be burdened with too much. Wai Wei looked at Yin Kalem, a tall man, with some uneasiness. Unknowingly, the once high-spirited Yin Kalem also showed his age. It doesn't matter, Your Highness Wai Wei. I am a veteran who followed King Cobra. Now that I have to bear this sin, it can be regarded as allowing Alabasta to bid farewell to the era of King Cobra. Yin Kalem gave a reason that no one would believe, and Wai Wei knew in her heart that Yin Kalem just hoped that she would not be criticized for this matter. But it was precisely because of this that Wai Wei felt that this approach was too cruel for Yin Kalem, an old man who had followed her deep into the enemy camp from the beginning. But, in this case, you are putting yourself in danger. Wai Wei sighed, looking at Yin Kalem who remained unwavering and said, That's true. Yin Kalem didn't mean to avoid it at all, and then suddenly asked an irrelevant question, Your Highness Wai Wei, why do you want to take over the power of Alabasta at this time? At this time, your best choice is actually to leave Alabasta quickly and then use the power of the navy to restore the country. But you still chose to stand in the most conspicuous position and unify all national forces, and therefore became a thorn in Crocodile's side. What is this for? Yin Kalem asked slowly, word for word. Wai Wei was silent for a moment and showed a relieved smile. Your Excellency Mary died because of us, so I should stand here. Wai Wei closed her eyes and lowered her head. She once told me that even if you are powerless, you should not do the embarrassing act of surrendering. You should fight until the last moment when your life is burned out. You will not give up everything and fight to the end. And she also proved her will to me with her life. After saying this, Wai Wei suddenly raised her head and looked at Yin Kalem. If I shrink back here, I will have no face to face her who has lived and died like this, and I will have no face to face her who believes that I can do this. Even though she has left, I still have to respond to her. Wai Wei's eyes were extremely strong, looking down at the sky filled with yellow sand. I will never run away from this war. Wai Wei said sonorously and forcefully. She was talking to Yin Kalem and also to herself. Yin Kalem looked at Wai Wei for a long time before smiling happily. Your Highness Wai Wei, since you can put yourself in danger because of Mary's words, why don't I do the same? After hearing this, Wai Wei turned her head in surprise and looked at Yin Kalem. Yin Kalem showed a nostalgic look and murmured in a daze, having dreams is the privilege of children, and before children wake up from their dreams and are crushed by the cruel reality, it is the task of adults to protect their dreams. This is what Her Excellency Mary said to me. After Yin Kalem finished speaking, he looked at Wai Wei with a serious expression. Therefore, Your Highness Wai Wei, let me do some trivial things for you. You have already shouldered a lot, leave the rest to us adults. This is the will of Lady Mary, my will and the will of everyone else. Yin Kalem's expression was uncharacteristically determined. Wai Wei's stunned eyes met Yin Kalem's eyes, and both of them fell into silence. Finally, it was Yin Kalem who interrupted the speechless atmosphere. Your Excellency Wai Wei, it's time to issue the pre-war announcement. Yin Kalem thought of Wai Wei and saluted, raised his head and smiled at Wai Wei. I will take the first step and look forward to your lecture. After saying that, without waiting for Wai Wei to try to persuade her to stay, Yin Kalem decisively turned around and left, leaving only Wai Wei with a kind back. Wai Wei looked at Yin Kalem with deep eyes. This elder had been protecting her since she was born. It is sad to say that Wai Wei has been protected by others since she was born. First it was my father, then Mary, and now in Kaleem. Everyone is helping her to realize some fragile dreams. And now, it's finally time to look at yourself. Following Yin Kalem's footsteps, the two of them walked to the door of the council hall and parted ways. Yin Kalem, martial arts are prosperous. Wai Wei whispered to Yin Kalem. Afterwards, she immediately rushed to the highest terrace in Albina. With a wave of her hand, she summoned several attendants to follow her, and Wai Wei asked them to bring her orders. The 13th king of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi, now summons all the people of Albina and representatives of all forces. The war has begun. I ask you to put aside your prejudices and fight together. I will give a pre-war speech from the central terrace in 10 minutes. All troops belonging to the royal family must assemble immediately and prepare for battle. To protect our country, to protect the glory of Alabasta, let us fight until the end. Kosa, is this really the harmless little sister you mentioned? In the square, a handsome black-skinned boy said to Kosha on the side. I think her fierce and decisive attitude is not as gentle as you said. Kosha was silent for a while and said, maybe something happened in these years. After our rise in the past few years, Wai Wei disappeared. Maybe it was some experiences in the past few years that made her become that's it. Kosha looked at the empty highest terrace with an elusive expression. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Oh, growth through hardships? It's not impossible. The black-skinned boy looked thoughtfully at the highest terrace. It seems that these years have not been easy for Wai Wei. The first thing she did when she came back was to take down her father. She was really ruthless. She's here for this country, Kosha said firmly, looking at the black-skinned boy with sharp eyes. Okay, for this country. The black-skinned boy raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Then Kosha, what will our army do next? The black-skinned boy asked seriously, return to the royal family? Or, it depends on the situation. Kosha said this and sighed. Although Wai Wei pardoned all our crimes, I'm afraid there are many radicals in our army. Moreover, we don't know what Wai Wei thinks now. We will deal with this matter after this war is over. Now let's focus on dealing with the outside world. Kosha's expression straightened and he glanced at the black-skinned boy. McCarty, I know your subordinates have the most thorns. Remember to restrain them and don't cause trouble at this time. McCarty shrugged and replied nonchalantly, okay. Kosha sighed, not knowing how much his colleague had heard. In another section of the square, a sexy female navy wearing a rose-red tights was smoking a cigarette, looking at the empty terrace with her arms crossed. It's Colonel N.A., why do you have to come here in person? Zhang Jiao stood aside and asked the female marine. I obviously don't have to come here. I just need to prepare the army for the next war. Yes, Colonel. Fen Budi on the side also said, it is impossible for our navy to obey the command of the Alabasta royal family. In the end, we will fight freely. Shut up. Yena interrupted the two of them loudly, making Zhang Jiao and Fen Budi straighten up immediately, not daring to say another word. Call. Yena took out a breath and said, Yana is very curious. Yana wants to know what Princess Wai Wei, no, Her Highness Wai Wei, will say. Moreover, I want to ask Yuna about the Navy Mary later. Teacher Zifa specifically mentioned this when she asked Yuna to come here for support. Besides, Yana is also quite curious about herself. Yana looked around and raised her eyebrows. The people who came here today are really a mixed bag. Yana took a quick look, and with her keenness, she had already discovered many people who were suspected to be spies of Baroque Studio. Never mind. After thinking about it, Yuna still didn't take action. Anyway, as long as she can help the Alabasta royal family hold on until Zifa and others arrive, she doesn't need to cause any more trouble. These spies can't do much good on the battlefield. At this time, the crowd suddenly became restless. Yana was stunned for a moment and looked towards the terrace. A smaller woman slowly walked onto the terrace, walked in front of everyone, and looked down at Albina. Here we go. Yana squinted her eyes and looked at the young king. Wai Wei stood on the highest terrace, with no one behind her. Even Jaka and Belle were standing in the audience at this time, looking up at the king of Alabasta named Wai Wei. Looking at the restless crowd, Wai Wei's nervous mood suddenly calmed down. Her aura suddenly changed and became extremely majestic. She slowly stretched out her hand, held it flat and pressed down. The noise spreading among the crowd suddenly became quieter, and the main square became quiet. Jenna's expression changed, and she looked at Wai Wei in surprise. This kind of momentum, wait a minute, isn't it? At this time, a reporter from World Economic News was conducting a real-time live broadcast below, and this scene reached the eyes of almost everyone watching the live broadcast. The Chambord Islands were so silent that even those enjoying themselves could not help but stop and watch. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo once again let out that weird laugh. In Marine Fando's office, Sengoku and he rarely put aside what they were busy doing and looked seriously at what happened in Alabasta. Wai Wei looked at everyone in the audience with inviolable eyes and whispered, then let's get started. Wai Wei placed the loudspeaker in front of her, her eyes becoming extremely sharp. Fighters. People. From now on, royal armies marched westward in an effort to curb the atrocities of the Baroque studios. All-out war is about to break out, and our country is on the brink of life and death. This not only affects the fate of our royal family, but also affects the fate of the warriors who are eager to survive, the many surrounding small subordinate countries, and even the fate of the people in the captured cities that we have no way to support. This war will determine the future of Alabasta. It can be said to be the largest war in the kingdom of Alabasta in the past 800 years. Wai Wei waved her hand violently and slapped her hands on the railing. You are the strong shield that defends the people of Alabasta, and you are also the sharp sword that opens up the future of the ancient empire. We are upholding the justice of the world and cherishing the destiny of fighting to the end and winning. Go forward bravely and resolutely. Wai Wei opened her hands and roared. The royal guards in the audience burst into shocking roars, and even Kosha and others felt their blood boiling. Awesome! He narrowed his eyes and said calmly, using the righteousness on his back to suppress Crocodile. People ignored Crocodile's powerful strength, and let the guards regain their bloody spirit to fight against him. And confidence. This is a handsome guy. Wai Wei's preaching still didn't stop. She took a deep breath and stood up straight. People of insight and benevolence, I sincerely ask you to join this war. Maybe you were once incompatible enemies, maybe you were strangers with no connection to each other, but now let us fight side by side. This is not just a battle of life and death for a country. This is more of a battle for justice in this world to resist evil. Those who have strength, follow us. Those who have no defense, surround us. Those who are willing to come here and fight for what they believe in, hold high the flag of Alabasta. In Wai Wei's mind, the figures of Mary and Yin Calum flashed past. She thought of Mary's back facing Crocodile without hesitation, and of Yin Calum's back alone as he went to transport dancing fans. Taking a deep breath, she raised her left hand high, holding the Alabasta flag high. My name is Nefertari Vivi. Here, as the 13th king of Alabasta and the first queen, Wai Wei paused, suppressed her voice and roared, announced the coronation. Boom! A silver-blue aura erupted from Wai Wei's body and swept through the crowd in the square. Under Shina's incredible gaze, all the people she had discovered who were suspected to be spies all fell unconscious and fell. Doflamingo, who was watching the live broadcast, suddenly stopped laughing, and the smile on his face disappeared. Sengoku and he also subconsciously stood up from their seats and said in unison, how is that possible? On the Shamboard Islands, people who didn't know the truth were talking a lot. A man in a green cloak who happened to stop and watch suddenly had an incredible light in his eyes. Overlord color and domineering. Long looked at the sacred and solemn Wai Wei on the screen and murmured. At the scene, Wai Wei just glanced at the fallen man coldly, then continued as if nothing happened. From now on, my destiny is connected with Alabasta, and my life and death will be devoted to this war. She stretched out her left hand, people trapped in tyranny, you have been waiting for a long time. She stretched out her right hand, people struggling with disasters, please wait for a long time. The time to awaken has come. From this moment on, all of us, members of the royal family of Alabasta, will be responsible for the Shishibukai Crocodile and his subordinates. Wai Wei clenched her hands fiercely, with her right hand in front of her heart and her left hand facing forward. Declaration of total war. Wai Wei herself became excited at this time. She threw away the loudspeaker, stepped on the railing with one foot, leaned out half of her body, pointed one hand far ahead, and roared loudly, let us sound the clarion call to fight back. Drive those stupid scum out of our land. Let those scum who have forgotten the power of the people, and let those scum who are intoxicated in groundless delusions, remember the taste of failure. The square was boiling with excitement, and even Kosha and others roared loudly and fervently. At this time, the rebel army and the royal army truly put aside their respective prejudices, and there was no longer any barrier between them. There is only one common identity between the two at this time, the warriors of Alabasta. Jaka and Bell also completely forgot their identities, and roared in unison with the soldiers around them with passionate faces. Zhang Jiao and Fen Budi were also infected by this momentum. Although Sizi belonged to the world government and did not join in the cheers, their red cheeks and fists clenched until their knuckles turned white all showed what was going on in their hearts at this time. Not peaceful. Shiene's face was also extremely shocked. Tong Kong looked at Wai Wei in shock as she flung her cloak behind her and left. Behind the dark cloak, the bloody justice was like the rising sun in the east. After this speech, the world will change. Jenna said this was her intuition as a woman. This small voice was quickly drowned in the roar of everyone. After the lecture, in another distant section of Alabasta, a person turned off the screen and looked at the excited people in the audience. At this time, they were in the hidden underground area. Instead of feeling the cold underground, they felt the unparalleled heat in their hearts. You heard it all, you brats. The leader laughed loudly. Our new queen is completely different from her father. After saying that, he straightened his expression and roared, the battle begins. In the rain, two bounty hunters from the Baroque studio were yawning out of boredom. DG, when do you think this battle will end? A man asked his friend boredly. I don't know, but it should be very soon, right? Lord Crocodile wants to capture Albina, it's just a matter of backhand. DG said to him uncertainly. The two of them spanked each other, completely oblivious to the smoke and dust rising in the desert in the distance. Guys, full speed ahead. Get started. After Wai Wei's lecture, an hour later, news came from the Rebel headquarters. Baroque Studios' high-level management area and economic center, and logistics headquarters UD had been completely captured. This news shocked everyone. You must know that although Crocodile and Baroque Studio have all attacked, the thousands of bounty hunters who stayed behind are still good players. In theory, it is not a problem for one person to kill hundreds of rebel soldiers alone. However, it was this kind of left-behind force that barely made any waves in front of the high-spirited rebel army. The reason is not only that the rebels completely overwhelmed Baroque Studio in terms of momentum from the beginning, but also that many bounty hunters, explorers, and even pirates who were just passers-by in the Rainland took action against the remaining members of Baroque Studio. In just 1 hour, several forces twisted together and easily crushed the remaining power of Baroque Studio. This scene not only appeared in the Rainland, but also appeared in almost all captured cities. Quickly or slowly, within 12 hours after the lecture, almost all the resident members of the Baroque Studio were wiped out. Although this did not have much impact on Crocodile's troops marching towards Albina, there is no doubt that the morale this brought to the people on Wai Wei's side was unparalleled. And, it's more than that. After Wai Wei's lecture, the flow of people at various ports in Alabasta surged, and endless sea martyrs came to Alabasta and rushed to the capital Albina. Among these people are bounty hunters, explorers, maritime scholars, businessmen, guards from neighboring countries and even some famous pirate groups. However, everyone's sails have the Alabasta flag printed on them. People who were originally incompatible now gathered together for the same goal. Public opinion exploded, and even though there was no way to arrive in Alabasta in time for support, many people from all over the world supported Alabasta by wearing clothes with the Alabasta flag printed on them. For the first time, people in the world are so united in fighting for the same goal. Even if this unity is only a momentary passion, it is a unique milestone in the history of the world. It showed the world for the first time that even without a decisive strong leader, people's power and momentum can be so strong. The people who are most affected by this are undoubtedly the people of the Revolutionary Army. The news that a large number of forces were involved in this war soon reached Crocodile's ears. The reason is also very simple. His supply line was cut off, and all lines were cut off, so that no subsequent troops could follow up. Although Crocodile didn't care about these people, it would still be very difficult without an army in a large-scale war. And in the current situation, there is no guarantee that a strongman comparable to Crocodile himself will pop up from somewhere. After all, in recent times, Crocodile has been paying attention to the news every day in order to prevent himself from running into the support troops from the Navy headquarters. Alabasta is now a hot topic of public opinion, and Wai Wei's speech naturally made the headlines. Crocodile naturally also knows the effect of Wai Wei's words. The simplest manifestation is that he is now completely isolated. Even some pirates came to help Wai Wei conquer the city, which shows how successful Wai Wei's pre-war speech was. Damn! Crocodile cursed secretly in great displeasure. This was the first time he had suffered the loss of underestimating his enemy. In other words, since meeting Mary, nothing has gone well for me. That guy is really a loser. Crocodile now felt that it would not be enough to relieve the resentment in his heart without digging up Mary's corpse and whipping her body several times. "Boss, what should we do now?" Miss asked the gloomy Crocodile with her fingers carefully. They were left alone without supplies. Although they had planned to use war to support war from the beginning, now even the recruitment of personnel has been cut off. If they use war to support war, they may be attacked head-on by an ambush in a certain city, and then the entire army will be annihilated. There was no need to worry about this before. The Alabasta Royal Army and rebel forces were suppressed by Baroque Studio in both quantity and quality. But now that the situation is completely reversed, the strategic issues that were previously put aside will naturally be brought to the forefront again. Crocodile's eyes turned cold and he said, "Senior Cotters of the Baroque Studio, bring the billionaire elders and attack Albina directly with me. For the other Baroque Studio troops, let them advance along the existing route." Mrs. Fingers froze for a moment, and a chill crept into her heart. "Do you regard those hundreds of thousands of soldiers as outcasts who attract attention?" Miss was about to say something with her fingers, but suddenly she felt a chill all over her body. Crocodile's deep gaze fell on her. "Good." Miss pointed her fingers hard and said. Crocodile nodded and said, "You are a smart man. You should know what effect I want and what to say." Miss swallowed hard with both fingers. "A few days ago, deep underground in Alabasta. Destiny, do you have any technological equipment that can help me now?" Mary said to Destiny with a curious look on her face. "I'm going to face that pervert Crocodile later. If you give me some help, I think I'll be more confident in my attack." Mary felt that the gap between herself and Crocodile was not insurmountable. After all, Luffy could defeat Crocodile by chance. Mary was now much stronger than Luffy. At most, it may be a little restrained in nature. Having said that, Mary still hopes that the more help the better. After all, who knows if Lao Sha has some trump cards that were not revealed in the original work. However, Destiny said to Mary with a tone full of regret, "I'm sorry, I don't have individual weapons items in my warehouse. Mary's first reaction when she heard this was regret. But the next moment, she came back to her senses and discovered something special. Mary pondered for a moment, then asked Destiny, so, there is such a thing as a single-armed soldier? Indeed, there is. Destiny nodded, and I know where it is. Where? Mary asked quickly with joy in her heart. Infinite Land. Mary was stunned for a moment when she heard this term. Where is the Infinite Land? Well, just thinking about it casually, Mary remembered where the Infinite Land was, and the smile on her face couldn't help but freeze. Infinite Land, isn't that the moon in One Piece? The current way to land on the moon in One Piece is that Mary only knows that Enel's Arc Proverbs can do it. At this time, it is obviously completely unrealistic to travel thousands of miles to an empty island, destroy the Enero, steal the Ark, fly to the moon, collect the things, and then fly back again. Not to mention whether Mary can defeat Enel now, time alone is not enough, and Crocodile doesn't know what he is doing now. Thinking of this, Mary felt her scalp tingle. I can't help it. Mary scratched her head. Destiny also said to Mary apologetically, I'm sorry. I'm obviously asking you for help, but I can't provide any help or actual rewards. Mary shook her head. She also knew that these things could not be forced. It would be better to say that just finding Pluto was actually enough to make Mary excited for a long time. This was really just a matter of good luck. Forget it, Destiny, give me a copy of all your parameters. Do you have a small object that can store a large amount of data? Copy your parameters into it and give me a copy. I will go out later. I'll help you find the energy you need to exercise when you have time. Mary stood up and spoke to Fate. In fact, she subconsciously wanted to ask for a USB flash drive at first, but then she thought that she had no place to use the USB flash drive outside, and she didn't know if Destiny had such a thing as a USB flash drive, so she simply gave up her request. Make it clear with Fate and let it take care of itself. After a long time of mumbling about Fate, he actually took out a small device and stuck it out of the office seat in the command room. Mary's eyelids jumped again when she saw this scene. Although, she is now a little unable to accept the messy black technology of Destiny. She took the small device into her hands and looked at it. Just as Destiny was about to explain the use of this thing to her, she heard Mary murmuring incredulously, MP3. Looking at Mary's somewhat confused expression, Destiny knew that he probably didn't need to explain to her. Mary was shocked for a moment when Fate once again pulled out something familiar, and then she immediately calmed down and put the thing solemnly into her pocket. Well, let's let this be the Fate for now. Mary said to Fate, I don't know what's going on with Crocodile now, and the situation in Alabasta is not clear either. Before I came down, Crocodile was still alive and well, so I have to go back as soon as possible now. I'm worried about Wai. Well, right now what stupid things would the only daughter of the Alabasta royal family do? Having said this, Mary smiled helplessly. After all, he's a real idiot. Destiny was silent for a moment, and the door to the command room suddenly opened. In that case, leave quickly. There are many passages here that lead directly to the coast of Alabasta. I will use the maglev cursor to point you to the nearest path. You can just follow it. Mary took a deep look at the light screen in front of her. Thank you very much. Mary nodded and said to Fate, maybe one day in the future, I can come to you again. This is what I should do, Destiny said. The entire army blocks it. In the satellite city outside Albina, an extremely intense battle suddenly broke out. Damn, this guy Crocodile is really scary. Kosha squatted in a corner of a room to hide in disgrace, while gunshots and shouts of death rang out outside. Who would have thought that this guy would dare to rush directly to the capital with more than 200 elites? The rumble of gunshots and the sound of houses collapsing made McCarty shout even if he was complaining. Should it be said that this is the Shishibukai's confidence in his own strength? Don't think so much, come here quickly. Kosha yelled at McCarty loudly, what are you talking about over there? Why don't you hurry up and help look at the map and direct the battle properly? That guy Crocodile is unlikely to waste time here. He will most likely lead those senior cotters directly to Albina. We can't control those people and we can't control them. I want to deal with the hundreds of people here before we start. Kosha roared angrily, and at the same time, the communication sounds from various units continued to come from the phone bug. The first phase of tactics has been completed, induction begins. Contact at Node 4 is interrupted, and contact with the 2nd Brigade is interrupted. When Kosha heard this he immediately shouted, don't panic. The 1st and 3rd troops continue to move forward and arrive at the designated position. The 4th group goes to the 1st backup position and is on standby. Receive. Quick, run the duck force to follow. Hey, those pirates, stop running around. Suddenly, a strange scream came from the opposite side of the phone. Ah, damn, tactical evasion. Boom. There was suddenly an eerie silence on the other side of the phone, and Kosha and McCarty suddenly felt excited. Report damage. The battle is not over yet. The 1st Brigade has lost contact, and more than half of the 3rd and 4th Brigade have been damaged. Should the backup force be activated? Start up, Kosha said without hesitation as he looked at the map, a thin layer of sweat forming on his face. Tell me where all the troops are now and before they lost contact. Good. Kosha was still conducting intensively on one side, while McCarty was contemplating another thing on the other side. That weird scream just now. McCarty's eyes widened as he thought about why. Is he a senior coder? Thinking of this, McCarty shrank. The officers of Baroque Studio, Nico Robin disclosed all their information to Alabasta for free. If it is a senior coder, then the most likely one is Mr. 4B Butte. Thinking of this, McCarty shrank. And if BEB appears, there is a high probability that his partner Dorothy will also be there. Then their mobility will be far beyond normal people's imagination. McCarty immediately stepped forward quickly, walked to the edge of the sand table, and watched Kosha mark the various points on it. The target is defeated and the 4th Brigade takes action. Very good. There is a commanding height 80 meters northwest that can block the attack. The 4th unit will move closer there. Immediately contact Yinlika, the commander of the 4th Brigade, Kosha commanded methodically. However, looking at the map, McCarty felt increasingly uneasy. Why did the first team disappear at this location, and then the second team lost contact at the 4th node? McCarty looked at the map and vaguely discovered the connection between these locations. They are all commanding heights that are advantageous for concentrated fire attacks. The 4th Battalion and the 3rd Battalion will provide fire support for you from the left. Yinlika received it. Yinlika is the commander of the 4th Battalion and one of the generals of the same rank as McCarty in the rebel army. At the same time, she is also McCarty's lover. Please cover me. McCarty looked at the map and suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He immediately pushed Kosha away roughly and yelled at the phone bug with eyes wide open, "Not over there, Yinlika. Don't go there. What are you doing, McCarty?" Kosha was startled and grabbed McCarty violently, but McCarty's body was as unshakable as a mountain at this time. The next moment, there was a burst of noise on the phone. Strange, why are there so many cave-ins on the roads here? Oops, the building collapsed. There is no depth to hide in. Who are you? No, get away. A familiar squealing sound came from the other end of the phone. The 4th Brigade was completely wiped out. Yinlika's unclear voice came intermittently through the phone, and then hung up with a snap. Kosha and McCarty were both stunned, their minds going blank. The two were silent for a long time until the phone bug was connected again. The 4th Brigade has lost contact. Should we activate the backup force to follow up? Kosha said subconsciously, no need. However, McCarty suddenly reached out and interrupted him. Kosha was stunned for a moment and looked at McCarty, only to see that his eyes were blood red, and the bohemian smile on his face disappeared without a trace for the first time, and instead appeared anger that made people unable to look directly. But there was no trace of anger in his tone, it was just extremely low. Leave the next command to me. Believe me, I will let them stay with Yinlika. Good. Looking at McCarty, who was completely serious, Kosha could only swallow and nodded with difficulty. On the highest terrace of Albina, Vivi stood there without fear, wearing Alabasta's modified military uniform and Mary's cloak of justice. She faced Albina directly to the south. There, a completely abnormal sandstorm was rapidly approaching. Coming. Wei narrowed her eyes and made a slight gesture. Belle below saw this gesture and immediately turned around to make arrangements for the subsequent battle. Seeing Belle leave, Wei took a deep breath, and the peacock would break her in her sleeves tightened her hold. Finally here, crocodile. The time went back half a day again. Mary, who had been wandering underground for several days, finally stumbled out of the underground passage. It's really scary to say that the huge Alabasta underground now seems to have a huge and complete underground network system. Not to mention the high technology on board the Destiny, Mary could imagine how prosperous the civilization to which the Destiny belonged 800 years ago was just from the underground network system. Thinking about it now, things like Vegapunk, Kaji, and those coke powers, which Mary thought were completely unreasonable, all seemed reasonable compared to the wonders aboard the Destiny. Maybe these scientists are also chasing past glory. After finally walking out of the underground, where only the Destiny provided a little light, and seeing the sun again, Mary subconsciously covered her eyes. So bright. Feeling a stinging pain in her eyes and skin, Mary decisively turned around and ducked back into the small cave entrance, and turned back after a moment. Only now did she barely get used to the harsh light. According to the Destiny, except for this exit, the other exits are all below the sea surface and are used for the Destiny to leave the water after being coated. This exit is for people to enter and exit secretly, so this exit is closest to the Destiny. This exit is located on the cliffs on the north coast of Alabasta. There are many kinds of caves here, and they are all quite deep. It is impossible to imagine that there is a cave entrance leading to the Destiny without exploring it from all directions. It's really amazing. Mary climbed up the cliff in a few steps, stood on the corner of the cliff, looked at the vast blue ocean, and said with emotion. She took a good stretch and her bones were a little rusty from being underground for a long time. After a crisp bone sound was heard all over her body, Mary felt the vitality in her body. There are many bryophytes in the deep and moist underground. Not to mention weird things like the Destiny, there are some bryophytes on most cave walls. And although there are no bats or the like in this damp cave, there are still various insects and small fish and shrimps. After all, there are water channels in here. Mary absorbed some life force inside. While replenishing her own life force, she also helped the Destiny clean up its living place. After absorbing the life force all the way, Mary's life force was barely half full now. She was in a state where her life force was basically gone after she activated the Demon Sword secret technique once. But it's still in a place like Alabasta where birds don't poop. In other countries, Mary can also suck some animals and plants on land. But complaining about these things is not a thing now. The most important thing for Mary now is to find someone first. After more than half an hour of flying around while holding her own blood, Mary finally saw a city. The military uniform was a bit too eye-catching, so Mary casually changed into a white dress, the one she was wearing when she met Wai Wei, and walked straight in. As soon as she arrived in the city, Mary felt something was wrong in the atmosphere. Everyone looked a little absent-minded, and Mary even heard a few people talking to themselves. When will today's newspaper arrive? Mary, who has been locked underground for several days, is confused about this. Has anything major happened in the world these days? Mary was walking alone on the street, exuding the charm of a woman. She was thinking about how to find one or two people to show her the way to Albina. However, the passive effect of the desire fruit is still useful at this time. There are just a few people following behind you. The faint blood mist was floating, and Mary already had some understanding of the situation behind her. It's a bit of a headache. Although it is not my intention, I will give you a chance. If he still follows, and faces Crocodile later, he still lacks some vitality. Taking away the life force of some scumbags would make you feel somewhat guilty, but it wouldn't be a big psychological burden. Mary kept walking in circles in the street. After filtering through several troubled areas, many people left silently. But when Mary picked a small alley and walked in, she was still followed by 3 or 4 people with evil intentions. In the deep alley with no one in front or behind, there were several faint screams. A moment later, Mary walked out of the alley again, looking around, and sighed. Well, go ahead. Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, Mary once again began to walk aimlessly on the street. However, this scene reappeared several times, and finally Mary remembered. It seemed that she could capture these people and lead them there. Don't kill me. The rough-looking man in front of her was frightened to death. Looking at Mary casually throwing away a mummy, she felt regret for the first time in her heart that she had become lustful. Before she finished speaking, Mary stepped on the man's face. It's okay if I don't kill you, but you have to do me a favor. A cold smile appeared on Mary's face. I think you don't want me to be covered in blood and cut off the flesh with one knife, right? Yes, sir, I can help you with anything, yes. The man spoke excitedly and incoherently, as if he was worried that he would be killed if he hesitated even a little bit. Mary stopped her smile, lifted the man up, and gave him a moment to recover his emotions. When the man's face gradually returned to color, Mary asked, Boy, do you know how to get to Albina? I want a straight road. The man was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and said to Mary, Of course I know. This city is the northern fortress of Alabasta. It's only 2 or 3 hours away from Albina. So close. Mary raised her eyebrows and continued to ask, Then boy, lead the way immediately. I want to go to Albina. When the man heard this, he was shocked, with a trace of confusion on his face. Mary frowned when she saw this scene. Is there anything unspeakable? No, it's just why did you go to Albina at this time? The man looked at Mary, who looked confused, and carefully recounted what had happened recently, including the fact that Crocodile may have already invaded Albina at this time. When the man finished telling everything, he shut up decisively and looked at Mary with fear on his face. Mary just looked south without saying a word. Mary didn't speak, and the man didn't dare to speak either. After a long time, Mary turned her head and looked at the man with a smile. And the man saw a strong murderous intention in this smile that was not directed at him. Boy, take me to Albina. Mary said in a low tone, I will drop you off at the outer satellite city of Albina, and then you can just run away. Put it down? Hey. Before the man could figure out what Mary meant, he was picked up by Mary with one hand. She raised the bloody sword and in the blink of an eye, Mary took the man flying out at a speed close to the speed of sound. If it weren't for the worry that the man's body would collapse, Mary's character could be faster. Looking in the direction of Albina, Mary's eyes were slightly cold. Crocodile, I met Hades and back. Since Wai Wei can do such majestic things, it would be a bit unreasonable for me as her half-teacher not to dare to do something. Mary didn't notice at all that her mental world gradually began to heal, and the light in the sky became brighter and brighter. Detonate the number 23 location, and Reserve Troop 7 will go to the 9th location to stand by. Standing in the underground command post, McCarty looked at the sand table and commanded in an orderly manner. Koshaw was stunned as he looked at the densely packed sand table. "McCarty, what are you?" Koshaw asked hesitantly. "I want both of them to die," McCarty retorted without hesitation, then launched an order to the troops. The 9th Department reported the situation, and the 5th Department went to detonate the 17th site, heading east. Part 5 received. Department 9 reports that there is a cave appearing in the direction of 320, and there is the sound of digging in the direction of 240, and it is approaching the crypt number 39. McCarty narrowed his eyes and immediately shouted. The 7th Department immediately rushed to the designated location and prepared to target the 39th crypt, and the 8th Department blocked the 32nd block. "Be careful not to make any noise." McCarty's hands were as fast as lightning, and the speed at which he performed on the sand table dazzled Koshaw on the side. This was the first time that Koshaw discovered that he had such a powerful commander. When McCarty finished the sand table deduction, he paused and counted down silently. 10, 9, 8. Koshaw was slightly stunned and looked at McCarty, not understanding what McCarty wanted to do. 3, 2, 1. McCarty finished the countdown and immediately shouted, "The 5th part explodes." The 7th part opens in full force. As if in response to what McCarty said, at the moment he gave the order, Bebu flew out of the crypt and was about to bombard the 5th unit position. The next moment, dense bullets instantly turned him into a sieve. Bebu's dull eyes finally showed a look of disbelief and confusion before he died, as if he hadn't realized what had happened. Durruff in the crypt looked at the scene in front of her with a horrified expression. Half a second later, Bebu's body fell to the ground, and his Dachshund cannon was also hit by bullets, turning it into a hornet's nest. Department 7 reports that the Dachshund Beb has been killed. Listening to the news coming from the phone bug, McCarty and Koshaw finally breathed a sigh of relief. One of them has been dealt with. Koshaw shook his head and looked at McCarty in admiration. The second one is the biggest trouble. However, there was no joy on McCarty's face, and his expression remained solemn. Durruff, who can create crypts, is the most troublesome character at this time. After Beb's death, she will definitely not show her face easily again. To deal with her, you first have to think about where she will go and blow her out. McCarty started the deduction in front of the sand table again, while Koshaw walked around the command post boredly. After a few seconds, Koshaw's steps stopped and he lay down on the spot, pressing his ears to the ground. After a while, Koshaw said seriously, "McCarty, someone is approaching here." Hearing this, McCarty shrank his eyes, glanced at the sand table, and his expression suddenly changed. "Kosa, stand with me," McCarty suddenly roared and rushed towards Koshaw. Koshaw was also stunned for a moment, then stood up immediately and leaned against McCarty. Before Koshaw could ask anything, a rustling sound came from the ground. 2 seconds later, a giant mole burst out of the ground. "It's the fat Dorothy." The moment McCarty saw Dorothy appear, he pulled out both guns from his waist and fired at Dorothy. Koshaw also took out the knife on his back and rushed towards Dorothy. However, Dorothy just lowered her head and ran away. McCarty's bullets fired at Dorothy all missed, and the knife that Koshaw threw out was also split in two by Dorothy. Oops. McCarty looked at Dorothy, who rushed forward ferociously, feeling bitter in his heart. He did expect that Dorothy would attack the command post, but he had no choice. He had no one who could fight this guy 1 vs 1. "I made an unavoidable preparation, that is, to die together." Looking at Dorothy approaching rapidly, McCarty reached out and grasped the detonation button in his pocket. Looking at Koshaw, McCarty showed a guilty smile. Although Kosa also knew about this, at this time, McCarty still felt sorry for Kosa, who was going to die together. Then, McCarty gritted his teeth and whispered, "Yinlika, I'm here to find you." Having said that, press the detonation button. Puff. There was a low sound of a sword entering flesh, and both McCarty and Koshaw were stunned. They looked at Durruff, who was frozen in a daze. McCarty's hand holding the detonation button suddenly relaxed. However, at this time, McCarty had already pressed the detonation button. Thinking of this, McCarty's face turned pale. Unlike the ignorant Koshaw, McCarty's ghosts are now in full swing. But at the moment McCarty even saw the light of the fire, blood enveloped him. Boom! After a violent explosion, when McCarty regained consciousness again, he had already appeared on the ground. On one side is a huge bottomless explosion crater. The explosive yield I put seems to be a bit too high. McCarty looked at the explosion crater and murmured in a low voice. Dorothy had not even ashes left. Thinking of this, McCarty was startled and immediately looked around, only to find that Koshaw was still lying next to him. It seems that this guy was completely unprepared for the explosion and was knocked unconscious. After being stunned for a long time, McCarty finally reacted. "Who is it?" He quickly stood up and looked around in several directions. He clearly remembered that at the moment of the explosion, a large ball of blood protected him, and it seemed that Dorothy was pierced by a bloody knife. Looking at the current situation, there is a high probability that it was the blood that pulled him to the ground. The blood must be controlled by someone to behave like this. McCarty wanted to be sure of this. Then, he saw a black figure moving away quickly in the sky in the direction of Albina. Is he another righteous man who came here because of His Highness Wai? McCarty murmured, "Thank you for your life-saving grace." Mary, who was still speeding towards Alba in the sky, didn't pay any attention to McCarty spying behind her. To her, this was just killing a senior cotter of the Baroque studio and saving a few people. Even the explosion caught her a little off guard. If she hadn't reacted quickly, these two ordinary people who had just been rescued by her would have been reduced to ashes. Mary didn't take it seriously. At this time, she was just staring at Albina, where a plume of green smoke was rising not far away, her face gradually becoming serious. "Crocodile, Wai. Jaka, Bell, you all stand back." Wai looked at Crocodile and narrowed his eyes, and ordered decisively. In the heavy rain, Wai's soaked hair could not block her slightly shining eyes. Jaka watched Wai being silent for a moment, and then quickly retreated with a somewhat unwilling Bell. "Bell, we can't intervene next. Your Highness Wai." Bell glanced at Wai, who was motionless in the rainstorm, with a complicated expression, sighed and flew away. Crocodile did not stop the two people from leaving. In other words, Crocodile no longer bothers to stop him. Having regained his original intention, he will only attack those he likes. Those who were not worth mentioning in his opinion, as long as he didn't cause Crocodile himself, he would not deliberately cause trouble for them. Looking at the two patron saints of Alabasta hanging in the distance, Crocodile smiled disdainfully and turned back to look at Wai. "Although those two guys are indeed not worth mentioning, Wai, if I remember correctly, your strength is far inferior to those two guys." "What, let them go, why don't you go yourself?" Hearing Crocodile say this, Wai slowly shook her head. "I can't leave, I'm different from them." Wai lightly clenched her hands and said to Crocodile without fear, "I cannot leave this battlefield, let alone abandon the soldiers who obeyed me and fought with you. But fighting me, isn't it like seeking death for you?" Crocodile said, pressing his hand down slightly. A large dry area was formed out of thin air, and the dry air spread to Wai's feet. "See? Now I can kill you at any time." Crocodile's tone was so cold that no one could hear any fluctuations. "If you want to die, why not give up the fight? It will be good for both you and me." Now Crocodile is also interested in Wai. In the past, Crocodile had always regarded the Nefertari family as a tool for Hades, and at the same time, he regarded them as a thorn in his side. This complicated emotion makes Crocodile's behavior towards Cobra and Vivi quite strange. If it was in the past, Crocodile had gained such power, how could he talk nonsense with Wai? But now that Crocodile had looked away from Pluto, his mood became calmer, and he looked at Wai calmly. He now wanted to know how Wai could awaken the domineering energy and how she could stand in front of him without fear. You know, in his impression, Vivi is a little girl who can only stay behind Cobra and cry. Now that he has grown to this point, it is inevitable that Crocodile will become curious. Wai heard Crocodile's words and replied decisively, "Even if they are the same death, the two deaths are different. If my death can bring about national awakening, then that's not a bad idea." When Wai said this, a relieved smile appeared on her face. "You don't know who I'm talking about, do you, Sand Crocodile?" Crocodile was silent for a moment, looked at Wai, and said with emotion, "Of course I know who you're talking about." He covered the broken part of his broken arm and said, "The wound she left on me is still hurting. I won't forget her so easily." "Yeah, you can't even forget her, let alone me." Wai closed her eyes and recalled Mary's back, with a subtle smile appearing on her face. When she opened her eyes, Wai's expression became solemn again. "I once sneaked into the Baroque studio, and I kept trying to find people to help save the country. This has always been the case for me. I thought I could slowly make the country better, but everything is slowly getting worse. I have been running away from face to face with you, because I feel that I am too weak. However, if I are killed by you, no one will be able to plot for Alabasta." Her tone grew lower. "However, God is not as good as God, and my undercover plan was discovered. When Mr. Five found me, I thought everything was over. But at this time, Lady Mary appeared." Wai's tone suddenly became firm and calm, and Tina's expression changed when she heard this. "Mary." Tina remembered that this Navy had been mentioned in previous newspapers. When she came here, she specifically asked for Mary's name, but not many people seemed to know that such a person existed. Now that she heard this name from Wai's mouth, Tina couldn't help but pay full attention. It was she who defeated Mr. Five and Mr. Valentine. It was she who told me the truth about Baroque Studio. She was the one who promised me that she would defeat you for me, Sand Crocodile. Wai smiled, looked at the expressionless Crocodile, and said word by word, "Keep fighting until you are completely burned out. Even if you are unable to do anything, don't do anything that will grovel and humiliate today's will." This is what she said to me, and she did exactly that. "Mary, Lady Mary, never begged you for mercy until the last moment, right, Sand Crocodile?" Wai asked sternly. Crocodile looked at Wai and shook his head. What if I didn't give her a chance to beg for mercy? However, looking at the fire burning in Wai Wei's eyes, Crocodile unexpectedly shrugged. Indeed, that little girl was still thinking about how to hack me to death until the end. When Wai Wei heard this, she had an expression that was indeed true. Yeah, at that time I knew how cowardly I was in the past. I have been thinking that I cannot die. Once I die, Alabasta will be ravaged by you, and the people will not be able to survive. But Lady Mary made me understand that the only way to save this country is to defeat you personally. Sand Crocodile, although I don't know what your real purpose is, for so long, I at least know that you were thinking of ways to seize the throne of Alabasta. In that case, I just need to make it impossible for you to do this. Take away your Shishibukai identity, let what you have done be fully exposed, and attract the support of the world government. Then, let the people of Alabasta unite to resist. This way, even if I die, you still can't succeed. Speaking of this, Wai Wei smiled mockingly. Speaking of which, in fact, what needs to be done has been done. I originally planned to keep you here, but now it seems that even with Nico Robin's intelligence support, I still underestimated your strength. After Wai Wei said these words, she stopped making any sound and just looked at Crocodile steadily. This life doesn't matter now. If my death can unite the people of Alabasta, maybe it's a good choice. To this day, Wai Wei has given up on her own life and death. Just like Crocodile found his true heart, Wai Wei also found her true heart. She just wanted to protect the people of Alabasta from the beginning, nothing more. Crocodile looked at Wai Wei and narrowed his eyes. Wai Wei's words still made him a little unconvinced. At least Crocodile didn't think it was enough of a reason for Wai Wei to risk her life. Is it worth it to you? Crocodile suddenly asked a question that had no beginning or end. Wai Wei was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then replied, of course, because she believed I could do it. After a moment of silence, Wai Wei straightened her body, tied up her messy hair under the heavy rain with a hair tie, and tied it back into a single ponytail. She helped me because of my kindness and persistence, so I must at least give my own response. Her Excellency Mary once said to me that the world needs more stupid people like me, and she exists for this. Yin Kalem once said to me that having dreams is a child's privilege, and before children wake up from their dreams and are crushed by the cruel reality, protecting their dreams is the task of adults. When Wai Wei said this, her overbearing aura became more solid and her aura became stronger and stronger. I have to at least catch up with the two of them and make them understand that the person they entrusted their lives to is not a coward. I want the citizens of Alabasta to know that the princess they love and follow, Wang, is definitely not someone who is looking for an excuse to hide under the protection of others. I am the royal bloodline of the Nefertari clan, the bloodline that has been protecting this land for thousands of years. I will have all men follow me, just like Lady Mary. Everyone believes in me. If that's the case, what reason do I have to shirk my original responsibilities, even if it costs me my life in front of you? Wai Wei's current thoughts are actually very simple and innocent, and they are still essentially the same as her original self. But her perspective on things completely changed. She held the cloak tightly at her shoulders in the rain, and her hair that was spread behind her back was soaked by the rain and stuck to her face, making Wai Wei's eyes appear clearer and brighter. Tina looked at Wai Wei, who was delicate but erect, with waves in her eyes again. Gee, I kind of want to meet that Navy guy. Crocodile was speechless after hearing this. After a while, he sneered and shook his head. Ridiculous. For the people of Alabasta to follow, for their entrustment to be repaid? It's true, the price of being overbearing is actually shouldering the hopes of a country. Is the consciousness of a leader the reason why you can awaken your overlord color? However, I abandoned these from the beginning. Crocodile took a deep breath and looked at Wai Wei, with a look of relief in his eyes. But it doesn't matter. I don't need those things. Crocodile's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he completely let go of his grudge against the domineering look. Even if you don't have the overlord look, even if you are a lone ranger, you can still ascend to the top of the world. Just like Jorikol Mihawk, who develops his existing power to its peak, overlord color is just a support. After thinking about it, the wind and sand around Crocodile moved slightly, a new arm of sand was formed, and the broken leg was straightened and fixed by the sand. I recognize your will, Wai Wei. Crocodile sneered. Since you no longer care about your own life, then sacrifice yourself for your people in Alabasta. After getting the information about Wai Wei's domineering power, Crocodile said no more, and the dry area spread out again, preparing to kill Wai Wei directly. Crocodile once promised Mary that he would let Wai Wei go, but the premise was that Wai Wei would not take the initiative to mess with her. Now Crocodile also knew what Mary meant by that wry smile. Looking at the dry field in front of her, Wai Wei's face turned pale, but her figure did not waver at all. Just like she said, it was useless to hide anywhere, so she couldn't take even one step back even if she died. Her sacrifice needs to be valuable. Time seemed to slow down, and the dry field gradually clung to Wai Wei. Wai Wei took out the peacock wood breaker and threw it directly towards Crocodile. Yena's hand shot out, trying to grab Wai Wei's body. Robin's expression also changed, and the hands growing on the ground grabbed Wai Wei's heels and tried to throw her back. In a flash of light, a blood rope suddenly appeared from behind Wai Wei, trapping Wai Wei's waist like a thunderbolt. Then in just a blink of an eye, the bloody rope ripped Wai Wei away, and even Wai Wei's tied hair was spread out again. Before anyone on the field could react to what happened, two angry shouts suddenly came from the sky. White fist, fire punch. A giant fist made of white smoke and a giant fist made of flames volleyed down at Crocodile from different directions. Snort. A sudden change occurred, but Crocodile reacted immediately. The yellow sand beneath his feet burst out, turned into two giant pythons, and smashed away the two giant fists, and rushed towards the two people who launched the attack. Yan Shangzhong. Ace's voice was quite wild, and with his voice, a huge wall of fire suddenly surrounded Crocodile. The two giant sand pythons smashed into the wall of fire and immediately melted into little white crystals. Wai Wei on the side was dragged away. When she stopped, she was already in someone's arms. Well done, Wai Wei. Even the domineering energy has awakened. It seems that you have changed a lot. A familiar voice came, and Wai Wei was startled and looked up. Mary's familiar smiling face came into view. Wai Wei looked at Mary blankly, her eyes turning red unconsciously. It's all coming to an end. Mary smiled comfortingly and held out her hand to Wai Wei. It's beyond my expectation that you can do this, leave the rest to me. Wai Wei looked at Mary, bit her lip without making a sound, and handed the cloak behind her back to Mary. When the cloak took over, a difficult smile appeared on Wai Wei's face. I know you will definitely come back. Yes, I promised you. Mary took the cloak, put Wai Wei down gently, stood up, looked at the wall of fire in the distance, and put the cloak back on herself gracefully. Didn't you expect that you would come, Ace? It seems that the little princess said something very surprising, Mary said to herself. As she spoke, she walked towards the wall of fire with firm steps. We are facing a formidable enemy, so let's join forces temporarily. Crocodile, you failed to kill me last time, it's your turn this time. Different from the scene where Wai Wei and Mary met again, the atmosphere between the two people on the other side was not so harmonious. Padakat? D. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, why are you here? Smoker still put on his stinky face, frowning, and asked Ace. Ace smiled playfully and pressed the cowboy hat on his head. I just came to Alabasta for some business. I heard that there is a pretty strong-willed princess here, so I stopped by to take a look. It seems there is something I can do to help. Will pirates also come to help the national government? Smoker asked rhetorically. Ace stretched out his index finger and shook it and said, Navy, don't lump all pirates together. Don't forget, in places like the New World, where the world government cannot control who is protecting those countries, it's just thieves taking over. Smoker snorted in displeasure, but he also knew that there was no way to refute this. The Navy's control over the New World is too weak. After all, a large amount of power has been used to consolidate the first half of the Great Route, and the New World has the 4 emperors. Now it is almost a default that the New World is under the jurisdiction of the 4 emperors. Of course, navies like Smoker would certainly have some complaints about this. However, with the enemy at hand, no matter how much Smoker hated those pirates, as a companion at this time, he could just be a talker, but he could not cause any real conflicts. Ace would smile heartily when he saw Smoker not delving into these things. Ace Straw had Luffy's voice suddenly came, and Ace was stunned for a moment. He looked along the sound and saw Luffy's long-stretched hands, leading him to hit Ace quickly. Sanji and Zoro behind him could only smile bitterly and follow him. Usopp and Nami were unable to participate in this level of battle, so they stayed outside to block the senior cotters of Baroque Studio. Luffy. Ace was overjoyed when he saw the familiar figure, and rushed towards Luffy who was coming towards him at high speed. Tisk. Smoker looked at the happy scene over there inside, minding his own business and smoking a cigarette. Hey, Smoker, long time no see. Mary's voice came from his side. Smoker turned to look, put on his cloak, and Mary, who had returned in perfect condition, walked towards him with provocative eyes. It's not that long. Smoker shrugged, not intending to answer Mary's words. He took out a cigar from his chest and handed it to Mary, but Mary rejected it outright. She doesn't smoke. I didn't expect you to come here even from the East China Sea. Mary walked up to Smoker and hammered Smoker's chest with her hand. Anyway, Rog Town is not far from Alabasta. With your news, I will naturally rush over at full speed. Smoker felt the dull pain in his chest and raised his eyebrows. You have become much stronger. This strength is much stronger than before. I'm a genius. Mary said to Smoker confidently, you should understand too. Smoker curled his lips and made no rebuttal. He had seen Mary's progress with his own eyes. It only took 4 months to go from a weak girl, with a bit of a weird ability, to one who could compete with him head-on, and the progress got faster the further behind. Even in the Navy headquarters, Smoker had not seen many monsters progressing at such a speed. Seeing that Smoker was too lazy to answer, Mary shook her head boredly, straightened her face, and turned to look at Yan Shangzuna's wall of fire. Now that you're here, are you ready? How about it, are you confident in defeating Crocodile? Smoker's mouth twitched and he replied helplessly, if I had the confidence to defeat a Shishibukai, would I still be a colonel in the East China Sea? 2. Mary's careless words made a vein jump on Smoker's forehead. Taking a deep breath, Smoker flew not far away and was looking at the two of them leisurely. Seeing Smoker flying towards her, Yenna asked jokingly, Smog, you are committing a crime. Smoker, who had just landed in front of Yenna, was stunned for a while, and it took him a while to realize what Yenna meant. He covered his forehead with a headache, half-raised his eyelids and said to Shinna, don't talk nonsense, it's N.A. You know I'm not this kind of person. Yes, N.A. understands. Yes, N.A. knocked the cigarette in her mouth. What are you going to do now? Speaking of this, Smoker's expression finally turned serious. Yes, N.A., although your strength is similar to mine, your fighting style is too restrained against Crocodile. Mary, Ace, and I are fighting Crocodile. You are responsible for taking care of irrelevant personnel so that they are not affected. Hearing this, Yuna looked at Mary curiously and asked, what exactly is this little girl's ability? Can you safely let her fight Crocodile? Smoker shook his head and said, she is a monster, and her strength is not inferior to the two of us. Although she has been restrained against Crocodile, she has experience against the enemy. She is still here with a calm demeanor. It shows that she is confident in her fighting style. After a pause, Smoker added, of course, Yuna, if you have been watching the battle for a long time and feel that you can join the battle, I will not stop you. Yenna nodded, took a deep look at Smoker, said nothing more, and flew back to Wei. And Nicole Robin also consciously stood behind Wei. Seeing this notorious son of the devil, Smoker and Shinna both tacitly turned a blind eye to it. After all, now is not the time for internal strife. In Yanshangang, a huge and dull voice came, and the expressions of Mary, Ace, Smoker, and Shinna all changed. Luffy, take your companions and leave here quickly. Ace held down his cowboy hat, a bohemian smile on his face. Let me deal with this guy, and you go clean up those guys in the city. Oh, Luffy nodded excitedly, he was very happy to meet Ace now. Yeah, N.A. raised her eyebrows and vaguely stood in front of Wei. Mary and Smoker didn't say a word, they just looked at Yan Shangzuna with serious expressions. The yellow sand python. Crocodile's deep voice came, and the Yanshang gang exploded, and the violent shockwave shattered all the glass windows around the square. Crocodile stepped on a huge sand python, and several sand pythons around him raged wildly, smashing Aces and Shangzuna. Crocodile, it seems that it's more convenient for you to be called Sandboa. Why don't you change your nickname? Mary said jokingly to Crocodile. Crocodile narrowed his eyebrows and looked at Mary, with surprise that could not be concealed in his eyes. Mary Vinicius, you are not dead yet. He sighed with emotion, I actually survived in that situation. Haha, is this fate, destiny? What is that thing? Mary smiled disdainfully, if you really have that thing, I shouldn't be the one standing in front of you now. Just kidding, if destiny was really that powerful, Straw Hat Luffy would be standing in front of you and hammering you right now. I guess it can only be considered luck. Is luck considered fate? Mary, who was suspicious, glanced at Crocodile, who was also looking at her with doubtful eyes, curled her lips and ignored him. Crocodile didn't expect Mary to explain to him either. He just glanced at Mary, and his expression became cold again. Fire Fist Ace, Mary, the unknown navy. Veins popped out on Smoker's head again. Crocodile sneered, do you think that 3 people working together can defeat me? Ace didn't say anything, he just pressed his fists together, making his knuckles crackle. Smoker took a puff of cigarette and said nothing. Mary raised an eyebrow. Who knows? After saying that, Mary's hair and eyes instantly turned to blood. She pulled out her saber, and her body suddenly shot out, leaving only an afterimage in place. Bloody evil technique. Now Mary's vitality cannot be used indiscriminately. One use of the forbidden demon sword technique will consume almost half of an ordinary person's vitality. Mary's vitality is not that exhausted now. With Ace and Smog at her side, Mary only needed to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Speaking of which, Ace's help was completely beyond Mary's expectation. But now is not the time to dwell on Ace's problem. Mary felt a little more relaxed now, and she had another real natural person to help her. And no matter what, Ace had received an invitation from the Shishibukai. It is conservatively estimated that he is stronger than Smog. Now that he is on his own side, the pressure on his enemy Lao She will be lighter. Seeing Mary take action, Ace and Smoker also set off together. Smoker's lower body immediately turned into smoke and flew into the sky. Countless white fists dropped from the sky and hit Crocodile on the head. Ace, on the other hand, swung his legs and pushed forward violently. A vast wall of fire smashed into Crocodile. For a moment, the surrounding rain felt like it had been evaporated. Mirror fire flame, Ace shouted angrily. Crocodile raised his sand-condensed hand, and 3 sand dunes rolled up from different directions. 2 pushed aside Ace's mirror flames, and the other rose high to block Smoker's white fist. Makazuki sand dunes. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Ace immediately launched another attack. He jumped high and a huge fire ring formed as his body rotated. Fire ring? Fire pillar. A long pillar of fire blasted into the sky, then turned around in the sky and turned towards Crocodile to hit. When Smoker saw this, a large amount of smoke was generated out of thin air, surrounding Crocodile. Crocodile instinctively felt something bad, and was about to dodge when a huge pulling force suddenly came from his feet. Looking down, he saw two bloody hands stretching out from the sand snake tightly grasping Crocodile's ankles. Crocodile's expression changed and he sucked up the blood from his hand in the blink of an eye. However, at this time, the pillar of fire has reached the top of the head, and there is no way to hide. The dense smoke and dust suddenly exploded when ignited by the fire pillar. This explosion was far more powerful than when Crocodile destroyed Inami Tuna before. Mary and the four of them were staggered by the violent shock wave. Robin grabbed himself and Vivi with hands generated from the flower fruit, and they were caught in the shock wave. Zhong stood firm. Mary looked at the scene in front of her in shock, feeling extremely ridiculous. Is this a dust explosion? Smoker, is your smoke actually ignitable? And why are you two so cooperative even though it's your first time meeting? Mary, who was complaining like this in her heart, obviously didn't realize how well she had a tacit understanding with the two of them when she subconsciously created two bloody hands to trap Crocodile. It can only be said that the three of them are very good at grasping fighter planes. The current state is that Ace is the main C, Smog is the deputy C, Mary is the marginal OB, and Lisha feels disgusted from time to time. There was no way, the dry field around Lausha hadn't been removed yet, Mary had just forced her way in, and her two arms were extremely consumed. Under this situation, if she were to go in, she wouldn't be able to withstand several dry fields with her current accumulation of vitality. Crocodile has to find an opportunity to be slow. Just as Mary was thinking this, the ground suddenly trembled. In the stunned eyes of the three people, sand kept pouring out from under Crocodile's feet, like spring water. It's just that it's a particularly big spring. The floor of the square was cracked. Mary's expression changed again and again, and she shouted to Tina, "Tina, take the others and leave." Tina was slightly startled. Just when she was about to ask Mary why she knew her name, she felt an unpleasant shock under her feet and her blood drained away. She picked up Vivi and Robin beside her and ran away as fast as possible. Wei just realized what happened. Looking at the terrifying expressions of Tina and others, she also realized that something was wrong. Belle, Jaka. She reluctantly broke away from Tina's embrace, stretched out her hand and shouted to the two of them, immediately organize the royal guards to evacuate the people who have not yet evacuated. We cannot stay in the second circle, and immediately withdraw from the fourth circle. If you encounter a senior cadre, you must hold him back. Belle and Jaka looked at each other, nodded, and quickly left the square that was shaking wildly. The cracks in the square continued to expand, and countless yellow sand escaped from them and slowly rose into the sky. Smoker lifted up Ace while flying up, while Mary walked through the air. Mary's actions in a bloody state were so unreasonable, but the three of them felt frightened when they looked at Crocodile in front of them. Mary looked at the aggressive Crocodile with her eyelids twitching wildly. Did something happen while I was away? Why does Crocodile's fruit power suddenly feel like a different one? The shasha fruit he originally ate was a pirated version, but now he ate it for real? The huge square with a radius of several hundred meters in diameter is constantly overflowing with yellow sand, forming a man-made desert, and this desert is still expanding. Crocodile shouted coldly, threw out his right hand, and a huge sandstorm stretching across the sky rolled up almost in the blink of an eye. Not only did the speed far exceed what Crocodile had released before, but the scale was also far from the same. The sandstorm was so fast that the rapidly rotating yellow sand almost turned white. Bitter chalk, all that's left is white. Listening to Crocodile's deep and hoarse voice, Mary's body was scratched with large scars by the sandstorm. This kind of power. Even the high-gloss Crocodile in the original work is too far behind. Something definitely happened that I didn't know about. Mary forcibly stabilized her body amidst the huge pulling force, looking at Crocodile in the distance with a dark feeling in her heart. Give me some time. Ace's loud voice came from the chaotic sand. Although each other could only vaguely see the other's position, upon hearing this, Mary and Smog both tacitly launched their most ferocious skills to attack. Crocodile. Smoker gathered strength in his chest, and overwhelming smoke burst out from his body, converging into a sharp siege gun and blasting towards Crocodile unobstructed, as if the sand didn't exist. White cannon fight. The purple-black aura from Mary's body filled the air, and instantly enveloped Mary, forming a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. As his mind raced, the demon statue quickly enlarged, splitting open the white sandstorm with mighty power, and slashed Crocodile directly. Ghost 3 Sword Style, Azura, Itchy Mist Silver. 2 major killing moves came one after another. Crocodile's expression became serious, and he suddenly leaned over and slapped the ground. Sand God's City. Huge sand walls blocked one after another. A fog of silver smashed 7 of them in succession and then slowly dissipated. The white cannon that followed closely stared at the real thing for a moment, and smashed the remaining ones with great force. The city wall was facing a huge sand python. The two behemoths collided head-on without any fancy, making an earth-shattering sound, and both sides collapsed. The smoke that spread out blocked everyone's sight. In the chaos, Mary, who was particularly sensitive to temperature, suddenly felt a burst of high temperature around her. It was obviously daytime, but the whole sky seemed to be gloomy. Only the fireball held by Estair was extremely dazzling. It's like a second sun. Ace took a deep breath and raised the big and terrifying sun high. This move is. Mary couldn't help but curse secretly when she saw this scene. I forgot that Ace had this move. It was quite powerful, but it was a little too powerful. Mary clearly remembers the description of the power of this move enough to destroy a city. I just hope that the power of this on-the-spot use is not so exaggerated, otherwise Wai Wei and the others will suffer again. Great Flame Emperor Flame Ring. Ace threw the sun at Crocodile brazenly. At this time, Smoker, who felt the heat, turned pale with fright and hurriedly left far away. Crocodile did not notice the abnormality of this move, but subconsciously swung out a sand spear and hit the big flame ring. Boom dash! At that moment, a scorching firestorm swept through everything. The white sandstorm was blown to pieces, and the entire square and even several surrounding buildings were crushed and leveled to the ground by the extremely violent explosion. Fortunately, before the war, Wai Wei had moved all the residents out of the area that had been designated as a fighting site, otherwise there would have been many casualties. At this moment, Mary, whose body was burned in flames, had only one thought in her heart: Ace. WDNMD. The rebels, royal guards, and members of the Baroque studio who were fighting from afar looked at the red sun and explosive clouds rising high in the center of Albina. They all stopped in their movements and stared blankly at the rising fire. Tina stood on the street, stunned as she watched the terrible explosion. The cigarette in her mouth fell to the ground and she didn't even react. Wai Wei was still organizing people to evacuate urgently. She took one look at the explosion and ran in a hurry, not caring about the explosion at all. In other words, it's useless to care. In Wai Wei's opinion, it is more useful to do something within one's ability now. After more than 20 seconds passed, the flames gradually dissipated and the sandstorm disappeared. In the center of the square, a huge crystal dome stood in a sand pit that was several meters shorter than the fire. Smoker slowly emerged from the smoke in the shape of a flower, with cold sweat on his forehead and a look of joy on his face that he had survived the disaster. I almost got caught in it and burned to death. Although Smoker is smoke, he is smoke that can explode. Fortunately, he had just tried his best to evacuate despite the sandstorm, otherwise, even if the explosion just now could not kill him, it would have killed half of his life. From the remaining drop of blood in the distance, Mary's entire body reappeared, and the first words that appeared were, "Portcas de Ace, do you want to blow up both of us?" No, I guess I should have been killed once. Thinking of this, Mary became even more unhappy. Ah, sorry. Ace quickly scratched his head and laughed. I didn't expect that the great flame ring thrown out temporarily would be so powerful. Ha! Mary took a deep breath and told herself not to be angry, not to be angry. Now we still have to see Crocodile's reaction. Pshaw, pshaw. The white crystals continued to fall off, and the crystal cover gradually shattered. Crocodile's contented expression appeared in front of everyone. Although it looked a bit shocking, it didn't suffer much damage. Mary's expression suddenly turned ugly. That crystal cover. I had barely survived by burning out such a cover. I didn't expect that Crocodile could do this, but he was unscathed. Trouble. Ace's expression also became serious. Apparently he did not expect that this move would go on and Crocodile would remain unscathed. The pale Crocodile calmed down a little, and once again looked at the three of them with cold eyes. Any other tricks? Crocodile's cold tone echoed in the square. The storm subsided and the sandstorm was shattered. The whole square was silent except for the dull sound of rain. Mary, Smoker, and Ace were at odds with each other, and they were all silent. Now this situation, none of the three people can figure out how to solve it. Is there no other way? Crocodile looked at the helpless three people and his voice suddenly rose. Then it's my turn. He shook his hands, and sand spurted out from under his feet, forming countless desert swords and slashing at the three people. The speed of these desert swords became faster and faster, turning into sharp objects similar to shuttles and attacking the three of them through the wind. Shashiger. Mary felt the vibration in the air, her hair stood up, and she quickly dodged, avoiding Shashiger's shooting range in the blink of an eye. Smoker and Esco were not so fast, and could only control the body elements to dodge Crocodile's attack with difficulty and passively. The two of them could have relied on the passive effects of elementalization to resist, but the dry smell coming from Shashio made their hair stand on end. Their instincts told the two of them that if they didn't take the initiative to dodge with elements, something bad might happen. Smoker's reaction speed was still a little slower. After a few seconds of quick reaction, his right shoulder was finally unable to dodge and was slightly scratched by Shashio. Well, Smoker let out a muffled groan and saw that the muscles in his right shoulder quickly shriveled up until the bones relaxed. Smord! Mary's eyes flinched, and as the anger rose in her heart, an idea came to her mind involuntarily. In the original work, the ability to dry up is only possessed by crocodile's true form. Sand dispersed out to control never exhibited this property. Maybe it was not shown in the original work, but combined with crocodile's ability to control sand that has increased several times, Mary has a suspicion that is getting stronger and stronger. The fruit ability awakens. Awakening of natural devil fruit abilities. As soon as this possibility appeared, Mary's heart dropped rapidly. Awakening the fruit ability is not a simple matter. This bonus is so big it's terrifying. And the natural fruit ability awakens. Unheard of. Not even one of the three powerful generals has awakened the nature system. Is this true or false for Crocodile? Guessed wrong? If it's true, Mary narrowed her eyes slightly. This guy is really difficult to fight. Hearing Mary's low murmur, Ace and Smoker's expression suddenly changed. One of them has been working for many years and has extensive experience under the four emperors, the other is taught by Zifa and is a well-established junior in the Navy. Both of them had heard about the fruit awakening, but the natural fruit awakening was something the two of them had never heard of before. When Mary advanced the schedule, both of them thought of this possibility. If this is true, this battle may not be so easy. Crocodile showed no mercy. When he saw the sand rain taking effect, he controlled the sand python under his feet and rushed toward Smoker. Smoker quickly pulled away and retreated. Ace reacted almost instantly and pushed out a mirror fire, trying to block Crocodile a little. However, a huge sand dune pushed out directly, knocking out Jing Huoyan. Trouble. Even Ace, who was naturally open-minded, couldn't help but pout when he saw this scene. But fortunately, this mirror fire finally helped Smoker by a little time. At the same time, the ghostly colossus crashed straight into Crocodile's sand python. Ghost energy is the only thing that Mary can get close to Crocodile at the moment. Get away! Crocodile roared angrily, and countless sand knives poured out from all directions, tearing apart the ghostly colossus that was rushing towards him in a matter of seconds. Run! This place is too advantageous for him. When Mary saw this scene, she immediately shouted to everyone. As time passed, the entire square was turned into an unfathomable huge desert by Crocodile. Perhaps the underground of Albina was almost entirely filled with sand. In short, the current square is completely Crocodile's home court. Ace and Smoke took advantage of the little time Mary bought to quickly evacuate. Mary continued to forcefully use ghost energy for a while, and then flew back. But the pale face and sweat on her forehead also clearly showed that Mary's condition was also extremely bad. This is the first time that ghost energy and human consumption have been used so intensely. Watching the three people withdrawing quickly, Crocodile stopped and looked at the people leaving with a sneer on his face. Do you think you can run away like this? He whispered so, and slowly raised his right hand to the sky. Mary, who was in a bloody state, felt a shock in her heart and subconsciously turned her head to look. The scene in front of her made a chill surge in her heart. As a white light filled with death spread out, all the land, trees, buildings, cats and dogs swept by this white light turned into sand and flew out. It seems that with Crocodile as the center, everything is rapidly drying up and turning into sand, spreading outwards. Bitter chalk soil of the dead. Crocodile's tone did not waver. At this time, he stood under the clouds, like a god of trouble. This guy is definitely awake. Looking at this scene, Mary was completely sure of this. Just kidding, Crocodile in the original book definitely doesn't have this level of strength. If this trick had been used in the original Alabasta, the Straw Hats would have been destroyed and her surname would not have been Vinicius. This move is too unreasonable. Can the elementalization of domineering or other fruits resist this white light that turns into sand? Mary was in a mess now. This scene was something she had never expected. Originally, Mary's ability to suppress Crocodile was largely due to her advantage in the intelligence war, but now the two of them have reversed it. Mary can no longer figure out Crocodile's intelligence. The white light continued to spread, and the three Marys ran outside non-stop. Fortunately, Wai Wei had given instructions for the people to evacuate quickly. Otherwise, Albina would have added many more innocent souls with this move. This white light crushed out for more than 2,000 meters. In other words, with just one move, Crocodile turned everything within a radius of 2,000 meters centered on him into yellow sand. Even Ace, who has been fighting against big pirates in the New World all year round, was stunned. The scene in front of him, based on the degree of development of the fruit's ability, Ace was convinced that only his father Whitebeard could stabilize the pressure among the people he had ever seen. Crocodile won. But when did Crocodile become so strong? Standing on the edge of the desert, the three of them fell into silence. Suddenly, Ace felt a murderous aura escape. His scalp suddenly exploded, and he subconsciously burst out with domineering aura. The red overlord rushed out, and the figure of Crocodile who had just appeared froze involuntarily. Ace seized this opportunity and punched out with a fire fist, but Crocodile disappeared immediately after he came to his senses. Mary's mind was racing after witnessing this scene. At a distance of more than 2,000 meters, how could crocodile appear in an instant? Looking at the yellow sand under her feet, Mary suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu. Could it be? Her eyelids twitched and she shouted loudly to Smoker and Ace, "Be careful, this guy can appear from any sand surface that is big enough." Crocodile is probably the same as Mary, one can appear from the blood he controls, and the other can appear from the sand he controls. It's just that Mary broke herself into pieces and was reborn in the blood, and Crocodile should be able to move instantly in the sand under his control in a serious manner. Seeing the endless yellow sand in front of her eyes, Mary really started to have a headache. A life and death enemy suddenly evolved an ability, and he still didn't know what abilities the opponent had evolved. How to call. Wait online. Urgent. A huge wave of sand covered the sky and rolled up and hit the three of them. Mary and the others cursed secretly and ran away. However, as soon as the waterfall of sand hit the ground, it quickly turned into several huge sand crocodiles and bit into the three of them. Fire Punch, White Fist, 10,000 Leaves Breath. The three of them each showed their magical powers and used their own methods to block Crocodile's attack. Mary, who had sharp eyes, noticed that a black shadow rushed toward Smoker. Smog, fly, Mary shouted without hesitation. When Smoker heard the sound, he immediately flew upwards without any hesitation, barely dodging a sand knife. Not far away, Crocodile's figure slowly emerged from the desert, looking at the three of them coldly. The fighting subsided for the time being, and the three of them each looked at Crocodile in full formation. The relaxed mood at the beginning of the battle no longer existed. No one could have expected that Crocodile would suddenly become so much stronger. Looking at the indifferent Crocodile, Mary suddenly noticed that the white light that had been lingering around Crocodile became lighter. And sensitive Mary knew exactly what it was. The circle of dry fields recedes yet. It seems that the ridiculously exaggerated move just now is considered one of Crocodile's unique moves, and it definitely consumes a lot of money. Thinking of this, Mary breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he is a human being after all, not a god of the desert. If you look at this consumption, the crocodile in front of you is not so strong that it is invincible. The most critical question now is what exactly will be strengthened when the crocodile fruit awakens. This must be clarified. Strengthening the control range and total amount of control are routine. Mary does not believe that a dignified nature type will only strengthen these after awakening. Just like the logic of the awakening of the superhuman fruit ability, there will definitely be a qualitative change somewhere in the awakening of the fruit ability. If you don't understand this, you may end up getting killed in vain if you step forward easily. Thinking of this, Mary came to Smoker in a flash. "Smord, please explain to me later what it feels like to have the ability of a natural fruit." Smoker was stunned and nodded. Shashiger. Again. Mary and others' hearts jumped when they heard Crocodile's voice, and they ran away when they saw countless huge sand shuttles flying towards them. "This thing is so scary, it will be sucked dry if you rub it, and it will really hurt if you rub it." Ace went solo on his own, while Mary and Smoker ran away together. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and looked at the direction in which the three of them were running away, then chased after them with the sand boa at his feet. Everything they passed dried up and turned into sand. Seeing Crocodile chasing after him, Mary was also anxious, and asked Smoker, who was running for her life beside her, "Smord, what does a natural fruit feel like?" Smoker pondered for a moment, organized his words a little, and then explained to Mary, "It's probably the feeling of being able to communicate with the world, right?" He said with some uncertainty, "It's the feeling that my body is integrated with nature, but it's just a small part of nature, this feeling." A small part of nature? Are they independent natural objects such as smoke, flames, and sand? Listening to Smoker's description, Mary's mind was racing. Unlike the native residents of the pirate world like Smoker, Mary, a visitor from another world, has a better vision and breadth of thinking, and sees things from a different perspective. The feeling of being one with nature, isn't it the enlightenment often mentioned in novels about cultivating immortals? Become one with heaven and earth. But there is still a difference. In the novels about cultivating immortals, the integration with heaven and earth is comprehensive, while the nature series is obviously a very specialized version. Is it a specialized fusion that only targets a certain element? Mary thought a little uncertainly. In other words, is this simply mastering a certain aspect of the laws of nature? If you calculate it this way, then awakening should also be a specialized ability to master the laws. Thinking of this, Mary recalled Sheshiu and the soil of the dead, and suddenly realized something. Yes, I guessed it right. The source of the ability of natural fruit should come from resonance with nature, which is equivalent to mastering a certain aspect of elements in nature. After awakening, the ability to master certain characteristic laws of this element is strengthened. For example, Crocodile's Shasha fruit. According to the abilities Crocodile showed just now, the direction of his specialization after awakening should be dry up. The original work, Rick Rockdale, demonstrated this kind of power that was said to be the extension ability of the Shasha fruit, but in Mary's opinion, it was a bit inconsistent. After all, there is a big difference between controlling sand and sucking others dry. Looking at Ace's burnt fruit and Echina rockberry, they don't have the ability to cause other people's bodies to spontaneously combust. Now it seems that Crocodile in the original work has probably already developed his fruit ability to the extreme, and is just one step away from awakening. Mary figured it out and immediately shouted to Ace, "Ace, be careful." After awakening Crocodile's Shasha fruit ability, he has strengthened his control over the concept of drying. If Ace stayed away and yelled at him, Smoker would still hear him. At this time, it is better to disclose this information together. After all, everyone is still on the same front. Learn. Ace's voice came from afar. Crocodile naturally heard this shout, and his face looked slightly unnatural. But his demeanor returned to normal in an instant, and he said with appreciation in his tone, "You are so perceptive, Mary Vinicius. I never thought you could figure out my abilities in just a few fights." Crocodile really had an appreciative attitude at this time. After all, even he himself was a little unfamiliar with the new abilities when he first awakened, and he is still adapting to mastering the power of dryness. And Mary was able to guess his abilities in just a few fights, which not only amazed Crocodile but also surprised him. He himself is still a little unclear about his own abilities. Mary's words can be said to have awakened the dreamer. He is now very confident that after this battle and giving him enough time to fully master the power of the fruit's awakening, he can challenge Whitebeard again. And this time, it's not so easy to lose. Of course, for the three people in front of him, Crocodile did not deliberately conceal his abilities, let alone mislead them, but openly admitted it. Crocodile, who had regained his original spirit, looked down upon such insidious things. He was confident that he could use his own abilities to crush the people in front of him. If the fruit awakens and will be defeated by these three people, then it can only be said that he is nothing more than that. What can you do if you know? Crocodile's expression became extremely fierce, and the huge waves of sand rolled up, crushing the three of them unstoppably. It's simple and crude, but you just can't help it. When the controlled sand reaches a certain scale, there is no need for any bells and whistles at all. Embarrassingly dodging Crocodile's attack, Mary gritted her teeth and kept thinking about how to deal with Crocodile. We can't go on like this. Who knows where the limit of Crocodile is now awakened? It's hard to tell Ace and Smoker if he continues to waste it like this, but I can't bear it. The duel between Akainu and Aokiji lasted for several days and nights. If Crocodile had such endurance, Mary would have to be beaten to death by him sooner or later. After all, Mary's current vitality reserve is only the total amount of vitality of a few ordinary people. Although the speed of blood damage burning vitality is far slower than that of the Demon Sword Forbidden technique, it can be fatal after a long time. Dealing with those with natural fruit abilities, Mary looked at Ace subconsciously. After all, Ace and Monet seem to be the only dead natural devil fruit users in the original work. Monet was stabbed in the heart by Caesar with an ice pick and died on the spot, and Ace was punched through the body by Echina with a lava punch and died. What do these two have in common? Are they all sanctioned by their superior fruits? No, these are just symptoms. The fundamental reason is, Mary's eyes lit up slightly. Can those with fruit abilities not be able to elementalize? Mary thought of this, and while dodging, she glanced at the expressionless Crocodile from the corner of her eye. Even if the ability of Crocodile fruit evolves, the basis is that the essence of sand should not change. Drying up is just an additional special property, which itself is based on the characteristics of sand. Therefore, even if Crocodile becomes an element, it should still be in the state of the element turning into sand, rather than the concept of the element turning into drying up. To make the sand elemental, Luffy has already used a textbook method in the original work, soaking Crocodile with blood. The problem now is that now that Crocodile has awakened the drying characteristic, if Mary's blood wants to wet Crocodile, the price to pay will be astonishingly high. A conservative estimate is that there may only be 1 or 2 opportunities. No matter how many times it happens, once Crocodile becomes wary, he may not have this opportunity again. To put the final word on it, when he makes Crocodile lose his elemental ability, someone must give Crocodile a fatal blow. Mary looked at Ace and Smoker. Ace first ruled out that his ability to burn fruits meant that almost all of his attacks would be high temperature, and his blood would be evaporated by him. It is not impossible to kill Crocodile with flames, but Crocodile's previous method of preventing the Great Flame Ring shows that he has some research on high-temperature fighting methods. God knows how he came up with this way of dealing with it, maybe to target Akainu? Looking at Smoker again, Mary thought for a moment and shook her head. No, Smoker's fruit ability is more focused on control. Although it has lethality, it is still lacking for this level of combat and cannot play a critical blow. So in the end, do I still have to do it? Mary's face froze, then returned to normal. Sand falls. With a violent roar, the huge wave of sand that covered the sky and the sun came straight from behind, and the three of them could only dodge in embarrassment. We can't go on like this. Looking at the crowd gradually appearing in the distance in front of her, Mary's expression gradually became serious. We can't continue to escape. If we continue to escape, many innocent people will suffer. The royal guards were organizing the evacuation in full swing. They looked at the yellow sand sweeping in the distance with frightened expressions on their faces, but they did not leave their posts without authorization after all. Nice soldier. Looking at this scene, Smoker couldn't help but nodded in recognition of these soldiers. They may be weak, but they can overcome the fear of death. This alone is already very powerful. Or, hey, they believe we can kill Crocodile. Ace pressed his cowboy hat and chuckled twice. The expression on his face disappeared instantly, and he stopped as soon as he stepped on his feet. It would be too embarrassing to keep running. Enshang Zuna. Ace turned around and punched without hesitation, and the towering wall of fire exploded instantly. With the fierce burning sound, he forcibly withstood the waves of sand that hit the sky and the sun. Reckless. Mary cursed secretly when she saw Ace turning back and lashing out, and immediately called Smoker to turn around and fight. There is no way, we can't let Ace fight here alone. Ace alone cannot defeat Crocodile in his current state. Once Ace, who has the highest overall strength among the group, is killed alone, it will be even more difficult for the remaining Mary, Smoker, and others to subdue Crocodile. So even if she hadn't figured out how to reverse the situation, Mary could only bite the bullet and join forces with Ace to fight against Crocodile. Moreover, although there was no specific solution, she already had some vague ideas. Crocodile cannot be elementalized, Crocodile must be soaked with blood. But although the white fluorescence around Crocodile became much lighter and smaller, it still had a cover of about 1 meter outside the body. If you use blood to attack from a distance, it may be difficult to get close. Otherwise, it would be like when Mary used her bloody hands to forcefully hold Crocodile back, the consumption would be unbearable. And with that experience of being attacked by a sneak attack, Crocodile would definitely be on guard against blood coming from close quarters. Mary was heartbroken and decided to be reckless. Forget it, Crocodile bombarded him so simply and crudely, I didn't bother to think about it that much. As long as it works. The more scheming a person is, the easier it is for his or her plans to be ruined for various reasons. In that case, let's be direct. If you can't do it remotely, I'll get close. It's not close enough. I still can't believe that if it sticks to someone's body, the blood won't escape. Thinking of this, Mary gave Ace and Smoker a look and suddenly disappeared from everyone's eyes. The speed increased again, and Mary's speed had reached the highest value without turning on the forbidden magic of the demon sword. At this speed, it was difficult for Crocodile, who had not turned the surrounding buildings into yellow sand, to catch Mary walking through the buildings. Ace and Smoker noticed this scene, looked at each other, and thought of the key point in their minds. Although it is not clear what Mary wants to do, what they have to do now is very clear: attack Crocodile with all their strength so that he has no time to think about anything else, thereby creating an opportunity for Mary to attack. While Crocodile was still looking for Mary's figure, Ace blasted out mirror flames, Smoker gradually enveloped the smoke, and Ace continued to release fireflies and fire dharma. The sudden and strong offensive left Crocodile with no time to think about anything else and could only fight the enemy with all his strength. Crocodile had just hit the sacred city and smashed the mirror fire flames. Firefly Fire Demo detonated the smoke that had filled half of the street, forming a majestic and huge explosion. Crocodile had no choice but to gather the sand into a sand shield. The flames exploded, burning out a crystal cover again, but Crocodile was not injured at all. It's not over yet. Smoker snorted coldly, flew high into the air, and the white cannon volleyed down, shattering the crystal cover with a mighty force and hitting Crocodile directly. Ace also took this opportunity to get closer, and the divine fire Shiranui pierced Crocodile straight away. Time slowly slowed down, and a sneer hung on the corner of Crocodile's mouth. The fluorescence on his body slowly spread in the eyes of Ace and Smoker's eyes, which suddenly shrank. Soil of the Dead. Crocodile used this ability for the third time. Mary guessed right, this was indeed his trick. But what Mary didn't expect was that if this ability was only used on a small scale, it would cost Crocodile almost nothing. The smoke dissipated in the dry light, and the flames were extinguished by the sweep of fluorescent light. Not good. Ace and Smoker quickly moved away, while Shishijir seamlessly connected after Crocodile used the dead man's soil, speeding towards the two. Crocodile seized the opportunity and used all his strength to attack Shishijir, intending to defeat the two of them in one blow. In an instant, the chill rose. Crocodile's hair stood on end as he felt the murderous intent behind him without turning around. Mary gently put down the sleeping Wai Wei and let her rest against the wall like she did just now. Now Wai Wei's face is full of wrinkles, her hair is gray, and she looks extremely old. In contrast, Mary is now young again. Although it is obvious that Mary is not so young that she looked like an ignorant girl before, after all, Mary's physical fitness is much stronger than that of Wai Wei. Being able to make Wai Wei lie from young to old is not enough to make Mary rejuvenate, but Mary ended up looking much younger because of it. At least he is far from the gloomy state he was in just now. On the contrary, Mary now felt that her brain was extremely clear. She had never been so clear as now. After she put Wai Wei down, she looked at her sleeping cheek and said nothing for a long time. After a while, she laughed dumbly and shook her head. I really admire you. It's time. There is a person who has entrusted everything to himself, so what is there to hesitate about? Next, it's time to fight as you please. Mary closed her eyes and took a deep breath. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and looked towards the shadow beside her in the room. Yo! She smiled and said hello. In the shadows, two shadows slowly appeared. One came from the consciousness of the original owner, a little girl dressed in white, looking at Mary in confusion. One of them is Mary's personality in her previous life, a thin and cold man, who is looking at Mary happily. Mary calmly said to the two figures and herself, "As you wished, I came to help her. Besides, you heard it, right? My actions are recognized just like yours. Are you satisfied?" Mary was joking as if she were chatting with an old acquaintance. "So don't split up again." Halfway through, Mary stopped speaking, her expression gradually disappeared, and her eyes were fixed on the two looming shadows behind the two figures. Although it was extremely awkward, Mary guessed who these two phantoms were immediately. An old woman in a white coat looked at Mary with a smile. Another man dressed in black, whose face could not be seen clearly, nodded slowly towards Mary. They are the deepest memories in Mary's heart. Mary opened her mouth to say something, but in the end no words came out. I could only look at them blankly. The two shadows looked at Mary for a long time, then turned away and slowly walked away and disappeared. The two shadows originating from the other two personalities in Mary's heart came out of the shadows and stretched out their hands towards Mary. Mary's expression changed slightly when she saw this. After a while, she slowly extended her hand towards the two shadows. When her hands came into contact with the two shadows slowly dissolved and disappeared. Mary was left alone by the window in a daze. After a long time, Mary shook her head and said with a relieved smile, "Do you also agree?" Mary slowly withdrew her hand and closed her eyes for a moment. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and a sharp light shot out of them. Her split personality is a thing of the past. Now in Mary, the three personalities have been connected together in a special way, forming a trinity of existence. And because of this, a trick was unlocked. Mary has been waiting for this move for a long time. But now, if Mary's guess all along was correct, then its appearance would bring an end to the battle. Mary looked at Wai Wei and couldn't help but smile. "Do you really think your life force can help me defeat Crocodile? Actually, your vitality is just a drop in the bucket to me." After a moment of silence, Mary nodded solemnly. "You are right. I'll be back soon." With that, Mary strode out of the house and into the street, the light in her eyes growing brighter. She started galloping down the street, running faster and faster, faster and faster. Empty, empty, empty. The sound of violent crushing roared in the city, and the tens of meters high sand waves almost crushed all the buildings in the way, forcing the two natural elements to flee in panic. Musket. Ace could still turn around and give Crocodile a few blows from time to time. Smoker, whose strength was even inferior in comparison, was even more embarrassed. You can only use Smoke from time to cooperate with Ace to blast, or provide cover for the two of them. I want to die. Ace's consumption is extremely high, and his combat style is explosive, all of which involve frantically bombarding the enemy with an unstoppable force. But now, he met a rougher opponent than him. The waves of sand come crashing down at every turn, but these waves are no match for them. After narrowly escaping Crocodile Shishiu again, Ace finally couldn't bear it any longer. "No, we can't continue to be beaten like this. If we continue like this, we will become more and more disadvantaged and more difficult." Ace thought this and stopped running away. Smoker obviously thought so too, and he and Ace stopped at the same time. The two looked at each other, stunned for a moment, and then both smiled knowingly. When Crocodile saw the two of them stop, a subtle sneer flashed away, and his body gradually submerged into the wind and sand. The next moment, a huge whirlpool of quicksand appeared at the feet of Ace and Smoker, forcing them to jump up quickly. White blast. Smoker's entire body turned into smoke, covering an entire block and obscuring Ace's figure. Ace, on the other hand, stood in the air and continuously bombarded the ground with high-intensity fire fists, trying to forcefully burn out a crystalline surface for fighting. The fire fists flying in the smoke caused several big explosions, making Ace's location even more difficult to figure out. "The rest of the white stuff is gone." Crocodile's cold voice came from nowhere, and a huge sandstorm rolled up flat on the street, immediately disrupting Smoker's smoke cover. Ace's figure suddenly appeared, and the dense sand and rain fell from the sky and strafed the ground with high density as if they were prepared. Fire ring. Upon seeing this, Ace quickly blasted out a fire ring to protect himself from the sand and rain. But Smoker on the other side was not so lucky. Unlike Ace's flames, Smoker's smoke has not yet been able to block or destroy Sandsheeger. Therefore, Smoker can only be forced to dodge in Sandsheeger. However, misfortunes never come singly. Sand rained down from the sky, and the quicksand on the ground also showed its fangs. Several sand pythons suddenly protruded from the ground and attacked Smoker. Being targeted in this way, even though Smoker was a well-established colonel in his headquarters, his strength was still inferior. Under the siege of countless sand pythons, he finally couldn't dodge and was hit by a sand python. Cough. The huge force of the bombardment caused Smoker, who did not dare to elementalize easily under the bombardment of Sheshiu, to vomit blood. However, due to being bombarded by the sand python, Smoker's body involuntarily stagnated. Crocodile saw all this and calmly controlled all the sand pythons and sand time rain to attack Smoker, who was unable to move in midair. Oops. Ace was horrified when he saw this, and was about to help Smoker break the fire, but Crocodile himself appeared next to Ace, and struck him with a desert sword. Skankin reacted and was forced to return to defense. However, it's too late for Smoker. Smoker looked at Sheshiu, who was approaching rapidly in front of him, his eyes shrank, and he wanted to make some kind of resistance, but the heavy internal injuries made his movements extremely slow. Dash key, Mary. Smoker gritted his teeth and whispered, using up his remaining strength, he punched out his white fist. However, this white fist seemed particularly fragile under Crocodile's all-out explosion. In just a few seconds, Smoker's white fist was torn into pieces by Sheshiu, and it was thrust right in front of Smoker's eyes. Suddenly, a purple light enveloped these Sheshiu, causing them to instantly collapse. Outside the city of Albina, a blind man frowned, retracted his hand, and continued to rush into the city. The wave of sand and rain had not yet come to pass, and Crocodile didn't care so much and continued to follow the wave of sand and rain. Although it was a little delayed by a few seconds due to some strange accidents, it didn't hurt. But this time there is no escape. It's over. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, and in Smoker's eyes, the whole world trembled, as if it was about to break. The rain curtain gradually turned into a gauze-like white light, and the raindrops became still. A hallucination before death? Smoker was a little dazed, thinking about everything in the past. However, after thinking for a few seconds, he suddenly reacted. No, this is not a hallucination I had before my death. The sand really stopped? The overwhelmed Smoker's face suddenly became extremely wonderful. At the same time, Crocodile's face was pale and he was barely floating in the air with the wind and sand, but he felt awkward and a little shaky. Ace was even more stunned, even the flames on his body were extinguished. The flying yellow sand slowly became still in this white glow, and even the sound of rain disappeared. On the huge street, there was only the sound of unhurried footsteps getting closer and closer. Mary Vinicius. Crocodile looked at the people coming on the street in the distance and said with difficulty through gritted teeth. The white aura was released from Mary's body unscrupulously, and all the flying sand and rocks enveloped by this aura became still. The raindrops falling from the sky were also shaken into mist by this white aura. The vast sea of sand trembles in the white momentum. The overlord colored domineering energy that can cause physical damage. Ace said in disbelief as he watched this scene. This is impossible. At this time, Crocodile and Ace seemed to be in the same camp. Both of them were so shocked by the scene in front of them that they couldn't believe it. Isn't your domineering color black? The words woke up the dreamer, and Ashton immediately reacted and turned to look at the energetic Mary. Mary's body didn't seem to have fully recovered, but her energy and spirit seemed to have climbed to a peak that was hard to watch. Ah, my mind is enlightened, and Bawang's color may have changed because of this, Mary said non-committally. Character attribute column, Overlord color domineering X level, specialization bipolar Overlord color, Black King momentum, the Overlord color of violence and chaos. White King momentum, the Overlord color of order and checks and balances. The trinity of consciousness means that Mary's heart knot is completely untied. Therefore, the power directly related to the mind, Bawang Se Haki, has directly undergone a qualitative change. After Bawang Se Haki reached the X level, different powers were born, and Mary used it naturally and achieved remarkable results. Come to think of it, Shank's Overlord color's Haki is probably also unique, and it's definitely more than just the physical destruction that comes standard with the X-level Overlord color. While Crocodile didn't react, Smoker escaped from the siege of the sand after a moment of stupefaction. After coming back to his senses, Ace also quickly flew out and put some distance between himself and Crocodile. However, Crocodile didn't react at all to this. He didn't care about the two natural fruit ability users who left at all. He just fixed his eyes on Mary Vinicius. His voice was cold and terrifying, but at the same time, there was an inexplicable sense of excitement. Those two natural fruit ability users are no match for me. They can't arouse my interest. But you are different. Every time we meet, you bring me some unexpected surprises. Mary Vinicius. Crocodile roared loudly, and everything that had been stagnant suddenly rioted. A ferocious desert colossus stood up behind Crocodile, looking down at Mary like a demon. You don't think that you have the qualifications to defeat me just by relying on your domineering aura? Crocodile roared angrily, and the giant hand of the desert colossus struck down from the air. It was like the sky had fallen, crushing towards the petite Mary Vinicius. Get out of the way. Smoker's eyes were wide open when he saw this, and he seemed to pounce on Mary. However, Mary's reaction made him stop slowly involuntarily. Mary suddenly stood still, the cloak behind her slowly floated up, a hurricane blew up around her, and a magic circle opened under her feet. The hurricane was getting stronger and stronger, Mary's hair was dancing wildly in the air, and her cloak was flapping in the storm. Of course I don't think that I can defeat you just by relying on my overlord color and domineering energy. Crocodile, you are one of the most powerful enemies I have ever faced. Mary raised her head and looked at Crocodile, who was approaching him with a sullen face, a free and easy smile on her face. Every time we meet, your strength will exceed my expectations and you will always make me miscalculate. But this time, it's over. After saying that, Maripin raised her hand and spoke a long list of languages that Crocodile did not understand. My body is like day and night? This is also the time of dusk and dawn? Just like the justice in my heart, Crocodile's yellow sand has arrived, and giant bloody claws erupted from Mary's body, constantly colliding with the yellow sand. The dry brilliance flickered, but was forced back by the dark flames. At the same time, the vast wall of fire and the thick smoke shuttle blasted towards Crocodile. Mirror flame, you can't even hope to succeed. Ace and Smoker both went all out and worked together to hold off Crocodile's violent attack. Between the fire, blood, and yellow sand, Crocodile's sense of oppression increased infinitely, but Mary still stood there, silently reciting the spell. So what I want? The most evil tyranny. Salvation of mercy? Praise to the supreme good, boom. However, Crocodile, who also tried his best, broke through the joint defense of Ace and Smoker with 1 against 2, and the little sand left turned into a sharp sand lance and penetrated Mary. Then, after gathering all the sand guns at one point, Crocodile finally broke the barrier that Mary had supported with all his strength, and then punched through Mary's body. The dry power continued to be released, and Mary's body began to turn into sand, but she turned a blind eye and continued to chant silently. The magic circle under her feet suddenly expanded and burst into dazzling light, and Mary, bathed in this dazzling light, recited the last spell. That's it. Where justice is, a burst of white light swept across the world, and Ace and Smoker couldn't help but put their hands in front of their eyes. They wanted to see what was going on, but the intense glow made it difficult for them to even open their eyes. Mary Vinicius. Crocodile murmured to himself. In the huge glow, he felt an unparalleled huge pulling force, and he also felt the feeling of something moving away from him. Tina, who was preventing evacuation, suddenly shook her body and turned to look at the glow radiating from all directions in the city center. What is that? After the Straw Hats dealt with Mrs. Two Fingers, they took a short rest. That ray of light also shone on everyone. Among the 3 giants of the Straw Hats, only Zorro, who was extremely sensitive to crises and was like a beast, had goosebumps all over his body and looked at the light source with a serious look. Nicole Robin, who was trying to leave secretly, was illuminated by this light, and her departure suddenly stopped. She slowly looked back, reaching out her hands to try to catch the light. This feeling, Robin muttered to himself in ecstasy. After a few seconds, the white light disappeared. Ace and Smoker, whose eyes were reddened by the intense light and streaming with tears, finally reluctantly opened their eyes and kept rubbing their eyes. Wow! The sand collapsed and the rain poured down. The dry light that had been blocking the falling rain gone. Ace and Smoker stood here looking around blankly. There are dilapidated ruins all around, with pieces of broken walls falling from time to time. Under the gloomy sky, heavy rain soaked the endless stretch of sand, and there was no other sound except the sound of rain. However, where's Crocodile? Where's Mary? Smoker looked around in the heavy rain, while Ace pressed his cowboy hat without saying a word. Everything that happened before them was unheard of for them. This actually made Ace, who came to help, feel a sense of inexplicable fear. Crocodile slowly opened his eyes. There was an empty feeling on his shoulders. Crocodile looked down and saw that his arms made of sand had disappeared. At the same time, the severe pain from a broken leg made him a little unsteady, but he staggered and never fell down. Welcome to this world, my mental world. Mary's calm voice came from in front of Crocodile. He looked up and saw Mary standing not far in front of him with an expressionless face, looking at him motionless. As if there was some kind of tacit understanding between the two, Crocodile raised his head and looked around, taking in everything around him. Beneath your feet is endless pitch-black water, just below your ankles. The cold air coming from the water gave Crocodile the illusion of stepping on the ice of the snow country. This water area has no limit to the horizon, and is as clean as a mirror. The color of the sky is divided into yin and yang. On one side is the blue sky and white clouds, as clear as jade, on the other side is the purple moon at night, as deep as ink. There was no sound of wind or any other living things in the space. It was so peaceful that people couldn't bear to break it. But after a long silence, Crocodile finally broke the silence. What a dreamy world. Crocodile murmured in ecstasy, is this your trump card? You can actually pull me into another world, is this an illusion? Mary didn't answer him, just looked at Crocodile quietly and talked to himself. And Crocodile also understood that everything in front of him was not an illusion at all, but it was just too fantastic for him to believe. But this fact was right in front of him, and he had to accept it eventually. Ah, it's incredible. Mary, what exactly is your ability? Forget it, there is no point in asking this now. I probably know why you have the confidence to defeat me. Crocodile was like an actor performing a one-man show, paying no attention to Mary's silence and just narrating on his own. After I came to this world, I can no longer feel the power of dryness. I can't suck up the water under my feet, nor can I turn the earth under my feet into yellow sand. It's like, my powers are gone. But that's not the case, my body can still be elementalized. As he spoke, Crocodile's severed arm escaped from the sand and turned into a pair of empty arms. In this case, it should be said that my fruit power cannot affect the outside world. Have you figured out the nature of the devil fruit? Having said this, Crocodile closed his mouth and looked deeply at Mary, trying to get an answer from her mouth. And Mary was no longer silent and nodded generously. Not bad. It seems that my guess is right. The power of devil fruit itself comes from the world, and the natural system resonates with the world. So, when you come to this different world, your devil fruit ability cannot resonate with the world. You have no way to control the outside world, Crocodile. You can only control yourself. Smoker reminded Mary of his feelings about the natural fruit ability users he explained before, and Mary had speculated before that when the natural fruit ability users were pulled to other worlds, their ability to influence the outside world would be ineffective. Of course, it can still have an impact on oneself, it can even still have an impact on Mary. Because Mary and Crocodile are creations belonging to the main world after all. Now it seems that the guess is correct. Crocodile was silent. After a long time, he burst into laughter. I never imagined that something like this would happen. Boy, what is this world called? Where justice lies. What a strange name. Crocodile closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at Mary. I lost. With his simple language and calm tone, Crocodile seemed to be talking about something that didn't concern him. Mary was slightly moved by this indifference. When Crocodile realized that he had lost his ability to influence the outside world, he knew that he had no chance of winning. The battle situation reversed in just a moment, and Mary's endless trump cards finally overturned the fate of this dominating hero. More than 90% of his strength comes from the external influence of the fruit's ability. When this item was eliminated, he knew that he could no longer win when facing Mary, who had almost no ability to be banned. Can you tell me the name of this ability? Crocodile asked calmly. This is definitely not a fruit ability. Speaking of which, you have shown too many weird abilities. I think you have some secrets. Don't worry. I don't dwell on these things, and I can't get into them. But if you don't even know the name of the ability to put me in desperate situations, I won't be willing to do it. Inherent enchantment. Mary did not hide it from Crocodile and explained to him straightforwardly, the great magic of manifesting one's own mental landscape is equivalent to replacing the original world with a new one and creating a small world bubble. When Crocodile heard this, doubts flashed in his eyes. But just a few seconds later, he shook his head and his expression returned to indifference. Although I have never heard of anything like it, the creation of the world being defeated by the power of this god gives me a little comfort. Take action. Crocodile turned his broken legs into sand, supported his body, and faced Mary straight. Although I admit my failure, my biggest mistake was to underestimate you. I admit it. But if you want to take my head, you have to do it yourself. Crocodile said coldly. Although the outcome is doomed, Crocodile still will not surrender, let alone beg for mercy. From the moment his fruit power awakened, Crocodile's failure had only one outcome, death. This is the dignity of a strong man that he has regained, and it is also the end that he has been prepared for. Mary closed her eyes slightly and pulled out the saber from her waist. For a moment, the air seemed to be stagnant. Mary slowly raised the knife, and blood crawled onto the blade. Yes, that's it. Crocodile whispered, half of his body turned into flying sand and rocks, and rushed towards Mary as fast as fire. His slick back hair was spread out at this moment, his hair was flying, and his expression was cold and decisive with a hint of domineering. Come on, this is the kind of opponent I want. Along with his low roar, his domineering attitude and challenging Whitebeard was once again displayed. Mary approached Crocodile quickly, without any unnecessary movements, and she approached cleanly with every step. Focus and focus, eyes unwavering. Along the way, Mary kept blocking Crocodile's sand attacks with her knife, and got close to Crocodile. As a flash of sword light flashed, the saber in Mary's hand stabbed out quickly, then, suddenly stopped. There was a look of surprise in Mary's eyes. Crocodile's hand of sand was seen firmly grasping the blade. Veins popped up on his forehead, but he still looked at Mary calmly, without any emotion on his face. Mary looked at Crocodile as if she really knew him at this moment. Immediately, Crocodile looked stern, grabbed the blade and raised it high, turned his other hand, and struck Mary's head like a lightning bolt. Mary immediately withdrew and retreated violently, but Crocodile was shocked when he saw this. Countless sand turned into spikes and appeared from behind him, shooting overwhelmingly at Mary. Each grain of these sands is made of Crocodile's body. However, the black flames on Mary's body exploded, and blood shot out, mixed with the flames of the devil, blocking Crocodile in midair. While burning away Crocodile's sand, it also caused him great trauma. After all, not everyone has Mary's powerful self-healing ability. Well, a trace of blood overflowed from Crocodile's mouth. He groaned and swallowed the blood in one gulp. Not only did the yellow sand erupting on his body not stop, but it became more spectacular. Haha, the yellow sand around Crocodile no longer scattered, but turned into a sand tornado, setting off a huge wave, overwhelming Mary. At the same time, his body rushed forward, turning his fists into claws and grabbing Mary's head. Mary looked at Crocodile, who was extremely domineering and full of oppression. She took a deep breath, slowly lowered her body, and slowly put the knife into her waist. Blood slowly climbed onto the blade. Then, the moment Crocodile approached, the flashing sword light slashed out. All the yellow sand and blood stopped, and the ripples on the water gradually subsided. 10,000 leaves breath. Mary still maintained her original standing position, and the knife in her hand was slowly sheathed. After Crocodile's body froze for a moment, he slowly stopped and stood upright in front of Mary. On his waist and abdomen, a small wound slowly spread out the poison. A complicated smile appeared on his face. I really miss it, this frustration. This is just like back then, close before our eyes but out of reach. Is this my destiny? Ha 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 ha. After the host obtains the special character she will enter the host's mental world, gradually improve the host's mental world, and become the agent of the host's mental world. When she becomes the manager of the host's mental world, the host automatically learns large-scale magic and inherent enchantments. Furthermore, the host will be immune to all mental influences, and at the same time, the mental influence caused by the host to others will increase dramatically. In his spare time, the host can also take the initiative to sneak his subconscious into the world of mental images, communicate with she, and build his own mental world. This will speed up she's ability to become the agent. Before, she had actually integrated with the mental image world, but she was unable to become the world will of the mental image world or the manager of the mental image world. The reason is that Mary's inner will split, causing the mental world to shatter, making she unable to operate. However, when Mary's will finally merged and the Trinity became one, Mary's mental world underwent some different changes. But the most important thing is that Mary's mental world finally became a whole, and therefore, she also successfully became the controller of the mental world. At the same time, Mary learned the inherent barrier, which is the strongest magic among the 5 magics in Xingyu's worldview. I have to thank you for this trump card, Wai Wei. Maybe you can also say, congratulations, Wai Wei, Shishibukai Crocodile was defeated by your kindness. I don't know how long it took, but on the deserted street, the air suddenly fluctuated. With a burst of light distortion, Mary reappeared in the main world. And what appeared with her was Crocodile's body covered with poison. This is probably the first time that the poison has taken effect on a capable person since it came to this world. Crocodile was dead, but his body was still intact, with his eyes closed and his expression peaceful. He seemed to accept his death very calmly. Mary looked at Crocodile lying at her feet, and suddenly felt depressed. Looking at Crocodile's expression and recalling his reaction just now, I always felt like he was the winner. The words Crocodile said to Mary before he died also left her speechless. I hope you can reach the top in the future, so that even if I serve as your stepping stone, I won't bury you too much. And that old man with white beard, I was defeated by him back then. If you can defeat him one day, come and tell me. Thinking of this, Mary looked at Crocodile's sleeping body with some emotion, and couldn't help but marvel. It is undeniable that Crocodile's actions made Mary unable to reconcile with him, and Crocodile could not tolerate Mary who repeatedly hit him hard. There must be death between the two. This confrontation between mortal enemies did not prevent Mary from admiring Crocodile's courage. I respect you as a man, Mary said softly in a voice that only she could hear, and then strode away. It's time to declare the outcome of this war. As for Crocodile's body, leave it to Wai Wei's subordinates to recover it when the time comes. The rest is Alabasta's business. In the pouring rain, Mary walked step by step towards the highest terrace, but in just a few minutes, Mary stood at the top of the city. Looking down at the entire Albina, Mary raised the saber in her hand high. The effect of the dancing powder has also expired, the heavy rain gradually stopped, and the dark clouds began to dissipate. In every corner of the city, Smoker, Tina and others felt something and looked towards the city center. Even if Mary can't be seen, the dissipating dark clouds seemed to reveal something. The heavy rain stopped, and the people who were fighting each other stopped with a feeling, and looked at the center of the city in unison. That place where the dark clouds are weakest. Mary shouted loudly, and at the same time, the thick dark clouds were finally broken by the sun, and rays of light illuminated the center of the city. It's over. This sentence was the declaration of the warring states marshal to the entire battlefield at the end of the Ding Ding War. At this moment, when the Battle of Albina was a foregone conclusion, Mary shouted these words. The same as the war on the top, the reason for shouting this sentence is to reduce unnecessary battle losses. This is Vivi's dream. She hopes that no one will die. Mary can't do this, but she can reduce the number of casualties. What is different from the war on the top is that the battle in Albina, it is the victory of justice. Mary's eyes were piercing and her cloak was flying high in the air. At this moment, after defeating Crocodile, her momentum rose to the highest point. After all, after traveling through time, the people Mary faced were either terrifyingly weak or ridiculously strong. Crocodile was the first one Mary defeated, and he was also called a strong man in the original work. Winning this battle meant a lot to Mary. Kaka. The ubiquitous reporter captured the scene from an upward perspective from the ground, and this photo also became a very important image record of the legendary career of Bloodhand. Wai Wei snorted softly and woke up from the bed. The sun shone from the window onto Wai Wei's bed, causing her sleepy eyes to lie on the bed in a daze, then slowly sat up against the back of the bed. The sun shone warmly on her body, making her feel comfortable. I am. Wai Wei stroked her long aqua blue hair, confused. Wasn't he already very old? Was it a dream? There was no one else in the room. Wai Wei climbed out of bed quietly in her loose pajamas and looked around, confirming that this room was exactly where she lived before leaving Alabasta. But hasn't there been no one living here since I left? Why is the layout so familiar? Wai Wei looked at it blankly. Did she really have a long nightmare? She silently walked to the window and looked out. The breeze blowing outside the window rolled up her long hair. A withered owl flew over the clear blue sky and let out a neighing sound. In front of her, in the largely deserted central square of Albina, dense crowds of people were working tirelessly. They all actively participated in the reconstruction work of the square, and it was a lively scene. Not only in the central square, there are also many people busy on the streets that were destroyed during the war. Among these busy people are the royal guards led by Bel and Jaka, the rebels with fierce auras, and the martyrs wearing all kinds of fancy clothes who came from all over the world to support them. Of course, the biggest ones are the people of Alabasta. Ha ha. Wai Wei stared blankly at the scene outside the window. After a long time, she couldn't help but smile with relief. It turns out, it wasn't a dream. That battle actually happened. And looking at the scene now, Alabasta has won. Where is Lady Mary? Wai Wei realized this after a moment. Logically speaking, he has given almost all his life force to Mary, so that she can have the power to fight Crocodile. However, now that she was young again, Wai Wei naturally thought about whether Mary had done something. And she would wake up in her room, which was beyond her expectation. Are you leaving now? Why don't you stay a little longer? On the top of a house in Alabasta, Mary and Smoker were sitting there chatting. When Smoker told Mary that he was leaving soon, Mary was a little surprised. Ace sneaked off on his own, which Mary could understand. After all, news has come from the Navy headquarters, and Garp and Zifa will arrive in Alabasta soon. Although for Crocodile, these two arrived a little late. But that doesn't mean Ace doesn't need to care. If he was caught by Garp in Alabasta, it would be impossible to avenge Thatch and return to the Whitebeard pirates. So he escaped very easily, and even Mary didn't notice when he ran away. Of course, even if she knew, Mary wouldn't do anything. She agreed with Ace on this point, that is, Ace could not be caught by Garp. After all, Mary still needs to let him trigger the war. If Ace is caught by Garp, with Garp's character, it's hard to say whether Ace will be used by Sengoku. At least for Garp, the meaning of his grandson being captured by him and the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates being sent to Marina Vando by the pirates as a surrender letter have completely different meanings. Just in case, Mary would be better off letting Ace run to catch Blackbeard. But Smoker's departure so soon was indeed beyond Mary's expectation. When Smoker walked up to her and said this to her, Mary immediately asked him to go to the rooftop to talk in detail. Well, it's indeed time to go. I originally came here just because of the bad things in Alabasta. Now that the entire Danhai facade is being watched by Dashki, I don't feel at ease. Smoker said matter-of-factly. Mary was silent for a moment and said to him, Instructor Zifa is also here this time. Don't you want to meet your teacher? No. Smoker said with a self-deprecating smile, as a student, I didn't get any good grades. I didn't do anything big in the East China Sea. I didn't have anything to say when I met the teacher. If you really want to talk about it, this time my coming to Alabasta is considered AWOL, and it's impossible not to get scolded. After that, Smoker stood up, put out the cigarette in his mouth, and said naturally, okay, I'm just here to say something to you. I'll be leaving soon. It's not good to leave without saying goodbye. Seeing this, Mary stood up with a wry smile, shrugged and said, okay, then when you go back, remember to say hello to Dashki for me. After pondering for a moment, Smoker looked back at Mary, considered for a moment, and then said, Mary, although I don't know how you defeated Crocodile, I know that your current strength is probably far greater than mine. The speed of your progress is really beyond my expectations. It is no exaggeration to say that you are the most talented person I have ever seen. But when you are under teacher Zifa, Mary, don't even think about hiding your clumsiness. The Navy headquarters is a place with extremely fierce competition. Only by showing one's potential and even strength can one obtain a high enough resource tilt. I shouldn't have said these words, but I still have to remind you, your record of defeating Crocodile is not remarkable enough. The reason is naturally that Crocodile was too scientific before he awakened. In the eyes of many people in this department, he is not actually a very strong person. And you are still fighting with Fire Fist Ace and I, both of the nature type, fought against Crocodile together. People who don't know the specific battle situation will inevitably underestimate your strength. Even teachers are not exempt from vulgarity. So when you get to the Navy headquarters, take action when it's time to take action, don't hold back. Smoker kept talking non-stop, and although Mary had a feeling that it was going in one ear and out the other, she never interrupted him. After a long time, Smoker let out a long sigh. Are you finished? Well, that's it. I am leaving. Bon voyage. Smoker turned into a puff of white smoke, drifted away, and finally disappeared from Mary's sight. Mary looked at Smoker's disappearing figure and said with a smile, I understand these things without you having to tell them. I'm not a person who can stand my temper. After saying that, she suppressed her smile and turned back towards the city center. Luffy, leave quickly. We won't be able to leave until that Marine comes to his senses. Usopp pulled Luffy, who was eating and drinking, with a horrified look on his face, while the others held their foreheads helplessly. Luffy is a foodie. The reconstruction of the city after its destruction requires a lot of manpower. At the same time, these people who volunteered to participate in the city's construction, Alabasta officials took care of the food, and they served themselves in the city center with a full range of dishes. Luffy was a very old-fashioned person, so he stayed here to help move some things. The workload of one person can be enough for more than 10 or 20 people, and the appetite is naturally the same. How can I put it? The palace chef is very good at cooking, and there is no limit to the food, so Luffy is very happy with it. Sanji ignored this and silently ran to the chef Tiragotan to exchange cooking experience. Zoro, on the other hand, regarded carrying materials as strength training and had no objection to Luffy's approach. After Nami received a large sum of money from the Alabasta royal family as a thank you to the Straw Hats, she became sublime and of course she didn't care about it. Only Usopp was always worried that Mary would come to trouble them. After all, Mary's cruelty towards pirates was obvious to all. Although Usopp believed that he and his group had done nothing bad, since he was carrying the name of a pirate, he still felt unsure when facing Mary. It doesn't matter, Usopp. Luffy ate the meat and said vaguely, if she comes to trouble us, I will definitely beat her away this time. Usopp's face turned pale when he heard these words, and just when he was about to cover Luffy's mouth, the terrifying sound that seemed to him like a death sentence suddenly came out. Oh, Straw Hat Boy, you are so bold. Usopp's movement stopped immediately, and he stiffly turned his head to look at Mary, who was walking towards him. Zoro glanced at Mary and continued to move bricks. Nami is still immersed in small money and can't extricate herself. And Luffy just stopped for a moment and continued to eat like crazy, not paying any attention to Mary's arrival. Until Mary came to stand in front of him, Usopp quietly moved a few steps away, but after thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and stood next to Luffy. What do you want to do? Usopp said with a trembling voice. Mary glanced at Usopp, looked at Luffy who was immersed in eating, was silent for a moment and said, I owe you a favor this time and give you a piece of advice, Luffy, don't get involved in some things. Of course, I know you won't remember if I tell you this. Mary shook her head as she spoke, turned to Zoro and said, Green Algae Head, thank you for teaching me swordsmanship before. I also wish you can defeat Hawkeye as soon as possible and become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro nodded to Mary non-committally. Then I'll lend you some good advice. Mary closed her eyes and nodded in approval. Then, she took out a few bottles from her waist and threw them to Zoro. Zoro ended them lightly and took a look. There were some unfamiliar words on them. These are my thank you gifts for you. They are some wine from the northern country. Take it easy, this stuff is much stronger than the wine you have drunk before. Upon hearing this, Zoro looked at the bottle in his hand and grinned. Wine, that's really nice. Thanks. Mary nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, she stopped and seemed to remember something interesting. She turned back with a narrow expression and whispered, oh by the way, I almost forgot to mention it. The famous Lieutenant General Garp will be coming to this island soon. I wonder if Mr. Garp will take action against the pirates on this island. After that, Mary left without caring about Luffy's reaction. Luffy also looked stiff and couldn't eat anymore. Looking at Mary walking away, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, okay, this Navy girl is still very reasonable. Let's go. Usopp was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and looked at Luffy who stood up with a solemn expression, confused. Luffy, what's wrong? Usopp asked confused. Luffy shook his head and said firmly, let's go. Hey. Luffy let out his trademark silly laugh, grabbed Nami and Usopp, and drove fast with the two people's blank eyes, causing a commotion on the street. This idiot captain. Zoro saw this and covered his forehead with a headache. He shouted to the kitchen in the distance, Sanji, hurry up and let's go. In the distant kitchen, Sanji poked his head out unhappily and said loudly, what are you doing? I haven't finished discussing it yet. Then you can continue the discussion, we are all leaving. Wait a minute, Ms. Tiragotan, I'm sorry, I have to leave first. I look forward to having the opportunity to exchange cooking skills with you in the future. Deep in the palace, a heavy door gradually opened. This is it, Your Majesty Wai Wei, Your Majesty Cobra. Yin Calum opened the door and led the way for Vivi and Cobra. Yin Calum, there is no need to call me Your Majesty from now on. Cobra smiled gently and said to Inkaram, I am no longer the king of this country. I am just an ordinary Alabasta man now. Maybe he's still a sinner. Yin Calum didn't know whether he believed this, but Wai Wei smiled bitterly and shook her head. Father, the most difficult period is now over, and I no longer need the iron-blooded character to cover up. The rebel army has gradually been consolidated, and father, you no longer need to bear these charges. And, in fact, when it comes to running the country, I'm not as good as you, Vivi explained to Cobra. But now Cobra was a weather-beaten old man. He just smiled and shook his head. No, Wai Wei, you have done a good job. I am relieved that you rule Alabasta. From now on, Cobra will disappear. I will serve as your staff from now on. If you have anything difficult to decide, just come and ask me. I haven't relaxed for a long time. I also want to have tea with Yin Karam and study opera later. Yin Calum smiled, bowed his head slightly and said, with great pleasure. Wai Wei looked at the two singing harmoniously and shook her head helplessly, then straightened her face and strode into the dark room, while Yin Calum and Cobra looked at each other and quickly followed. Go up. Walking to a solid wood coffin that exuded cold air, Wai Wei looked down. I saw Crocodile's half-broken corpse covered with poison and looking rather strange, lying peacefully among it. Crocodile's body was discovered by soldiers around 1025 9th Street. Crocodile was lying in the middle of the road in this posture at the time. Yin Calum explained, paused, and continued, based on the narratives of Lord Smog, Lord Tina, Lord Ace and others, the person who killed Crocodile should be Miss Mary. Hearing this, Wai Wei smiled as if she had expected it. I know. She spoke softly in a voice that no one could hear clearly. After coughing, Yin Calum looked at Crocodile's body and asked seriously and cautiously, what should I do with this body? The room fell silent. Yin Calum remained silent after saying this, while Cobra narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Wai Wei with a smile, and waited for her to make a decision without saying a word. Wai Wei pondered for a moment and said, let him sleep here forever. Yin Calum and Cobra were both stunned when they heard this, with some confusion in their eyes. Wai Wei chuckled in relief and said, although Crocodile is hateful, he can cholera our country. Fundamentally speaking, the problem still lies with us. It's because we don't have enough control over the country and don't understand enough about the people's living conditions. It's because we make constant mistakes in decision-making, and a variety of reasons combine together that lead to the final disaster. From now on, I will leave Crocodile's body here and write this piece of history into the history of Alabasta. When successive kings were crowned, and when successive prime ministers and generals came to power, they would all be asked to take a good look at this corpse. Let them remember this painful history. As for killing and exposing corpses, Wai Wei sneered disdainfully. We are a big country and we don't do this kind of price reduction. That's my decision. Yin Calum chuckled and shook his head with emotion. Cobra couldn't help but applaud with joy. When walking out of the palace, Wai Wei stood in front of the palace door, looked up at the sky, and let out a sigh of relief. Only now did she feel that the war was really over. Wai Wei, many people have gathered in Alabasta because of you. How are you going to deal with them? Cobra stood next to Vivi, standing side by side with her, also looking up at the sky. How long has it been since I enjoyed this blue sky so easily? Cobra said sadly. Wai Wei patted her father on the shoulder and said, don't worry, father. You can be so happy every day from now on. After a pause, Wai Wei said again, I plan to hold a grand banquet before they leave, and let everyone in the city attend. This is a way of saying thank you to all those who are fighting for justice. Then, during the banquet, I will ask Yin Calum and the others to pay attention to see if there is anyone who is nostalgic for Alabasta. Maybe they can stay and join us. As for those men at sea, I will pay to help them collect some supplies for going to sea and repair their ships. All in all, I will make good things happen to good people. Wai Wei squinted her eyes and smiled, looking cute and a little cunning at the same time. I hope I can bring about a little bit of justice in this era of great pirates. This can be considered a little repayment to Lady Mary. Hearing this, Cobra suddenly clapped his hands and said belatedly, oh, by the way, speaking of which, I still don't know who this Lady Mary you are talking about is. Come on, take advantage of your free time now to talk to your father about who this person you have always admired is. Seeing Cobra's interested expression, Wai Wei raised her head in thought. It's a long story. Ah, by the way, father, I want to discuss something with you later. Wai Wei suddenly remembered something and hurriedly discussed it with Cobra. It's night, and the city that used to rest at sunset is now brightly lit. Cheers and songs set off waves from time to time throughout the city. The whole city seemed to have recovered from the sorrow of the war and fell into endless carnival. The central square in Albina was even more crowded. People of benevolence and righteousness from all over the world gathered here to toast each other and celebrate this victory. And Mary, who was supposed to be the protagonist of this banquet, was sitting alone in the corner in a daze. Although her behavior is a bit eccentric, she was a real social terror before she traveled through time. Facing the warm atmosphere in front of her, she only felt out of place. Of course, she was not disgusted, but was very happy. After all, she fought life and death. To put it bluntly, wasn't it just to create the scene in front of her? But it seems that Wai Wei is quite courageous. There are people from all walks of life here. Being so close to them, we are not afraid of any accidents. Mary looked at Wai Wei walking among the crowd and said with relief, "The innocent Wai Wei has grown up, and now it seems that she has become more mature. Anyway, I can't get involved in the banquet." Fortunately, Mary brought some rather expensive-looking cocktails and nestled in a corner, drinking while checking her current abilities. Name: Mary Vinicius. Gender: female. Physical status: infant. Locked: twins. Locked. Note: twins, soul and body are not from the same source. You can consume 2 devil fruits in this state. Physical fitness: 1919, Colonel level, skill: cuisine grade B, performance X level, lecture X, taijutsu level C, swordsmanship level C, unnamed. 10,000 leaves: breath, return of life, blood shower. Derivative abilities: original, ghost aura. Derived abilities: ghost aura 3, sword style Azura, ice mist silver, blood bad, overlord color, domineering X level plus specialization, endless martial arts skis, hair, inherent barrier. Where justice lies, fruit ability, fruit of life, current development direction, life extraction, unconscious creatures, active donors with pure souls, super speed regeneration, battle continuation, life return. For those with pure souls, fruit of desire, current development direction, lust, idol worship, murderous intent, ambition to be king, body transformation, magic eye, high-ing, props, rainbow level, unique set, dark justice, Cella's kiss, justice, twilight saber, has been forged into kill with 1/Morasame. There are several very obvious changes. One is that the confusion and extreme thoughts in the physical state have disappeared. Mary also now understands that the state of Ge actually appears in symbiosis with the confused soul. The emergence of the confused soul was caused by the splitting of Mary's will. When Mary's will merged into one, the confused soul disappeared, and the ultimate intention naturally disappeared together. But just as Ge described it, when it disappeared, Mary made unimaginable progress. The evolution of Overlord's color and domineering energy and the learning of the inherent barrier of great magic are all decisive factors in this battle, and both of them were decided at this moment. Moreover, Wai Wei also brought herself an unexpected surprise, which was the extension of the development of the life fruit. The life force absorption target of the fate fruit has an additional active donor of pure soul, and Mary still needs to delve deeper into the definition of pure soul. The biggest breakthrough is that Mary can now output life force. Although it can only release vitality to pure souls, this is a zero breakthrough. It is through this ability that Mary returns Wai Wei's original life force after absorbing a sufficient share of the life force. In the past, my ideas may have been too narrow, and the life fruit could not absorb or release vitality. It was probably because I did not develop it enough. And the so-called target group is only the scope of development that is currently known. At present, it seems that only Wai Wei has been identified as the pure soul. Of course, Mary felt that Dashki should be considered this kind of person. Finally, there are the changes to the suit. In his Dark Justice suit, the Heart of Blood Slaughter disappeared and was replaced by a necklace called Cella's Kiss. This is a gray crystal with silver decoration outside the crystal, which looks both sacred and cold. Cella's Kiss cannot be selected. The wearer is immune to all mental attacks, immune to all mental influences, and will amplify the wearer's passive temperament. Furthermore, Shira's Kiss will harmonize the wearer's mood and keep the wearer in a stable mental state. Obviously, Kiss of Sura is the plus version of Heart of Blood and Slaughter, and it has been greatly improved compared to Heart of Blood and Slaughter in all aspects. Moreover, judging from the description, the Kiss of Silas does not have the same side effects as the Bloody Heart. This is an accessory that can be worn all the time. While Mary was excited, she also thought about the origin of the name. Sarah, the killing angel from the Book of Enoch? Shaping the world with the power of destruction is quite similar to me now, if you think about it. While Mary was still sizing up her abilities, suddenly, goosebumps trembled on her body, and a sense of crisis inexplicably rose from behind. Mary immediately put away all the panels, and her whole body tensed up, ready to fight at any time. Every time the body reacts like this, it is not a good thing. Suck. Well, I didn't expect that you can eat such delicious buckwheat noodles in this desert kingdom. It's not for nothing. A sound of slurping noodles came from behind Mary. Mary's mouth twitched when she heard this old-fashioned but playful voice. Soba noodles? Mary probably guessed who was behind it. Breathe, breathe. I mean, miss, your breath is very different from others. After hearing this, Mary slowly turned around and looked at the person in front of her expressionlessly. The elderly man in front of him had short black hair and a beard around his mouth. With his eyes closed tightly, there is an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead, which extends to both eyes. The tall figure was wearing a light purple kimono and was holding a blind stick in his hand. Mary didn't know what to say for a moment. Why is this big brother also in Alabasta? That's right, the person who appeared in front of Mary was none other than the future Admiral, Issei Fujitora. Before Mary could speak, Yishin immediately said, that's right. The aura I felt before, second only to Crocodile of the Sand in this imperial capital, should be your excellency. I am very confident in my own perception. It's a pity that I didn't arrive in time, and your excellency had already solved the problem. It's really a pity that I missed your heroic appearance. After that, Sheng took another sip of noodle soup. Looking at the honest life, Mary laughed dryly and said reluctantly, the old gentleman is joking. You and I can't be compared. This is true. After all the hard work, Mary finally managed to kill Crocodile by taking advantage of her restraint, and Crocodile, who has awakened from the fruit, may hardly be able to match the general. Although the combat effectiveness shown in Yishin is not outstanding among generals, he is indeed a solid general, the kind that can press Crocodile's hammer when it comes. The breadth of the lifetime of knowledge in color haki is astonishingly high, but this does not mean that his fruit ability can still act on a certain detail with incomparable precision in an extremely remote place. Therefore, Yishin said that he felt Mary's fighting aura, and there was no conflict with the fact that he did not take action, etc. Mary suddenly thought of the purple light that helped Smoker hold off a glimmer of hope during the critical moment. She had a certain look on her face, watching Mimi smile all her life. Thank you for your help in the previous battle, Mary said honestly. She thanked him generously for her whole life, and naturally wanted to have a good relationship with him. After all, he has not only helped himself throughout his life, but he is also a top powerhouse. The most important thing is that I am still in a state of dissociation throughout my life. Maybe he can be recruited under his command in the future? Even if they are both in the Navy, there is a big difference whether they are under their own command or not. Of course, Mary's approach is likely to conflict with her lifelong philosophy, but it doesn't matter, that will happen later anyway. If there is a chance to turn your life into your own camp, then turn it over first. Moreover, in the pirate world, it is really difficult to have a few people like Yishin who suit Mary's taste, and Yishin is one of these few people. Oh haha, no need. Hearing this, Yishin quickly freed up his hand and waved to Mary. I just came here because of the loyalty of the queen, just like you. To be honest, you and the other two warriors are the benefactors of this country. In comparison, what I have done is just trivial. That's all. Mary smiled non-committally and stopped talking. After all, in the final analysis, Mary and Yishin are not familiar with each other now, and they have nothing in common to talk about. Mary now had only one impression to make for a lifetime. In that case, thank you for coming to Albana. Mary stretched out her hand to her life, naval soldier, Mary Vinicius. Yishin smiled and shook Mary's hand. A nameless person, a lifetime. Sooner or later, you will become famous all over the world. Oh haha, I'll lend you some good luck then. Seeing her life leisurely leaving, Mary shrugged her shoulders and went back to her little corner to make plans for the future. However, this time she didn't stay long before someone approached her again. Why wait? Mary looked at the person sneaking up to her in surprise, and was quite confused. You know, the protagonist of this banquet is the new king of Alabasta. Now the protagonist doesn't host the dinner properly, but instead sneaks up on himself. Is it really okay? Wai Wei looked around to make sure no one noticed her, then leaned down and whispered in Mary's ear, Your Excellency Mary, I have prepared a surprise for you, as a thank you. Are you free now? Mary was stunned, looking at Wai Wei's expectant eyes, confirming that she was not joking with her. Ha ha. Mary said with a helpless smile, Why would I need you to do such a troublesome thing? Of course I'm free. Mary had no reason not to appreciate Wai Wei's kindness. And Mary was quite curious about what surprise Wai Wei had prepared for her. Wai Wei's expression became obviously excited after Mary agreed. She grabbed Mary's hand and immediately led her away from the crowded square. Following Wai Wei's lead, the two gradually moved away from the bustling area and entered the extremely quiet palace. Wai Wei, what surprise have you prepared for me? Mary raised her eyebrows and asked uncontrollably. Are you going to give me some weapon inherited from the ancestors of your kingdom? Wai Wei shook her head. Ah, it's not those. Not to mention whether they exist or not, those things are of little use to you, Lady Mary, right? Yeah, that's true. So, these are not the surprises I give you. As they talked, the two walked to the highest floor of the main palace hall and stood on the balcony of the highest meeting hall. Wai Wei let go of her hand, waved it towards the dark night sky, turned around and said to Mary with a smile, Your Excellency Mary, this is my surprise for you. Looking at the empty night sky, Mary frowned and was about to speak suspiciously. Suddenly, she paused. A ray of silver light slowly rose from the ground and cut through the night sky. Boom! Fireworks like cherry blossoms bloom in the night sky. The firelight shone on Mary's face, and she was stunned for a moment. Actually, I always remember it, Lady Mary. Wai Wei put her hands behind her back and said to Mary with a smile. When we were at Whiskey Peak, Lady Mary once said that you like gorgeous fireworks, but it's been a long time since you've seen a good enough fireworks show. Well, so I just thought that after the matter is resolved, I will definitely give you a chance to see a beautiful firework. Hee hee, I asked around today and found out that our country had a large fireworks deal with Wano before it was sealed off. Those fireworks have not been used up to this day and can still be set off. So, I'll set them all off tonight. Speaking of which, this is also my first time watching a fireworks show. Mary, how do you feel? Wai Wei said with a smile. On the night behind her, countless fireworks rose into the sky and bloomed continuously in the sky. The colorful big balls overlap each other, colorful and sparkling, and the sky becomes a sea of light. After a while, it turned into gems embedded in the night, and finally, it gradually turned into a waterfall of stars falling slowly down. In the desert, Robin, who was walking alone, looked back. The strange scene in the night sky made her stop. Tina, who was preparing for the next action, couldn't help but stop her work. Together with many Marines, she looked at the fireworks blooming in the sky in surprise. Koshaw and McCarty, who were dealing with the funeral affairs of their companions, couldn't help but burst into tears under the gorgeous light of the fireworks. Cobra stood on the roof of a tall building, blowing the night wind, looking at the gorgeous night sky, laughing and crying silently. At this moment, the originally bustling city gradually became quiet. Everyone was staring blankly at the night sky filled with fireworks and the spectacular scene of brilliant streams of light. Brilliant fireworks shine in the sky, making the sky as dreamy and charming as the gods' playground. Is this a miracle? An explorer who had never seen fireworks looked at the night sky and said dreamily. Fireworks of all kinds burst into noisy fantasies on the night sky, like tassels dotting silk and satin. Half a lamp is bright and half a life is destined, and prosperity is just like fireworks. After being stunned for a long time, Mary walked forward slowly, held onto the railing with one hand, and looked at the sky in ecstasy. How long has it been since you saw fireworks? Since his father passed away and his mother became seriously ill, he moved to a secluded countryside to give his mother a resting place. When I work in the city, and every New Year's Eve I go back to the countryside to be with my mother. And there were almost no people setting off fireworks in that secluded countryside. The gorgeous fireworks in front of her made her feel like she had returned to the New Year's Eve who didn't know how many years ago. At that time, his mother was still healthy, his father would play chess with him gently, and he could work hard for his future ideals. On New Year's Eve, the family gathered on the balcony and watched the fireworks in the sky. Inadvertently, it happened more than 10 years ago in a blink of an eye. Your Excellency Mary, how about this surprise? Wai Wei looked at the fireworks festival organized by herself and said, You and I don't have to be so divided from now on. Mary said softly. Wai Wei was stunned and looked back at Mary. Mary was still looking at the fireworks, her gaze unwavering. The golden firelight reflected in her vagina. The smile on her face seemed so sad and nostalgic to Wai Wei, but also touching. I'm very, very satisfied with this surprise. You are interested, Wai Wei. Wai Wei looked at Mary, and after a moment, she smiled with great affection. What an honor. After Garp and Zifa arrived, the subsequent itinerary became much clearer. Under the leadership of Xian'e, the navy troops from surrounding branches who came to support quickly gathered their troops, and after reorganizing the army, they prepared to withdraw from Alabasta in an orderly manner. As the face of the navy, Garp and Zifa are also tasked with condolences to the new king of Alabasta. After this mission is over, they will take Mary to Malinfando. This time they would keep a close eye on Mary and not let her escape again. After all, the potential that Mary has shown now has proven that she is enough to influence the future situation on the sea. According to Zifa, it is outrageous that a brat who is called a Navy supernova by the outside world does not even have a formal military status. But it doesn't matter to Mary, she has no plans to run away now. The most critical psychological problem has been solved. In terms of combat experience, he has also had the experience of fighting against the first-class strongman crocodile. All Mary needs to improve now is her hard power on paper. In addition to basic physical fitness, the naval base, especially the Zifa training camp, is definitely the most formal place in the world with the most ways to improve, and the best training results for 6 postures, 2-color domineering, and swordsmanship. Of course, Kaido's 3 sticks are out of the question, and Zifa's training camp is routine. Therefore, now Mary is eager to go to the Zifa training camp as soon as possible to improve her strength in order to face the upcoming war on the top. After careful planning and following the original plot, there are only a few months left before the war on the top. In comparison, with Mary's current hard power, it is unlikely that she will be able to control the situation in the war at the top. After all, fighting against a Shishibukai like crocodile is full of dangers. On the battlefield where the lieutenant general is not as good as a dog, Mary might be killed by Whitebeard's aftermath. Oh, the Yonko, the Yonko. Mary, standing at the door of the palace, sighed and looked at the sky speechlessly. Still too weak in strength. We are still far from being able to do what we want freely. Garp and Zifa are probably negotiating with Wai Wei in the palace's conference room right now. With their current status, they still can't enter that conference room. But, I was watching the fireworks with Wai Wei on the balcony last night. Mary thought with a smile. Your Excellency Mary, you are here. At this time, Yin Kalem walked out of the palace and said to Mary sheepishly, I'm sorry, Your Highness Wai Wei may not be able to take action now, or maybe she has been unable to take action in the past few days. The country is full of waste and there are too many official duties. So when you leave in 2 days, she may not be able to take action. I've got a way to send it to you. She asked me to apologize to you on her behalf. Mary smiled and waved her hand to indicate that she didn't care. It doesn't matter, her ideal has come true, and I am very happy. Let her concentrate on her work, remember what she once said, and let the people under her rule live and work in peace and contentment. This is the best reward for me. Then, Your Excellency Mary, I would like to thank you on your behalf. In addition, there is one more thing I want to tell you. When Yin Kalem said this, his face became serious, and he said in a high-pitched opera-like tone, in view of the outstanding performance of the naval martyr Mary Vinicius in the Alabasta War, our king will give the Rainland to Mary Vinicius as a fief and give her the title of Duke. Your Majesty Mary, from now on, Alabasta will be your strong backing. Yin Kalem looked at Mary seriously. Mary blinked. This was the second time she was shocked today. Granting titles and titles. She had never thought that she would gain something like this from a trip to Alabasta, a territory that belongs to him. Speaking of it, in a practical sense, he has had no fixed place since he came to the world of One Piece. Now, this can be regarded as a place to settle down. However, Rainland. Hades seems to be underground in Rainland. Is this a mistake? Mary smiled dumbfoundedly and accepted the kindness of Wai Wei and others. I understand, Yin Kalem. After a pause, Mary said again, tell Wai Wei that there will always be a time to meet again in the future. I will come back one day, come back here. Understood, Duke Mary. Mary felt a chill. Yin Kalem, you should call me Mary from now on. You can also call me Your Excellency Mary. What's wrong? Yin Kalem looked at Mary doubtfully. Mary sighed and held her head against her head. Nothing, just the title Duke Mary. For me, a modern person, it's embarrassing and can easily make me think of some not-so-good things. Mary groaned inwardly. Yin Kalem nodded and left in a hurry. It can be seen that although Yin Kalem has not said it himself, as the leader of the guard, he is probably very busy now. It was not easy to take the time to explain some things to Mary and then tell Mary about the knighthood. Mary also understood this. After all, the banquet last night was obviously very effective. Although most navigators, adventurers, and pirates have no intention of staying in Alabasta, there are still many righteous people from neighboring countries who are infected by the atmosphere of Alabasta and have the idea of staying in Alabasta. This is just an idea. Yin Kalem and others are expected to be busy with follow-up negotiations and other matters for a long time. Mary, as a programmer who died of overwork in her previous life, can only say that she deeply understands this. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Zifa and Garp finally walked out of the palace. Oh, we've been talking for so long. It's already past dinner time, Garp said with a miserable expression as he clutched his growling stomach. Zifa silently rolled his eyes at Garp. This old boy just went in for a formality. Zifa was in charge of all the conversation. Throughout the whole process, Garp acted as a living treasure who enlivened the atmosphere, making Wai Wei's eyes look a little weird when she looked at the two of them. It seems that not all people in the Navy are like Lady Mary. Zifa was unable to refute this pointed complaint. Who would have thought that a dignified naval hero would have such virtue? These old comrades in arms understand Garp's nature and are used to the weird behaviors Garp occasionally does. But this does not mean that Garp's image in the eyes of the world is not just upright. Obviously, Wai Wei felt like her dream was shattered when she faced Wabeo Garp. Mary looked at the subtle atmosphere between the two people. She knew Garp's character well, even if Zifa didn't say it, she knew what was probably going on inside. She sighed and didn't want to care about Garp's troubles. She just asked Teacher Zifa, Mr. Garp, what's your impression of Wai Wei? Hearing this, Zifa thought for a while and said, a very decisive girl, she is also full of wisdom. She will inherit Alabasta, and the future will be promising. I think she has a pretty good personality, and she even gives me milk to drink, Garp said with a naive smile. Zifa's face darkened. Shut up. Mary also covered her face in embarrassment. Zifa rolled his eyes at Garp. After seeing that he really stopped talking, Zifa sighed and continued, but this little girl is indeed patient. Tisk tisk, those piles of documents, in my impression, the only people who can handle them as patiently as her are Sengoku and he. It is said that this little girl has awakened her overlord color? Maybe there will be an unprecedented superpower in the first half of the Grand Line. Oh, by the way, Mary, Vivi asked me to give you this letter. After that, Zifa took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Mary, and then walked side by side towards the military camp with Garp. Mary followed closely behind the two of them, opening the letter and looking at it, frowning as she read. Your Excellency Mary, please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Although I trust your ability, I cannot trust the Navy that launched the demon-slaying order against my hometown. If you need it in the future, I can help you at any time. This is my phone number, you can use this to contact me if necessary. Signed, Nicole Robin. Mary looked at the letter and sighed. After silently memorizing the numbers, a black flame ignited in her hand, turning the letter into ashes. Robin has experienced too many betrayals, and being able to help Alabasta so much this time is considered to be the most benevolent thing. Mary left without paying attention. To be honest, Mary had expected this and was not angry. I can only say that I am lucky if I get it, but I am lucky if I lose it. Kara. The sound of ordnance sounded, and the Navy began to gather the team and board the ship. After Garp and others eliminated the remaining cotters of Baroque Studio in Alabasta, the remaining members of Baroque Studio were no longer a threat. Since then, the Baroque Studio has been completely wiped out. Although the purpose of training troops and the purpose of strangling Crocodile were not achieved, it was not considered unfulfilled. They really didn't expect that Mary and others would actually take care of Crocodile on their own. Therefore, after clearing away the remnants of the Baroque Studio, the Navy, which had nothing to do, had to evacuate as soon as possible. After all, this is theoretically Alabasta's territory, and the Navy cannot interfere with other countries' regimes for a long time. The world government still needs to do face-saving work. The Navy was leaving, so naturally Mary had to follow. In the evening, Mary was already standing at the port of Rapeseed Flowers, waiting for the soldiers to board the ship before she finally boarded the ship. Unfortunately, as Yin Kalem said, the country was in dire straits and the newly appointed king did not have time to see Mary and others off. Therefore, Mary searched Jayaka and couldn't find Waiwei, which was a bit regretful. She looked at the city of Rape Flowers with emotion. The last time I came here, I was alone. At that time, Waiwei and others could only be regarded as casual friends, or even people they could only admire. But when she left, she had gained the friendship of the entire country. Along the way, almost everywhere Mary went, people paid attention to her and saluted her, and some people who seemed to have unique information channels saluted the Duke as soon as they saw her. This situation of being admired by everyone made Mary very uncomfortable for a while. The people of Alabasta have read today's newspapers. When the Navy evacuated, many citizens gathered near the port and looked at Mary with grateful eyes. Just as Mary looked around a little unnaturally, a little girl seemed to have mustered up the courage and came forward shyly with her head lowered. Then, he raised his head and held up a small sea cat doll expectantly. Then, that. The little girl said nervously, "Big sister, give it to you." Mary affirmed slightly, looked at the little girl who was looking forward to it, and subconsciously accepted the little doll handed over by the little girl. The little girl watched Mary take the doll, then turned around and skipped back to her parents with an expression of joy. Upon seeing this, the onlookers and some of the Navy who had not yet boarded the ship couldn't help but laugh. Mary had never experienced such a scene. Even though she was as thick-skinned as she was, she could not help but lower her head in embarrassment. After everyone in the Navy boarded the ship, she hurried onto the deck. When Mary, the last person, stepped aboard, the ship weighed anchor and slowly moved away from the shore. The people stood on the shore one after another and waved goodbye to the warships. Mary also slowly walked to the railing and looked at the crowd on the shore with a complicated expression. How does it feel to be loved by the people? Zifa didn't know when he stood behind Mary and asked. When Mary heard this, she pressed her military cap slightly. I feel a little relieved now. Mary thought about her initial dissatisfaction with the forced binding of the Navy. Comparing it with the current situation, she suddenly understood the meaning of the Navy's existence. This feels very good. Zifa patted Mary's shoulder hard and said, "Yes, the people's goodwill is the best reward for our Navy. Remember the mood at this moment and work hard for this goal." Mary looked at the sea cat doll in her hand and nodded solemnly. Suddenly, Mary's heart stirred. She was startled for a moment and raised her head. I saw a man in a cloak standing on the roof of a tall building on the far shore. Looking at Mary, she slowly took off her cloak. Her aqua blue hair was flying in the wind, and under the rosy sunset, her beautiful long hair shone with the golden afterglow. Wai Wei? Mary looked at this figure in astonishment. Why are you here? In distant Albina, Cobra looked at the pile of documents in front of his desk, sighed, showed a helpless smile, and then immersed himself in work. And in the street below the high-rise building, he collapsed on the ground as fast as he could, gasping for air, and he had turned into a useless duck. Goodbye. Wai Wei looked at Mary leaving in the distance and gently made such a mouth shape. Mary looked at Wai Wei with her back to the sunset, smiled with emotion, raised her arms high, and gave Wai Wei a thumbs up. The sea breeze gradually picked up, and the rolled-up yellow sand shimmered behind Wei, like stars dotted behind her, like streamers. In the hazy atmosphere of the article, Wei slowly raised her hand and gave her a thumbs up. Seeing this, Mary couldn't help but smile, and then said silently, "Goodbye, Wei." The voyage on the sea was as boring as ever. After enjoying the sea breeze for a few days, the same scenery on the sea made Mary retreat to the training room again. After seeing this vast expanse of blue scenery, she became accustomed to it. Compared to this kind of scenery that can be seen everywhere in the pirate world, Mary would rather spend her time getting stronger. Strength is the most important thing, and the mentality of laziness must be thrown into the trash can. Mary has not forgotten the oppressive feeling of the 5th milestone mission. Facing Whitebeard is much more exciting than fighting Crocodile. Well, Mary has taken over this milestone task. After all, the 1-month time limit passed quickly. After defeating Crocodile, Mary also gained some confidence in killing Whitebeard, so it was natural for her to take it. With such a goal in front of them, Mary's efforts made Zifa and Garp feel happy when they saw it. If everyone in the Navy works as hard as Mary, the Navy will be able to dominate the oceans soon. But thinking of this, both of them sighed in unison. With fishermen like Porisalino and officers who are lazy all day long like Cusan serving as role models for the Navy, it can only be said, there is a long way to go. During this period, Mary mainly exercised the strength of her arms, because although swordsmanship requires the muscles of the whole body, it requires much more muscles of the arms. Mary's main training method is to do push UPS and then let Garp sit on her back without shame. Zifa said that he still wanted to lose face and could not do such a thing. Mary approached Garp directly, and the eclectic Garp happily agreed to this request. So in the training room, from time to time, the Navy soldiers who had just come and looked at the scene with strange eyes, and the scene of the strong Garp sitting on the delicate Mary and eating senbei. Of course, no one would consider this a form of abuse. Mary's heroic record has been spread all over the world, and the naval soldiers on the ship also know that this little girl in black is a real strong person. Just push UPS with weights are a no-brainer. 10,125, 10,126. Mary was counting silently, then suddenly stopped and raised her brows slightly. What's wrong? Garp's regular UPS and down stopped and he looked at Mary curiously. Why did the boat suddenly stop rocking? Mary asked strangely. She has been on a boat for a long time after traveling through time, and she also knows that sailing on the sea requires facing huge waves all the time. Therefore, when sailing on the sea, the ship is shaking almost all the time. However, now Mary was keenly aware that the ship seemed to have suddenly calmed down. This unusual phenomenon caught Mary's attention. "Oh, you said this," Garp said in an unusual and strange tone, and while speaking, he stuffed a mouthful of food into his mouth. "According to our route, we should be reaching the windless zone now, right?" "Well, it should be. This time we took a few gates of justice to return to the naval base. We should be in the windless zone now." Mary listened to Karp's words and thought briefly in her mind. Windless zone? Before Karp finished speaking, his whole body was overturned. With just a slight shake, he perfectly held his senbei and landed it on the ground. "Mary, what are you?" Garp stared at Mary running out with wide eyes. Karp was left standing in the training room with questions on his head. Windless belt, windless belt. With an unbearable smile on her face, Mary ran excitedly to the deck. The windless zone is a special sea area in One Piece. There are no waves or currents here, and the water is absolutely calm. Ordinary ships will lose power once they sail into a windless zone, so this place is extremely dangerous for most pirates. However, Mary didn't care about the geographical environment here. The first thing she thought of was that the windless zone was a settlement of supergiant sea kings. According to the system's classification principles, it is difficult for Neptune species to be regarded as animals that can absorb life force. After all, creatures that can communicate with Neptune must have relatively clear self-awareness. But it doesn't matter, Mary isn't sure if she can defeat the giant sea kings, but now there are 2 general-level combatants on this small ship. If you can't beat them yourself, let the 2 big brothers come over and knock 1 or 2 giant sea kings out for you. The fainted giant Neptune type is the good Neptune type. The unconscious Neptune type is like a giant blood bag to Mary, the kind that can be eaten up. Since the battle with Crocodile, Mary has been suffering from a phobia of lack of vitality. She is always thinking about where to squeeze out a little bit of vitality. Now that she was in a sea area filled with blood bags, Mary couldn't help but drool. Zifa, who had just walked out of the office with a document and a frown on his face, passed by a dark shadow. Zifa was stunned for a moment and squinted his eyes. "Mary?" Looking at Mary's figure running in the corridor, Zifa just thought for a moment and followed her. This was the first time in so many days that Mary came out of the training room outside of eating and sleeping. Zifa was also curious about what made Mary so excited. Zifa immediately followed her to the deck. In his sight, Mary was looking around anxiously. Her movements made the Navy officers who were patrolling normally confused. Zifa watched for a while, then stepped forward and asked, "Mary, what are you looking for?" Mary heard Zifa's voice and turned back to him with a rather embarrassed smile. Giant sea king type. She said honestly that there was no possibility of hiding this matter from Zifa and Garp, so Mary planned to tell the truth from the beginning. Hearing this, Zifa raised his eyebrows. What are you looking for that thing for? When Mary heard this, she lowered her head and thought for a moment. If he really wanted to absorb the life force of the Neptune-like people, he couldn't hide it from the two of them. And he just said that he can use his life force, but if he needs raw materials, there should be no problem. This ability itself is easy to guess. Even Wei Wei can roughly guess it after seeing it a few times, so there should be no need to hide it. With this thought in mind, Mary raised her head and briefly explained to Zifa the mechanism of her life fruit ability. Speaking of which, it doesn't matter if he talks to Zifa or the others about this ability, after all, it is just one of his many abilities. His real trump cards are things like the demon sword's forbidden skills and inherent barriers. After hearing what Mary said, Zifa touched his chin. Looking at your ability, do you need to absorb the life force of a giant sea king? For this, you need to knock out a giant sea king? Zifa reasoned based on the information he knew. Mary nodded. That's right. You should have told me earlier. Zifa showed a smile that in Mary's opinion could be called ferocious. He pressed the document in his hand to the hand of a naval soldier next to him and moved his shoulders slightly. Just wait, teacher, I'll go get one for you right away, Zifa said domineeringly, and then jumped into the sea in the windless zone. This unobtrusive action made everyone on the deck stunned. Mary looked at Zifa blankly, and she really liked Zifa's straightforward character. It's just that teachers like this are easier to talk to. Not long after Zifa dived into the sea in the windless zone, the entire ship shook. No, not only the ships, but also the sea within sight seemed to be shaking as if it was boiling. The Navy on the ship immediately activated their combat readiness and quickly got into position. Mary's eyelids jumped at the sight of their excellent combat qualities. As expected of our own Navy, this combat consciousness is much stronger than the East China Sea Navy led by Smoker. A deep and ethereal chirping sound came from under the sea, and the next moment, a huge island slowly floated in front of Mary. Then the island slowly rises higher. It is said that it rises slowly, but this is just because the speed at which the sky rises is relatively slow compared to its indescribably huge size. 10 seconds later, a huge snakehead thousands of meters high appeared in front of the tiny warship, and a pair of snake boys stared at Mary. Mary looked directly at it, feeling an infinite chill in her heart. This size. She even believed it was a mythical beast. My dear, the entire warship combined is not half the size of one of its scales, and that snake boy is even bigger than Mary. The body is hundreds of meters thick, plus the body is several thousand meters high. This does not include the vast majority of bodies still under the sea. In her previous life, calling this Neptune a sea monster would be an understatement. Most of them will be lassoed on those earthly giant snakes in mythology. At this time, Zifa jumped from the sea and landed wet on the deck. It's really not easy to find such a big guy. Zifa touched the sweat and said, this guy is probably the biggest sea king around. Let's just make do with it. I'm really old. I actually sweat after a little exercise. As he spoke, he sighed solemnly and shook his head. Mary looked at Zifa as if she were looking at a monster, and asked Zifa in a tone of am I stupid or are you stupid, just make do? Mary pointed at the huge sea snake in front of her. You call this a makeshift? There must be some difference between your worldview and mine. In her impression, the largest sea king type Luffy had ever encountered in the windless zone was nothing more than this. It's indeed a matter of make do. Zifa smiled, as if he had thought of something, and his face became serious. Mary, don't think that this guy is a great guy among the Neptunes. Zifa's tone gradually became heavier, and even Mary, who was listening to Zifa's narration, frowned slightly. You have to understand that the real overlord of the sea has never been humans, nor the other humanoid races like fishmen. The real strong ones in this sea have always been the sea kings. Zifa faced off against the huge sea snake with a calm gaze, without any pressure. I once saw a huge sea king species that was more than 20 kilometers long. Every move of that guy can create huge natural disasters that are no less powerful than my full blow. Moreover, what is unbelievable is that the Neptune type is actually born with extremely strong armed domineering. That time, Garp and I teamed up to repel the Sea King, but even so, we lost most of our fleet. And judging from the situation at the time, it was not Garp and I who seriously injured the Sea King. It's the Sea King species, but the Sea King species left because it felt our bones were meatless and difficult to chew, Zifa said with more than enough heart. Mary was horrified by everything he said. WTF, with a huge body of more than 20 kilometers, the power inherent in that body is enough to surpass imagination. This kind of monster also has its own armed color and domineering power? Just thinking about that scene made Mary feel terrible. Zifa continued, so Mary, don't think that the Neptune in front of you is very strong. Garp and I can easily fight this Neptune. Its strength is no longer strong among the Neptunes, and it is just right for you now. Level of strength. Mary felt a little relieved when she heard this. Indeed, compared to the indescribable monster that Zifa described, the sea snake in front of him could only be regarded as a mini Neptune. Oh wait, Mary's mouth twitched. Teacher Zifa, what is the level of strength suitable for me now? She had a bad feeling in her heart. Zifa smiled honestly and said to Mary, you have to fight for your own strength. Mary, it's up to you to deal with this monster. Mary looked at the smiling Zifa, looked at the sea snake with questions, and then looked at her delicate body of less than 1.7 meters. She looked at Zifa with an attitude of, are you stupid, and asked, Teacher Zifa, are you serious? I'm serious. Zifa said with an unchanged smile, a qualified strong man should use his own hands to get what he needs. Don't worry, Mary, I believe you can defeat this Neptune-like creature. Come on with confidence. Mary's breath froze as she looked at the sea snake that slowly began to squirm. The fishy smell of the sea that hit her face made her feel suffocated. Forget it, Mary gnashed her teeth and growled, I've beaten crocodile to pieces, so I'm still afraid of you, a beast. With such a roar, blood burst out of Mary's body, turning into wings to fly high towards the giant snake. Although this indomitable momentum is somewhat self-defeating, as Mary gradually walked away, Garp also came to the deck and stood next to Zifa. You guy, I found that you have a very bad mind. Garp winked at Zifa and said, you should know that the sea king species only live in the deepest sea abyss of tens of thousands of meters in the windless zone, and their numbers are also rare. Then this one who comes out to scare his own students, tisk tisk. Zifa smiled non-committally and said, this is also to let Mary know the vastness of the world and let her know her own weakness, so that she will have enough goals and motivation to become stronger, isn't it? We can't fly any higher. When she flew to nearly half the height of the sea snake, Mary slowly stopped at this height. If she continued to fly upward, the sharp changes in air pressure would make Mary feel uncomfortable, and that high-altitude environment was not suitable for actual combat at all. This height. Enough! Mary snorted coldly, and dense bloody knives erupted from all over her body. At the same time, the demonic eye was activated, and the flames of the demon world burned on the blood knives, causing countless blood knives to pierce into the bodies of the Neptunes, and burn them through like a hot knife cutting through butter. However, seeing the puzzled expression in the eyes of the Sea King, Mary's breath froze, and she wished she could go up and hit it with a saber. The saber is poisoned. It's too dangerous. Mary needs unconscious Neptunes, not dead Neptunes. Dead creatures cannot draw out their life force. But speaking of the future, this Neptune-like figure seems a bit too big. Can the poison kill this guy? Hiss. It seems that I have found some bright spots. Mary's eyes lit up and her body quickly approached. Oh dash dash dash. The sea snake made a low-pitched cry similar to that of a whale, which made Mary feel sick to her stomach. This guy's voice is so big that every move he makes is a weapon. Mary couldn't help but cover her ears and paused in midair a little uncomfortable. Then, a black shadow quickly enlarged in front of his eyes. Mary didn't curse a word, her whole body felt as if she had been hit by a train. No, this was much more powerful than a train. It was as if he had been hit by a collapsing mountain. A cloud of blood mist burst out from all over his body, and his bones were shattered inch by inch. Hey, Garp, are you sure nothing will happen? Zifa couldn't help but take a breath as he watched from below, and glanced at Garp who was holding him down just now. Don't worry, this kid's self-healing ability is even more outrageous than Kaido's. Garp shook his hand and said quite confidently. As if in response to what he said, within a second or two, Mary's body returned to its original state, but her face became much gloomier. This beast. Mary cursed secretly and lunged forward again. Whipping against the sea snake's body, Mary broke the bone several times and then forced the saber into the sea snake's body. The poison quickly began to take effect, and in just the blink of an eye, the spell represented by the poison spread rapidly. Mary took one look at the situation and decisively moved back, constantly resisting the sea snake's furious attacks. Of course, most of the time I have to use my body to carry it. But not long after, the sea snake gradually weakened. After almost a minute passed, it suddenly let out a wail and hit the sea. Mary, who had been dazed for a long time under the brutal attack, finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly floated to the top of the sea snake. The sea snake is not dead yet, and the poison seems to have not completely killed the giant beast, but it is already dying. The sea snake, which slowly lost consciousness, now became Mary's best health pack. Just as Mary landed on the sea snake's head, she felt the hot life force coming from underneath her body. It radiates heat like the sun. When Mary put her hands on the sea snake, she immediately stopped acting. The huge and quintessential vitality poured into her body like a mighty river. Mary, who was usually swishing around, had never seen this scene before. In the past, she struggled to find life force to absorb, and would worry from time to time whether her life force would be consumed too much during battles. However, this time, she was full. That's right, it's just that I'm full. Mary absorbed it and got stuck in the back, unable to suck anymore. She felt like her life force was about to burst. Has it reached the upper limit of the vitality that the current physical condition can bear? Mary stood up and looked at her hands thoughtfully. The vitality you can absorb depends on your physical fitness. It would be great if you could learn a technique similar to the yin seal that can store vitality. Unfortunately, now, Mary could only watch as the poison continued to deplete the life force in front of her, but there was nothing she could do. She only felt her heart bleeding. However, when I thought about it, this kind of Neptune seems to be everywhere in the windless zone. Mary looked at the calm sea in the windless zone with bright eyes. What is all blue? This is Mary's all blue. From now on, when you have no more vitality, come here to suck your fill, and then go fight after you finish sucking. After killing the vitality and then coming back to suck it, WOC himself doesn't seem to have to worry about insufficient health bars in the future. Mary felt that the door to a new world was opening to her. Gah! With a whale, the sea snake's vitality was finally drained to the point where it could no longer maintain its body's operation, and it died suddenly. Then, the remaining vitality completely collapsed in an instant. It was said to be the only remaining vitality, but it was enough to satisfy the needs of 4 or 5 Marys. This shows how terrifying the vitality of this giant beast is. However, Mary frowned slightly and looked at the saber in her hand. Compared to the Neptune type, the demon sword made her feel more terrifying. She previously thought that the poison of the demon sword was just a particularly strong toxin that could be used to stimulate the owner's potential and poison other creatures at the same time. But if this is the case, the demon sword's poison should have no effect on such a behemoth. But now it seems that the poison of the demon sword is more like a kind of pollution. After thinking about it briefly, Mary was too lazy to continue thinking about this issue. Forget it, just know what it is used for. There is no need to worry about these mechanisms. She didn't plan to create any more Taigu for use. After looking at the dead beast at her feet, Mary put away her knife, spread her blood wings, and flew back to the warship in a few flashes. Putting away the blood wings, Mary simply said hello. Teacher Zifa, Mr. Garp, I'm okay. For a long time, Mary received no response from either of them. She raised her head dubiously, and saw both Zifa and Garp looking at her with observation eyes. What's wrong? Being stared at by 2 strong old men like they were looking at guinea pigs, Mary said she still couldn't stand it. After hearing Mary's question, Garp smacked his lips and asked, speaking of which, I wanted to ask before when we were in Danhai. Mary, do you have any other fruit abilities? About emotions, Zifa also added. Mary was stunned for a moment and looked at the two of them suspiciously. Why do you two have such thoughts? Zifa curled his lips and pointed to the side. Mary followed Zifa's gesture and saw a large group of Navy soldiers looking at Mary dumbfounded, and some even had peach stars in their eyes. This scene feels a bit familiar. The meeting of the Pirate Empress? After a moment, Mary realized that there was no Boya Hancock on this ship, and even the female creature was only herself. In other words, the object of these naval obsessions is, Mary felt a chill and hid behind the 2 tall old men in disgust. Both of them shook their heads and laughed. Then Zifa's face turned serious, and he stepped forward to educate a group of Navy thunderbolts. Garp, on the other hand, cracked melon seeds with gusto as if watching a play and laughed happily. No, Lieutenant General Garp, why do you carry so many snacks with you? Shaking her head and sighing, Mary turned to look at the sea. She wanted to see what she looked like now. She wasn't like this when she first got on the ship. Why did she suddenly become so charming now? The calm sea without any waves is a perfect mirror. Although there had just been a big battle, the sea calmed down not long after. At this sight, Mary was stunned. His facial features didn't seem to have changed much, but there were some subtle differences from before. Overall, he seems to be the same person as before, but his temperament has completely changed. How should I put it? From the cute and pitiful little girl before, she has become a sickly beauty. As your temperament becomes more mature, it becomes easier to arouse the protective desire of others. Of course, another big reason is that Mary, who had just absorbed the life force and was stretched, is now flushed and her whole body is delicate and charming. This is probably the reason why Navy soldiers with unstable minds are charmed by Mary. As for her appearance, Mary only thought about it for a moment before she understood it. Another fruit of my own, the fruit of desire, has a lustful skill, and the passive effect of this skill is that it will subtly change my appearance. Before, Mary was very worried that this change of appearance would make her a completely different person, but now, I can only say that it is indeed awesome. Different from the violent plastic surgery of the slippery fruit, the modification of the desire fruit is closer to the result of being cultivated in a certain environment for a long time. Mary was still looking at her reflection on the water in a daze, while Zifa, who had arranged all the Navy soldiers, came back and asked, Mary, let's not mention your appearance. Let me ask first, is this knife of yours a famous one? Zifa didn't care about Mary's appearance. In his opinion, it was just an external thing, and it could only be said to be natural beauty. What he was more concerned about was Mary's method of killing the sea snake before. Although defeating this giant beast is easy for Garp and Zifa, this does not mean that it will be any easier for Mary. According to Zifa's prediction, Mary should have to fight the sea snake for several hours, and finally defeat the sea snake with her strong vitality and endless moves. This is also one of the reasons why Zifa asked Mary to deal with the sea snake by herself. As Mary's teacher for a long time in the future, Zifa must know what Mary is good at and what abilities she has, and an all-out battle is naturally the best way to test these. However, to Zifa's expectation, one of Mary's abilities was indeed tested, but it had nothing to do with her, it was entirely the power of her sword. Zifa's eyes were very clear, and he knew very well that after the knife injured the sea snake's breath continued to weaken until it was dying. Zifa didn't know what happened, but one thing he knew very well was that the sword had a secret. The swords with secrets are usually famous swords. This aroused Zifa's curiosity. Mary came back to consciousness from her own reflection, looked at Zifa, and said subconsciously, oh, this sword is not a famous sword. Then Mary realized what she said was a little inappropriate. This knife of mine is obviously weird. Anyway, although everyone knows how many famous swords there are, no one knows the names of all the famous swords and their origins. It was better to simply say that his sword was a famous sword just now, which would make it easier to explain. But it's not a big problem. Mary gently unsheathed the sword and showed Zifa the dusk saber covered with demonic patterns. Although it is not a famous sword, my Twilight is the demon sword that swallowed the famous sword Murasame. The forger of this knife wanted his knife to be unique, so he forged it into a knife that could swallow other knives and gain the characteristics of those knives. And the poison ability shown by Dusk just now comes from the famous sword Murasame it swallowed before. Mary used this kind of words to briefly introduce her knives to Zifa. Although there were discrepancies in what she said, there was generally nothing wrong with it. Obviously, the well-informed Zifa easily believed this setting. I see, the ability to swallow other knives. Could it be that this swordsmith has incorporated some devil fruit into this knife? Hearing Zifa say this, Mary also remembered this. Indeed, there are some very weird weapons in this world that can eat devil fruit, such as the elephant sword. But Mary couldn't figure out where a sword could come from and a mouth that could eat devil fruits. If I remember correctly, this is related to Vegapunk. Mary really wanted to see the scientist who was said to be 500 years ahead of the world in terms of wisdom, and the top boss who could light up the black technology of biochemical artificial man in the pirate world with such backward technology. Mary really wanted to see it if she had the chance. Zifa just thought about it briefly and no longer cared about this matter. In his opinion, this was just another interesting thing on Mary's body. At his level of strength, he no longer had much desire to pursue such external objects. First of all, his strength has been basically finalized, his fighting style cannot be changed, and good weapons are of no use to him if they are not suitable for him. Furthermore, he didn't bother to occupy his students' things. Even if someone wants to steal it, Zifa will not hesitate to defeat it with thunderous means. Zifa's protectiveness is well known in the pirate world. After the commotion gradually subsided, Mary no longer stayed on the deck and once again went to the training room. Now that she has life force, she can squander it as much as she wants, and the non-human training plan that she had before day and night can be put on the agenda at once. She needs to use the fastest time to achieve sufficient strength, and then learn what Professor Zifa taught at the speed of light with a strong enough foundation, so that she can have the opportunity to go to sea to practice a few more times before going to war. The key is not to absorb how much combat experience, but to find opportunities to brush up on some PT. She hasn't been able to go to PT for a long time. The time passed quickly as Mary immersed herself in training. Since she did not rest or eat at all, and devoted herself to practice, she was not aware of the passage of time in the outside world. Before I knew it, more than half a month had passed. The warship finally crossed the 3 gates of justice, and in front of it was the naval headquarters Marinvander. After arriving at Marineland, Garp immediately sent someone to the training room to inform Mary, and Mary finally walked out of the training room. She could feel that the body transformed by those medicines had gradually begun to reach a bottleneck. Although she was still training very hard during this period, the improvement of her physical fitness was slowly slowing down. Her current physical fitness is 2,219, which is still in the category of Colonel. After getting off the boat, Mary and Zifa headed straight to the West End. The West District is where soldiers train, and Zifa's office is also in the West District. In contrast, Sengoku and their offices are in the Central Office Building, which is where the Navy makes decisions. The East area is the soldiers' dormitories. It is worth mentioning that if the 3 generals did not go to sea for missions, they would still live in the soldiers' dormitories in Marineland. After the 3 major areas, there is where the families of soldiers live. However, because the Golden Lion attacked the naval base once in the past, the residence of the soldiers' families has now been moved back a lot. After Mary came to Marineland, she was taken away by Zifa without even being able to see Sengoku. Garp, on the other hand, went to look for Sengoku very naturally. Firstly, he wanted to briefly talk to Sengoku about the situation in Alabasta, and secondly, he wanted to collect wool there. Not to mention Garp, Mary and Zifa have already arrived in the office. After being out for nearly a month, Zifa's desk has piled up files. In addition to having a headache, Zifa also began to sort out the documents with ease. Mary watched Zifa busy with his business, then took a document from his hand and read it. Character resume. What is this going to do? Mary looked at the document in her hand and raised her eyebrows. The document in her hand is a document that records a person's personal information. The information recorded on it includes but is not limited to name, ability, identity, background, predicted strength and other information. Oh, Zifa glanced at the document in Mary's hand and said, this thing is the selection information for the special team of external editors. I just have to sort it out in the past 2 days to select the suitable people. Special team of foreign editors? What is this? Mary frowned and asked. This term did not appear in the original work. Zifa replied while putting some documents on the bookshelf. Every year the Navy headquarters recruitment is divided into 3 modules. They are the direct classes of the headquarters, the joint classes of external staff and the special classes of external staff. The classes directly related to the headquarters are the largest among them. The students generally come from the family area of the Navy headquarters. Its members are usually the family members of the soldiers and general officers of the Navy headquarters. They are trained from scratch. Generally speaking, there are people who are specifically responsible for training this area. The rear admirals and lieutenant generals are in charge. These people are the future backbone of the Navy. Today, most rear admirals, nearly half of lieutenant generals, and almost all school level and lieutenant level officers come from this class. One of the joint external classes, the students of this class mainly come from war orphans taken in by the Navy in shelters around the world. The Navy allocates a portion of funds every year to educate these war orphans until they can support themselves. And some people who are willing to become Marines and those who are talented enough will come to the headquarters and join the non-staff joint class. I serve as a counselor in this class. Although I am not a teacher, I occasionally take a look. People in this class usually become members of some special departments, such as the Science Corps. The training time for these 2 classes is generally more than 5 years. Finally, there is the special class of foreign editors. Zifa paused and said, the composition of this class is very complex. Generally speaking, every year when the Navy recruits soldiers, it will recruit some social soldiers. The vast majority of social soldiers are trained at local naval bases, but those among them already have a certain strength foundation. People will report to me step by step and let me screen them. Then, each naval base can freely recommend powerful people, and every year a quota can be reported to me for me to choose. To put it simply, the members of the foreign special team are generally naval officers and soldiers with considerable strength and people from society. This class is under my direct supervision. It is an elite class widely circulated in the Navy. Mary, you will be joining this class in the future. Zifa looked at Mary and said, your strength has far exceeded that of the direct class of the headquarters and the joint class of foreign staff. To be honest, in terms of actual combat, in fact, you no longer need to study in the special class of foreign staff at all, but can directly work as a school-ranked officer. But your strength foundation is not solid enough and it is too partial. So you still have to learn it simply. The teaching content of the special training class is mainly about the 6 naval styles and their advanced applications, as well as the 2-color domineering force. Because the training content is small but refined, the training time for the external training class is very short, only taking 3 to 4 months to half a year. Today's 3 major generals, most of the elite lieutenant generals, as well as the people you are familiar with, Smoker, Shina and others, all graduated from this class. Zifa briefly introduced the special team of foreign editors. After all, this class is the one he directly reports to, so Zifa knows more about it. And generally speaking, the students here are the best, so Zifa is obviously more concerned. Zifa sorted out the resumes of those characters and placed them on the table. Originally, the special team of external editors should have been formed by this time, but because of your relationship, as the bishop officer, I have not yet started to formally screen resumes. Moreover, just such a few resumes are simply not enough, Zifa said with a smile while waving a thick stack of resumes in his hand. Mary looked at the resume in Zifa's hand and asked, there must be hundreds of people here, right? There shouldn't be too many people in the annual special class. With so many people, aren't there enough to choose from? Not enough. Zifa shook his head. Since they are not directly from the family, these people who will be the future pillars of the Navy must have extremely high talents, at least the kind that can make people feel that they are far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, they must strive for excellence. In the early years, about 50 people were selected out of 5,000 to 6,000 people, but this year there are too few of them. But this is not entirely because no one is in charge. In fact, since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the number of naval personnel has been shrinking year by year. Occasionally, there will be only a dozen or 20 people in the entire special task force. I'm afraid that's it this year. Zifa waved Mary away and motioned for her to find Garp. Let that old boy Garp take you to see warring states, help you go through the basic enlistment procedures, and arrange your dormitory and nameplate. I'm going to start work. Okay. Looking at Zifa's closed office door, Mary couldn't help but feel a little complicated. I didn't feel it when reading the comics and the movie version. After actually coming to this world and looking at the old Zifa, Mary realized how much this former general had paid for the Navy. However, Zifa ended up like that in the end. This kind of Navy is not the Navy I want to be in. It is also not the Navy that I need. Mary clenched her fists, her desire for power getting stronger. Sighing, she was about to turn around and leave to find Garp. Then, she realized a very serious problem. Where can I find Garp? Looking at the facts from Zifa on the other side, Warring States just considered it for a moment before stamping it. Zifa hopes to recruit a group of new people this year. If possible, he can recruit some powerful bounty hunters. At the same time, he will give the Four Seas Navy a certain number of places to supplement the resources of the special squad. This year, the enrollment work has been delayed due to problems in Alabasta, so Sengoku has no intention of getting stuck on this matter. Proposal on the expansion of the troops of the Foreign Special Task Force in 1520 Yang calendar. Approve. On the same day, this document was transmitted to all parts of the world through the Navy's efficient information transmission network, causing an uproar. Unless they are wanted criminals with a bounty on their head, regardless of their origin or character, anyone who can defeat the reviewers selected by the local naval base can submit their resume to this department. Each naval base has a quota for direct submission of resumes to the Navy headquarters. Those who pass the resume can join the Special Foreign Training Class and receive the richest educational resources in the Navy and be personally taught by former Navy Admiral Blackwrist Zifa. As soon as this announcement came out, it immediately caused a wave of enthusiasm. In previous years, the Navy usually made internal recommendations. The recommended people were either in the Navy themselves or were bounty hunters who were familiar with the Navy. However, there has never been such a high-profile recruitment announcement. Even the former generals came forward in person, and many of them had young people with a sense of justice flock to him. For a time, resumes from all over the world came to Malinfando like snowflakes. Donghai, Rog Town. Smoker looked at the documents in his hand that were almost torn apart and kept tapping on the table, lost in thought. After finally returning from Alabasta alive, and not having rested for a few days, another big news came from the headquarters. Smoker knew without even guessing that it must be the chain effect brought about by the battle in Merry Alabasta. Call. Smoker sighed deeply. It seems that I have become very busy since I came into contact with Mary. Report. Enter. Dashki's strong figure walked in from the door. Compared with a month ago, Dashki looked more heroic, and the childishness on her face had also faded a lot. Her skin appeared fairer, and her figure seemed to be gradually lengthening. There is wind in his steps, and there is a sharp aura in every move he makes. Compared to Smoker, who has been rushing around like crazy during this period and has no time to use the body reshaping base fluid. After injecting the body reshaping base fluid, Tashiki, who also has the aura of Captain Bizon, is almost visible to the naked eye. The huge progress made Smoker couldn't help but sigh at how great Mary's contribution was. And precisely because of Dashki's extraordinary progress, Smoker was very relieved to arrange her as an auditor in Rog Town to accept the challenges of non-Navy people. How's it going today? Is there anyone who can beat you? Smoker smoked a cigarette and looked at Dusky and asked. No, Smogzo. So far, no truly powerful person has appeared, Dashki answered honestly. Knew it. Smoker shook his head. After all, the name of the weakest sea in the East China Sea is not for nothing. This weakness is not only that the pirates in the East China Sea are weak, but also the bounty hunters and navy in the East China Sea are weak. Therefore, it was expected by Smoker that no one could defeat Dashki. The two fell into silence. After a long time, Dashki finally couldn't help but ask that Big left Smoker. Smoker looked at Dashki, who was a little nervous and hesitant, and couldn't help but smile. I know. Dashki, I will leave the place in our base to you. As soon as Smoker said these words, Dashki suddenly looked happy, but then he came back to his senses and asked quickly, but Smogzo, if you were the only one in Donghai. Smoker waved his hand to interrupt Dusky. After a while, he raised his head and said seriously, Dashki, you are a talented person, Mary, and I both think so. You should not waste time with me in the East China Sea, you should go to the naval base for further studies. That is the best repayment you can give to me in Mary. Dashki was stunned for a long time after hearing this, looking at Smoker's serious eyes, and finally bit his lip and saluted Smoker. Engzia hangs upside down under the cliff, holding a sniper rifle and smearing his whole body with lime. His whole body blends into the mountain wall. 14 days, she has been here for 14 days. Silent as a rock. The cold wind was blowing, and the seagull delivering the newspaper stood on the barrel of Engzia's gun. Apparently, it used the sniper rifle as a dead branch to rest on. Engzia glanced at the newspaper out of the corner of her eye. After her eyes lit up, she became one with the environment again. A dilapidated pirate ship sailed out of the fog. It was the Organ pirates with a total bounty of 219 million belly. They obviously encountered a fierce battle, the hull of the ship was shattered, and the keel was on the verge of breaking. Let's get repaired on this island, and we'll go find the damn swordsman later. Podcaster Nicholas Kedner was helped off the boat by his younger brother, and fell down on the beach, breathing heavily. That swordsman who listens to Joricole is really scary. Indeed. Compared to the captain's nagging, the first mate tuner Fernando was obviously more steady. Take a rest for 3 days, adjust, and then go to the nearest town to repair the ship. Hey, you're so strict. I'm obviously the captain. Kedner was used to his severity. They are different from other pirate groups. Each member is very harmonious, like a big family. Hey, Fernando, let everyone come down, we are having a party tonight. Oh, the younger brothers were also very happy, and none of them took their injuries seriously. At 10 o'clock in the evening, there was a big fire burning on the beach, and the crew was sleeping on the ground. Kedner put his arms around Fernando's neck, drank rum, and then took out another one from his pocket. A pocket watch with a smiling man and woman and a crying baby in the center. Fernando, my wife is pretty, isn't she? Cadena spat drunkenly. When I become the pirate king, I will go home and show them that I, Cadena, am also a great man. Okay, stop talking drunkenly, go to bed early, I'll keep watch. Fernando put Kedner on the ground and prepared to stand up and watch. Stop. With a short and clear gunshot, a bullet accurately hit Fernando between the eyebrows, and he was completely unaware of it due to his knowledge, and color. With deep reluctance, Fernando fell to the ground. Headless, hit. A low moan came from the mountains and fields. The rain of bullets that followed took away the lives of the remaining crew members, and the remaining pirates didn't even have time to react. Within a few breaths, there was no longer a living person on the beach. The cold wind blew a sound like a devil's wail on the beach. After a moment, a tall voice came out of the dense forest. Her head swayed from side to side, and her hair bounced with her steps, which was very cute. The flowers will wither and the fruits of summer will wither. The seasons change, and so do we, but please promise me it's okay sometimes, you will remember. Oh. She hummed a little tune, used a guillotine to cut off the heads of heavily financed criminals, picked up the bullets on the ground, and walked into the darkness again in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. Fascinated by the lake, Mary felt as if she was soaking in warm roses, and her whole body felt as comfortable as soaking in the sun. This warm feeling made her reluctant to leave. Then, in the blink of an eye, the sun disappeared, dark clouds covered the sun, and heavy snow fell. Almost instantly, Mary felt freezing cold. Mary opened her eyes suddenly, and there were goosebumps all over her body. The water was still warm and had not become cold, but an unbreakable chill shrouded Mary's heart all the time. This is not a normal cold. Mary frowned. Could this really be a haunted house? Ugh, annoying. In this situation, Mary had no choice but to relax. Sighing, Mary walked out of the bathtub, wiped her body briefly, and put on the little white dress she had worn before. Home clothes and clothes worn outside still need to be distinguished. Dong dong dong. Just as Mary was fixing her hair in front of the mirror, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Mary raised her eyebrows and asked with some confusion. After all, I had just arrived at the Navy headquarters, and now someone knocked on the door? Did you bring something as a gift? Mary simply tied herself into a ponytail and walked towards the door. However, the closer she got to the door, the more Mary could feel the strange chill gradually deepening. The alarm bell in her heart suddenly sounded. Isn't it really a ghost or something like that? Ghost knocking on the door? Recalling how she hadn't seen many people along the way, Mary felt increasingly uneasy. But after she reached the door, she opened the door cautiously without much hesitation. A rather tall figure stood at the door, looking down at her. This man is thin, has wavy hair, and wears a dark green eye patch on his forehead, wearing a snow-white suit and a cloak of justice. Ah, it really is you. The man looked at Mary and said quietly. Mary watched the man in front of her fall into an eerie silence. Blue Pheasant? She spoke with difficulty. General Aoki Pheasant, why, are you knocking on my door because you have something to do with me? Mary asked with some curiosity. Kingsley replied in a lazy tone, no, it's nothing. I just came to see my new neighbor. As he said that, he scratched his head. I heard that guy Harry say that someone lives next to me, and I was curious who it was. Thinking about it carefully, most people will not arrange to live around me. Newcomers, if you think about it a little bit, just thinking about it, I knew it should be you. I just came to confirm. Also, let's get to know what a kid who can be called a Navy supernova looks like. In the last sentence, Ching Pheasant's tone was a bit narrow-minded. Mary also knew that Kingji would have such a tone. After knowing that he was not a bad person and that the person who came had no ill intentions, Mary folded her arms helplessly and looked at Aokiji with dead fish eyes. What, you didn't expect that? The Navy supernova is just an underage, little lowly. Mary gritted her teeth at the last 3 words. I really didn't think about it. The newspaper was too far away. I could only see clearly that you should be a blonde, but you turned out to be a 3-eyed tribe, which surprised me. Hearing Aokiji say this, Mary touched the 3rd eye on her forehead. Ever since she was discovered by Garp, Mary had no intention of deliberately covering up the magic eye. Once you come here, you have to use the power of the magic eye. No matter what, you will be discovered sooner or later. Keeping your third eye secret will easily arouse suspicion. In this case, it is better to say that he is a three-eyed tribe from the beginning. In the future, the flames of the demon world will easily be attributed to his devil fruit ability. Then, let's do this for now. Qingji chuckled and touched Mary's head. I'll go back to sleep first. As a neighbor, I need to ask for more advice in the future. So, under Mary's eyes full of murderous intent, Qingji wandered to the next room, opened the door and walked in. Call. Taking a deep breath, Mary closed the door and sat on the bed in her room. Different from the feeling of relaxation when she first came here, now Mary feels inexplicably stressed whenever she thinks about a general living next door to her. Moreover, a weak feeling of being spied on came from my sensitive body. Recalling the scene where Garp and Sengoku were whispering in Sengoku's office just now, Mary's face became even more gloomy. Sure enough, this is Garp's bad idea again, right? He doesn't even think about it. I am a female soldier. With a general who is extremely accomplished in knowledge and sex living next to me, I will only feel that my privacy has been extremely violated. Is this old boy Garp aware that something is wrong with him? Let the general supervise me. But this was because Mary was thinking too much. First, although there are female soldiers in the Navy, their proportion is not large. Except for the female troops under Lieutenant General He, other female soldiers basically live together with male soldiers. At most, the floors are exclusive, but there is no traditional distinction between men and women. It is not appropriate to assign Mary's combat power and potential to He. Mary, who is favored by Zifa and Garp, is unlikely to join He's faction. The reason why she was placed next to the general was just to let the general's style gradually influence Mary and weaken her anger. After a while, Mary also realized that Aoki Pheasant could not be spying on her. After all, if you think about it carefully, let a general spend so much time supervising a new recruit. When did the Navy's power become so idle? Following the clues, Mary probably guessed what Garp was thinking. After all, when they were on Garp's ship, Garp had already shown a tendency to worry about Mary's character. But my cruelty to the pirates was not entirely due to my own violent temper. Thinking about it this way, this feeling of being spied on from time to time is probably also a function of my own psychology. Scratching her head, Mary stopped thinking about this. After knowing that there was no malicious intent on the part of the Navy, Mary did not intend to spend too much time worrying about this issue. Speaking of which, it is not without benefits for the green pheasant to live nearby. First of all, it will be much easier to rely on Aokiji to develop contacts. After all, Aokiji can be considered a good old man, and he should be the most talkative among the 3 Navy generals. Secondly, if you live next to a strong person, if you have any questions in practice, you can ask Qing Pheasant for advice. Although there is a big difference between Mary and Aokiji in terms of fruit ability, the two-color domineering Mary is completely blank. After briefly thinking about the pros and cons of being Aoki's neighbor, Mary tidied up her somewhat messy appearance and walked out. She also wanted to buy some furniture and stationery as soon as possible. The room was completely empty and had no atmosphere of life at all. After Mary walked out of the door, Qingji lay on the bed and gradually regained his sense of knowledge. Mary was right. Garp and Sengoku really had no intention of letting Aoki Pheasant spy on Mary. But this doesn't stop Aokiji from being interested in Mary. He is still very interested in a person who can be placed by the marshal, become a Navy supernova by the outside world, and kill a Shishibukai at a young age. Therefore, it seems that taking a look at the lives of his neighbors can be a pastime in his spare time. Of course, he was not shameless enough to observe some of Mary's private life. You can do this now. When Mary gets better at seeing, hearing, and sex in the future, she won't be able to use the sight, hearing, and sex like this. With this thought in mind, Qingji gradually closed his eyes and pulled off his blindfold. Forget it, let's take a nap first. I returned to the dormitory and simply set up my room. It was already evening. Originally it would be quite quick to buy something, but Mary didn't expect that she would be quite popular in Marineland. The news that a new recruit lived in the dormitory next to General Aokiji spread quickly throughout the headquarters, arousing everyone's curiosity. Combined with the recent political news, it is easy for everyone to think that Mary came to Marine Fando. The Alabasta War was a big event, and as Mary was the protagonist, many of her remarks could arouse the blood of the Navy soldiers. Coupled with her extremely high talent and sufficient strength, she has become quite popular in the Navy without Mary even knowing it. This is not limited to some low-level soldiers and low-level officers. In fact, many lieutenant generals who are still working in the headquarters also inquire about Mary from time to time to see if they can draw her under their command. Of course, the tone from Sengoku's mouth stopped them from thinking. Judging from the news revealed by Sengoku, Mary was being trained as the pillar of the next Navy. Therefore, even though she was dressed in white, her special temperament, petite body, and long golden hair still made her recognized by people when she was shopping in the residence of soldiers' families, and many of them continued to smell her while on vacation. The Navy soldiers who came from the wind surrounded Mary. Mary tried her best to escape from the encirclement without hurting others, but what followed was several lieutenant generals taking turns questioning her as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, there has never been a huge scene in Marineland where thousands of people crowded a street. Several lieutenant generals in charge of public security almost thought that some special fruit power had exploded, and rushed to deal with it urgently, but it's actually not wrong to think so. The reason why so many people gathered in one street is that Mary already has a certain popularity base and her own popularity. The most important thing is that the passive effect of her desire fruit, with the addition of Silas Kiss, its effect far exceeds Mary expected. The Navy that Mary had been in contact with before were all admiral-level combatants, so Mary's passivity had no effect on them, and Mary didn't expect that her own passive would be so powerful now. Now being surrounded by countless Navy soldiers, looking at their dazed expressions, Mary realized how terrifying her current attraction was. After finally moving the furniture back to the dormitory, Mary, who was physically and mentally exhausted, felt for the first time how comfortable it was to live in a dormitory with no one around and neighbors with weird and awesome characters. Being popular is not a good thing. Mary lay on the bed and shivered violently. In a short period of time, she may not dare to show up in any public place. Are you serious? Warring States looked dumbfounded at Crane, Stockabelli, and others sitting in front of him, and helplessly looked at the report in his hand. You are saying that Mary's appearance caused a riot among at least 5,000 people, and at that time, something called the Mary Support Team was established within the Navy? Am I dreaming? Are our Marines so easily influenced? Hearing this, several lieutenant generals sighed together. Although they don't want to admit it, they all understand that the ability of ordinary naval soldiers to resist temptation is actually not very strong. Crane, on the other hand, nodded and said without changing his expression, if I'm not wrong, this should be a question of Mary's own ability. I'm afraid her devil fruit ability will increase her ability to seduce. I've seen some information about her.